The beasts I dissect are worth millions. Yet I can't afford medical treatment for my seriously ill mother, all because I'm just an ordinary laborer. And those priceless organs belong to the martial artists. Just as I was agonizing over this, I unexpectedly unlocked the infinite ability system, gaining the power to convert dissections into chi and blood points. Simply by dissecting beast corpses, I could accumulate chi and blood points, allowing me to break through and become a martial artist. At that moment, a system panel appeared before my eyes, accompanied by a surge of warmth flowing through my body. Feeling the newfound power within me, I was utterly astonished. Now that I finally have the ability to protect myself, I should be able to survive this mission. But being only level 1 is still far from enough at best. I can only handle Chao Hui. The enemy still has 3 martial artist teammates, not to mention the terrifying Captain Liu, a 4-star martial artist. It turned out that not long ago, I accidentally overheard Chao Hui and his group's conversation. They planned to feed all of us to the mutated beasts. So, to survive, I needed to become even stronger. So I focused on the description of the dissection ability. Seeing that dissecting mutated beasts could grant me a certain amount of chi and blood, my eyes lit up. Right now, the one thing I had no shortage of was the corpses of mutated beasts. I immediately took out the internal organs of a black snake. As I successfully peeled them apart, the virtual panel before me changed. You have successfully dissected the internal organs of a black snake mutated beast. Chi and blood points +2. It really worked. A single organ could increase my chi and blood by 2 points. My breathing grew rapid, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in my eyes. What does this mean? Before I dropped out, the most talented person in our school was the campus belle, who could only increase her chi blood by 3 to 5 points per month. Yet here I am, dissecting one corpse and gaining nearly the same amount as her month-long effort. So I stopped wasting time and got to work. The system's voice kept echoing in my mind. You successfully dissected a black snake mutant. Chi blood points +2. You successfully dissected the black snake mutant's spine. Chi blood points +4. You successfully dissected the black snake mutant's gallbladder. Chi blood points +3. In just 15 minutes, I dissected 3 black snake mutant corpses, gaining 746 chi blood points. Combined with my previous 160 points, my total soared to 204 points, officially making me a second-level martial artist. I now have the full capability to crush Chao Hui. Just as I was rejoicing, Chao Hui's voice suddenly came from afar. Fine. None of you listen, do you? There are still so many exotic beasts left to dissect. Seems like you all need a lesson. Chao Hui shouted as he approached from not far away, full of aggression. His eyes were fixed on me with vicious intent, a faint yet cruel smile playing on his lips. He deliberately walked toward me slowly, but when he passed the middle-aged man nearest to him, he suddenly stopped. At this point, I was less than 10 steps away from Chao Hui, and I clearly saw the brutal grin he directed at me. It was laced with killing intent. Before I could react, the man beside Chao Hui suddenly turned and ran, his eyes filled with terror. This man had previously been slapped by Chao Hui, nearly 40 years old with graying hair, perhaps someone's father. He must have misunderstood Chao Hui's intentions. Clearly terrified, he panicked and ran straight in my direction. Stop him, all of you, stop him. If anyone lets him escape today, I'll break their legs. Chao Hui suddenly revealed a cruel and mocking smile as he watched the direction the man was fleeing, sending chills down everyone's spine. The middle-aged man grew even more terrified. Ever since he was slapped earlier, he had vaguely sensed something was wrong. Chao Hui was different from the martial artists he had encountered before. This man was exceptionally ruthless and meant every word he said. Like a startled horse, the man frantically ran toward my direction, clearly resolved to fight me to the death. Yet, I didn't move, simply letting the man run past me. However, even though I didn't stop him, the other laborers did. The middle-aged man was pinned to the ground, trembling in fear, his face filled with despair. But to everyone's surprise, Chao Hui didn't go after him first. Instead, he slowly walked up to me, his expression twisting into something utterly ferocious. Why didn't you stop him? The atmosphere froze. Everyone stared at me with complex gazes, some relieved, some fearful, and others gloating. Just as they all expected me to drop to my knees and beg for mercy, I merely raised an eyebrow and said, "Why should I take orders from you? You tell me to stop him, and I just obey?" The scene instantly fell into dead silence. The laborers widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this kid crazy? What did you say? Hearing my words, Chao Hui froze for a moment before his twisted face flushed red with rage. This time, instead of answering him, I swung my fist and struck, looking for death. Chao Hui's eyes turned icy as he raised his own fist to meet mine, the whooshing sound of his punch making it clear he held nothing back. The others instinctively averted their gaze, their faces filled with pity. They could already picture my arm shattering. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking and agonized screams rose and fell in succession, making everyone's heart skip a beat as they silently mourned for me. But soon, they realized something was off. The screams seemed to be coming from Chao Hui. When they instinctively looked up, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Chao Hui lay on the ground, clutching his completely dislocated arm, writhing and groaning in pain, while I stood coldly to the side, completely unharmed. What happened? You're a martial artist? You're actually a martial artist. Chao Hui looked astonished and panicked. If someone like you can be a martial artist, why can't I? My gaze was icy, devoid of any trace of pity. You dare attack me? You're dead. Captain, come quick. He turned around and shouted toward the distant transport vehicle. The remaining 3 martial artists were over there, and now he had only one thought: to kill me. So what if I was stronger than him? After all, there was only one of me, while they had 4 in total. Once the captain and the others arrived, they would surely chop me into pieces. He heard footsteps in the distance, and the smile on his face began to turn smug. But just as he was fantasizing about what would happen next, he heard the panicked cries of the movers behind him. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils suddenly constricting, only to see me holding a blood-stained scalpel almost pressed against his face, my throat emitting a hoarse, beast-like growl. You kill me, or I kill you? I consider myself a very clear-headed person, so when I realized I couldn't become a martial artist, I chose to drop out of school, and now I realize that once we start fighting, it will be a fight to the death, so I don't plan to hold back. Without hesitation, I struck with a knife filled with the rage of an 18-year-old. Save me, Captain Lu, save me, Chao Hui screamed in terror. He was afraid, truly afraid. His only hope now lay with the 3 teammates rushing toward him. The transport vehicle wasn't far from their position, just 30 or 40 meters away. The crew, having heard the commotion, had already disembarked. Team leader Lu, who was leading the group, turned pale when he saw me raising the scalpel again. How dare you? Thud. I plunged the knife into his neck and held it there until he stopped breathing. My body was already covered in blood, perhaps because it was my first time killing someone. I felt my stomach churning violently, but my strong will kept me eerily composed. You actually killed him. Team leader Lu stared at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with a murderous chill. Faced with such a terrifying gaze, most people would have averted their eyes, but I didn't, because I knew full well that panicking was the last thing I should do at this moment. I calmly flicked the blood off the blade and said coolly, "What's the big deal about killing him? What you lack is combat strength, and I'm clearly stronger and more ruthless than him. Plus, I need the money." Team leader Lu, who had been furious just moments ago, surprisingly calmed down after hearing these words. They were indeed short on manpower. After staring at me for a while, he slowly asked, "What's your name? What's your cultivation level?" I met his gaze and replied indifferently, "Zhang Yi, 2nd-tier martial artist." "Good, from now on, you're part of our squad. Finish cleaning up the bodies here with them, then get in the truck." Team leader Lu gave me a meaningful look before turning and leading the remaining 2 men back to the vehicle. As for Chao Hui, he didn't even spare him a glance. "Captain, are we just going to let him go?" "He killed Chao Hui." "Back in the car," another martial artist said with clear dissatisfaction. "What else can we do? Didn't you see that kid was already in a killing frenzy? Engaging him now would only weaken our own combat strength. Don't forget the real reason we came here." Captain Lu's face was ashen, his expression displeased. "So we just let him off like that?" the martial artist said resentfully. Captain Lu shook his head with a cold laugh. "Don't worry, the next stretch of road will have far more exotic beasts than usual. Since he's so good at fighting, let him take the lead, he can clear the way for us." The 3 of them burst into smug laughter, the sound carrying through the car window and finally reaching my ears. Their teammate had just died, yet they could still laugh heartily. Truly, none of them were good people. At least I'm safe for the time being. For now, I'll just focus on following the team and improving my strength. Whatever the purpose of their visit this time, I'll look for an opportunity to escape at the next stop. Captain Lu was a 4-star martial artist, and the 2 others with him are 2-star. A direct confrontation is definitely not an option. Thinking this way, I began leading the team to dispose of the remaining corpses. Captain Lu in the transport vehicle watched everything through the rearview mirror. Seeing me obediently start dissecting the mutant beast carcasses, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang finished dissecting the last corpse, and his body made a crackling sound. Dissecting 8 corpses, the chi and blood increased by 146 points, bringing the total chi and blood to 352 points, reaching 3rd level martial artist. At the same time, the panel popped up in front of him again. "You have successfully dissected the corpses of 10 alien beasts. You can learn the Anatomy Return LV2 rank ability. Do you want to learn it?" Learning? Abandonment? Zhang Yang didn't decide immediately and bowed his head in contemplation. First of all, according to the system, LV2 level abilities can only be acquired one, so the opportunity to have to learn must be seized. Without a doubt, the best LV2 ranked ability based on ability is Hunt. The difficulty of killing 10 Fey beasts was self-evident. Even the lowest level Fey beasts had physical qualities and strength that were tougher than martial artists of the same realm. He only pondered for a split second before decisively giving up on learning deconstruction. Return LV2. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to escape without any problems, and if he really didn't have the chance to escape, he would need to face the foreign beasts here. According to Captain Lu's style of acting, he would definitely let him go to the front to fight as cannon fodder. Hunting can be perfectly adapted to the battlefield, and can also be paired with a second access to the martial bonus granted by the ability. Giving up the reward, the urging of Captain Lu and the others also came from the distance. Let's go when the stuff is done. Zhang Yang was practically racked onto the car seat by the 3 men of Captain Lu. A few of them were eyeing him intently, obviously wary of him. They drove 2 moving vans this time, with 2 rows in the front of the vehicle. Zhang Yang sat in the back, and there was a named martial artist on the left and right. I don't know how long the car drove, but it didn't slow down until the sun began to set towards the back of the mountains. They came to a dense forest with a very strong odor of blood constantly wafting out of it, and the secluded surroundings made one feel vaguely uneasy. Zhang Yang, you go for a head-on exploration. Captain Lu with the other 2 people suddenly blocked his back path and suddenly spoke coldly. There was mischief in their eyes, as if they would immediately make a move if Zhang Yang refused. This is to use him as a gun to open up the road, right? Zhang Yang laughed coldly in his heart. It was just as he thought. Okay. I'll go. Chapter 04, Another Reward, Golden Legend. A few people forced Zhang Yang into the forest without even giving him a weapon to take advantage of. Seeing his figure gradually disappear, the martial artist beside Captain Lu said, "Boss, do you think this kid will really die at the hands of a foreign beast?" This martial artist had a somewhat bloated physique, and the somewhat slimmer martial artist behind him raised his hand and slapped him on the neck. "Aren't you talking out of your ass? This kid looks like a rookie, and this is still an area where the alien beasts are more active, so even if he doesn't die, he's going to be seriously injured, so when the time comes, you and I will go in and slaughter him. Since we're going to decide to make a move, we absolutely can't give him a chance to live. You 2 sneakily follow behind and lure a batch of foreign beasts over to him." Captain Lu's icy face had an extra layer of scorn. "It must wait until exhaustion, you 2, and then do it again, and definitely not give him any way to live. I for one don't like surprises." The 2 martial artists made an okay gesture and left without delay. Captain Lu suddenly remembered Zhang Yang's appearance when he killed Shaoli, and uneasily grabbed that man who was saved by Zhang Yang again. Under the other party's horrified gaze, Captain Lu unexpectedly pulled out a pistol from his pocket and shoved it into his hand. "If Zhang Yang makes it out alive, you'll find a chance to shoot him in the dark." "Ha!" The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his legs shivered. He wanted to refuse, but saw Captain Lu's murderous eyes froze and didn't dare to say anything. "Don't play tricks on me or you know the consequences." After doing this, Captain Lu sat down on the ground and started sharpening his sword, all his attention focused on the forest within a short distance away. Inside the forest, Zhang Yang winced. He felt a chill rise behind him, as if something was staring at him from the shadows. He subconsciously turned back, but there was only empty space. At the farthest point he could have seen the way he came, but due to those floating branches blocking his sight, he could no longer see Captain Lu and the others at all. It was as if he had been abandoned by the world and was alone in the middle of nowhere. This sense of panic escalated as he tightened his death grip on the scalpel. The dissecting knife was a knife specialized in dissecting alien beasts, roughly 30 centimeters long, similar to certain fruit knives. As a weapon against ferocious alien beasts it was completely inadequate, but the good thing was that the sharpness was able to give people some peace of mind. Suddenly, a flight of footsteps sounded from behind him. Accompanied by the rustling brought up by the fallen leaves on the ground, Zhang Yang's entire body sank, his waist exerted clockwise towards his back, and the anatomical knife in his hand swung fiercely towards the back. Because of the excessive force, the palm of his hand gripping the scalpel was trembling slightly, and his arm was even more bruised. Puffing. With a flash of cold light, Zhang Yang felt the knife slashing into his flesh, accompanied by the fishy blood being firmly stuck, and his entire body being pressed to the ground by a burly black shadow. Zhang Yang finally got a good look at the other party. It was a gray wolf, a fey beast to be exact. Its appearance was no different from that of a gray wolf. The only difference was that it was too burly, like the wolf king of some wolf pack, and the fangs in its mouth were like 2 steel knives reflecting a cold light. Gray wolf beast. This was the most common type of low-grade foreign beast ranging from 2nd or 3rd grade. They evolved from the most common gray wolves, and the only thing that changed was the sharp fangs and the robust strength of their bodies. According to reason, his victory rate against this fey beast should be 7-3, as fey beasts had a relatively low IQ and tended to lose out on the same level of confrontation. But This was the first time Zhang Yang had faced a foreign beast, and his inexperience had suffered a big loss. It was also this pounce that let Zhang Yang know how dangerous the Fey beasts were. The grey wolf beast seemed to have been hungry for a long time, its eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Zhang Yang's neck, and Zhang Yang was even able to smell the stench in it. Zhang Yang forcefully drew out the dissecting knife that was chopping at the other party's shoulder and neck, and directly stabbed the other party's neck, a maneuver that he was familiar with, so he moved extremely fast. Pust. 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 Zhang Yang waved the blade in his hand, again and again, making it impossible for this alien beast to successfully carry out its killing moves. The grey wolf beast's neck drooped limply on his body, fishy blood dripping from its mouth, and its eyes had completely lost their luster. Zhang Yang panted heavily, the fear in his heart that he had felt the first time he fought against a foreign beast gradually disappeared and was replaced by excitement. It was a physiological reaction to the adrenaline rush, and he overcame his fear of the Fae and was able to get his hands on the next one if he encountered it again. He got up from the ground, realizing that fighting with foreign beasts required fearlessness, and that one should never retreat in such a battle. As long as one retreats, one will surely die. After calming down a bit, he cut off the guy's ear. You have successfully decomposed an ear of the grey wolf beast, plus 2 points of chi and blood. You have successfully decomposed an ear of the grey wolf beast, plus 2 points of chi and blood. Instead of continuing to break it down, he slowly got up and walked towards the depths. His stamina was limited, and he had to use it wisely until he killed 10 Fae, and that was the only way he would live. The two fat and thin martial artists hidden not far away glanced at each other, and both could see the regret on the other's face. I didn't think that this kid's combat talent was quite good, killing a foreign beast so smoothly. Looks like the captain was right, we'd better be careful and go attract some more foreign beasts over. Fatty spoke somewhat helplessly. The thin man nodded along, but was clearly a little upset. What bad luck? Go, then let him bounce around a little longer. Let's see how he dies later. 40 minutes later. Puffing. Zhang Yang once again hacked a grey wolf beast to death and sat on his butt on the ground. Many wounds, large and small, remained on his body, fortunately not fatal. Physical strength was mostly used up, and if he hadn't become a martial artist, I'm afraid that he would have collapsed to the ground by now. The good thing is, it's all worth it. You have successfully dissected the corpses of 10 alien beasts. You can learn the Hunt LV2 ability. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Zhang Yang had no hesitation. The panel in front of him suddenly exploded with golden light after he chose it. Along with the golden light, the system's humanized exclamation sounded. Learning ability rewarded again, randomly selected in. Whoa! Golden Legend. Chapter 05 Gaining LV2 Abilities. You've gained the ability to randomly select a bonus blitz again. Rewarded with a bottle of Dragon's Blood Potion. Rewarded with a copy of the intermediate martial art, Tarzan Fist. Mastery, Hunting LV2. Hunting LV2 doubles all attributes during targeting of Fae, including but not limited to strength, reaction, perception, mastery, etc. The host currently possesses the ability, Anatomy Return LV1, Hunting LV2. Currently available for continued mastery. Parse LV3, you can observe the types and abilities of the Fae. Reach condition, kill and dissect 100 alien beasts. Cross Step LV3, can absorb the power of one exotic beast bloodline and inherit it perfectly. Reaching condition, hunting a Fae beast across the ranks alone. Exterminate Beast LV3, gain 100% one-strike power that does not exceed your realm. Kill 100 alien beasts of different species to complete. Dragon's Blood Potion? Intermediate martial arts? Zhang Yang was breathing heavily. Although he wasn't a martial artist before, he had heard of these two things. Dragon's Blood Potion could be said to be the hottest potion commodity in the martial circle. It was said that no matter what kind of situation one took it, it could quickly restore a martial artist's depleted state within 10 seconds or so, and it was 100% effective within the martial artist level. Not only that, but it also stops bleeding quickly in a short period of time and enhances adrenaline boosting, with 120% combat power during the 10 minutes of potency. Unfortunately, it is only useful to the martial artist level. I'm afraid that it can be called the greatest invention of medicine, but even so a bottle has been speculated to more than 100,000 heavenly price, so that countless martial artists can only dream of. As for intermediate martial arts, that's even worse. Martial arts can be understood as the skills in the martial arts fighting game, and can be learned to show a very powerful power. The grading of martial arts is relatively simple. with only 4 levels: low, medium, high, and special. Because most of the martial arts are evolved from the former martial arts, so it is extremely rare. It is said that a low-level martial arts will be able to sell more than 100,000, intermediate martial arts has been millions and may not be able to learn the essence. He had surprisingly obtained an intermediate-level martial art. How strong is this? Put it this way. Martial artists with martial arts will definitely beat those without martial arts at the same level, and intermediate martial arts will definitely beat those with low-level martial arts, so the gold content is directly explosive. The martial arts of the Taishan fist directly entered his mind's memory, and Zhang Yang vaguely saw a thin silhouette. The silhouette gently raised his fist, his waist and legs working together, and his body let out a snapping sound to bring out a punch. This punch had the momentum of Tarzan, the air whistled, and vaguely it seemed to be able to see that the flowing chi had a shape. Boom! The low muffled sound allowed one to feel the power of the punch, which seemed to possess the weight of 1,000 pounds. The silhouette faded away, and Zhang Yang's vision gradually recovered. He stood in place with a confused look on his face, a blood-red pill bottle in his hand at an unknown time. Zhang Yang felt as if he was the same person just now, and the martial arts were as if he had studied them for years, extremely familiar in his memory and able to use them at any time. It hadn't occurred to me that this martial art was actually engraved in his memory. One must know that if an unusual intermediate martial art was not taught for a year and a half, it would not even be possible to get started, and he had even directly mastered it. Zhang Yang looked at the potion in his hand again. The bottle was only 3 or 4 centimeters, the bottle itself was transparent glass, and he was able to clearly see the potion inside that looked like blood. He carefully placed it in his pocket and skillfully cut off the ears of several gray wolf beasts around him. You have successfully decomposed an ear of the gray wolf beast, +2 points of chi and blood. You have successfully decomposed an ear of the gray wolf beast, and have +3 points of chi and blood. Decomposition also doubled? Zhang Yang was excited and felt empowered all over. Then it seemed like he would soon have the strength to deal with Captain Liu and the others. No! He has the strength to take on a few right now. However, just to be on the safe side, Zhang Yang was still prepared to decompose the few corpses in front of him to boost some chi and blood. Now that the disintegration against the Fae would receive a double bonus boost, he had a chance to raise another level. After all, he was only one person while there were 3 martial artists he had to deal with. The double boost was fast, with one corpse giving him around 30 chi. The 3 corpses hadn't even finished decomposing completely, and his chi blood had already broken through the 400-point mark, coming to a rank 4 martial artist. He had regained some of his strength as well, and just as he was about to continue, he heard growling in the distance. A garbled growl that sounded less like a Fae and more like a small wave of beasts? Zhang Yang gripped the scalpel in his hand tightly and slightly changed color. How can there be a small wave of beasts here? Unless it's Captain Liu. Ruthless enough. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. This Captain Liu was more ruthless than he had imagined. He had thought that the other party would use himself to play the lead role in exploring the location, but he had not thought that the other party simply wanted him to die here, going out of his way to draw out a large number of alien beasts to gather a small wave of beasts. But an hour ago he might have felt a headache and despair, but now. Zhang Yang grasped the scalpel in his hand and his eyes became more and more stern. His gaze was dead set on that dark direction until the first foreign beast rushed out. It was a wild boar. A wild boar covered in brown fur, large and menacing. Click. Wrist-thick branches on the ground along the way were easily crushed by it, showing the strength of this guy. Ha ha ha. The thin martial artist who had already climbed up the tree trunk a few dozen meters away laughed out loud. He observed Zhang Yang in the distance with his binoculars and a smug look on his face. Now he'll be blessed to be able to enjoy the benefits of a dozen or so Fae beasts. The fat martial artist on the side similarly observed with his binoculars, the corners of his mouth curling into the same smile. I didn't think that I would be able to attract a mountain boar king beast. This is a foreign beast that is comparable to a rank 4 martial artist. The brute force of the charge is something that even the captain wouldn't dare to take head on. This kid is bound to die. Both of them had already ruled Zhang Yang's death sentence in their hearts and waited excitedly for the result with their binoculars. However, after less than 3 seconds of viewing, both men simultaneously took their binoculars down and rubbed their eyes as if they suspected they were blinking for the sake of what they were seeing. Yes, they were definitely bleary-eyed. How else could they be more excited to see Zhang Yang than the mountain pig king beast? Shouldn't he be afraid? However, when they looked again, they were finally sure that they weren't blinking. only to see Zhang Yang take 3 steps, followed by a trot that turned into a run, striding towards the mountain pig king beast. This kid is going to go hard with the king boar beast? Both men nearly burst out laughing when they realized this. Isn't that a death wish? There couldn't really be anyone who thought they could go toe-to-toe with the mountain boar king beast, could there? Won't. Boom. The low muffled sound was like a cannon, and at such a distance the two men still heard a vague low rumble. Then they saw the king boar beast fall to the ground like an overturned truck and begin to convulse. And its skull has completely collapsed. Barta. Both men dropped their binoculars to the ground at the same time and winced. Eyes? Eye blinking? Chapter 06, Slaughtering Fei. Yes, it must have been a blurry eye. How could Zhang Yang break the skull of the pig king beast? Even Captain Lu couldn't do it. The atmosphere in the space where the two people were was somewhat frozen until it was broken by the thin martial artist's laughter. Hey! Fatty, how did you lure an injured pig king beast? Fatty froze, then his eyes gradually glowed. I wasn't paying attention either. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that this kid would pick up the slack. Yes. Absolutely coincidental. It was impossible for Zhang Yang to have such a level. If he really had such a level, he wouldn't have been forced into the forest by them. The more the two people talked, the more confident they became that it was because they had not noticed the injuries of this Fey beast, which allowed Zhang Yang to take advantage of the loophole and successfully kill the Fey beast. Yes, it must be. This kid is only a second-level martial artist. How could he do this? Don't look at him as imposing now, but it's impossible to say that he has already suffered serious internal injuries, and he's only holding on strongly to try to deter the remaining Fey beasts. The more Fatty spoke, the more confident he became, having completely brainwashed himself. The next fight, there's something for this kid to suffer. At this very moment, Zhang Yang shook off his tingling arm. Feeling the tingling on his arm, his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. With the hunting and killings bonus, his punch just now combined with martial arts might even be able to fight against a level 5 or 6 martial artist for a bit. Just in time to familiarize himself with the power of this Tarzan fist. He looked up inside the forest, where more of the alien beasts were rushing up. Most of them were like the gray wolf beasts, belonging to the kind of Fey beasts that were very common and not very strong in combat. As for Fey beasts like the mountain pig king beasts, there were none. His movements were as fast as lightning, his entire arm was almost swung round and flung, his fist touching any of the alien beasts, any part of it would instantly collapse the other party. It was as if he had touched a piece of watery tofu, and an alien beast fell at his feet. Pust! A cold light slashed through the air, and the ears of one of the beasts fell to the ground, followed by a punch that smashed the opponent's head when they lost their concentration. You have successfully disassembled one of the ears of the brute beast, and your chi and blood are plus 3 points plus 3. You have successfully decomposed one of the horns of the savage bull beast, and your chi and blood are plus 3 points plus 3. Zhang Yang's movements were becoming more and more skillful and powerful. The dissecting knife in his hand was able to accurately find the weak points of the foreign beasts, and with his swinging one by one fell in a pool of blood, he was able to cut off the nose and ears of the other party by just casually swinging it, which showed how tough it was. Roar! The last monkey hesitantly began to back away, his eyes revealing fear. In its eyes, Zhang Yang was no longer a human but a demon, and it had never seen any human capable of breaking the skull of a foreign beast with a single punch. Finally, it couldn't stand the oppressive feeling the human in front of it gave it and twisted around to run away like crazy. The two fat and thin martial artists looked at this scene in shock and unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. The two looked at each other, both able to see the other's shock and awe. Their speculation just now seems to be completely wrong. And he seems to know martial arts. Very scary martial arts. What to do? The fat man's voice was a little weak, obviously a little afraid. Skinny is much calmer in comparison. He actually laughed again after a brief silence. What to do? Do him, naturally. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance to get an intermediate-level martial art. Hearing the word martial arts, the fat martial artist froze, and then his face flushed red and rose up to speak not too well. You mean? Sure. The thin man's face was eager and greedy. He obviously knows martial arts, otherwise how could he possibly deal with so many foreign beasts? Especially the punch at the very beginning that was able to shatter the skull of the mountain boar king beast, that must be a martial art. Not only is it a martial art, it's also an intermediate level martial art. Hearing his analysis, the fat man's breath had begun to catch and his eyes had begun to become greedy. But are we his opponent? Fatty was ultimately a bit timid in character and spoke with some concern. If Zhang Yang really mastered such a martial art, they naturally couldn't be opponents, and the result would only be the same as the Chow broker back then. Fatty, take a close look at him now. Not only is he now covered in wounds, but he has been fighting for so long that he has long since lost his mental and physical strength. Not to mention you and I teaming up together, even Chow broker is able to deal with that kid now. His martial arts are definitely ours. Fatty froze and looked at Zhang Yang, who was not far away. Sure enough, Zhang Yang's clothes were already torn, and blood was still seeping from the wounds all over his body. His face was pale, obviously from blood loss and exertion, and his hand shook as he held the scalpel. On the contrary, the two of them, one of them was all red. Each of them also had large swords in their hands that were specialized in dealing with foreign beasts, and they were half a meter in length. Fatty was already trembling with excitement. Can he not be excited? Even Captain Lu doesn't have martial arts. Go! Let's both go get our stuff. Seeing that the time was about right, the thin man and the fat man leapt down in a single bound. Zhang Yang was going to stand shakily at this time with a hesitant look on his face. He was now so exhausted that even standing was a bit of a struggle. Should I use the dragon's blood potion? It was worth a lot of money, and it would definitely be enough to treat my mother if I brought it back. Just as he hesitated, a footstep sounded. It was the fat and thin two martial artists. These two in the team left little impression. Even Zhang Yang did not know their names, only that they were Captain Lu's followers. The two men blocked his possible escape paths left and right, looking at him with a teasing expression. Zhang Yang, hand over your martial arts and we'll leave you alive. Or else I'll leave you here to feed the alien beasts. Fatty had a cautious look on his face. Martial arts? Zhang Yang was first stunned, and his eyes turned cold. He immediately understood that these two people have been following themselves in the dark, and it is not allowed to say that those foreign beasts just now were also attracted by these two people. These people actually want not to let him hit the head, but to get him killed directly. The thin man subconsciously took a step back when he felt his fierce gaze and remembered those foreign beasts that were just killed. However, he immediately realized that he had been forced back by a brat with his eyes, and a fire surged directly from the bottom of his heart. What the are you looking at? Still pretending to be an old man, aren't you? You probably can't even hold onto the dissecting knife now, can you? Hurry up and hand over the martial arts. As long as you hand over your martial arts, we guarantee that we won't move you, and although it's dangerous to keep you here, you at least have a chance to live, don't you? The thin man knew that Zhang Yang was not to be messed with, so he softened his stance. However, he never wanted to spare Zhang Yang in his heart, but to silence him. After all, the matter of martial arts should never let Captain Lu know, or else it would definitely be snatched away. Puffing. Zhang Yang suddenly smiled. How can you guys be so sure that I don't have any strength left? He said, slowly putting his hand in his pocket and pulling out a bottle of a potion like blood. Chapter 07 Full Blood Recovery. At the sight of the blood-like potion, the smiles on the faces of the two men froze at the same time and their eyes widened. Their realm level was low, but they were able to access potions in normal times, and although most of them were some of the simplest potions, they had also heard of the so-called dragon blood potion. Dragon blood potion? Fatty's eyes widened and his smile completely stiffened on his face. Nice. I didn't expect you guys to be quite knowledgeable. Zhang Yang had a teasing face. Put your mother's ass on the line. If this is a real dragon blood potion, I'll take your last name. Do you really have the stature to come out of the city with us? The skinny man suddenly broke into a curse, looking as if he had already seen through everything. Fatty, don't bull him. This kid is just stalling for time, let's both go together. The skinny guy is a horse. The knife was waved by him with a whirring sound, and the cold light rushed in like a meteor chasing the moon. The moment he moved, Zhang Yang also moved. Without hesitation, he poured the dragon's blood potion into his mouth while retreating his steps backward. The moment the potion entered his throat, he felt a buzz in his brain. The potion seemed to explode from the moment it entered his mouth, stimulating the cerebral cortex and refreshing him with that mustard feeling. A constant stream of power felt like it had to come out from inside the body, and the feeling of being full of blood was indescribable. Not bad for a great price. Zhang Yang could not help but sigh in his heart and looked at the skinny man who rushed up with his brute strength with a cold smile. After experiencing fighting with the alien beasts, he realized that this person was just a half-assed person, both in terms of movement and strength. He was far too different from those fighting for their lives. If it wasn't for the lack of intelligence of the alien beasts, I'm afraid that this guy wouldn't even be able to kill one of the lowest-level alien beasts. He dodged the opponent's slash with just a slight side of his body, then cleanly raised his fist and threw it hard from the left to the right to smash the opponent's head. Tarzan fist. The thin man felt Zhang Yang in front of him dodge his slash with a sway, and then he felt something meteorite-like flying towards his cheek. That's right, meteorites. Zhang Yang's fist swung with the sound of airflow, and wherever it passed, it seemed that the air was compressed, causing a sense of suffocation, as well as a low rumble in the air. He subconsciously raised his right arm to block, and heard a bone-breaking sound as he felt the huge force. Click. Zhang Yang's fist brought the thin man's arm and smashed on his head, and the thin man fell to the ground and fainted directly, and his arm also appeared in a weird arc. Seconds. The skinny guy was killed in straight seconds. Fatty finally came back from his shock and looked at Zhang Yang with nothing but fear inside his eyes. That really is a dragon blood potion. Help! Help! The fat man screamed in panic and twisted to escape. Zhang Yang did not chase after him, but instead looked towards the thin man on the ground who was already unconscious. It was obvious that the other side had lost the fight. The blood here had already drawn hisses around the area, and it was believed that more Fae would soon come running. He thought calmly and prepared to return. He was able to deal with Captain Lu now. There was no need to continue venturing deeper. There were still quite a few Fae corpses on that loaded wagon, so as long as they were snatched back to pay for their mother's treatment, that would be enough for the time being. He moved his muscles and walked back in the direction from which he had come. Captain Lu. It's time to get results. The entrance to the forest. Seeing that the two fat and thin martial artists were slow to come out from inside the forest, Captain Lu frowned slightly. These two guys are so slow? He shook his head in quick succession. No way. Absolutely not. Even if that kid is able to deal with the foreign beasts, he's probably still covered in color and exhausted. It is absolutely impossible to have the strength to deal with those two boys in such a state. But if that's the case, why haven't his men returned? He quickly stopped thinking about that and pondered another question. If this kid survives. That's right. What if Zhang Yang survives? He occasionally read novels in his spare time, and the protagonists within the novels could all look like this. The Jedi, in favor of being able to survive the aura of the protagonist, is no small sight. This matter of Chow Broker dealing with Zhang Yang was already an unexpected thing, and it was not impossible for another exception to appear. No. I'll let him take the lead first, then have Fatty and the others attract more Fae against him, and there's Fatty and Slim at the end. Even if it's really the traitor luck, I'm afraid he's still dying right now. It's absolutely impossible to be my opponent in such a state. Captain Lu muttered to himself. His talent level was just as much the lowest grade among martial artists, but he was able to become his own squad by being careful. Thinking of this, he suddenly placed his gaze on the middle-aged man glowering in the corner, his gaze chilling. He strides over to the man and lifts him up. Don. Kill me. The middle-aged man was a little nervous. Captain Lu said with a serious expression, if Zhang Yang comes out in a while, shoot him for me while he's not paying attention. He has already killed one martial artist, and if he can come out he will prove to have killed 3 martial artists, and will definitely not let you go. But if you do a good job, I can not only take you back, but also distribute enough dragon coins. The middle-aged man seemed to be dumbfounded and could only keep nodding his head. No. No problem. He nodded his head desperately, as if he was afraid that Captain Lu would make a move. Until the other man released his grip completely, he re-nestled in the corner, only with some hesitation in his eyes and look, and the hand gripping the pistol trembling slightly. He was nothing more than an ordinary person, and both Captain Lu and Zhang Yang were characters that he could not afford to offend. Captain Lu didn't look at him much longer, but sat down and closed his eyes. He knew that no matter who came back in a moment, it was time for this one to come to an end. But the matter seemed to him to have only one outcome in any case. That is to live by yourself and Zhang Yang. Certain death. Soon, he heard a footstep from inside the forest in the distance. He picked up the binoculars that he had prepared aside, and all at once he saw the figure walking back inside the forest. That's Zhang Yang. He didn't have too many surprises when he saw the familiar figure, but after a closer look, his expression was clearly stunned. On the forest road, many of the wounds on Zhang Yang's body had already scabbed over, and his face was incredibly red. Where? A little bit of weakness? Chapter 08. A shot in the back. Captain Lu froze. The mind was horrified. There was a small chance that Zhang Yang might come back, but not none. But how could Zhang Yang be in such good spirits? After all, if he did come out, it would inevitably mean that he had already resolved the foreign beasts and the fat and thin two martial artists that he had lured away. It was impossible for a martial artist at this level to go through a battle that brutal and still be in high spirits. Did he take a break in there for a while? No. That's even less likely. Zhang Yang went in for a total of just a little bit of time, which was not enough to rest at all. As for pharmaceuticals, Captain Lu did not even think about the matter of the potion, because the low-level potion could not have such a strong effect, and the high-level potion. He couldn't even access the high-level potions, so why should Zhang Yang be able to access them? Words of martial arts. There was no need to think about martial arts, it was almost the same as potions, and the more advanced the martial arts the less likely it would be learned by a kid like Zhang Yang. His face kept changing, but finally tended to calm down and let out a cold laugh. So what if you're in good spirits? He's a rank 4 martial artist. Not only that, he had led the team to hunt foreign beasts not once or twice, and was extremely experienced in battle. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Yang is definitely not his opponent, let alone. Not to mention the fact that he has a backhanded approach. Just like that, he grabbed the long knife reflecting a cold aura on the side and quietly waited for Zhang Yang. Soon, Zhang Yang walked out from inside the forest. He frowned at the first sight of the poised Captain Lu. The other guy seemed to have expected him to come out. Was it because he saw him through the binoculars ahead of time? Zhang Yang frowned slightly when he saw the binoculars placed beside him. It looks like you're hurt? How is it, do I need to bandage you up? Captain Lu's language was a bit concerned, looking as if he was really worried about Zhang Yang being injured. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. After all, they had heard clearly the words he had threatened the middle-aged man to shoot Zhang Yang. There was even a moment when they felt that the images they had seen before were all illusions. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, then shook his head. You're still loaded. But do you still think I'm a child when it comes down to it? Don't talk so much nonsense, do it. He directly poked at the other party's intention to make him let his guard down and slashed up with his sword. A knife. 2 cuts. 3 knives. The blades clashed with the banging sound of metal clashing, and there were even sparks flying. The slashes were all pawned by Captain Lu, but Captain Lu's face was not a pretty sight. You're a 3rd-level martial artist? He felt the power of the blade and was slightly surprised. Immediately though, this surprise turned to disdain. District 3. Even if you and I were at the same level 4, you wouldn't be a match for me. Martial artists rely on experience when it comes to confrontation without the basis of martial arts. He was indeed very experienced. The knives in his hands were all able to easily block Zhang Yang's attacks, and even attack Zhang Yang's vitals from a switched angle. The two men's knives were briefly racked together, a stalemate appeared, Zhang Yang's palms were trembling. It was obvious that this angle was somewhat impossible to deal with. Captain Lu's expression became more and more hideous, and a point of excitement was revealed even more inside his eyes. It seemed like he could already see Zhang Yang being chopped over by his knife. Available at. He suddenly realized what wasn't quite right. Yes, there's something not quite right. Zhang Yang is clearly in the downside, but he doesn't look anxious at all, and his eyes look at him calmly, as if it seems to be shipped in a tent. In the next second, Zhang Yang suddenly loosened the blade in his hand and managed to deflate the blade, causing this blade attack of his to fall short. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yang had raised his fist. Poof. Stupid. To give up the sword in his hand. Captain Lu sneered when he saw that Zhang Yang even gave up the weapon in his hand for this punch. He lifted one hand to parry the punch as he grabbed his knife with the other and began to adjust his angle. He was already able to anticipate what was going to happen right away, one of his own arms blocking the other's attack and at most taking a step back while the knife in his hand would take Zhang Yang's life. However, just a second before Zhang Yang's fist was about to hit him, he finally realized what was wrong. This punch. Why is it so loud? The air vibrated as the fist drove it, and there was even a low rumble. Before he could think much about it, he felt a huge force coming from his arm. The terrifying force directly lent itself to the arm and smashed into his face, and in that instant his smile froze. Boo! Bam! His entire body staggered from the immense force, and the knife he was preparing to strike fell to the ground, and in the end, he just couldn't keep his balance and sat on his butt. Martial arts. He sat on the ground with a shocked look on his face, feeling his scalp go numb. I think you're right, the basis for not having martial arts is relying on combat experience, unfortunately. I know martial arts. Zhang Yang looked at him condescendingly and raised his fist once again. Sitting on the ground, Captain Lu's pupils suddenly contracted, knowing that he couldn't run in his current state, so he suddenly shouted with a hideous expression. Do it! What else to think? If you don't do it, you won't have a chance. Click. Along with his voice, Zhang Yang heard a sound of a pistol's safety opening. His movements froze, and his pupils contracted as he subconsciously followed the voice. He only saw that the middle-aged man who had almost been killed by Chow Broker in the first place was now nervously looking at him with a pistol in his hand, the blackened muzzle of the gun pointed at him. The sudden accident was unexpected to Zhang Yang. How could he possibly think of that? Although he hadn't directly saved the middle-aged man, he had indirectly saved him. Now the man was holding a gun to his head. Although the martial realm was physically strong, it had not yet reached the level of being able to physically resist a gun. He was forced to stop the movement of his hands. Ha ha ha! Captain Lu suddenly burst out laughing. Kid, you're still too young. Even if you have martial arts, what can you do? Those will all be mine when you die. Zhang Yang ignored the arrogant man and looked at the middle-aged man. He noticed that the man's eyes were filled with fear and apprehension, not the chill of certain death. Zhang Yang also hesitated. In the next second, his halted movements continued to act, ruthlessly smashing into Captain Lu's arrogant face. Pust! Captain Lu's voice came to an abrupt end, and his entire nose collapsed. You! Don't you dare! Captain Lu was shocked speechless. He did not expect Zhang Yang to dare to make a move at this time. He reacted immediately, though, almost shouting a growl as if he were shouting through his throat. Shoot! Bang! A flock of birds of prey in the woods startled the gun. Rings out. Chapter 09. All die, not one left behind. The gun went off. But it opened a hole in Captain Lu's body. The shot hit him in the chest, and blood gushed out in a desperate manner. Captain Lu's face was unbelievable, blood flowing out of his mouth. He could never have imagined it would turn out this way. Zhang Yang's clenched fists loosened a bit, his palms all sweaty inside. This was the result he had expected, but he still couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. That's right, he had predicted this would be the outcome, because the middle-aged man had no choice. The porters here were ordinary people, and it was unquestionably mandatory that they had to have the help of a martial artist if they wanted to leave this place. Now it was obvious that with him Captain Lu they could only survive one, and with him now alive and well and Captain Lu lying on the ground badly wounded, it was obviously easier to shoot. So even without this one thing of him helping the middle-aged man in the first place, odds are he wouldn't have been shot. 4. Why? Captain Lu was lying on the ground, his life force rapidly draining away, his eyes filled with unwillingness inside. Unwilling to die just like that, or at the hands of a newcomer like Zhang Yang. It was clear that he had planned everything, and in the end it was all for naught. Zhang Yang looked on indifferently and suddenly realized that Captain Lu's eyes revealed a hint of hideousness. This hideous hostility came quickly, like a desperate counterattack look, so the moment he saw this look, Zhang Yang took a step back. It was such a step that made him 10,000 times more remorseful. Only to see Captain Lu pull out something from his waist without knowing what it was, and then seemingly squeeze it. Buzz! A low chirping sound emerged from a moving truck not far away that seemed. It was the cry of some kind of alien beast, but it was a mechanically synthesized cry that sounded harsh and creepy. You! None of you can survive, hee hee hee. Captain Lu hee 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 sent out a laugh, and then the light in his eyes completely dimmed, and then disappeared. Only inside those eyes, there was always a revelation of unwillingness and anger. Shut it down! Zhang Yang grabbed the thing in Captain Lu's hand at the first time and found that it was a manipulation switch, which should be a remote control for controlling some kind of audio instrument. He wanted to try to close it, but realized it was broken. He tried to question Captain Lu, but found his eyes closed forever. Zhang Yang once again rushed towards the car, found the audio equipment inside and directly smashed it. Get in the car! Get in the car if you don't want to die! He growled at the porters below. He didn't know what purpose the stereo served, but his intuition told him that it would definitely attract the beasts, and he couldn't say that it had anything to do with the conversation that he had heard between Captain Lu and Broker Chow in the first place. The crowd woke up as if in a dream, and ran up to the carrier truck. Zhang Yang sat on the driver's seat, and was about to step on the gas, when the passenger's seat was opened. The middle-aged man with the gun drilled up, his expression tinged with a bit of anxiety. "It's too late. Now we go to certain death." As soon as he got into the car, he uttered a shocking piece of news. "What?" Zhang Yang frowned. The man took a deep breath and glanced in the rearview mirror before explaining, "I've heard that sound before, the sound of a pale tiger beast. I've heard others say that Songhu beasts don't normally roar, and once they do it's a challenge to their own kind, signaling a life and death battle. Surname Lu wouldn't play this roar for no reason, there must be a Songhu beast in this neighborhood. You should have heard how terrifying that foreign beast is, we can only split up and escape now." Zhang Yang's brain went blank. The Cthulhu beast. He knew the beast. No, I shouldn't say he knew, I should say that this beast was almost unknown. Because the fae that is known to all the public and has the best chance of being able to access it is this guy. The topmost foreign beasts at the martial artist level were the most powerful existences in all their abilities, and were extremely strong and brutal. Every time it came out, it would hurt people, and in the level of the martial realm, it was more of a death-like existence. Martial artist Su, I know that you are very strong, but even if it's you plus the gun in my hand, the probability of surviving in the face of such a foreign beast can be said to be none. The only chance now is for each of us to split up or abandon the car." Zhang Yang frowned slightly before shaking his head. "Abandoning the car is not an option. I've heard of this beast as well, it does track and won't give up when it locks onto a target, it will also kill any relevant targets. The only chance now is to split the army in two." Zhang Yang got out of the car at the first opportunity, and then yelled at the moving truck behind him. The driver of that moving truck's face brushed white when he heard the words about splitting the army. If there were no martial artists with them, and they randomly encountered 2 or 3 foreign beasts on the road to stop the vehicle, they would surely die. This is not a small probability, many large exotics just love to intercept vehicles, and if they are not driven away, they can easily damage the vehicle due to impact. Zhang Yang did not care about his reaction, but returned to his car at the first opportunity. He still wasn't in a hurry to drive, but started looking up for something in the driver's seat. That's right, looking for something. If he remembered correctly, from what he had overheard back then, Captain Lu and the others had come to look for this pale tiger beast. The realm levels of these few people weren't very high, and they couldn't deal with at least one normal Songhu beast. So they must have other preparations, they can't be unprepared at all, and if they find those preparations, perhaps their chances of survival can be greatly improved. Soon, he found 2 things. A broken piece of software. A broken crossbow. That's right. There are only so many of those 2 things, and each of those 2 things looks like it's old. He would have thought they were some kind of rags if they hadn't been wrapped in delicate boxes with fine fabrics. He examined the 2 items carefully, and found that although they were worn, they were exquisitely crafted, and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of, not just any ordinary metallic substance. After a slight hesitation, he put the worn soft armor on his own body, wearing it carefully for fear of shattering it accidentally. Surprisingly, this thing, although it looked unbearable, was extremely sturdy, and even one obviously cracked place didn't show any pieces falling off. The other crossbow was brown in color, with 2 crossbow arrows that were already half rusted, and was placed by Zhang Yang's side. After making all the preparations, Zhang Yang started the car and prepared to depart. With the roar of the engine, Zhang Yang drove in the direction of the city. Looking at the ruined section in front of him, Zhang Yang wiped away the sweat on his head. Let's hope it all works out. Chapter 10: Surprising Songhu Beast. They were in a location that was about 3 hours or so away from reaching the safety of the city. Car. The middle-aged man hesitantly looked at Zhang Yang. Martial artist Zhang, why did you not help him catch me at that time? Zhang Yang was concentrating on driving and subconsciously replied, there's no particular reason, my father is about the same age as you. Of course, the main thing is that I knew that Chow Broker was no good and had wanted to deal with him as well. The middle-aged man revealed an expression if that was the case, but still laughed. My name is Chen Gong, a part-time worker. Martial artist Zhang is the first martial artist I've seen that is so unassuming. Zhang Yang frowned slightly and did not say anything. His mind was now on how he could drive the car faster. After all, the pale tiger beast would appear at some point. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Gong also had the sense not to open his mouth. Only the silence in the car didn't last long before it was once again broken by Chen Gong. Is it your decision that they keep following us, martial artist Jin? Chen Gong stared at the vehicle inside the rearview mirror and opened his mouth in some confusion. Follow? Zhang Yang froze and hurriedly looked up into the rearview mirror. Just now, he had been fully concentrating on driving the car, and had not noticed the situation behind him at all, and now, at a glance, the other party could not just have been following him all along. It's been 10 minutes since we drove out, and the other side has no intention of splitting up. There is a connected walkie-talkie in the car, contact them. Zhang Yang was a bit anxious. Time waited for no one, after all, that terrifying foreign beast could run out and attack them at any time. Chen Gong did not talk nonsense and dialed the first time. But they're not picking up. No answer? Zhang Yang's face sank. A footbrake don't stop the moving truck behind him. He got out of the car quickly and came to the back of the porter's van, at which point the driver was looking at him with a look of apprehension. Why do you guys still keep following us? Hearing such an inquiry, that driver was instantly thrilled. Marshal Zhang, we can't drive away by ourselves. If we run into a foreign beast along the way, we'll only die. Put your ass on the line. Zhang Yang slapped his hand on the front of the car, making a loud ringing sound. His forehead veins rippled as he pointed at the other party's nose and said angrily, "Do you know that following us is the only way to die? If we go separately, we at least have a chance of surviving a carload of people. If we are caught up together, there is only a dead end." That driver was shocked. However, he immediately pleaded again with a sobbing voice, "Marshal Zhang, I know you're a good person, you're different from Captain Liu and the others, just take us. Maybe it's possible that the Fae won't come after us, but it's just a growl playing from the stereo." Zhang Yang immediately took a deep breath to calm himself. He's not a Madonna. He was well aware of the fact that he had to go back, and even more aware of the danger if he continued on without a diversion. He opened the car door and lifted the other man directly by the neck, his voice carrying murderous intent. "I'm only going to say this for the last time, don't follow us anymore or I'll let you die here like Captain Liu and the others. You've got a 50% chance of surviving even if you drive yourselves away, don't have to get killed." Boo! He threw the other man straight into the car and turned back to get back into his own car to start it up. However, the car did not drive out far before Zhang Yang's face became completely gloomy. Because the car behind him suddenly overtook to go in front of him and then just led the way. As long as Zhang Yang accelerated, the other party accelerated, always keeping a certain distance from them. Zhang Yang resisted the urge to chasing his tail with a kick of gas and kept calming his breathing. The next second, he stopped the car directly. Seeing him stop, the car in front of him slowed to a stop as well, but kept a relatively safe distance. At this distance, if Zhang Yang came over to the other party, he would be able to start the car immediately. This gave Zhang Yang a good laugh. It was only right that people were afraid of death, but he had never dreamed that these people would dare to put their lives on the line. This time he wasn't in a hurry, but sat back on his ass in the driver's seat and yawned. "Uncle, I'm not leaving. If you still want to live, try the car in front of you. Anyway, you have a gun in your hand, you can threaten them with it." Chen Gong's face was a bit ugly and bewildered. "What do you mean? You're not leaving?" Zhang Yang spread his palms. "Literally, those guys in front who are afraid of death think that as long as they are with me they are safe. But I don't feel that way, so I'm not going to go, I'm just going to wait for that Fae to show up here and take a gamble. If the beast's primary target of attack is the car in front of it, then I have a chance of surviving, but of course that would be risky." Chen Gong gradually understood his words, and his face paled a little. "You mean there's a chance I could threaten them with a gun and follow them without encountering the Fae? And if I had chosen to remain here, it would have been. Then there's a possibility that we'll encounter a foreign beast right away and die directly here." Zhang Yang interrupted him and opened the window inside. Silence fell on the car. Neither man spoke, contemplating their situation. Zhang Yang stroked the bow and didn't say a word, but the worry between his brows already said it all. The people in the car in front of them were obviously scared to death already, and getting them to just leave themselves to part ways was out of the question. The only chance now was for Chen Gong to bring his gun over, in which case Chen Gong and the others had a chance of surviving, and so did he. Otherwise, really wait until the dark pale tiger beast appeared. Even if there was a chance to escape, that survival rate would be much lower. After all, it was straight in the face of that horrible guy. Is Mr. Chen willing to do that? Chen Gong's face was constantly changing at this moment, and it could be seen that his inner changes were complicated and tangled. He wasn't sure whether he had a better chance of surviving by going to the front car or following Zhang Yang. After a while, he seemed to make up his mind about something. He loaded the bullets in his hand, then opened the car door and stepped out. Zhang Yang, who saw this scene, also let out a long breath. This was the best result for him. As long as Chen Gong goes there with a gun, the other side will definitely leave. After all, if they didn't allow Chen Gong to get close, they would have no choice but to continue driving forward and would also lose Zhang Yang's car. So, as long as Chen Gong went down, everything was solved. But just as Chen Gong was getting closer and closer to that car in front of him, a familiar growl suddenly appeared. Roar! That roar is certainly the pale tiger beast. Chapter 11, Slaying the Tsanghu Beast. Although Zhang Yang was prepared in his heart, he still could not avoid being scared out of his wits. There's no way to simulate that brutality on the stereo, it's definitely a man-eater. Buzz! The engine of the car in front of them rattled, and they were obviously preparing to be on the run. Zhang Yang also started the engine, but immediately slammed on the brakes and steadily stopped in place. It's the Cthulhu Beast. The Cthulhu Beast slammed hard into the front car, knocking it over and blocking the way forward. Boo! That huge tiger's paw slapped on the car door, which instantly deformed. Zhang Yang stared at the beast dead on, and also finally saw its terrifying full appearance. Its body was close to 3 meters, the patterns all over its body revealed looking aura, its fur reflected luster, and the hair on its head was even more exuberant, and it was revealing those sharp fangs to growl. This is a saber-toothed tiger, isn't it? Zhang Yang couldn't help but spit out subconsciously and wanted to turn around. But he immediately realized that turning around would still catch up with him sooner or later as well, and it was simply a pointless move, so he gritted his teeth and grabbed the old crossbow. I'm a terrorist upright ape, afraid of you? Zhang Yang cursed under his breath and stood up from his seat. Run or die, or fight to the death once again. It was just that his realm was not enough, and this bow in his hand might be the only chance. The guy's attention is completely on the front car at the moment, and it's an unbeatable opportunity. Wait. Zhang Yang, who was ready to make a move, suddenly realized something and stared with wide eyes. Only a large amount of blood was seen on the guy's body, staining it red. The right leg and the upper part of the Tsang tiger beast's right leg was bloody, where blood was constantly flowing outward, having dyed the leg almost red, and there was also some in the small abdomen in front of it, which looked like it had been injured extremely badly. Zhang Yang came to a sudden realization. No wonder that Tsanghu Beast was only finding them now. No wonder Captain Lu's guys dared to try to kill it. Turns out the guy had a wound. He was puzzled earlier in the day, if Captain Lu and the others were targeting this Tsanghu Beast, how could they think they were opponents? Now it seemed everything was answered. Help! Help! The Cthulhu Beast had shattered the front car's cockpit glass and dragged that driver out, tearing him apart under his terrified and desperate gaze. Blood was splattered all over the sky. Zhang Yang couldn't even help but want to move his gaze away, but in the end, he still held back. After all, he had to look for an opportunity to make a move. It was his first time using a crossbow, and he had to get a little closer to make sure he could hit the vitals. Realizing this, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and got out of the car and started to approach the other party. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Not enough. Still not enough. In the end, Zhang Yang stopped at a position about 10 meters away from the other party, and he could even smell the fishy stench from the other party's mouth. Luckily, the other party's attention was on the food and did not even notice Zhang Yang's approach. Zhang Yang aimed the long crossbow in his hand at the other party's neck, but after hesitating for a moment, he re-aimed it at the other party's wound. At such a close distance, he was able to see the lurid wound more clearly, spreading from the position at the base of his thighs all the way to the depths of his belly, with a large amount of blood spilling out from it, looking extremely frightening. Whoosh! Zhang Yang decisively shot his crossbow. A toothy sound came from the long crossbow as the arrow went straight into the flesh and blood of the wound and was completely gone, followed by an angry growl, only this was accompanied by a few shrieks of misery. The Tsang tiger beast that was devouring its food turned its head violently, and the pair of copper bell-sized tiger eyes stared at Zhang Yang with a deadly rage. The icy killing intent made Zhang Yang's brain blank for a short period of time, and at this moment he only had one thought, and that was that he would surely die. As the topmost beast amongst the martial artist level, even if it was seriously injured, it could not be underestimated. Realizing that he couldn't just sit and wait for death, Zhang Yang once again aimed his last crossbow bolt at the other party. The Tsanghu beast decisively gave up the food in its mouth and flew towards the charge. 10 meters is a split second. Zhang Yang looked at the lunging tiger and knew that running away was not realistic enough, so he could only deposit all his hopes on the last arrow. The moment his opponent lunged, he aimed for his wound. This position was even better to aim at than just now. After all, the opponent was exposing all of his belly, so this strike he was precise and accurate. Pust. The arrow entered into the small abdomen of the Tsonghu beast, causing it to let out a miserable cry once again, and its soaring body lost control, falling to the ground and rolling towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang subconsciously stepped back, but realized that it was already too late, and in the end, this Tsonghu beast still fell in front of him. It was not close enough to directly tear Zhang Yang apart, but it still slapped him on the chest. Zhang Yang felt a huge force coming from his chest and his entire body flew backwards. Boo! He hit the ground hard with a dull thud, his organs aching. Snap! He heard a crisp ring, and the soft armor he wore on his body unexpectedly burst open, completely useless. The current Zhang Yang no longer had any means to fight against this Tsonghu beast. But thankfully, the pale tiger beast was also visibly starting to lose its life force. The two arrows just now had shattered its internal organs if nothing else. Zhang Yang had this confidence. He had dissected many Xenos, so he shouldn't be able to find the approximate organ locations wrong. But... roar! The pale tiger beast suddenly growled, looking like a return to the light. The extreme amplitude of the body movement seems to have inexhaustible strength to climb up. The blood in his abdomen clattered down, and Zhang Yang felt like it was about to run dry, but the other party was still alive and well and climbed up, and then charged angrily toward him. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. He did not expect this fellow to be so tenacious in his vitality. Obviously, he was already all this injured, but he was still able to move. It was clear that he could have won if he had just held on for another minute, or even a dozen seconds. But it seems like it's too late. Toodle-o-o. Just at this time Zhang Yang's back suddenly came from the sound of a car honking. Zhang Yang turned around violently and saw the speeding loaded truck. Chen Gong sat in the driver's seat and growled at him. Get out of the way. The moment Zhang Yang saw the loaded truck flying, his body subconsciously rolled towards one side. At this time that pale tiger beast is less than 5 meters away from him, is speeding up, the next second in speeding and carrying trucks. It crashed hard into each other. Bang! The car was instantly crushed and deformed and stopped in place, while the pale tiger beast. Instead, it was knocked straight out a few meters, and this time it tried several times without getting up again. Instead, the head is tilted. Broken. Chapter 12 Returning to Downtown. Dead. The Cthulhu beast is dead. Chen Gong. You're okay. Zhang Yang, who had regained his senses, rushed towards the loaded truck that had already been flattened. The front car has been completely deformed and broken. This look did not explode. Zhang Yang think it is a miracle. His arm veins rippled to try to pull away a little space, and kept calling out to Chen Gong. Chen Gong. Wake up, Chen Gong. Uncle Chen. He saw that there was metal that had penetrated Chen Site's body, squeezing him in dead center. Zhang. Zhang martial artist. Chen Gong slowly raised his head when he heard his call, that blood staining his cheeks, and weakly spoke. As he spoke, blood continued to flow from his mouth. Don't talk. Hold on, I'll get you out of here. Zhang Yang was a bit anxious and summoned all his strength to try and break the metal around him. It was just that because the impact force of the mutual collision was too great, even if he was a martial artist, there was no way for him to hold up the entire space. Zhang Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He hadn't expected that Chen Gong didn't take advantage of the chaos to run away or hide, but drove and saved his life in a time of crisis. The two had only known each other for a few hours though, and he didn't want the older man to die so hastily. Why did you help me? Chen Gong suddenly spoke, his eyes already beginning to darken. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang said that answer again for some reason. You're about my father's age. Do you have children? Think of your children, don't sleep. Chen Gong smiled. The smile was forced, but that was because his body was about to give out. The chest was completely penetrated, even a martial artist would have to die here, it was useless even if the gods came. His voice was weak, as if he was using the last of his strength to speak. You're about the same age as my son, much like me. He wanted to say something else, but in the end, no words came out, his eyes completely dark. Zhang Yang's body that was pulling the car stiffened when he heard that he had no more voice. Chen Gong is dead. So many people died out in the city, and Chen Gong was the only one who made his heart flutter. He froze in place for a long time, and I don't know how long it took him to catch his breath. There was a cacophony of voices coming from the front car, which turned out to have a few survivors. Only when they saw Zhang Yang, each of them had fear inside their eyes. They knew very well that if the front vehicle hadn't kept relying on it, there was a good chance that they wouldn't have suffered from the attack of this pale tiger beast. Is the car still drivable? Yes. Yes. A few of us can repair it. This car is not a big problem. We can leave in 20 minutes at most. The remaining few people hurriedly opened their mouths, fearing Zhang Yang's angry look. Good, then we'll leave in 20 minutes. Zhang Yang signaled them to repair the car, while he himself came to the corpse of that Song tiger beast. Looking at the massive corpse, he couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This Songhu beast was only at the level of a 7th or 8th level martial artist, and it was so terrifying. It was covered in treasures and could be sold for quite a lot of money. It didn't occur to me that Captain Liu had made so much effort, only to end up picking up the slack for him. He lowered his head and began dissecting the corpse, preparing to dissect down everything of value, and of course, boosting his chi. You have successfully disassembled one of the ears of the Cthulhu beast, and your chi blood plus 7 points plus 7. You have successfully disassembled an ear of the Cthulhu beast, and your chi blood plus 8 points plus 8. You have successfully decomposed the internal organs of the Songhu beast, and your chi blood plus 9 points plus 9. You have successfully disassembled the tiger heart of the Songhu beast, and your chi blood plus 11 points plus 11. Worthy of being a top-notch exotic beast inside the martial realm, every organ brought in a very sufficient amount of chi and blood. Zhang Yang's chi and blood soared, which also made him more and more excited. While the car was being repaired, he also managed to perfectly disintegrate the entire body of the Songhu beast. The entire beast he had dissected before had at most 30 points of chi blood, while this Songhu beast had more than 160 points of chi blood. Counting the extra 160 points of chi and blood given by the Fey Hunter, along with the organs he had dissected sporadically before, his chi and blood directly broke through to 700 points. His panel at this moment is as follows. Host, Zhang Yang. Blood, 712 points, martial artist level 7. Current ability, anatomical return LV1, hunting LV2. Anatomy cashback LV1, gain a certain amount of blood points when dissecting the corpse of an alien beast. Hunting LV2, doubles all attributes during targeting of Fey, including but not limited to strength, reaction, perception, mastery, etc. Currently available for continued mastery. Parse LV3, you can observe the types and abilities of the Fey. Reach condition, kill and dissect 100 alien beasts. Cross step LV3, can absorb the power of one exotic beast bloodline and inherit it perfectly. Reaching condition, hunting a Fey beast across the ranks alone. Exterminate beast LV3, gain 100% one-strike power that does not exceed your realm. Kill 100 alien beasts of different species to complete. Hint, the host can only choose one of each level of ability and it is irreversible, so please consider your decision carefully. Hint, the host will receive a random reward every time he gains an ability. 7th level martial artist. Zhang Yang's eyes glowed as he felt the surging power inside his body. After this experience, he felt how important strength was. 7th level martial artist. Such a level would have the power to fight in an encounter with a pale tiger beast. He loaded the valuable organs into his car and then followed the crowd back. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Yang sat on the co-pilot and looked at the urban area that gradually appeared in the distance. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He's finally back. His cell phone finally got a signal and he turned it on first thing. With the signal restored, 2 messages poured in. Seeing the content of the message, Zhang Yang had a complicated expression. The first message was from my father. Son, you don't have to rush, Dad's paycheck came in early. The second one is a little dream. Brother Yang, I've already paid for Auntie's expenses, don't be anxious, it's most important to be safe, I hope you'll come back sooner. Dream's full name is White Dream and she is his childhood friend. The two have always been on good terms since childhood. How deep their feelings are needless to say. After all, this time when her mother had an accident her father hid things from her was also what she told her. Aha! She was also the one who introduced me to this job of coming out to die. He frowned tightly, feeling a bit of a headache. The relationship between the two made it impossible for him to believe that the other would harm him, but the truth was right in front of him and he didn't know how to face it for a while. Maybe she doesn't know the inside story either? Zhang Yang tried to excuse her, then shook his head again. He was going to go to the hospital first. Whether the other party was trying to harm him or it was a misunderstanding, he would know if he just went there. The car slowly entered the city limits and they got out to prepare for the security check. All the teams that came back from the outside world to hunt fey beasts would have this step, in order to prevent any fey beasts from entering the middle of the city. The check was easy and quick. It was only when Zhang Yang had just gotten out of the car that he saw a group of people walking over. They were wearing uniforms and looked to be some sort of martial arts organization, while the one at the head of the group Zhang Yang surprisingly knew. Yes. White Dream's father. Chapter 13, You're a once-in-a-century genius. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked a few years younger than his peers, and wore exquisite combat clothing with a special symbol on his chest that was the mark of a clan master. Zhang Yang's face was a bit gloomy when he saw this person. Why is he here? It looks like he's deliberately waiting for him? No. It was waiting for Captain Liu. Thinking about his speculation, Zhang Yang gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, and his entire body's muscles tensed up. Is it really everything that Shiromu has done? He didn't run, as he couldn't run from this position, but he didn't need to, as this was an urban area. In the city area, martial artists were not allowed to infight. This was the rule of this country. No one could break this rule, no one. Soon, a group of people surrounded him, and the White Army stood in front of him, surveying him with a scrutinizing gaze. That kind of look makes people very uncomfortable, it is like looking at people from another world. Zhang Yang, it really surprises me that you survived. Zhang Yang stared at him dead on, his eyes cold. It's really you. Why did you do that? He used to see Bai Jun very little, because he seldom went home to see Bai Meng, who grew up with himself, and every time Bai Meng mentioned Bai Jun when he was a child, he said that his father was very busy. Still in the 2 years of high school, Bai Jun suddenly returned to the city and received Bai Meng from the old city center, and that's how he had the chance to see Bai Jun a few times. He had a bad impression of the man because he was different from all the other fathers and elders, giving off a rejecting condescension. But he never thought that such a person would harm him. Why? The White Army suddenly laughed, a somewhat sarcastic laugh. No reason. But this one was an accident, and the reason for the accident is because you and Dream aren't from the same world anymore. You ordinary people don't get involved in the world of martial artists, or a random misunderstanding could kill you. Got it? I know Nima. Zhang Yang cracked his mouth. What did you say? The martial artists around him were about to make a move at the word, and several of them drew their weapons. Bai Jun stopped them and looked at Zhang Yang with a somewhat gloomy face. Boy. If it weren't for Dream's sake, you wouldn't even have a chance to see me. To be a man is to be self-aware. Zhang Yang stared at the other party with the same tone and the same movements. Old dog. If it weren't for Dream's sake, you wouldn't even have a chance to talk to me. To be a man is to be self-aware. The White Army was visibly infuriated. But he immediately calmed down and looked at him with a look of utter contempt. Slowly, he said, I know you and Dream are childhood friends, and this is making it hard for you. I know that your mother is in desperate need of a sum of money. There is $500,000 in this card, enough for you to treat your mother. Take the money and don't make a fool of yourself in the future. Stay away from Dream. He pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. His smile was smug, as if he was determined that Zhang Yang would definitely want it. Yes, that's what the White Army thinks. Because in his opinion, Zhang Yang did not have any reason to refuse at all. Snap. Zhang Yang directly opened his hand and the black card fell to the ground. Slap and then give a sweet date. Do you think I'm shameless? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I would advise you not to rely on your old age. You think you have a successful career now entirely because you have lived long enough. You were less than a hair on my head when you were 18, and I sure as hell wasn't so inhuman when I was your age. Bai Jun's smile gradually stiffened and was replaced by anger. Kid, don't be ignorant. Young people pay a price for being impulsive. Think about whether you can afford that price. Think about whether your parents can afford that price. What will your mother do without this money? Is it hard to believe that you're going to rely on the pitiful income you get every time you use your life to carry the carcasses of alien beasts? Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly when he saw this confident look on his face. I don't understand where you get your confidence from, thinking that just because you're older you're able to speculate on the future of other people's lives, and all that seeing through everything you think you do is nothing more than the mirth of an idiot. I don't want this money from you. It's not that I'm spirited, but I, Zhang Yang, don't lack that kind of money. As for you telling me to stay away from Dream, I won't do it because I can't let her lose her socialization just because she has an unknown father. Bai Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and said with extreme displeasure, very backbone, I'd like to see how you're going to do it. Then we'll see. Zhang Yang was not willing to entangle with him anymore. After all, his mother was still waiting for him in the hospital. Seeing his back as he left, one of the white hairs beside Bai Jun even pulled out a dagger, his eyes flashing with light. "Boss, what are you wasting words with him? Just this brat doesn't deserve miss no matter what, just let me go clean him up a few times and beat him until he's convinced." Snap. Bai Jun's slap smacked him hard in the face with an icy expression. "I have yet to settle the score with you for finding someone to silence you, and you still dare to speak here? I told you to teach him a lesson. When did I tell you to kill someone?" White hair was slapped and lost his temper, and said somewhat nervously, "Big brother, I'm also doing this for Little Dream's sake. This kid is just a dropout, he can't become a martial artist and he's nothing inside the ordinary people. If he goes on like this, he'll hold up the young lady." Seeing the sincerity of his words, the White Army didn't say anymore. "Don't worry, he'll soon realize that it's hard to move an inch in this world without money and strength. Soon he'll be begging to see me because of the high medical bills." Bai Jun seemed to have already anticipated that image as the corner of his mouth curled into a smile and he waved his big hand. "Go." As Zhang Yang returned to the inspection site, all he could think about inside his head was Bai Meng's matter. From the looks of things, White Dream hadn't harmed himself. Although this matter is because of Bai Meng, but everything is Bai Jun did. As for what he said misunderstanding, there's no misunderstanding. The other side did it, and that's a fact. Ugh. Headache. He rubbed his head, not knowing how to face Paimon for a moment. The two of them were childhood sweethearts and have always had a great relationship. The two are also sort of in love at heart, which must be something unquestionable. It's just that he didn't have the talent of a martial artist later, so he took the initiative to give up the connection between the two, but Bai Meng. The thought of Bai Meng calmed him down quite a bit inside. Forget it, let it go. Zhang Yang thought about pushing open the door of the examination room. Just after stepping through the door of the inspection site, a young lady in her early 20s, wearing a black wraparound skirt, warmly greeted her. "You are Mr. Zhang Yang Zhang, right?" Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, his eyes revealing a few moments of confusion. "You are? I am specialized in receiving you, just call me Xiao Zhao. May I ask if you killed the pale tiger beast that you brought back from this trip?" "Well, sort of." Zhang Yang hesitantly nodded his head and still told the truth. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, he was still going to ask the other party if he could just take the foreign beast away. When Xiao Zhao heard his affirmation, scarlet suddenly appeared on that exquisite little face, and she excitedly held Zhang Yang's hands. "Talents like yours are rare to find in 100 years, so please make sure you join our martial artist guild, and we'll give you the highest welfare benefits." Chapter 14 Kicked out of the ICU? Xiao Zhao is very beautiful, is the kind of face value can score up to 8 points of pure beauty, wearing professional clothing and pure and imperial, very impressed, in exchange for any man will almost head hot. Zhang Yang, however, frowned and surveyed her somewhat warily, pulling his palm out of the other party's soft little hand. "What do you mean, let me join the martial artist guild?" Seeing that he wasn't affected by himself, Xiao Zhao's eyes revealed a few moments of surprise, and without changing her face, she said, "Yes, you don't know, we have a lot of martial arts organizations stationed here just to keep watch for martial arts talents like yours to absorb. I'm from the city's second martial artist guild, and just now I heard your fellow travelers talk about how you killed the Tsonghu beast this time, so I came to invite you on the spur of the moment. Xiao Zhao assures you that he will absolutely give you the most favorable treatment for newcomers. Which guild are you currently in?" Zhang Yang carefully observed her appearance and saw that it didn't look like she was lying, then slowly spoke, "I haven't registered as a martial artist yet." "No registration? That's even better. As long as you are willing, I can immediately handle all the formalities for you now." Xiao Zhao seemed even more excited. "Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang sized up the other party even more vigilantly. Without this trip, he might have agreed without hesitation. But after this trip, it made him realize how sinister society was. "I'll think about this for a while, and there's another thing I want to ask you. You said..." Xiao Zhao didn't force the issue, but it was obvious that the light in his eyes had dimmed a bit. "Can you guys take that fake corpse of mine?" "Of course. Normally at Songyu Tiger can charge $100,000, Xiao Zhao will give you the highest market price of $150,000. $150,000? Zhang Yang was startled. He knew that alien beasts were worth money, but he didn't expect them to be this valuable. $150,000. His father works for someone and works his ass off for $8,000 a month. What, you're not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I'll selfishly subsidize you $200,000. Zhang Yang was startled again. A private subsidy of 50,000? You have a money printing machine at home? That's not necessary, just $150,000. Can you deliver today? Normal takes 8 hours, I'll pad you first, wait for me for 5 minutes. Xiao Zhao operated cleanly, crackling with his cell phone and then let him wait quietly. 5 minutes later. $200,000 arrived. 50,000 is what I subsidized for you. I said you are a talent to be treated with talent. You don't have to be pressured to come to our martial artists guild as if I'm making a friend with you. Xiao Zhao revealed a sweet smile, he. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. He had only one thought right now, and that was that this girl definitely had a money printing machine at home. Zhang Yang eventually accepted the friendship. After all, he needed money now. As for the martial arts guild, he still needs to take a good test. However, Xiao Zhao didn't care, and even ended up personally calling a special car for him, and subsequently sending him to the car. Mr. Zhang, if you ever want to join, call me at the first opportunity. I'll pick you up 24 hours a day and give you the absolute highest enrollment. Remember to call me if anything happens. Xiao Zhao's voice gradually faded away as Zhang Yang took the money and headed to Tianhai City First People's Hospital. First People's Hospital. Outside the ICU. Why should we be moved from the ICU? The angry voice was tinged with a few soft cuts, knowing that the owner of the voice was fuming, but it still left no fire in the air. Everyone in the hallway subconsciously looked back and saw the owner of the voice, their breaths froze. The girl's youth is in full bloom, the gentle and delicate features are no worse than some stars, a trench coat swinging gently with her rapid breathing, a head of long hair that is not intentionally cared for but naturally smooth, slightly messy due to the fluctuation of emotions. How could you do this? Her voice, slightly trembling with anger but still clear and strong, echoed in the empty corridor, drawing a few beams of curiosity but not daring to approach from the surrounding area. The girl was arguing with a corpulent nurse about something it seemed. The ICU is limited, there are more urgent people who need it. The nurse felt the slight impatience of the stares around her. What are you babbling about? We just paid the fees in the morning, and Auntie's situation is not getting better. Directly transferring out of the intensive care unit is likely to directly become a vegetable. Xiao Meng's willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her small face red with anger. The nurse looked up at her impishly, her eyes surprisingly more than a little contemptuous. That woman will be a vegetable with or without the ICU. The ICU needs to be used for those who need it more. Just now a martial artist came in. If he can't be healed in time, he may not be able to hunt xenomorphs again in his life. Dream froze. She looked incredulously at the nurse in front of her, her cheeks having turned a hot red with anger. Say that again? Are you saying our illnesses aren't as important as the martial artists? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you right now. Is your place still a hospital that saves lives? The nurse had become thoroughly impatient. You're leaving today or you're not, the paperwork is done over there. If you don't leave, then we'll have to push you away. Xiao Meng was exasperated and stomped her feet, and just as she was about to lash out again, she was stopped by a middle-aged man. Dream, forget it. Just go to the ICU. If there's really an emergency, then just come over again. Father Zhang sighed, helplessness written all over his face. Just before Dream could speak, the nurse suddenly snorted coldly. I'm sorry, I think you've misunderstood. The ICU is full, the general ward is full, you'll have to be in the hallway. Zhang's father was dumbfounded. He was so anxious that he held his tongue for half a day without uttering a word. Dream was completely enraged. She blocked the door to the room with her skinny body directly in front of it and screamed with complete disregard. I'll stand here today, and I'll see who dares to go over there. The nurse seemed not to eat her set at all, disdainfully coldly grunted a glance at her, directly twisted away, seems to go to find someone. Seeing that the people had left for the time being, Zhang's father said with a look of gratitude, Xiaoming, this time it's really thanks to you. But you'd better stay out of this matter, this is someone else's hospital after all, they're all in it together. If this whole thing drags you down, Xiao Yang will turn around and blame me and your aunt. Xiaoming's frown that was tightly wrinkled due to worry unfolded and softly said, Uncle Zhang, you don't have to worry, just like you said this is a hospital, they still dared to do something like forcibly evicting people? Her words hadn't quite dropped when the nurse's arrogant voice came from the other end of the corridor. That's the woman who stood in your old man's ICU and wouldn't leave. Only to see that there was also a man with a feminine face standing beside the nurse, and upon hearing her words, the feminine man's gaze stared sinisterly at Xiao Meng. This person was not an ordinary person at first glance, but a martial artist. He came to the door of the hospital room in 3 or 2 steps, and stared at Xiaomeng with a very aggressive and deadly gaze, with an intimidating aura. What do you want? Zhang's father tried to block in front of Xiaomeng, but in the next second, he was pushed back by the other party's palm and fell heavily to the ground. Dream went to assist, but was directly grabbed by the wrist, and under the nurse's gloating gaze, violently extended his palm towards Dream's cheek. Just ing you won't let my dad heal his leg? Snap. Crisp thuds echoed, but instead of slaps, someone grabbed the shady man's arm. Zhang Yang grasped the other party's arm with a death grip, and his icy eyes gradually took on a bit of killing intent. Chapter 15. Do you think you're a martial artist too? The sudden appearance of Zhang Yan caused several people to freeze at the same time. Zhang Yan! Zhang Yan! White Moon purred twice, a smile blooming like a blip on her cheeks. Zhang Yang also revealed a smile. You two go back to the house, leave this place to me. You handle it? Who the hell are you? The feminine man violently shook off Zhang Yang's arm and cursed. Inside this ward is my mom, who do you think I am? Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The man's arrogance unexpectedly stagnated when he saw the eyes filled with coldness. The eyes of a martial artist who kills foreign beasts are not so fierce. Why are the eyes of this kid so scary? However, he immediately realized that he had been intimidated by a brat, and was instantly annoyed. Yes. That old geezer in there is your mom, right? I'll give you 3 minutes to move her out now or suffer the consequences. My old man's leg is badly injured, he can't be delayed for long, and you'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Zhang Yang smiled. It was like he heard some funny joke. The next moment it was a scalpel against the other's neck, quick as lightning. No one would have expected Zhang Yang to suddenly strike, and the feminine man's throat rolled involuntarily as he felt a cold blade against his neck. Zhang Yang did not say a single word, but it made those present feel inexplicable fear. The atmosphere froze instantly, and the nurse ran up in some alarm to round up the crowd. Misunderstanding. Misunderstandings. These are all misunderstandings. This matter is actually a misunderstanding. All calm down, don't do irreparable things here. She had brought the people here, so if something did happen, she couldn't escape responsibility. Misunderstanding? Driving someone out of the ICU with a leg injury, you call that a misunderstanding? Or was it a misunderstanding that the man with the leg injury was admitted to the ICU? The nurse was embarrassed and dumbfounded by Zhang Yang's question. This family member, by all means please put the knife down first and calm down. I'll let go if you tell me to. Get out of my way immediately now. Zhang Yang spoke indifferently. What? The nurse froze. Scram! Zhang Yang's gaze suddenly turned cold with murderous intent in his eyes. That was the murderous gaze of a real life and death struggle between man and man. How could an ordinary nurse have seen that, immediately being scared and not daring to utter a word, even really twisting her head to leave? That feminine man was also sweating at this time. He could see that the youth in front of him was a ruthless character, and could not say that he really dared to wipe his neck. That. Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let that old. No, let our mother live in it, and I am indeed abrupt in this matter. He was coy on the surface, but in his mind he had already thought of everything. Once the other party released him, he would definitely let the other party have a taste of power and know what the power of a martial artist was. In the past, Zhang Yang really wouldn't have been able to read this guy's mind. But since he came back from outside the city this time, he really couldn't hide it from him after knowing that people's hearts were in danger. He let out a sneer, and actually did just retract the scalpel in his hand. The man was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhang Yang, who looked so ruthless, to withdraw his knife so easily. But immediately he came back to his senses, his expression instantly grim. You step on the horse to find. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something hit him in the face. Boo! Zhang Yang slammed his fist on the other man's face. The air carried a hint of whistling, and the man felt a sharp pain coming from his face, and then sat on his butt on the ground. Blood flowed out from inside his nose, but he was looking at Zhang Yang with a horrified face. He was also a martial artist, but a martial artist of a lower realm, only level 2. But when Zhang Yang swung this punch, the power had clearly surpassed himself, and if it wasn't for the fact that the last punch had collected its force. No! If this place wasn't a public place, the other party would definitely punch him to death. Realizing Zhang Yang's terror, he rolled and ran towards the end of the corridor. As I rounded the corner, I ran into the same nurse from earlier. The nurse's name was Lily, and she looked as if she was waiting for him specifically. The moment he saw him, he greeted him with an attentive smile on his face. "Mr. Zhao, you finally came over. I've been waiting for you for half a day." "Don't worry about it, this time they were unreasonable in the first place, and you were justified in making a move." Lily looked a little excited. Yes, excited. In her opinion, Zhang Yang was a paper tiger. Scaring her was fine, scaring a martial artist was definitely not. Therefore, she felt that martial artist Li would definitely teach Zhang Yang a good lesson and take out a bad breath for her, while she waited here, partly waiting for good news and partly to flatter martial artist Li. Other people didn't know this person's identity, but she knew that martial artist Li was a figure next to a great man. "Brother Li, you don't have to worry, I've already contacted the hospital, this guy is just too arrogant. You're an honorable martial artist, just a little bit more than that and you'll be able to tell them to get out, as for that little bit of money you won't care, right?" She chuckled, suddenly realizing that something wasn't quite right. Why has Mr. Zhao been silent and his face is so gloomy? Most importantly, why did he get a nosebleed? "Mr. Zhao, you have this injury." Snap. Lily Li slapped him solidly in the face. "You're still trying to hurt me? It's all your fault for egging me on, or I wouldn't be so unlucky." Lily Li watched the other party leave with a dumbfounded look on her face, her brain buzzing. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was sure that it must be Zhang Yang's trick. Her face was red with anger and she gritted her teeth. "Kid, we're not done with this. I can't afford to mess with a martial artist, but I can't afford to mess with you?" The other side. Seeing that martial artist leave, Zhang father checked Zhang Yang's body at the first opportunity and sighed helplessly after determining that he was not injured. "Son, you are too impulsive. This is a hospital, and that man is a martial artist. Your mom is going to continue to be treated here, and we have nothing to gain by offending that nurse." Taking a step back, it doesn't matter if your mom and I offend someone, how can you offend a martial artist when you're still young? What should I do if people are of low social status and come back to trouble you? When Zhang Yang saw his father who had an anxious face, he thought of that message today and had mixed feelings. "Dad, don't worry. He wouldn't dare come over for trouble, you don't have to be afraid with me, didn't I drive him away just now? It won't come over again." Who knew that when he heard him say that, Zhang father's frown died even more. "Ugh. This is a public place, people won't do it here just, you kid really think you're good when you punch someone? You think you're a martial artist too? Chapter 16 If you can't get the money, get out. I am indeed a martial artist. I just became a martial artist today, and I'm still being snatched up by the second martial artist guild." Zhang Yang spoke helplessly. He knew what his father was worried about, so he was going to not hide it. Zhang's father froze, his face holding red. "You're a martial artist? Other martial artists carry badges on their chests. Do you have one? Impulsive is impulsive. Don't blame me for not telling your mom about it in the first place, you're so immature." Zhang Yang really had no way to refute this for a while, as he really had not officially registered as a martial artist yet. He was also aware that his father was also anxious, fearing that he would offend the martial artists, so he could only refrain from dwelling on this matter. Well, at this time Bai Mang walked up to round off the scene, only to see her cross between the two people said, "Uncle Zhang, you do not blame Brother Yang, he is also a moment of anxiety, if he has not hardened a little bit of words today, we do not know how to do it. What do you think, Brother Yang?" She said and winked playfully at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded helplessly. This was the reason why he didn't believe that Bai Mang would harm him. After all, no matter what happened since he was a child, she would always be the first to stand by his side, defending him and helping him. Father Zhang also calmed down and sighed again. "Ugh, blame me. Blame me for being incapable and having to let Xiaoyang take the lead. If I were a martial artist, I wouldn't have to live like this." "Enough about that, let's go check on your mom first." Zhang father took the lead and walked into the intensive care unit, followed by Zhang Yang, but was held back by Bai Mang. "Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much, I can help you figure out the money." Seeing the sincere Bai Mang, Zhang Yang slowly said, "I know your good intentions, but I have money, so you don't have to worry. Being a Fey porter does have a higher income, but that job is too dangerous. I don't want you to do it all the time, I'll turn around and find a way for you to do something else. The expenses needed during this period will be considered as a loan from me, so you don't have to stress too much." Bai Mang continued to speak. Zhang Yang looked at her with complicated eyes, looking like Bai Mang really didn't know anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Pai Ma frowned slightly again with a willow brow, as if she was thinking of something. "But next time you won't be so impulsive. Uncle is right, that man is a martial artist, he may not dare to make a move here, but he may not be able to go after you in private. But you don't have to worry about this matter, I'll help you solve and handle it together. As she said this, a touch of imperceptible smugness was added between her brows. Zhang Yang of course knew that she had the ability to deal with it. After all, her father was not an ordinary person, just that this matter really came to the white father. There may be the other side could not wait to be bullied. Aha! I promise. Zhang Yang walked into the room to check on his mother. Zhang Yang's mother, named Li Lan, was in her 50s and had been fighting for him for so many years. Her dream was for Zhang Yang to become a martial artist. At this time Li Lan was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, next to all the instruments and bottles. Your mom went to work too anxious, did not pay attention to the oncoming vehicle was hit, the other side, although timely deceleration, but the head unfortunately touched the ground. Zhang father did not continue to say, the voice of a rush that some choking. Zhang Yang slightly clenched his fists as his heart stung. What did the doctor say? There is a large amount of bruising and bleeding spots on the head, and for the time being, although out of danger, it's only temporary, and there could be more bleeding spots at any time. And even if they manage to stay alive, it's probably a vegetable, right? Zhang Yang's face paled. Father Zhang nodded heavily. This place costs a lot of money every day, and our family's savings are pretty much gone. I didn't tell you in time because you've only just stepped into the world as well and thought that telling you would just make you worry. Plus your mom is here in non-stop resuscitation and I don't have the heart, so I'm just letting you know now. Fortunately, I ran into Xiao Meng at the hospital today, and she helped us advance more than $10,000, so hurry up and earn money to pay them back. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but he was just more grateful to Bai Meng in his heart. Uncle is welcome. You can just rest assured of your treatment, the money will be returned to me by Zhang Yang, he has a way. Bai Meng hemmed and hawed. Dad, Dream is right, just take mom's treatment in peace. I've got the money, don't worry about it. Father Zhang smiled bitterly. What kind of money can you have, a dropout working boy? I'll just figure out the money, you don't have anything to do, spend more time with your mom. When you went out to work, your mom chanted about you all day long, and even said she'd make you dumplings when things went wrong. Zhang Yang knew that his father still didn't believe him and was about to say something when he heard a familiar voice from outside the door. It was the nurse from earlier, and he heard that annoying voice before the door to the room was even pushed open. Bed 623, please pay your hospital bill promptly. If you don't pay your fees, you'll have to be let go. Li Lily entered the middle of the room holding the book and looked at a few people with a smug smile. Hospitalization costs? Didn't we just pay today? I personally went over there to pay 11,000 dragon coins, and I still have the transfer records here. Bai Meng spoke with some confusion. Li Lily sneered, you paid the 1,000 owed yesterday and the 10,000 dragon coins for today. Now the hospital has a rule that you have to pay more than 3 days in advance before you can do that. And many of the medicines this patient needs need to be directly blended, to be spent up front, so you still owe more than $20,000, counting the 3 days of precognition and the future medicines that were blended in advance, you will have to pay 80,000 dragon coins. But I can understand, if you really don't have the money, then you can leave early today, then the money for the precognitive drugs won't need to be taken by you. The more she said, the more pleased she became, and at the end of her words, she looked at Zhang Yang somewhat teasingly. Poor bastard. If you make me get slapped, I won't even forgive you if you cry and beg later. You guys are being unreasonable. What kind of person advances so much in advance? It's the first time I've heard of it since I grew up. Bai Meng was first stunned, then her little face turned red with anger. There's no reasonableness to it, you yourselves have said that you want to save the patient no matter what, so all of our output costs are spent in advance with the intention of preserving the patient, is there a problem with that? This time White Dream was dumbfounded. Zhang's father was in a hurry and even squeezed out a smile. Can you wait 2 more days? I'm going back to raise the money. Ms. Nurse, as you can see the situation of our family, it is indeed a bit difficult. Who doesn't have difficulties? This is a hospital, not a charity organization. The nurse gloated. Get out if you can't get it, poor deadbeat. Chapter 17, Really Rich. She gave her final order of eviction. But the next second, she took 2 steps back in fear. Zhang Yang once again stood in front of him and looked at him with the same eyes as last time. What are you going to do? Li Lily stared at him nervously, afraid that Zhang Yang would make a move. Snap. Zhang Yang mercilessly slapped the other party, making her face, which was already a bit red and swollen, look even more red and swollen. Apologize. Lily Lee was slapped again, and her whole body went crazy. How dare you hit me? Don't you dare hit me. If you don't apologize again, I will slap you until you apologize. Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder and colder. Yang! What are you doing? Stop it quickly. Zhang father also finally reacted and hurriedly pulled Zhang Yang back. As he spoke, he smiled at the nurse and said, "Don't talk to him, Ms. Nurse, I'll help you teach him a lesson. We were wrong about this, we're going to raise the money." Raise what money? Take out the money now, or else get out immediately. Li Lily yelled frantically, her eyes scarlet. Suffering from Zhang Yang's slap, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. This time she had to make Zhang Yang pay the price. Meh. Zhang Yang sneered, "Truly the world is a big place, and someone like you is able to become a healthcare worker. Dog-eyed thing, why don't you go embarrass that martial artist? Sooner or later, people like you are going to victimize more people, and meeting me is kind of an early lesson for you. Isn't it just $80,000? Pay the bill if you want, but I need you to prove that it's a normal hospital charge." The corner of Lily Lee's mouth suddenly hooked into a wry smile. Yes. You want a receipt, don't you? I happen to have it ready for you already. I see you're so talkative, can you get me the money or not? She really pulled out a few bill receipts from her bosom and handed them to Zhang Yang. Every single one of those bill receipts had a clear record, and Zhang Yang checked that there was indeed no problem. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Lily Lee became more and more pleased. Have you checked it yet? You can see that everything on it has a hospital stamp on it, it's impossible to fake it. If you can't come up with $80,000, get the hell out of here now. Bai Meng, who hadn't been speaking, finally couldn't help herself and immediately stepped forward. What kind of attitude do you have? We didn't say we wouldn't take it either. She twisted her head and pulled Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry, I'll call home, you and I grew up together, my family will definitely help. Although White Dream said so, there was a hint of worry between her brows. Dreamy, forget it. I know you're a good boy, but this is the uncle's family's own business, you can't drag your family down so much because of your relationship with Xiaoyang. Zhang father sighed, his eyes red. Uncle, don't be polite, these Yang will return to me later, he's still young, he'll definitely do something in the future. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly when he heard these two people talking. It seemed that these two didn't believe that he had this ability at all, but that was normal, after all, he had dropped out of school to go out to work, so it was normal that they didn't believe him. Alright, all stop arguing. Zhang Yang opened his mouth to stop the crowd from talking. Go. Humph. I thought you had more backbone, but didn't you still obediently want to go? Li Lily laughed. She knew that Zhang Yang couldn't come up with the money, after all, Zhang Yang's father had delayed every time he went to pay the bill, and she had even heard about Zhang Yang's family's situation when she was changing the medication, and now she had already spent all her savings. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay my medical bills today if the little girl over there doesn't help pay them. Brother Yang. Don't be so intentional, Auntie's injury is the most important, we can't leave now, I'll call my home. Bai Meng anxiously pulled out her cell phone and prepared to dial the number. Only in the next second, her hand was held down by Zhang Yang. Bai Meng froze and looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth tugged, revealing a confident smile. Is there a misunderstanding about something? I'm talking about going to pay the fee, don't you need to go to the payment office to pay the fee? Seeing his incomparably serious expression, Bai Meng was slightly stunned. Did? Really? You really do, Brother Yang? Yes, it's good luck to go out this time, 80,000 is enough. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. White Moon hesitated and nodded slightly. Okay, I trust you, Yang. But if you're really having trouble, just let me know and I'll communicate with the family now. Zhang Yang patted her shoulder, signaling that she did not need to worry, and then walked towards the door. Humph. Pretend what? I don't believe you can really have so much. Li Lily hugged her arms and followed Zhang Yang out of the room. After all, Bai Meng was still uneasy to follow up, following Zhang Yang aside, whispering, Brother Yang, do you really have it? Don't ever try to be brave, Auntie will need a long time of treatment in the future if you use online loans now. Netflix? He can't even get an online loan with that poor look of his, you really think highly of him. Li Lily, who followed them, sneered. Bai Meng's cheeks reddened with anger at her words and she glared viciously. Li Lily's face was instantly ugly, but immediately sneered. Because it was about to arrive at the payment office and Zhang Yang couldn't pretend right away, The thought of that image of Zhang Yang leaving in disgrace excited her. Soon they reached the payment office. The payment office was very crowded, with one line following another and almost everyone in line frowning. Just when Zhang Yang was ready to queue up honestly, that Li Lily suddenly ran in front of him, pulling one of the men and women in line aside. "Move over, everybody. This gentleman's family has suffered serious injuries and needs prompt payment for treatment, so I hope you won't scramble." As soon as she said her words, almost everyone's attention was on Zhang Yang's body. Those people had complicated looks, and after a short silence most of them gave way their positions, signaling that Zhang Yang could go ahead and pay the fee. "What's wrong? Little brother, go quickly, these people are waiting for you to pay the bill." Li Lili spoke again, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. For patients, paying fees is also a matter of time, so if he cuts in line and can't pay the fees and wastes everyone's time, she has reason to believe that Zhang Yang has become a target, and at that time, she'd like to see how Zhang Yang can still be crazy. Zhang Yang, from her expression on the word trick, but did not expect to be so less in him, is really ridiculous. He disregarded the crowd's gaze and came to the payment window, then slowly pulled out his own cell phone and just fatally spat out 2 words to the staff inside. "Pay up." Chapter 18, A Love Interest Appears? The staff inquired about the payment method, and then placed the QR code for payment on it, signaling Zhang Yang to pay the fee. Zhang Yang picked up his cell phone, paid the bill, and then finished paying the bill. The whole process took less than a minute without any delay. "Okay. The fee has been paid successfully, here is the ticket." The staff member handed the printed out ticket to Zhang Yang, and then looked up towards the back of the line. "Next. Next. Next." Li Lily stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. She thought her ears had misheard. "How is? Next?" Zhang Yang surprisingly did pay the bill successfully. "He really has 80,000. White Moon was also stunned. She didn't think that Zhang Yang would actually be able to take out 80,000 dragon coins. While she knew that Fey movers made money, she was pretty sure she could never make that much money in one day. But the facts are right in front of us, and the hospital's bill payers can't be wrong, so it is true that Zhang Yang took out $80,000. 80,000? How does he have 80,000? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something possible, and her face grew ugly. At this time, Zhang Yang had already come to Li Lily's side. His voice was ice cold. "Now that the hospital's fees have been paid, if you come back to look for trouble, the consequences will be your own." Hearing the bone-chilling chill amongst that voice, Li Lily didn't dare to say another word, but was covered in a cold sweat. Now that the last bargaining chip to negotiate with Zhang Yang's family was gone, if she went to trouble again, Zhang Yang's nature would definitely not show her mercy. She was pale and ready to leave in disgrace, but just at this time she saw a familiar figure not far away. That was none other than martial artist Zhao, who at this moment was nodding his head to a young man and was wearing an attentive smile on his face. Martial artist Zhao was pointing his finger at Zhang Yang, who had left not far away, and seemed to be saying something to the young man. The corners of that last young man's mouth curled into a smug smile as he slowly followed. Lily, who had taken everything in, gloated as a few more shades of blood were added to her pale face. "Serves you right. I'll see if you still dare to hit someone this time." Outside the ward, Bai Meng blocked Zhang Yang in the corner and looked a little angry with her hands on her waist. "Zhang Yang, did I tell you no online loans? I know you're worried about your aunt, but didn't I tell you I could help you? Can't you trust me if you have to be brave?" Seeing her ugly face, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. "I really didn't take out an online loan." "Geez. You borrowed from a loan shark?" "No. Naked loans?" Zhang Yang held his forehead and laughed bitterly. "I earned my own money. Didn't you introduce me to a job? I killed a pale tiger beast." Bai Meng's eyes widened. "Song Tiger Beast? The team you're on actually killed a Song Tiger Beast. Are you hurt? Quickly, let me take a look." She said that she was about to check Zhang Yang's body, but immediately felt that something was not quite right. She looked up at Zhang Yang seriously. "You mean you killed one?" "Yes. I killed one and became a martial artist." Bai Meng's little face was once again ugly, then puffed up and said, "Zhang Yang, you've changed in a way that makes you strange to me. The old you wasn't full of nonsense like this. If you don't tell the truth, I'm really going to get angry." "Ah. Zhang Yang became a martial artist? It wasn't that she didn't believe in it, but she didn't believe in becoming a martial artist in such a short period of time. After all, it was because Zhang Yang's talent was really bad that he chose to drop out of school and not study in the first place. At first, Zhang Yang was the man of the hour in school, and he even created the legend of studying in school for 2.5 years and always being at the bottom of the test. So, how can you drop out of school and become a martial artist? As for killing the pale tiger beast, that is even more impossible. She had heard her own father say that the Tsonghu beast was the equivalent of a 7th or 8th level martial artist, and it was only as strong as it was weak, and only some martial artist level people were able to deal with it. Zhang Yang did not know how to explain. After all, this matter was really unbelievable and would not be easily believed by anyone. Just as he was having a headache about whether or not to explain himself clearly and how he could do so, he suddenly saw a man approaching not far away. The man looked to be in his early 20s, but his clothes were relatively mature, and his entire face was covered in arrogance and confidence as he slowly walked towards them. The reason why Zhang Yang noticed him was rather because the other party seemed to be running towards them, and those eyes were staring at Zhang Yang with deadly hostility. Who is this guy? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, and his first thought was that it was related to Li Lili. However, he immediately denied this conjecture because Li Lili was just an ordinary nurse. Since it wasn't Li Lili, it was the martial artist surnamed Zhao that he had argued with earlier. Bai Meng noticed his abnormality and subconsciously twisted her head to look, seeing the man surprisingly couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Wang Li, what are you doing here? Wang Li? Zhang Yang's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. It was the first time he had heard of this person in all the time he had known Bai Meng. Brother Yang, he is the child of his father's friend's family. I've met him just once, but father always wanted him to seek me out for more contact. White Moon didn't look too good, and spoke rather cryptically. Zhang Yang, however, instantly understood the meaning of it, and if he had not guessed wrongly, it was Bai's father who intended to set up Bai Meng and this man. Dream, I've finally found you. I was going to go and have tea with Uncle, and it just so happened that Uncle said you were here to see your friend, so I came alone. Wang Li had a warm-looking smile on his face, but it always gave off a strong sense of dissonance. He looked at Zhang Yang with a smirk and a few provocations in his eyes, then slowly extended his palm. This is brother Zhang Yang, isn't it? I've heard Uncle mention you as a man with a lot of backbone. Since you're Dream's friend, you're also my friend, so we'll all be friends from now on, right? Zhang Yang lightly glanced at his palm, a martial artist at first glance. The joints seemed to be vaguely bent, depending on what seemed to be storing up strength. He inwardly sneered with a look of disgust. I'm sorry, I don't think your hands are dirty enough to shake. Wang Li obviously did not anticipate that Zhang Yang would say this, and was first slightly stunned, followed by a gradually gloomy expression. It seems that brother Zhang Yang is not only a man with a backbone, but also a man without manners. Don't be I hate you, get lost now. Zhang Yang waved his hand and directly disliked Wang Li angrily. Wang Li's already gloomy face seemed to be able to drip water at this moment. His voice was almost squeezed out from inside his teeth. Originally, I wanted to give you some face for Xiao Meng's sake, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, so don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Chapter 19, Who are you? Wang Li, what do you want to do? White Moon tensed and angrily stepped between the two. Seeing her blocking Zhang Yang's way, Wang Li's expression became even more shadowy. Zhang Yang, you really do have a backbone, nut. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang did not retort, but instead looked at the little cutie with the like expression at the other party. Do you really think this is a fictional plot to have another one-on-one fight with him or something? If a dog bites him, he can't bite the dog, can he? Wang Li is having a hard time right now. He had briefly heard about Zhang Yang's character from Father Bai, and had thought that he was a stupid guy who could casually arch his hand to teach him a lesson, but now it seemed that it was obviously not the case, and since Bai Meng was still here to defend Zhang Yang, the idea of teaching Zhang Yang a lesson today basically wouldn't work. The corner of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile as he looked at the calm Zhang Yang. Brother Zhang Yang, I heard that your mother was involved in a car accident? That's unfortunate. I've heard that the follow-up treatment for a condition like Auntie's is a bottomless pit. I wonder if brother Zhang Yang has a preparation? He gave a lurch as he said this, wearing an expression of realization, as if he had remembered something. I'd forgotten that not only are you a waste of space who has absolutely no talent for becoming a martial artist, but now that you've dropped out of school, you can only mingle at the lowest level of society, and it's simply impossible for you to be that financially prepared. How about I come up with an idea for you? You have an idea? Zhang Yang pretended to be surprised, but in reality, he sneered inwardly. He really wanted to see what kind of bad ideas this guy had. Sure. As long as you promise not to appear in front of Little Dream from now on, I can get you all the subsequent treatment costs. And I can also send you to study at the Martial Artist Guild. Even though you have poor talent, the Martial Artist Guild is specialized and still has a chance for you to become a martial artist. The corner of his mouth lifted up into a smirk, getting more and more pleased with himself the more he spoke. He didn't believe that Zhang Yang would refuse such a condition. After all, with such a condition, any ordinary person wouldn't have to think about it and would definitely agree immediately. Brother Yang, you don't have to fight with him. Bai Meng interrupted and spoke hastily. Just feel free to treat Auntie. I'll definitely get you the cost of Auntie's subsequent treatments, and if you want to become a martial artist I'll let my father teach you. There's no need for him to worry about it. Wang Li suddenly laughed. He said helplessly, Little Dream, are you sure you can help Zhang Yang? I did hear Uncle say that he stopped your spending, and he doesn't like Zhang Yang, right? You shut up. You shut up. It's none of your business. White Moon perked up. She looked at Zhang Yang a little nervously, obviously a little anxious. Because what Wang Li said is true. Just the day before yesterday, Bai's father had a big fight with her over Zhang Yang. Bai's father knew that Zhang Yang's mother was hospitalized and directly stopped her spending. And she was also clearly told that she was still young, that she didn't know any better, and that she should stay away from Zhang Yang. But then why arrange a marriage for her? Little Dream, you are my fiancé, of course you are related to me. Wang Li slowly spoke. Zhang Yang was stunned. Fiancé? He looked over at Bai Meng and his head buzzed when he saw her pale, ugly face. He admitted that he had never thought about it. He and Bai Meng had always been childhood friends, and they were still young enough to have always gotten along as best friends, but it was when he really heard something like this that he felt a bolt from the blue. Fiancé. He took a deep breath to calm himself and looked over at White Moon. Is it true? It's true, but my marriage is my own decision, no one has a say in it. Bai Meng was silent for a few seconds looking at Zhang Yang, and inside those eyes were firm as hell. In this instant she seemed to go back to the past. In the once uninvited small countryside, there was always a teenager who stood by her side all the time. No matter what, he would go and help her out. Although the two of them were the same age, Zhang Yang was always like a brother as well as a father. Zhang Yang, see. Dream has no way to help you, your only hope is me. Do you even need to think about it? There really is no need to think about it. That's right for you, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, and now I'm the only one in the world who can save your mother. Wang Li smiled triumphantly. Finished? Finish talking and you can get out. I still need to take care of my family. I don't have time to waste time here with you, a self-righteous person. Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth with a look of disgust. Wang Li froze. What did you say? Can't understand? Then I'll make it clearer to you. It's just that your self-righteous conditions lousy can't see, and it's my freedom who I see. Does it have a dime to do with you? Zhang Yang sneered once again. Wang Li's expression twisted, but suddenly thought of something and calmed down again. Zhang Yang. I'm afraid you don't realize that your mother's condition is terminal with ordinary human means of treatment, and no amount of money can necessarily save her. There's still a chance to be able to be treated to become normal by the means of the martial arts community, except that it's not something that ordinary people and ordinary martial artists have access to. Might as well tell you that I was accepted into the second martial artist guild just in the past few days, and it's still a direct breakthrough to become a captain candidate. You probably don't quite understand the concept that I will definitely be trained to become a martial artist, no matter how many resources are spent on training me. Then, do you choose to let me use this layer of identity to help you obtain healing medicine, or do you want to offend a future martial artist? The corners of his mouth were already happy as he said this. Martial artist. A martial artist already gains a high status in society, and a martial artist goes even further. He didn't believe that this kid Zhang Yang dared to offend a martial master. It was just that the expected shocked expression of Zhang Yang did not appear. Instead, he just raised his eyebrows gently. I'm a little curious as to how you're so sure that I'm just not a martial artist. Zhang Yang spoke in a shocking manner, causing Wang Li to be stunned. Puffing. Wang Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding me? So you're a dropout, a punk who dropped out of school to work to become a martial artist? Don't you dare laugh my ass off. Zhang Yang looked at him as he laughed and rolled his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smirk. Not only am I a martial artist, but I've been warmly invited by your so-called second martial artist guild, so I'm within reach of your so-called superiority, so why do I need to trade with a self-righteous thing like you? As for offending you..." Zhang Yang slowly revealed his white teeth and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his voice calm and full of contempt. "What the hell are you stepping on?" Chapter 20, A Gamble Then. "How dare you? If you're really a martial artist and you're still invited by the second martial artist guild, then I'll get you free medical bills." Wang Li was being scolded by Zhang Yang in a very unpleasant manner. He wanted to make a move on Zhang Yang, but due to Bai Meng's presence, he had no chance at all. She looked at Bai Meng who was protecting Zhang Yang. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes revealed a hint of teasing. "Zhang Yang, you said you have the ability, how about we make a bet?" Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. "Huh?" Wang Li said, "If you can prove that you are a martial artist and that the second martial artist guild has actually invited you, no, just prove that a guild has invited you, I'll take back what I just said. And not only did I advance you the medical expenses, but I also gave you all my resources in the martial artist guild? But if you don't have the means to prove it, you'll leave White Moon completely as of today, and you're going to get down on your knees and kowtow to me and call me grandpa 3 times I was wrong." "Well..." Wang Li laughed with a smug, happy smile. He laughed at Zhang Yang for giving himself a self-conscious grave. If Zhang Yang promised to lose for sure, Bai Meng would see his wimpy side. If he didn't agree, it would prove that everything just now was a matter of will, and Bai Meng would still be able to see this kid's incompetence. In any case, he's descending to blows with these words. "Okay, just do as you say." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang directly agreed. Wang Li's smile became even more intense. He didn't expect this idiot Zhang Yang to agree so easily. Then it's just as well that Dream is here, she'll have no problem being this witness, right? "No problem." "What a bet!" White Dream finally interjected. With an agitated expression, she fiercely pinched Zhang Yang, not caring about Wang Li's already greenish face. "What are you betting on? When did you become a martial artist? I don't know." "Registered? Where do I register?" "And the second martial artist guild invited you, do you know what kind of organization that is? People have a limited number of invitation slots every year, and they're basically all the top gifted geniuses of the colleges." "No bet. Can't bet." Zhang Yang, however, nodded his head with a serious face. "I want to bet that men spit nails on the ground." "Good." Wang Li hurriedly interrupted, fearing that Bai Meng would continue to participate. "Have a backbone, so how are you going to prove that you're a martial artist now? What's your martial artist badge number? I'll check the official website now. As soon as I can find out, I'll call the second martial artist guild right now and ask about the invitation. The other martial arts guild organizations also have a phone number. As long as that side acknowledges you, you've won." He kept talking as if he was tempting Zhang Yang into a trap. Zhang Yang really went along with his thinking, only, "I become a martial artist, but I haven't registered yet. As long as I want to register, all I have to do is give the second martial artist guild a call, and they'll come over to pick me up in person." "Ha ha ha." Wang Li laughed. "Do you realize that even the top gifted elites of colleges and universities can't be admitted door to door? You're such a braggart. Alright, now you'll honor the bet. Kneel down and call your father." Zhang Yang revealed an expression like looking at an idiot and slowly said, "What are you so anxious about? I haven't even made a call yet. How can you confirm that what I said is false?" Wang Li was confused. White Moon was also confused. The former was due to the realization that Zhang Yang was too jumpy. It says it's a clown, but sometimes it's like the real thing. It made him a little confused as to what was real and what was not. The latter is because she thinks Zhang Yang is talking nonsense, but how? Surprisingly, there's something like the real thing? But can't be true. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Yang had said about the Tsonghu beast. Did Zhang Yang had met a senior of the second martial artist guild in the middle of this trip? That senior and Zhang Yang are very chatty, or a heterosexual? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. The opponent had the ability to kill a Cthulhu beast. There were quite a few of these people. She had seen a few of them on her own father's side. It wasn't impossible to then give Zhang Yang a portion of the money so that he could come back and treat my mother. And now, Zhang Yang is going to call that person for help? The more she thought about it, the more she thought it might be possible, and for a moment her heart wasn't in it. Zhang Yang also ignored the two people who were thinking nonsense. At this moment he had already taken out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Zhao. Hello? Mr. Zhang? Finally waiting for your call, how can I help you? The other party hemmed and hawed, his voice surprisingly had a hint of damn sweetness. Aha! I need to go to your union to register as a martial artist, but would like to feel your sincerity. Can you come over to me now? There was a brief silence there, followed by a shy sound. What sincerity do you want? It's not okay to go too far. Zhang Yang was stunned. Instantly his old face turned red. He did not expect Xiao Zhao to make such jokes. Anyway, I'm at the first hospital downtown, so hurry up and get over here. He hung up and coughed a little awkwardly. He had just clearly seen Bai Meng suddenly glance at himself when Xiao Zhao was joking. Bai Meng stood on the side with a puff of anger at this time. Her small hands were clenched into fists, and her eyes unexpectedly had a few more points of coldness that was not much different from Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang, I say, don't think you can muddle through by finding a few actors. High-realm martial artists are able to recognize low-realm martial artists. Don't try to play tricks. He looked at Zhang Yang with more than a sneer. That's right. He couldn't see the depths at all in Zhang Yang's body, so he could only prove that Zhang Yang was an ordinary person. Obviously an ordinary person. Just now he was pretending to be so much. If not for the fact that he was a level 6 martial artist, he would have really fooled him. That's right, at his age becoming a rank 6 martial artist that already belonged to 1 in 1,000. That was why he had great importance and some status within the second martial artist guild. He could be sure that Zhang Yang was not a martial artist, and he could also be sure that he had never heard of this matter in the second martial artist guild, so he had 100% confidence that Zhang Yang was faking everything just now. With that, the three men waited quietly in the hallway. Time flew by and 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yang, haven't those actors of yours arrived yet? Is it because extras are hard to find? Wang Li sneered. Be right there. Zhang Yang looked at the time and replied. Xiao Zhao had long ago sent him a message about the approximate time, and counting the time, he should be arriving soon. Almost as soon as he finished answering, the sound of an elevator reaching a floor came from the distance. Ding! The clear ringing sound caused several people to subconsciously avert their eyes, and the atmosphere starting to get nervous. Chapter 21, Guild 1000. Each of the three stared at the end of that hallway. Wang Li had been observing Zhang Yang's expression all along, and when he saw that he looked like he had a plan, he had an unsettling feeling in his heart. No. Absolutely not. How the Martial Artists Guild would come to the door and initiate an invitation was definitely something that occurred to them. He consoled himself and sneered, Zhang Yang, I'd like to see how this drama plays out. Wang Li's words had only just fallen when a woman with an excellent figure appeared, and although she was wearing loose casual clothes, she was still able to vaguely see that perfect figure. Xiao Zhao entered the corridor and scanned left and right, and in an instant, she saw Zhang Yang and the others, and then revealed an excited and incomparable smile. Mr. Zhang. She waved her palm and quickly came to Zhang Yang's side to grab his palm, exactly the same excitement as last time, looking like she couldn't wait to eat Zhang Yang. You finally contacted me. On behalf of the Second Martial Artist Guild, I will now assure you of the most favorable and sincere treatment. Once you become a registered martial artist of our Martial Artist Guild, let's make you a reserve captain straight away. Xiao Zhao's hands have been grasping him when he spoke. The person is even more because of the excitement, and the cheeks are scarlet, the whole body is leaning closer and closer. Zhang Yang could even smell the perfume on the other party, and for a while, he was a bit at a loss. Even if he had experienced life and death, in the end, he was only a young man with fresh blood. Is this sister the representative of the Martial Artist Guild? I didn't realize that what Brother Yang said was true. It's amazing that you can really register martial artists at your door. White Moon suddenly intervened, straddling the middle of the two, a wide smile on his face. Only this smile, Zhang Yang always feel how there is some chilling. Xiao Zhao glanced up and down at Bai Meng, then looked at Zhang Yang's embarrassed expression, and understood something in a flash. She also coughed a bit awkwardly, then said seriously, of course not, Mr. Zhang is a special being. She directly took out a badge from inside her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang, which was extremely special, with a sword crisscrossing the back and a black shadow in front. It's a martial arts badge. The martial arts insignia comes in many shapes and sizes, but most of them look like this, with a weapon on the back and a dark figure ready to fight in front of it. Mr. Zhang Yang, congratulations, from today onwards you are a member of our Martial Artist Guild. After that, all you need to do is go to the Martial Artist Guild and register, and you can directly receive the Martial Artist Guild's monthly welfare benefits. Zhang Yang received the badge with a complex expression. The day he dropped out of school, he didn't expect to become a martial artist so soon. It even made him feel like there was something not real enough. Just then, a round of applause rang out. Wang Li looked at the three people with a sarcastic face and slowly clapped his hands. Wonderful! It's just brilliant! What an uplifting rendition, what a true invitation! He had a smile on his face, but it soon faded back to ice, his voice tinged with anger. Zhang Yang, do you take me for? You told me she's from the Second Martial Artist Guild, how come I've never seen her before? I've seen too many registrations in the Second Martial Artist Guild for me to have seen one like this. If you're hiring an actor, why don't you find a more decent one? How dare you hire this kind of lousy drag queen? Zhang Yang frowned. He had watched Xiao Zhao walk out of the Second Martial Artist Guild's reception with his own eyes back then, so there was absolutely no mistaking that there were many staff members. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiao Zhao stepped forward. Are you also a member of the Second Martial Artist Guild? Since you're from the Second Martial Artist Guild, you should recognize the Second Guild's badge, it's something that's never faked. As for why you say you haven't seen this kind of service, maybe it's because you're not qualified enough? I'm Hao Zhao, the officer who specializes in direct invitations, and only invites potential talents who are qualified to be at the Zhongshu level or above. She said it clearly, yet Wang Li obviously didn't believe it and took out his cell phone himself. Load. Reload. I'm calling the Second Martial Artist Guild directly right now to investigate you thoroughly. Hao Zhao, if you're not a member of the Second Martial Artist Guild, then you'll have to suffer the guild's sanctions. And Zhang Yang, do you know what the result of impersonating a member of the Martial Artist Guild is? You're all going to eat your words. He said, and without waiting for a few people to speak, he just dialed the phone and put it on speakerphone. With the sound of the phone ringing, several people silenced in silence. Bai Meng somewhat nervously pulled Zhang Yang's coat corner and whispered, "Are you really a martial artist now, Brother Yang? Is this woman reliable or not? She's nervous now." If Zhang Yang really became a martial artist, she would naturally be happier than anyone else. Is that really possible? After the conversation between Hao Zhao and Zhang Yang just now, she had always thought that Hao Zhao was a good character of the Martial Artist Guild and coveted Zhang Yang's beauty to help him. But now it seems she's a little unreliable. Don't worry. Zhang Yang signaled her to rest assured. The phone finally connected at this point as well. Hello, this is the Second Martial Artist Guild of this city, may I ask how can I help you? A polite and courteous inquiry came from inside the phone, which caused the corners of Wang Li's mouth to pick up. Because the man who answered the phone, he knew. This girl, even though they said they weren't very familiar with each other, they usually greeted each other when they saw each other in the guild, so there was absolutely no way that there could be any problems. I am Guild Martial Artist Wang Li, and I would like to inquire about reporting people impersonating the guild. Impersonation? The voice on the other side of the phone immediately came out serious. Impersonating a guild member is a very serious matter. If the matter is true, in a moment, I hope Mr. Wang Li will cooperate in making a move, and the guild will be responsible for the deaths and injuries. No problem, I will naturally cooperate. The smile on Wang Li's face gained a bit more scorn and triumph as he stared deathly at Zhang Yang and Hao Zhao. Now, these two were his prey. Except that both men didn't change their faces in the face of this guy's naked gaze. Zhang Yang even looked like he was watching a good show, causing Wang Li to be annoyed in his heart. I'll let you pretend. I'll make you cry now. Hello, I now have a woman named Hao Zhao here posing as a guild member. She claimed to be a direct recruiter for the guild, and even faked our guild's badge to recruit people privately. This was a Thai scam at first glance, but I called to confirm just in case. As he said so, he had already started to approach towards Zhang Yang and Hao Zhao. He kept moving his body, and a crackling sound came from it. Zhang Yang, even with little dream protecting you this time, it will be hard for you to escape. The sanction of the Martial Artist Guild is decided. Even if I don't clean you up today, you won't be able to escape. He was like a foreign beast ready to explode and looked like he would strike soon. But just then, a staggering voice suddenly came from inside the phone. Hao Zhao. Wang Li, that's the guild leader's daughter. Chapter 22, Taking Hope for a Cure. Mr. Wang Li, you met Miss Hao Zhao? The corridor was instantly silent. Dead silence. Wang Li, who was ready to make a move, had a stunned and shocked expression. What did you say? The president's daughter? That's right, the so-called direct recruiter quota does exist, but the general members of our guild don't have that qualification, only the immediate family members around the president do. Wang Li was dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, his brain buzzing. That is to say, how Zhao Zhao did not impersonate. What impersonation? She's the president's daughter, so she naturally has the right to recruit directly. As a member of the guild, Mr. Wang Li, please also fully cooperate with the president's daughter when you run into her to complete your mission. Do you have anything else? No more, thanks. Wang Li hung up the phone, and that expression was worse than eating shang. He had never dreamed that Zhang Yang would be able to climb such a high branch. He gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Yang. If his eyes could kill, he would have already done it. Zhang Yang was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Hao Zhao Zhao to have such a high status and position. Feeling the change in the gazes of several people, Hao Zhao Zhao playfully covered her bare forehead. Ugh. I was thinking of spending time with you as ordinary people, and all I got in return was questions. Count on it. I'm done pretending, I'm showing my cards. I'm the guild's daughter. Zhang Yang had an odd expression. No wonder how Zhao Zhao pulled him into the guild so aggressively, feeling as his own family's industry. No. This can't be right. Zhang Yang, how could you have been recruited straight? You are obviously just a waste of space who dropped out of school. Wang Li shook his head somewhat frantically, unwilling to admit what was in front of him. He didn't understand how a waste of space who had obviously dropped out of school to work had transformed into a genius in the mouth of the guild's daughter. And being recruited straight into it? That's not possible. Absolutely not. A waste of time who dropped out of school. Hao Zhao Zhao froze. Wang Li, you're a member of the guild, right? I've heard your name before with good potential, but how come your character is so bad? Can't you see that others are better than you? He, Zhang Yang, led a team alone to kill its Song Tiger Beast, can you? Her words exploded like a bomb. Wang Li looked at Zhang Yang in shock with an incredulous expression. Pale. Pale Tiger Beast? How can he? Is he really a martial artist, and does he really have that ability? After a short period of shock, he seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted at Bai Meng, who was also in the midst of shock. Dream. Didn't he just drop out of school a few days ago, Zhang Yang? Hasn't he been at the bottom of the Qi and Blood school year before? Yeah, you know it, you absolutely know it, there's no way he can be a martial artist. White dream. Bai Meng was also a bit confused at this point. Brother Yang. You really did it? You really became a martial artist? Really? Killed a pale tiger beast? Zhang Yang revealed a helpless smile and nodded slightly after a short silence of a few seconds. I actually haven't given up on raising my Qi and Blood since I dropped out of school, and I don't know how, but my Qi and Blood went wild and broke through as a martial artist after seeing the foreign beast that day. Impossible, this is all just an excuse. Wang Li interrupted Zhang Yang once again, and this time, he even rushed over. You're just pretending to be here with the help of Miss Hao's connections, trying to humiliate me in front of Xiao Meng, aren't you? You seek death. Wang Li finally couldn't help but strike. He had to teach Zhang Yang a lesson in order to relieve him of his anger. Zhang Yang, a guy who even had trouble getting his medical bills together, even had a hard time suppressing him in every way, and with embarrassing him so much, he absolutely could not be spared. As a level 6 martial artist, his reaction was particularly fast, not waiting for the two girls to react. He was only a step or two away from Zhang Yang. His fist had even swung up and smashed towards Zhang Yang's face. He had to smash this little white boy's face in today. He could already think of Zhang Yang's wretched appearance with his face covered in blood. But... Boo! A faster fist slammed into his face, and with a huge force he flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Zhang Yang shook off the nosebleed on his fist, his face expressionless. Wang Li strained to get up from the ground, but only felt the sky spinning and failed several times. Hi. Advanced martial artist? He looked at Zhang Yang in shock, as if struck by lightning. The so-called senior martial artists were those after level 7, and by the same token level 7 martial artists were also called senior martial artists. This was because no matter which realm one was in, there would be a leap of improvement after level 7. Zhang Yang towered over him, his face cold. Or what? Wang Li, admit that you've lost the bet, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Wang Li winced, his face a bit ugly. SH. What's the bet? What do you say? Zhang Yang's expression was instantly grim as he slowly approached towards him. I can't help it. I don't have access to the medicine to treat your mother either, let alone me. Even the martial artist guild doesn't necessarily have access to it. I'll pay for the treatment, I'll pay for it. Wang Li shouted when he saw him approaching. He's scared. He's really scared. Zhang Yang's eyes were too scary, it was almost like a wild beast, those were definitely eyes that had killed someone. Zhang Yang's heart sank as he did not look like he was talking. The damn thing had lied to him. Who cares about your stinking money? Get out. Get lost and don't let me see you again or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Wang Li's face changed as he was scolded. However, he knew that he was not Zhang Yang's opponent, and in the end, he was still gray and ready to leave. Only when he was at the end of the corridor, he turned back and glared viciously at Zhang Yang, his eyes were filled with gloominess inside. Zhang Yang did not see this scene, and even if he did, it did not matter. Since he dared to do it, he was not afraid of the threat of retaliation. Now that he had the golden finger again, he didn't worry about power and resources. I'm afraid I'll need to ask the Martial Artist Guild for the resources to save my mother. Thinking of this, he looked up at Hao Zhaozhao, only to find the other party staring at him as well. Hao Zhaozhao was shocked. Although she had made some guesses because of the Tsanghu beast, she estimated that Zhang Yang was only at a level 3 to 5 a level. However, it never occurred to him that Zhang Yang was actually a senior martial artist. Zhang Yang didn't expect you to be so powerful, it seems that I have underestimated you. I was thinking of letting you join the club to hone your skills, but now it looks like you can even go ahead and take the newcomers to brush up on the alien beasts. She said with a beat in her voice and said with some excitement, how about this? To show my welcome to you, I can apply to the guild for some special perks for you. Do you have a friend injured in the hospital wing? The guild is willing to help cover the cost of your treatment. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up at his words. Isn't that just what he wants? Mother is saved. Chapter 23, officially joining the Martial Artist Guild. Inside the ICU. Father Zhang carefully placed the cup of water by Hao Zhaozhao's side and then retreated to the side. He looked at Zhang Yang who was standing there with complicated eyes talking about something in a low voice with Hao Zhaozhao, looking extraordinarily nervous. Uncle Zhang doesn't need to be too nervous, Brother Yang is now a martial artist and will definitely cure Auntie's illness. Bai Meng calmed him down from the side, revealing a nice-looking smile. Well. Father Zhang sat in his seat, looking like he was still in a bit of a trance. Until now he is still a little slow, Zhang Yang. How did you become a martial artist? Dream, there's something uncle would like to ask for your help. Bai Meng's gaze was currently falling on Zhang Yang and Hao Zhaozhao, the two of them were getting too close to each other, making her a little upset, and she was slightly stunned when she heard Zhang father's words. Uncle you say. Aha! Little dream ah. Zhang Yang heard Bai Meng and his father muttering something not far away, but he was somewhat not going in because Auntie's condition requires potions that are so advanced that every single herb is something that can't be found. The Martial Artist Guild can provide you with clues and channels, but you'll have to rely on yourself if you actually acquire it. There happens to be a quest out of the city tomorrow, and that location has an herb called blood and flesh flower that can make a potion to heal your aunt. Would you like to try it? Zhang Yang nodded with a grave expression. Go! But Zhang Yang, I have to tell you in advance, I'm only talking about the possibility of it appearing, you can't blame me if you go and fail to find it. And there's a possibility of martial master level Fey beasts appearing there. I would be able to arrange for you to have a team with martial masters, but the trip is still dangerous, you should know that very well. Don't worry, I'll report to the second Martial Artist Guild first thing tomorrow morning. Good, I'll wait for your good news then. Hao Zhaozhao is gone. Zhang's father went up to ask about the situation. What does your guild say, son? Mom's situation is a bit complicated, it may have to drag on for a while, but don't worry, I'm now a martial artist able to handle the problem, just stay with Mom at ease, I'll think of a way for the money. Father Zhang wanted to say something, but nodded after hesitating. You're growing up, just decide on your own about anything, just don't push it too hard. He said and fumbled under the hospital bed, pulling out 2 insoles. Your mom out of things to buy for you, know you young people usually like the wind not like the temperature, the day is going to be cold deliberately prepared for you. Zhang Yang looked at the woman lying on the bed, his heart was not in the right place. He gave all the rest of the money to Zhang's father, and then came outside the hospital room with Bai Meng's eyes trying. Brother Yang, how long have you and her known each other? As soon as he went out, Bai Meng looked at him pitifully, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. Zhang Yang didn't react for a moment. Her? Who is she? Hao Zhaozhao, are you two hooking up? It's true that young boys just entering society just can't resist the temptation of mature women. Zhang Yang sweated, What are you talking about? I just met her today, we're just acquaintances. Even if I join the martial artist guild tomorrow, I'll be nothing more than a colleague at best. You must have hooked up with her, or else how did you become a senior martial artist so quickly? Bai Meng had a look of disbelief on her face, and the more she spoke, the angrier she became. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang no longer knew how to answer. Indeed, it was incredible that he had become a rank 7 martial artist straight away. Brother Yang, I can actually help you become a martial artist, for sure. Bai Meng suddenly became serious, and even raised her small hand in a swearing gesture. Zhang Yang couldn't help it. I believe you, but I did just meet her, and becoming a martial artist wasn't dependent on her help. Really? Really? White Moon saw that he didn't look like he was joking, which brought back his smile. However, she immediately frowned again. Brother Yang, you have to be careful of Wang Li. Wang Li's family seems to be in the martial artist weapon business and has a wide range of connections. Although it's not as good as the martial artist guild, it's not much worse. I don't like him at all when he's vindictive like that, and if it weren't for my father's dealings with his family, I wouldn't even bother to look at him. Zhang Yang was silent. He wasn't so much because of what happened to Wang Li, but because of what happened to Father Bai. The thought of almost dying in there last time made me hate it. But then he thought about how much White Moon had helped him, and his mother, and he was a little overwhelmed. Don't worry, Brother Yang, I know he and you are now in a guild. I'll find a way to keep him from pestering you. It's getting late, I should get back, so I won't stay with you and Uncle. She slowly got up and then seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, by the way, in these few days the school class will participate in a practical training class, and the teacher will take us to the edge of the city ruins to see the hunting of the alien beasts with our own eyes, so it's not likely that we'll be able to run into each other. Those people who looked down on you so much in the beginning, I really don't know what kind of expression they had when they saw you. Zhang Yang froze slightly, falling into a short memory. He was disliked by all of his teachers due to his minimal talent while in school. Plus the presence of a beautiful woman like Bai Meng by his side attracted even more firepower. He was one of the most famous students in the school, known as Scrappy. He dropped out of school and left, partly because he really didn't have the potential or talent to become a martial artist, and partly because of the verbal violence of these people. After all, no one can stand to hear people talking about them every day, and the language is so unpleasant that it's basically a form of cyber violence. He smiled slightly and released, there are no ordinary people in the eyes of a martial artist. What they say about how it is has nothing to do with me. White Moon nodded plausibly. The two did not say any more, and after a brief farewell Zhang Yang went back to take care of his mother. Father hadn't slept well in days and he needed to fill in. At night, Hao Zhaozhao pulled him into the middle of a group chat. Inside the group chat there were 7 people counting him, excluding him and Hao Zhaozhao there were 5 others. The group released the itinerary for tomorrow and was told that the people in the group excluding Hao Zhaozhao were a team, so they hoped to familiarize themselves with it in advance so that they could complete the mission successfully tomorrow. The location of the mission is District 13. The area outside the city where the alien beasts were active was divided into 39 zones, and the 13th zone was one of them. Just when it was time to prepare to take a closer look at the specifics of District 13 and make early plans, his FMS alert went off again, and he realized that the alert sender was White Dream. This kind of message was a pop-up function, so in a split second Zhang Yang was able to see part of what she had sent. The words written above that content instantly caught his eye. Brother Yang, it's District 13. Chapter 24, Squad Members. What a coincidence! Zhang Yang subconsciously clicked on that flying message and was somewhat helpless after seeing the complete content. Bai Meng, Brother Yang, District 13, our practical class is scheduled for District 13. We'll be traveling to District 13 at a set time for the next week, I wonder if we'll run into you? Zhang Yang did not think that they could really run into each other, this world even take there are such coincidental things. It was a moment that reminded him of something bad during school, but he quickly shook it off. He was already a martial artist, and had no desire to dwell on those grudges at school. One must look forward, far and high. Still, he ghosted open a FMS group with the note Senior Class 1. There were still chats scrolling inside, and Zhang Yang just wanted to take a casual look, but he really saw his own name. The homeroom teacher at all, everyone should be prepared for protection tomorrow, and all people should not be late. Especially some of the students with poorer chi and blood must be careful not to act without authorization. Ha, did you hear that, Dachuan? You must prepare well, don't fall behind. I wonder if we really encounter a low-level alien beast, can the most talented ones in our class deal with it? The class flower can. She's about to become a martial artist. It's a good thing Zhang Yang isn't here, otherwise he would be in danger. I heard that the Fey beasts in the 13th district are still quite active, and they just love the weak ones who fall alone. What's the point of bringing him up? He's been out of school for almost a month. I don't even know which factory I'm working in now. Looking at the lines of text, Zhang Yang turned his cell phone off and gradually sank into his dreams. Early the next morning, he headed to the Second Martial Artist Guild early. The Second Martial Artists Guild has its own building in the center of the city. Inside, people came and went, and it looked extremely luxurious. After communicating with one of the ushers, he was taken to a room at the first opportunity. Miss Hao has something in her hands that needs to be taken care of today, so she can't come over and take you personally. But don't worry, Mr. Zhang, the relevant people inside have already informed you of your situation, just go through the registration procedures normally. Your teammates will reach out to you later. Zhang Yang nodded slightly before pushing open the door of the room. It was a large room of close to 200 square meters, with many tables, chairs, and benches, as well as some counters. Registration was quick, less than 10 minutes to register, and there were some resource items. 5 bottles of healing potions to stop bleeding, 1 bottle of nutritional potion to restore strength, and a suit of soft armor. Soft armor workmanship is very fine, is pure black soft armor, touch very texture looks beautiful, but he didn't feel as secure as the soft armor he got from Captain Lu last time when he touched it, and it seemed that the old soft armor wasn't just any soft armor, only that it had been damaged. Just as he was about to leave, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. It was a 23 or 24-year-old man with a gangly inch hair and some inexplicable end-of-period tattoos on his arms. Kid, hand over your potions and soft armor or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yang frowned as he subconsciously scanned the area and realized that the people around him were avoiding it. It seemed that it was not the first time that something like this had happened here. When the man saw that Zhang Yang did not speak, a few more points of impatience grew between his eyebrows. He was just about to continue speaking, but his face changed and... Boo! He clashed with Zhang Yang's fist and his entire body took 3 or 4 steps back. Your grandma! So mean! He shook his aching fist frantically, unable to stop himself from spitting, when he heard a low, whistling roar. He subconsciously raised his head and saw the ever-enlarging fist. Zhang Yang's punch could be said to be extremely powerful, obviously not an ordinary punch, but anyone with a clear eye would be able to see the use of martial arts, and not just any martial arts. There was a gasp of surprise around them, nothing but exclamations and horror. If this fist smashed down, the man would be seriously injured even if he did catch it, as Zhang Yang obviously did not hold back his hand. Snap! A big hand steadily caught Zhang Yang's fist and hardened him in place. Even that big hand did not even shake a bit. Zhang Yang's face changed and he subconsciously wanted to draw his hand away, but he was deadlocked by the other party's iron pincer-like palm. It was a burly man of 5'9", bearded and looking like a disheveled uncle who had no home. You're Zhang Yang, right? The kid is a ruthless master, so he's really not an ordinary person. My name is Joe Faken, I'm your captain. Zhang Yang was stunned and felt that the other party did not look like a liar before he removed his force. This is Tian Yi, just call him Xiao Yi, have to try you, deserve to be beaten. Zhou Fei Kuan pointed to the yellow hair, a face of ridicule. Tian Yi coughed awkwardly and kept scratching his head with an awkward smile. If I had known that you were so bad to mess with, I wouldn't have made a move with you. Zhang Yang put away his hostility, but all the time, he was reminiscing about the power of the other party just now. He had already used all his strength, but Zhou Fei Kuan was still able to block it lightly. It seemed that the gap between a martial artist and a martial artist was not just a half a star. Did he have a chance to kill a martial master realm Fey beast? He considered this issue very seriously, as he wanted to choose to advance amongst the LV3 ability, which was reached by killing a Fey beast across the ranks. The ability to advance was an ability to access the bloodline of the Fey, and it was important to realize that the reason why the Fey had strong physical abilities was that there were 1,000 different bloodlines. The varieties of foreign beasts he had encountered before were not very strong, so humans were stronger than foreign beasts in the same realm, but this was only limited to the lower realms. Once the realm of the foreign beasts reached the level of martial master or above, they would only be stronger with human martial artists. Like lightning and thunder. Like a breath pulling up a mountain. Such as toxins. If he once acquired the bloodline power of a foreign beast, he would become truly invincible in the same realm. The hunting ability can double my combat power when fighting against Fey beasts, so if I reach the 10th level of martial artist, I might have a fighting chance. He muttered, completely ignoring the 2 people who were talking to him. The two looked at each other and called out several more times before Zhang Yang could react. Joafei Cohen looked at the youth in front of him with some headache. His intuition told him that Zhang Yang in front of him might be a difficult kid. Zhang Yang, I heard that you're on this mission mainly to find something, right? Yes, I need it badly. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Yes, I know, but I have to tell you in advance that our squad's mission is mainly to hunt foreign beasts. So there won't be anyone going who can accompany you in your search, can you understand that? That's okay, I'll take care of it myself without delaying the trip. Good. In that case, let's go now. Chapter 25 Martial Artist Guild Representative. 13 districts. As an active area for Fae that also bordered the city's safety zone, it was more or less different from the rest. Most of the other Fae active zones bordering the safe areas of the cities were a short distance away, and the Fae active there were of average realm and relatively low level. The 13th district was also relatively low level, yet it occasionally mixed in some martial master realm foreign beasts, and there were quite a few high realm martial artist realm foreign beasts as well. The area that stretched out here was also farther away and the environment was more complex. Relatively speaking, it was a more honed place for those martial artists who had already exceeded level 4 or above. At this time, a converted van was slowly driving down the road. There were 6 people sitting in the van. 4 men, 2 women. A girl with a high ponytail suddenly spoke up, her voice carrying a few hints of seriousness. In another hour's journey, we will completely enter the area where the alien beasts are active. There will be an inner-city college teacher there to lead a brief exchange with us, so it's best to help them kill the beasts once before leaving if you can. She said and looked her gaze towards Zhang Yang in the corner. Zhang Yang, did you hear that? Why? Zhang Yang looked at Tian Tian. Yes, the girl in front of her was called Tian Tian, and she was the one who had been narrating the trip and the mission the whole way. However, he really didn't understand that he was obviously going to hunt foreign beasts, but he had to do this kind of thing where he was working for others for free. Tian Tian was just like her name, her looks weren't outstanding but she was the sweet kind of girl. Hearing his question she immediately responded, because we want to build up a reputation for the guild. Over the years our martial artists' second guild has been pressed down by the first guild more and more and we can't raise our heads. Only by continuously absorbing talents from colleges and universities will our second guild be able to turn around. That's not true, talents don't always appear in colleges and universities either. For example, Zhang Yang, he dropped out of school and didn't study before becoming a martial artist. Tian Yi suddenly interjected. That's a small probability anyway, this is the arrangement and you will obey. Especially Zhang Yang, you're a newcomer, it's even more important for you to cooperate with the team's actions in order to integrate into the team faster. Today you have to lead the team to help those classes kill an alien beast, and hook up with a few more schoolgirls if you can. You're good looking, and I believe you have the strength. The car roared with laughter. Zhang Yang looked helpless, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It can't be a coincidence that you happen to be placed in the 3rd class of the senior year by mistake, can it? No. I've heard it takes several schools and so many classes, what in the world would be such a coincidence? He stopped talking nonsense and chose to close his eyes instead. The car lurched down the road for a while, and it wasn't clear how long it took before it finally began to smooth out. The car door was opened and he could already hear the noise outside that he could only hear when he was in the school playground. We're in charge of the senior class of the first middle school in the city. There are 8 classes in the senior class, the captain and I will take 2 classes each, and the rest of us will take 1 each. Zhang Yang, you lead the first class, and the rest in that order. Zhang Yang, who had just gotten off the bus, heard Tian Tian's voice, and he held his forehead somewhat helplessly. He really didn't want to go back to that class to fill the cup, but now it looked like the cup was going to be filled without it. I just wonder how those teachers and classmates who used to bring him up will look when they see him. All of you time it exactly right, gather back at the same place in 2 hours, no one is allowed to be late. Tian spoke again, and then the crowd was dismissed in place. Zhang Yang discerned the direction and walked towards the direction of City No. 1 Middle School. It was only then that he realized how lively the place was, with students from one school after another gathering to plan out an area. And inside the school the classes are dividing one by one and occupying one by one. Most of these students were all excited and looked eager to try. One by one, they climbed over each other and looked openly at the dense forest in the distance, where the shadows of some foreign beasts could still be vaguely seen, only that there were too many humans here, and those of the 8th realm didn't dare to come out at will and only dared to hide in the forest and the ruins in the distance. Suddenly, he stopped and looked over toward a location. You big stupid spring. I asked you to take out all the money in the house you have, and that's all you take, to pay off the callers? All I could see was a bloated boy with a couple of guys punching and kicking a curly-haired classmate. Shoo Hoo. It was the class bully of their class. Physical fitness is good, with chi and blood tests in the top 3 of the class year after year. There were said to be a lot of brothers under his hand, and not only did he run roughshod over his class, but he was also considered to have a reputation in the school. There hadn't been a lot of trouble with him, and he'd even given him a beating in the infirmary on 2 occasions. Then, because Bai Mang was at a good level and had always taken better care of him, the guy started to change his tactics and brought people to sneer at him all day long. All in all, he was in this guy's eyes a master of bullying whenever he was in a bad mood. The classmate he beat up was named Hu Dachuan and had some stupidity, so he was always bullied too. It didn't occur to me that after he left, all of these people's firepower was on Oken. He sighed and walked up slowly. At this moment, De Chun had been beaten all over his face. Looking at this now, odds are there's no way to follow along and watch the beast hunt. But even so, Shu Hu had no intention of letting him go, and the fists in his hands were getting harder and harder. Suddenly, he felt something wasn't quite right. It seemed to quiet down around them. He winced, his first thought being that the teacher was coming. He got up in a hurry and looked around, realizing that all the people around them were looking at them, which creeped him out even more. But what about? Teachers in? He didn't see a teacher, but he did see a familiar figure. He froze at the sight of the familiar face, rubbing his eyes and confirming it several times before blushing oddly and calling out a name. Zhang Yang? It is indeed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was standing a few steps away from him and was quietly watching them. I'm only going to say this once. You guys can off. Shu Hu was still full of questions, questioning why Zhang Yang had appeared here, but when he heard his words, he instantly nuzzled. What did you say? Say it again for me? I said, why did you stop studying at Tama, so you transferred to another school? That's right, he thought that Zhang Yang had transferred to another school because at this moment, he was in front of the other school's squad. Originally, it was to keep the other students from snitching, but I didn't expect to run into Zhang Yang here. He rolled up his sleeves and signaled the few people around him to follow, approaching towards Zhang Yang step by step. Those men and women who saw this scene not far away shook their heads and sighed, seemingly sighing for Zhang Yang. After all, those guys were fierce and vicious, and they didn't look like guys to be messed with, but on the contrary, Zhang Yang looked clean-cut, and he was not on the same level at all. Right at this moment, I don't know who among the crowd watching suddenly said something. Huh? Am I blinking? That kid is carrying what looks like a martial artist badge? Chapter 26, Grievance. The smiles of those men and women who were supposed to be watching the event froze, and they hurriedly looked over. It was only when they looked closely that they realized that Zhang Yang really did have a martial artist's badge on his chest. Such a young martial artist? Am I mistaken, he's about our age? Yes, no mistake. Holy, this guy dares to move a martial artist. These people were still some distance away from Chu Hu and the others, plus there was no loud discussion. Chu Hu and the others couldn't hear what was being said again. Chu Hu was now very angry. He had wanted to clean up Zhang Yang for a long time, but he just never had much of a chance. Now that Zhang Yang had transferred to another school, it meant that there was simply no one who could shelter him, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and didn't think it was going to happen today. I'll see who else can save you without Bai Meng by your side. Prepare yourself for the wrath I've been building up for a long time. Brothers, fight me to the death, as long as you don't die, I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. He waved his hand to signal his followers to make a move, and several people swarmed to surround Zhang Yang. The first male student is also in the same class as Zhang Yang. Once Chu Hu looking for trouble, or this guy is the first to rush to the front, and every time is a deadly hand. It is estimated that just now Dachuan's head is also injured by this guy. In other words, when he was in school, Zhang Yang would have definitely run away at this time. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was a good man. After all, his chi and blood was relatively low, and he was not a match for these few people. But this time it was different. He stood still for a moment and watched the one leading the charge. The other party was also a bit confused, thinking how Zhang Yang had changed schools so hard. As he thought about it, he saw the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest and instantly whitened his eyes. He stood fiercely in place, looking at Zhang Yang with a pale face, and for a while, he could not even say anything. The few people who followed behind were prepared to make a move, but when they saw him suddenly standing in place, they were immediately a bit bewildered. They stood together, looking at their pale-faced classmates with some bewilderment and confusion. What's wrong? Why the sudden stop? The man's fingers trembled as he pointed at Zhang Yang, his voice cringing. Chest. Chest, look at his chest. A few of the rest of the group looked puzzled and wondered what was wrong with their chests. It's only been a few days since I've seen Zhang Yang, how can I be afraid like this? However, when they all saw the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest, they were dumbfounded. One of them was even rubbing his eyes desperately to make sure he wasn't blinking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. For a full 6 or 7 seconds, the three men stood still and didn't move. And, of course, not a word. They stood numbly in place, feeling Zhang Yang's icy cold ears, their scalps tingling. Are you guys dead? Why are you standing still when I told you guys to do it? Chu Hu was immediately annoyed when he saw a few people not making a move. He walked up to a couple of people in a huff, only to realize that their faces didn't look right, it seemed. It's in fear. Scared? Scared of what? There's only Zhang Yang here, is he afraid of Zhang Yang? Ridiculous, what does Zhang Yang have to be afraid of? That's a punk with substandard chi and blood, dead last in the whole school. Zhang. Zhang Yang, no, Zhang martial artist. Martial artist Zhang. We were ghostly for a while, so please don't be lenient with us. Finally, a few students just couldn't hold back the panic in their hearts and opened their mouths shivering. Their gazes towards Zhang Yang took on a prayerful look, revealing smiles that were worse than tears. Martial artist. That's a martial artist. Or the martial artist who came over to lead the group. Not to mention the fact that they had no good consequences for offending the martial artists, the school wouldn't forgive them either. What school wouldn't want to befriend a martial arts guild organization? If it was known that they had offended an organization of martial artists, then the school would definitely be furious, and with the fact that they usually got into quite a lot of trouble, it would be extremely likely that they would be expelled directly. What? What are you guys talking about? What's wrong with your head? He can be a martial artist? If he is a martial artist, I am his father. Chu Hu first laughed loudly, but halfway through, he couldn't laugh. Because he also saw the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest, it was definitely real, definitely not a fake. You are. He stared at the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest for a while, unable to utter his next sentence. Chu Hu's face kept changing, looking very emotionally complex. There was horror, and panic, and more incredulity, and finally, surprisingly, teasing. Zhang Yang, are you brain dead? Do you really think that just because you find a badge to fake it, you're really a martial artist? Let me guess, you didn't take this opportunity to create a fake badge to try and flaunt it in front of your old classmates because you were so upset about what happened at your previous school after you transferred, did you? Seeing this guy's wise appearance, Zhang Yang really wanted to praise him for his great intelligence. It's not a fake, I'm originally a martial artist. And it's really not a coincidence that the class I'm going to is the original one. Hearing this, Chu Hu once again laughed out loud. Look at him, it's like he guessed everything. Sure enough, a loser like you is a loser everywhere. I'm going to brutally beat you up right now and hand you over to the Martial Artist Guild to deal with. I can't say that the Martial Artist Guild will make an exception and directly accept me into the guild once they're happy. He said without any nonsense, lifting his fist and fiercely punching towards Zhang Yang's chest. Only this punch seemed really weak to Zhang Yang. Snap! He just casually swung his hand lightly and easily blocked the opponent's fist, and then slapped the opponent hard on his face. The slap was too loud and crisp, and the reddish palm print was on the other's face, even. My teeth! You gave me back my teeth. He still wanted to make a move, but he was kicked to the ground by Zhang Yang. This kick wasn't light either, directly causing Chu Hu to lie on the ground and keep screaming miserably. The few other students who didn't do anything trembled with fear. You're still not a martial artist? Love which to question, a few of them will never question. Take them with you and go back to class. Zhang Yang looked at Chu Hu, who could no longer get up, and spoke coldly with a few male students. A few people glanced at each other and hurriedly set up Chu Hu and De Chun, following Zhang Yang towards the class. As they walked, they secretly buried Zhang Yang. They all knew that this time when they went back, the senior class would completely explode. Zhang Yang. Become a martial artist. Chapter 27, Raising Eyebrows. Senior class. The students were chattering away at this point. The homeroom teacher was a rotund, fat man with plastic, black-rimmed glasses and a furrowed brow. The lead martial artists booked by the other classes had all arrived, only their class had not, and he had never encountered such a situation before. You know that unusually, no matter how it is distributed, the first class should be the one that leads the line of martial artists to. He hesitated for a moment and dialed the second martial artist guild's Tian. Hello. I would like to inquire about why the person from the martial artist guild we're leading hasn't arrived yet. Oh, well, then I'll wait in peace for a while. What's the name? What did you say the name was? He asked, suddenly a little startled. Zhang Yang. What's the problem? Tian's impatient voice came over the phone. No, nothing. Hanging up the phone, a layer of sweat surfaced on Mr. Chen's forehead. Coincidence, absolute coincidence. That child, and how could he become a martial artist? He is nothing but a waste. That's right, his first reaction when he heard this name was Zhang Yang, who had just dropped out of school not long ago. He was not less cynical about this school. Even back then, it was him who had repeatedly advised Zhang Yang to drop out of school, the reason being because if Zhang Yang had been in his class, it would definitely affect the promotion rate of his class. When he had succeeded in dissuading Zhang Yang, he couldn't help but have a drink at night to celebrate. Teacher Lee, why hasn't the lead martial artist of our class come yet? That's it. I see that some classes are already getting ready to hunt the alien beasts. Right. My greatsword is hungry for more. Don't worry, students, I just contacted the martial artist guild and they said that the martial artist leading the group will be back soon. He calmed the crowd and forced a smile. It was also at this moment that he suddenly heard a gasp of disbelief from an unknown person in the class. Ha! That person seems to be Zhang Yang. Ugh. The query surprisingly elicited a round of laughter. Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang dropped out of school a long time ago, how come he's here? Yeah. People are making money inside the factory now, how can they waste so much time here? That's it, you're blind, aren't you? Director Lee was already sweating. If it was just a coincidence that the names were the same, it would be hard to tell if someone saw Zhang Yang here. Really, right there. The crowd looked in the direction the girl pointed to, and found that a few people were indeed walking in the distance, and the silhouette at the front really did look like Zhang Yang, but the distance was too far away to see clearly. The big. Everybody don't discuss nonsense. There should be camaraderie between classmates. Zhang Yang has already dropped out of school, so it's all the more reason why we shouldn't discuss it casually. He spoke up in a hurry, his voice a little more serious. And the reason why Mr. Chen was suddenly like this was because he saw the expression on Bai Meng's face. How good Bai Meng and Zhang Yang's relationship was, that was something that was known throughout the school. Just now, he observed that just as these people were discussing Zhang Yang, this girl was in a state of disbelief, while she was looking at the figure in the distance with a bit of anticipation. Is it really Zhang Yang? He craned his head to look away, staring dead center at the not-so-distant figures, waiting for them to gradually come into view to see. As the faces of those black shadows became clearer and clearer, Mr. Lee's face became more and more ugly. It's really Zhang Yang. It was really Zhang Yang who was dissuaded by him personally. Zhang Yang's sudden appearance caused the originally noisy class to instantly fall silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Yang and started talking. What's he doing here? Did you go out to work and hit a wall and come back? Looks like it to me. Look at our class flower's mouth, it's up to her ears. What do you guys say about how the class flower is so well endowed? How come she's looking at a loser? In the face of everyone's talkative discussion, Mr. Lee's face straightened at this time and suddenly shouted. All be quiet. Can't you hear what I just said? Don't sneak up on your classmates behind their backs. Not even after dropping out of school, have you all read inside your stomachs all these years? He looked unusually serious, and everyone froze at his scolding. They had rarely heard their homeroom teacher speak so righteously, and for a while they were still a little confused. Didn't you have the most joyful discussions when Zhang Yang was around? If I remember correctly, you once used Zhang Yang as a negative example in front of everyone. Someone in the crowd retorted to Mr. Lee, making his face look more and more ugly, obviously a little hungover. However, he couldn't retort at this time, because Zhang Yang was already very close, and if nothing else, he would be able to hear their murmurs in no time. Zhang Yang moved closer. Only before Zhang Yang could open his mouth, Xu Hu spoke up. Mr. Lee, you have to do it for me. Zhang Yang didn't know what tactics he used, his chi and blood boosted so much that he beat me up. Xu Hu was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and stood to the side to give Zhang Yang an output. That's right, up until now he didn't think Zhang Yang was a martial artist. In his head Zhang Yang couldn't be a martial artist, he must have used some means to raise some chi and blood, and then took a fake martial artist badge to show off. It wasn't that he was stupid, but Zhang Yang, as someone he was more familiar with, suddenly bottomed out on a certain day and still reached an unattainable height, which was really unbelievable. That's the way it is with a lot of things in the world. As long as the heart doesn't want to believe it, no amount of evidence in front of you is going to help. Zhang Yang. I'll have the homeroom teacher take you to your new homeroom teacher right now, and I'll see what your school does to punish. Shut up. Teacher Li suddenly bellowed. His voice took on a distinctly angry tone, startling his classmates. Although they would usually always see Mr. Li get angry, it was the first time they got so angry. Li? Li's senior teacher. He looked at Mr. Li blankly, with a scowl on his face. The rest of the class did the same, wondering why the homeroom teacher was mad today. Just as everyone was watching, Mr. Li coughed. I'll give you all a formal introduction. Zhang Yang is this time the representative of the 2nd Martial Artist Guild and our lead martial artist for this event. Everyone give a warm round of applause. Silence. There was a brief silence in the class after he finished. Everyone was looking at Zhang Yang with shocked faces and open mouths. Only Bai Meng stood alone in the group with a smile in her eyes, looking really happy. Seeing that no one else was clapping, Mr. Li hastened to lead the applause. This time the students responded and finally began to applaud. Zhang Yang listened to the warm applause and the crowd's pleasing faces in general, and sighed playfully in his heart. Soon, Mr. Li came up. Zhang Yang, oh no, martial artist Zhang, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. All the knowledge from school is too shallow, it really doesn't suit you. Take a look at it today. He smiled with an attentive face, then his gaze landed on the pale Chu Hu on the side. Chu Hu, did you contradict the lead martial artist? I see you don't want to continue studying, do you? Chu Hu was so nervous that he shivered and his entire body went limp. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Zhang Yang, I was wrong. I'll never get in trouble again, and don't ever tell the school. Zhang Yang did not say anything, but glanced at the injured Di Chun on the side. With just a glance, Mr. Li understood what Zhang Yang meant. Chu Hu, how dare you assault a classmate? You are now disqualified from going to practical training, and you will send Osharo-san to the medical van to look after her, and don't blame me for telling the principal straight away if there's the slightest mistake. Chu Hu's face is like a dead gray. Only after doing this did Teacher Li look at Zhang Yang again. Martial artist Zhang, look at the people who have arrived, let's. How about starting this practical training? Zhang Yang's gaze scanned the forest in the distance and nodded slightly. Begin. Chapter 28 Target, Ice and Fire-Headed Wolf Beast. Boo! In the forest, Zhang Yang flashed between the trees like lightning. The wind of the fist was like Tarzan emitting a roar. A 2-meter-tall black bear's chest instantly collapsed, then landed heavily on the ground. Under the shocked gaze of the general class, the dissection of the alien beast began. It's so shocking. The ferocious beasts that seemed so menacing to them were actually toys without the ability to resist in front of Zhang Yang. No matter how terrifying the beast looked, Zhang Yang would just dive down and sprint, then punch the opponent's heart. There was silence inside the forest, only the sound of Zhang Yang silently decomposing the corpse. That magnificent figure, that cold face, and the blood-spattered corpse made everyone shiver. Most of the people inside the class had insulted Zhang Yang at one time or another, and from not participating in the beginning to treating Zhang Yang as an after-school gossip later on, many of them had already taken it as a habit. But now, seeing how Zhang Yang had not said a word since he appeared in the class, it was really unnerving. That's right, Zhang Yang didn't speak throughout the entire journey, and he was clean when he encountered the foreign beasts. Brother Yang, you're too good. Bai Meng couldn't help but cheer from the sidelines with an excited look on her face. Her voice seemed inferior in the silent environment, but it made Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. Still in this class, everyone had changed, only Bai Meng's attitude towards him had remained unchanged. It had been like this before, and it was still like this now. He glanced at the time and slowly got up and walked over to Mr. Li, his expression returning to that coldness. I killed all of these foreign beasts, there's no problem crediting them to White Moon, right? As I recall, these come with a bonus, or you can give them away at will. No problem. Mr. Li squeezed out a smile. He was afraid of Zhang Yang. Such a person, from back to now, did not mention a sentence from the past, like nothing in this place. In turn, people shuddered. Zhang Yang didn't talk any more nonsense. Instead, he simply said a few words to Bai Meng, and then left in a hurry. He's going to look for the flesh and blood flowers. He was the last to return to the car, and Tian saw him return with a satisfied smile. Good, Zhang Yang is back too. Then I'll talk about our specific mission into the active area. Our target for this hunt is named the Ice and Fire Wolf Head Beast, a mutated martial master ranked Fey beast with a relatively special bloodline that is capable of using a hint of flame and ice power. Its IQ is presumed to be around that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and its physical quality is presumed to be in existence at the bottom of the list inside the martial master level, or a full martial artist level. Its overall strength is probably at the level of a 2nd or 3rd level martial artist, and if confronted head-on, it's no match for the captain. Ein's 4th level martial artist. When Tian said this, her face was a bit gloomy, but the trickiest thing is that this guy seems to be guiding a dozen or so Fey beasts, all of which are high-level martial Fey beasts and have a certain sense of solidarity. So this time out on a mission, the most important thing to do is to absolutely not be alone, and to fight in unity. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned. I must go in search of herbs. Zhang Yang, what Tian means is that if you have already entered the other party's territory and started to act, you should not act alone anymore. Tian Yi had a serious face. As long as I don't find a clue, I won't go alone. I said, why are you so stubborn as a person? You do have 2 skills, but I can tell. You've only passed through an active area of foreign beasts once, you're still too young. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm going to find out. If there are no clues, I will go and hunt the Fae for you. There was a brief silence in the car. A couple of people looked at him with a few disgruntled glances. Tian spoke again, no problem, that's your choice. But when we need you, you must obey orders. I promise. I will accomplish the task you have set before me. Tian nodded without saying anything else, as did the others. There were no words along the way as they gradually entered the depths. Finding a relatively secluded spot, he hid it completely and then started walking. It was an abandoned town with the smell of decay all around. The Fae had suddenly appeared hundreds of years ago, when many of the cities had fallen, and these towns, and the ruins of the original cities, were the products of what remained. They had almost just stepped into the middle of the town when they heard a loud noise from not far away, followed by a few growls. About 7 or 8 alien beasts ran out from inside the ruins, their eyes red as they quickly attacked. They are like hungry beasts for 10 days, eyes only the crowd of these food. Zhang Yang witnessed a black bear obviously able to avoid the earth wall in front of the runover, but the other side is like crazy, not to avoid the impact on the top. With the sound of a rumbling collapse, and flying dust, it rushed forward like an armored car. This foreign beast. Even if it can't compare to the pale tiger beast, it is definitely almost as much. The target of this foreign beast was no other than Zhang Yang. Feeling the oppression of the other party, Zhang Yang clenched his fists and rushed forward. Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. When Tian saw that Zhang Yang was preparing to harden the black bear, she immediately yelled anxiously. Only that everything happened too fast. Before her voice fell, Zhang Yang had already collided with this black bear. Boo! The black bear's claws slapped hard on Zhang Yang's fist, and after a short stalemate of a few seconds it was actually repelled. Yes, it was repulsed. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement as he felt his tingling arm. It works! With the hunting ability, all of his abilities all doubled when he fought the Fae. Although he was only at the 7th level martial artist realm right now, he was able to exert himself at the 8th or even 9th level realm. This level would be fine against a true Tsonghu beast, let alone a black bear that was inferior to it. Black Bear was clearly enraged by the punch that knocked him back. It let out a horrible roar with scarlet eyes, and it seemed that the gusty winds around it were swept up, and the icy cold and gloomy wind carried the fishy stench from its mouth, so Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly and he could not help but close his eyes. It stinks. Why can it stink hot? This wasn't an adjective, it was physically hot. Zhang Yang finally couldn't hold on after a second and closed his eyes. But the moment it closed, his insides stuttered. Oops. He retreated at the first opportunity to try to open his eyes, but realized that he couldn't open them at all. At that moment, he stepped on something as he retreated, and his feet slipped and his whole body lay down towards the back. Zhang Yang now has only one thought inside his head, and that is. Chapter 29. It's smarter than it thinks. Pust. The sound of blood and flesh bursting was clearly visible. Zhang Yang was covered in blood. Boo! He fell heavily to the ground and snapped his eyes open to see the black bear only a step away from him. Its eyes looked at Zhang Yang unwillingly, and the heart in its chest had been penetrated by a thick fist. Joa Fei Koan put away his fists and said slowly, not all of the Fey beasts are like the little monsters inside the game, with a single mode of attack. They're smarter than you'd expect, and it's possible for a martial realm fae to have a special bloodline. Zhang Yang's face was a bit ugly. It wasn't because he was almost killed by a foreign beast this time, but he saw clearly the gap between a martial master and a martial artist. Zhou Fei Kuan was actually able to kill this black bear in seconds. If that seemed to be the case, it would simply be harder for him to complete the advancement task. He was pulled up by Zhou Fei Kuan, and the hissing around him faded away. Zhang Yang staggeringly looked at the foreign beasts that fell in the middle of a pool of blood not far away, and gradually realized a problem that this team is stronger than he thought it would be. The few remaining alien beasts were not as good as this black bear, but they were definitely capable of reaching the level of martial artist 5 or 6, and all of them were killed in less than a minute, which was really surprising to Zhang Yang. This team is simply a heaven and a hell compared to the team of Captain Liu at the time. Sometimes it's important to trust your teammates. Only by working with each other can you defeat the more powerful Fae, and sometimes maybe you just need to call out to be able to gain infinite security. Otherwise, once a situation like the one just now happens, you will surely die. Zhou Fei Kuan smiled and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, then shouted to the crowd. These Fae still have some value, and those who need them can simply dissect some small organs to take away. But move fast, we only have 3 minutes before we move on. Zhang Yang, this black bear carcass is all yours. You're not weak, and back there I want you to help the others as much as you can. Zhang Yang looked at the black hole and felt much more favorable towards this captain. Saving his life and letting him have the body, he asked himself if not many captains could do that. Without any nonsense, Zhang Yang lowered his head and started dissecting. As the number of dissections became more frequent, he became more and more skillful, and had even completely figured out the structure of certain types of alien beasts. Coupled with the fact that he had a lot of strength after becoming a martial artist, he was able to easily dissect even such a large alien beast successfully. You have successfully decomposed the liver of the Blackheart bear, plus 6 points of chi and blood plus 6 points. You have successfully disassembled the ear of the Blackheart bear, and your chi and blood are plus 4 points plus 4 points. You have successfully disassembled the paw of the Blackheart bear, your chi and blood are plus 7 points plus 7 points. This black bear directly gave him 80 points of chi blood, allowing him to break through to a rank 8 martial artist. At this rate, it was very likely that he would reach rank 10 martial artist before meeting the Icefire head wolf. Level 10 martial artist. Will there be a chance? He shook his head slightly. Judging from the level of the battle just now, even if he had a level 10 and the ability to hunt, he wouldn't be able to deal with a martial master level in his heyday. It seems that this time it may not be possible to accomplish this task. Since there was no way to accomplish this mission, he began to shift the goalposts this time. Following the group, he began to observe the environment, looking for the so-called flesh and blood flowers inside the intelligence. The so-called flesh and blood flowers are not blood-colored, but flesh-colored. It was like a flower made of human flesh and blood, formed on the corpses of alien beasts or humans, and if it was cut, a large amount of blood would flow out, with the effect of restoring cells. As for how it was formed, according to the explanation of the researchers' professionals, chi and blood is something that has form and power, although people die, but chi and blood still exist, so it is possible to wrap around the chi and blood to form this thing. So all the corpses and rotten flesh, Zhang Yang observed very carefully. Oh oi. Zhang Yang, don't look around, you're making me nervous. Tianyi spat from the side with a helpless face. Why is your attention on me? I don't engage in sex. Zhang Yang continued to observe the surroundings and spoke without looking back. You think I'm a? Old me is going to marry Tian Tian in the future. Don't you think Tian Tian is cute when she's serious? It's the complete opposite of her personality, he he he. Zhang Yang stopped and looked at him in dismay. Aren't you supposed to like that kind of royalty? Mikado? Sexy isn't worth it in the face of cute. Tano bristled. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. He was about to end this conversation and refocus his attention on the corpses and wreckage around him, but he was interrupted by Zhou Fei Kuan's low voice. Look out! Look out, everyone! His voice was tense and particularly serious, and Zhang Yang even heard a few moments of panic amongst his voice. His insides stuttered as he looked up. He wanted to see what kind of situation was going on that made the captain so nervous. Only to see that at the forefront, on a collapsed house a dozen paces away from Zhou Fei Kuan, a giant wolf that was a full 2 meters long was lying there. The hair all over his body was brownish yellow, but above his neck it was indeed white and red, and on his neck there were 2 reveals, and although his face was clear as a dog's, the proportions of those features were too huge, giving him a creepy feeling. The most frightening thing is that this beast is just lying there quietly and motionless, its eyes lazily surveying the line, seeming to be full of wisdom. Oppressive. This was Zhang Yang's first impression of it. Quiet. This was Zhang Yang's second impression of it. Since he had come into contact with the Fae, he had never seen a Fae that could be so quiet. Quiet is too scary, like. The beast had known that they would come here and had been lying in this position quietly waiting for them. Martial Master level Fae beasts. It was scarier than he had ever imagined. What about the Grandmaster level? What about above the Sovereign? Zhang Yang didn't dare to think about it and prepared his fighting stance. But just then, he suddenly saw the top of the beast's head. There was a flesh and blood flower. Flesh and blood flowers. Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly contracted and his breath caught. But he was also quick to calm down, knowing that it wasn't an existence he could dabble in right now. Not right. This fellow is excessively intelligent. It doesn't seem to be quite the same as the intelligence. Tian couldn't help but open her mouth, deliberately lowering her voice as if she was afraid of startling the other party. There are still foreign beasts around. Zhang Yang couldn't help but open his mouth as well. Since he had been observing his surroundings, he was more familiar with them for a short time. Just a few seconds ago, he noticed something moving slowly in various locations. It's the Fae. He saw the same blackheart bear beast as earlier, but it was significantly larger and stronger than the one he had just killed. He also saw a pale tiger beast slowly walking to block their path. There were other foreign beasts, all of which were very terrifying existences, close to 10 in total, each one of which was only a high-level foreign beast. The scariest part is? Surprisingly, they all did the same as that ice and fire-headed wolf beast, without a single roar, and quietly surrounded them. Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Yang's forehead. The situation seems to have exceeded expectations. Captain, what should we do now? Tian Yi was a little nervous, and his voice took on a few tremors. Even if they had been through 100 battles, in front of facing such a number and strength of foreign beasts, they would definitely have no chance of winning. People could die. No. Absolutely dead. Realizing this, everyone panicked a bit. Zhou Kunfa took a deep breath and his face was also a bit gloomy. These beasts are all led by that wolf. Kill that wolf and we'll have a chance to get out. I'll go for the main attack to kill that wolf. Everyone do it together. As for the other beasts, ignore them for now. Zhang Yiming and Zhang Yang, you two aren't weak in combat. Assist me in striking out together. We can only fight with our backs to the wall now. Live or die. Zhang Yang and one of the men in the team nodded at the same time, their expressions grave to the extreme. Everyone's breath began to catch and their muscles tensed. This fight between the Fae and the squad was about to ignite. Chapter 30 Death of the Captain. A layer of sweat surfaced from the crowd under the slightly dark sky, and Zhang Yang's brows were tightly furrowed together. Who could have imagined that the first time they followed a squad on a mission, they would encounter such a hellish opening? Leaving aside the number of people, the only team members who could deal with the high-level martial Fae beasts were Captain Zhou Feiken, Zhang Yiming, and the three of him. Zhang Yiming, early 30s, strength in the martial arts 10 level. In addition to the Captain Zhou Feiken, he is the strongest existence, is all the way do not like to talk, not quite have a sense of presence. Zhang Yang hadn't seen him put up a fight, but during the first encounter with the Fae beasts, at that time, Zhou Feiken was helping himself, and it was estimated that he was handling all the Fae beasts at that time, and his fighting strength should be very strong. Prioritizing killing that ice and fire-headed wolf is the priority. Zhang Yang calculated the ability of the three of them to be able to kill this beast in a short period of time, and his heart was not in the right place. Judging from the current exposure to the martial master level, he and Zhang Yiming were not able to play much of a role in a 3-on-1 fight. So, appears to be 3-on-1, but in reality it's still 1-on-1. Only if Zhou Feiken was able to gain an absolute advantage in single combat could he and Zhang Yiming help speed up the fighting process, otherwise the duo would not only be unable to injure the beast, but might also be killed in passing. But if he doesn't go to help fight, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned his surroundings before finally resting his gaze on a gaping hole. There are foreign beasts on the left and right sides of this gap, but the two foreign beasts are relatively far apart, so if you can kill one of the two foreign beasts in a short period of time, do it! The battle didn't give him much preparation to think. Zhou Feiken, who was the captain, had already given the battle signal. He was the first to rush towards that ice and fire-headed wolf, and Zhang Yiming on the side was also the first to rush up with the lance in his hand. Zhang Yang's movements were obviously a bit slower because he was thinking about the problem. He saw that Zhou Feiken, who was rushing at the front, was very fast, and Zhou Feiken used only 3 to 5 seconds to approach that ice and fire-headed wolf. Zhou Kunfa dragged the large knife in his hand and slid up from the ground in an instant. The knife in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the ice and fire-headed wolf. Said to slip up, because he has been dragging that knife, jumping when the knife body slides out of a weird arc, driving the soil in midair like a current against the current, a strong visual impact to bring the illusion that people and the knife together to slide into the sky like. Elegant. Powerful. It was a completely different dimension from the martial realm. If this blade could really land on that wolf's body, it might actually be possible to kill it before the other Fey beasts could react. All those who saw this scene in this split second had the same thought. The captain can win. Zhang Yang also thought so, but only in this instant, because he saw the ice and fire-headed wolf move. The moment Zhou Feiken jumped up, since Zhang Yang was keenly looking around the situation, he could see very clearly that this ice and fire-headed wolf had also jumped up. This movement is fast, obviously just the simplest movement, but it can be as fast as lightning. Little. Zhang Yang immediately felt bad and was the first to prepare to open his mouth to prompt. Pust. Before Zhang Yang could shout out the heart he wanted to say, he heard the sound of blood splattering. So under his and Jiang Yiming's disbelieving gazes, one of Zhou Fa Kuan's arms was cut off in unison. The gushing blood gushed out desperately, and the ice and fire-headed wolf bit Zhou Feiken's arm and directly began to chew on it. He didn't immediately strike, but looked at Zhou Kunfa, who already had one arm missing, with interest. Captain! Don't come over! Zhou Fa Kuan stopped Jiang Yiming, who was preparing to rescue him. Because of the broken arm, Zhou Fa Kuan's face was pale. His arm dragging the great sword had disappeared without a trace, left behind in that moment just now. His forehead was all covered in beads of sheer sweat as he nervously looked at the two men and said, "I was careless, this guy's depths can never be felt without actually facing it. This time it was my negligence and carelessness that put you and everyone else in such a miserable place. Now I'll stop them, you two take the men and break out as fast as you can, that's an order." He said the first thing he did was to rush towards that ice and fire-headed wolf, erupting with an aura that Zhang Yang had never seen before. The moment he felt this aura, Zhang Yang made a decision. Only one of his feet stepped hard on the ground, and then with the force, he reversed his direction and looked towards the gap he had seen long ago. He knew very well that it was impossible when they wanted to all get out alive, and now his and Jiang Yiming's mission was changing. The plan to kill this wolf was obviously not going to work. Then since they couldn't be killed, there was only another option left, and that was to break through the encirclement and escape. Only then would they not all die here, and they couldn't let Zhou Fa Kuan die in vain. At this moment, Zhou Fa Kuan's one hand was rippling with veins, and the long knife in his hand was constantly flying at an extremely tricky angle, with each knife heading towards the opponent's vitals. However, in the face of such an overwhelming attack, the ice and fire-headed wolf unexpectedly dodged without panicking. It looked like the big movement was slow, but in actuality, it was fast and numbing. Looking at Zhou Feiken, who had completely fallen into a disadvantage, Zhang Yang knew that he could not hold on for long. 30 seconds tops. If they hadn't managed to break out within those 30 seconds, then everyone would die here. Realizing this problem, Zhang Yang's movements that were still hesitant began to become firm. All follow me. This is the last chance the captain has got for us. Knowing that he couldn't let down the captain's goodwill, Zhang Yang took the lead towards that gap. He had observed long ago that the closest to that gap was the Tsonghu beast, which could be described as an ingrate. Zhang Yang's leg snapped and his entire body was as swift as lightning. Before the sound of his growl could fall, the man was already in range of the attack. The muscles in his arms tensed, the veins in his forehead rippled, and his waist carried his body so that his arms swung out in a half moon. Tarzan fist. With the power of a rank 8 martial artist plus martial arts, and with the double attribute of hunting, he had absolute confidence in hurting this guy. It wasn't luck, it was the fact that he had touched the beast once and it was too arrogant. So it would never believe that as a human he would attack on his own accord. When it came back to its senses, Zhang Yang's fist had already smashed hard on the opponent's head. Boom! The terrifying force smashed directly onto the opponent's skull, and a crisp bone-cracking sound was heard amidst everyone's shocked gazes. Click! The sound awakened all the members of the team present as well as the other Fey. Zhang Yang used his body to knock the Tsong tiger beast down hard, and the roaring sound made everyone wake up. Run! Chapter 31. Only Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang instantly secured the Tsong tiger beast. The image was too shocking to the eyeballs, and the team members present were shocked while being woken up by Zhang Yang and rushed to run outside at the first opportunity. The other alien beasts let out angry growls and began to surround them, but the fact that this was supposed to be a gaping hole led to no way to completely surround the team, and they could only watch them run. This brat really can. Joe Cohen looked at that back, a hint of a smile surfacing on his pale face. Pust. Blood sprayed as blood bowl bit into his neck. His eyes gradually dimmed and he finally lost the breath of life. The running Zhang Yang seemed to sense something and subconsciously turned his head to look at the distant battlefield. Vaguely, he saw the tall figure fall to the ground. Captain! Zhang Yang felt that there was something blocking the inside of his throat, and the feeling was exceptionally unpleasant. Last time, the martial artist he encountered wanted to put him to death by any means necessary. For once, the people he meets actually give their lives for him to live. Again, he was facing a foreign beast, and these two times brought him a completely different state of mind. Staring at the ice and fire-headed wolf in the distance, Zhang Yang's heart burned with a raging fire. He wanted to strike this wolf down. Even without that so-called blood and flesh flower, he will definitely not let this one go. Spread out. Spread out and run. At this rate we're bound to get caught up. Spreading out is the only way back. Everyone meet at the car stash location. In the midst of the panic, Sweetfield began to command the battlefield. Zhang Yang finally understood why all the orders inside the team were directed by Tian Tian. Tian Tian is a girl in danger. Only such a person can make the most correct choice between life and death, leading the team to live. Right now, Tian Tian is doing just that. Although everyone was panicking, they all had a sense of reassurance once they heard Tian Tian's voice, and surprisingly, they really started to disperse. However, although the 5 of them spread out at the first opportunity, their numbers were completely outnumbered by the Fey beasts, and basically one of them had to deal with 2 high-level Fey beasts. This may seem like a high success rate of escape, but the likelihood of survival is actually lower. Zhang Yang, can you help attract more attention? Tian Tian was sweating anxiously as she saw things going in the worst direction. She was nervous. She knew very well that the only ones who could change the battle at this time were Zhang Yang and Zhang Yiming. The two were considered the top fighting force inside the team, and it was even possible to kill a high-level alien beast in a one-on-one situation. But it's a matter of life and death. Would these two really make a choice at such a difficult time? Zhang Yiming didn't answer her question, and the speed of his escape slowed down a little, but then immediately accelerated again. Surely it doesn't work? Tian Tian smiled helplessly and bitterly. She wasn't the least bit surprised. Because with Zhang Yiming's stature, as long as he didn't stop, he still had a great chance of leaving this place. The only ones who were truly affected were those of them who couldn't deal with the existence of high-level foreign beasts on their own, so the one who called for help could only be her. Not everyone in the world is going to be like Captain Chow, who will reach out to anyone. Her eyes darkened slightly, and just when she thought everything was a foregone conclusion, a low, muffled thud came along with the roar of a foreign beast. Boom! Zhang Yang knocked over a physically robust bull alien beast with one punch, and the entire person stopped in his tracks. 2. I'll help you lure away 2 more at most. Zhang Yang felt like he must be in over his head when he uttered these words. Even if he had the ability to hunt and kill, dealing with 4 of them at once would still put his life in danger, and a great deal of it at that. That's what reason tells him, but he doesn't believe in reason. Because Joe Cohen's voice echoed in his ears like the Bible for some reason. Sometimes it's important to trust your teammates. Only by working with each other can you defeat the more powerful Fae, and sometimes maybe you just need to call out to be able to gain infinite security. Sometimes maybe all you need to do is call out and you'll be able to feel infinitely safer. Consider this as returning a favor. Zhang Yang slightly clenched his fists and looked at the 4 Fey beasts that were charging at him head-on as they slowly started to back up and then started to run. With the 4 Fey beasts lured away by Zhang Yang, there were only 4 Fey beasts left chasing the 3 Tian Tian people. Fields jumped out to lure away 2 of them, and the remaining 2 went after Tian Tian and the last girl. This girl was called Lu Bing, about the same age as Tian Tian, and she didn't talk much along the way. At Tian Tian's assignment, she ran in the direction of another location. She scurried in the middle of the forest with a terrified face, looking like she had a lot of pressure in her heart, and the foreign beast chasing after her behind her was yelling madly, seemingly itching to eat her immediately. Can't die. I can't die. I must never die. The car is not far away. If I get in the car I'll be able to survive. That's right, as long as I get on the bus without any problems, I'll definitely be able to survive. She muttered, her eyes gradually glowing. At the same time, Zhang Yang swallowed a bottle of strength-restoring potion in one gulp, then threw the bottle aside. Behind him were 4 foreign beasts, the closest to him was a black bear, and the furthest was the pale tiger beast whose skull he had shattered. That guy's physical fitness was really good, his skull was shattered and he was still able to live and breathe. It was good that it was more or less still under some influence, and its speed was getting slower and slower, and it was only a few minutes before Zhang Yang could not see its silhouette. Although the black bear chasing him was faster than the other 2 fey beasts, it was obviously lacking in endurance, and also began to gradually fall behind, and even finally simply stopped chasing him. There were now 2 remaining fey beasts left, a sheep covered in black spots, and a python covered in the color of dead leaves. Black speckled sheep named Dead Sheep Beast, legend has it that this guy's head is particularly hard, his emotions will not be affected by any external factors, and there is very little pain in his body, the realm is probably around 7 or 8 levels very deal with. A python in the color of a withered leaf was named the Withered Leaf Python Beast just like its appearance. This guy was very powerful but didn't have any toxins, and his realm was probably at the 9th level of martial artist or above. They followed behind Zhang Yang without any haste, obviously waiting for Zhang Yang to be exhausted. Once Zhang Yang's stamina was depleted, they could easily take him down. Zhang Yang could see this, so he found a path that looked like it had complicated terrain and drilled into it. The moment it was drilled in, he took the scalpel in his hand and flipped it around, the scalpel spinning a few times on the back of his hand before it was held firmly in his hand. The cold light flickered and drifted, blending with the chilling mapping among his eyes. At this moment, he was like a sword ready to be sheathed, ready to kill with a single blow. Coming. Zhang Yang. Hear the tracking. Chapter 32 Desperate Situation, Abandoned. Could Zhang Yang single-handedly fight a high-level foreign beast? Obviously he could, so he was prepared to counterattack instead of fleeing. This was because he had to consider whether the blood and flesh flower on the head of the ice and fire-headed wolf was the only one he would come across in a short period of time, and once he missed it, it would most likely be very difficult to find it again. Not only was he not prepared to run away, he was also prepared to go back and strike down that dual-colored wolf of ice and fire. His arms were bruised and he heard a rustling sound not far away, and he knew his chance had come. It's the dead leaf python beast. It was tracking its prey according to temperature and odor, so after losing sight of Zhang Yang, it obviously tracked faster than the other dead sheep beast. It just didn't he anticipate that Zhang Yang stopped to run at it. Surprise, and confidence in itself, caused it to misjudge Zhang Yang's fighting strength, and at the first moment, it was smashed over the head, and was subsequently resolved by a slash at 7 inches. Zhang Yang stepped out from his hidden position with a strong and aggressive spirit and quietly waited for the undead beast. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yang began to decompose the corpses of those alien beasts and quietly waited for the black bear and the injured Songhu beast at the end. You have successfully decomposed the liver of the dead leaf python, your chi and blood are +7 points +7 points. You have successfully decomposed the skin and bones of the dead leaf python, and your chi and blood are +11 points +11. You have successfully disassembled the horns of the dead sheep beast, +8 points in chi and blood. You have successfully decomposed the heart of the undead goat beast, your chi and blood are +7 points +7. He skillfully disassembled it with a single slash while boosting his chi and blood. If anyone found him here, their jaws would absolutely drop in shock. This man's movements were simply too skillful and superior, each slash was able to clearly separate a foreign beast's flesh and bones, simply butchered. Click. The ruins had just entered a position in the middle of the forest when there came the sound of branches being constantly stepped on and broken. The massive black-hearted bear ran around frantically, constantly catching the scents around him with that huge nose while tracking. Aha! That's the guy. This is the guy who killed his playmate. He was close by and had to be torn apart. That's right, at this moment, this black-heart bear's heart was all about tearing Zhang Yang apart. In its opinion, this food was the worst food he had ever seen. Not only was it hard to catch, it killed its partner, so it had to be caught and made to die a painful death. It had decided that it would never let the other party die until it had completely gnawed his skin and flesh dry. Almost there. Already smell him. It's in this neighborhood. The first time it rushed into the trail, it saw a figure not far away. It rushed up excitedly, but suddenly sensed that something wasn't quite right. This food seems to be nibbling on the corpses of other alien beasts. The cold light reflecting from his hand gave it a tremendous sense of danger, and surprisingly, a hint of fear. The black-heart bear and the human in front of it subconsciously looked at each other, but it saw an extremely cold eye, which carried a strong hostility amongst it, a hostility that it had only ever felt on the body of that ice and fire-headed wolf. Pust. Boo. Black-heart bear collapsed heavily to the ground, feeling the life draining out of him, and there was only one thought inside his head. Food. Why is it so dangerous? Zhang Yang's body was dyed red with the blood of the foreign beasts at this moment, and he clenched his fists to feel the surging power, narrowing his eyes slightly. The blood is hot. The anatomy of the 3 foreign beasts directly raised his chi and blood by close to 300 points. The blood reaches 1050 points. He managed to reach 10th level martial artist. The goal of the next realm is to become a martial artist. The chi blood of a 1st level martial artist was double that of a 10th level martial artist, which was 2000 points of chi blood. Each level requires a boost of 2000 chi points. Zhang Yang felt the terrifying power coming from within his body, surprisingly creating an illusion of invincibility. He knew it was the confidence that came from a sense of power, and took several breaths to calm himself down. Now was not the time to go and single-handedly challenge that ice and fire-headed wolf. At least he couldn't go alone. He had to bring along Jiang Yiming, who also had amazing fighting skills, and Tian, who had a plan. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the location where he had hidden the car in the first place. I hope everyone is okay. Hidden car land. Lu Bing sat in the driver's seat with an extremely nervous expression. She kept scanning the scene outside, her eyes bloodshot. It was extremely quiet outside, and there were no shadows of any foreign beasts to be seen, but for some reason she always felt that in the unseen corners, a high-level foreign beast would appear at any time to swoop towards the car. Her expression became more and more tangled, and her eyes became more and more densely bloodshot. Suddenly, as if she had made some decision, she kept her palms on the car. Come on. Coming soon. Suddenly, she heard a voice from not far away and shivered. Only Tian and Tian Yi were seen running towards the car, still looking back from time to time with nervous expressions. Tian's gaze had been overlooking the hiding spot of the car, so the first thing she did was to meet her gaze. The former wore a delighted expression while waving her hand towards her. Help open the door and get ready to go. Tian called out happily and a few moments faster. Roar! Almost as soon as she yelled, the sound of an angry growl was exchanged in the distance. That's the pale tiger beast. Lu Bing, who was preparing to open the door, winced as her face began to look ugly and pale. The mouth even began to mutter, I'm sorry. She said and tapped the start button directly, then began to frantically hit the steering wheel as she slammed on the gas. The car did not have the intention of picking up the person, instead it directly turned around and ran in the other direction. Just like that, under Tian's stunned and horrified gaze, it completely turned around and got further and further away from the two of them. Lu Bing, what are you doing? Tian's face was unsightly as she exclaimed in horror. I'm sorry. You guys get on the bus too and the Fae will eat us all. I can only leave if you stay and let the beasts eat you. Lu Bing shouted, his voice carrying trembling and self-reproach, but his foot pressed the gas pedal to the floor. With a buzzing sound, the car flew off in a flash. Looking at the faraway car, Tian stood in despair. She and Tian Yi had reached the limit of their strength. There was no way they could run anymore, and after making so much noise, the other party had already followed. That's right. Already keeping up. A huge figure came out from inside the forest. It was an ape covered in straggly hairs, more than 2 meters tall and covered in muscles. Martial artist. 10th grade. Ape King Beast. It ran and jumped dozens of meters close to the distance in the blink of an eye, the huge and magnificent body between jumps with a horrible whistling, and finally landed steadily in front of the duo, resisting the surrounding light on the black shadow, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at Tian with the ultimate primitive greed. Chapter 33, Ask the Fae if they're afraid of me. Tian felt this ape king's gaze and smiled miserably. If one were to talk about the most famous foreign beast at the martial artist level, it would definitely be the Zhonghu beast. After all, strength and pugnacity coexisted, and the threats and dangers to martial artists were at the top of the list. But when it came to the strongest foreign beast in the martial realm, at least among the edges of their city area, it was the Ape King. The Ape King beast not only possessed the same brawny physique as the other Fae beasts, it also possessed flexible limbs and an intelligent mind. They create traps against humans and can even use various tools and terrain to sneak up on them as well. They love nothing more than to capture human females to forcefully mate and satisfy the absolute darkness within them. Tian, run. Here I'm dragging. Tano stepped in front of her, his expression equally ugly. His realm would only be a rank 6 martial artist, while the Ape King beast in front of him was a full rank 10, and also possessed the special physique that foreign beasts inherently possessed. The outcome of a battle between the two would not need to be thought about much at all. today I will fight with you. Boo! The thick arm smashed on Tianya's body, accompanied by a huge force. Tianya's entire body flew towards the right, flying to the tree trunk a few meters away under the sweep of the Ape King beast's thick arm. Tianya's head hit directly on it, and he instantly broke his head and lost consciousness. Tian sat on her but on the ground, having completely lost her desire to fight, and fog finally appeared among those desperate eyes. Help me! Somebody help me! She screamed like crazy, but was caught in a death grip on her body by a pair of large hands, and the next second, jab! The bodice was torn to shreds, and a large area of Snow White was exposed in the air, and that Ape King beast unexpectedly let out an unpleasant laugh. It directly pressed Tian to the ground, and a large amount of blood appeared on the Snow White skin directly from the rough force. Tian struggled in terror, but realized that there was no possibility at all, the terrified shrill screams getting higher and higher, the expression of that Ape King beast getting more and more hideous and excited. Suddenly, it stopped moving. Because it felt a cold touch from behind. It subconsciously touched its back and there was very sticky liquid. That's blood. Along with the blood, there was a sharp pain coming from his chest, as if something had gone through his back and into his chest. It subconsciously turned its head and saw the gradually enlarging fist. Boom! Zhang Yang's fist was pressed against its cheek, and because of the terrifying force inertia, it even appeared to briefly fit on its cheek for 3 seconds, and then the force carried its head and smashed it directly onto the ground. Boom! The tremendous force caused the ground to shake a bit as Zhang Yang rode on the opponent's head and swung his fist again. Boom! There was still a loud noise, and this time the Ape King beast's entire body convulsed. It finally reacted, and the first thing it wanted to do was to reach out and grab Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang's fists kept falling, not giving it a chance at all, one punch faster than the other. Tian Sweet, who was lying on the ground, stared at Zhang Yang, who was riding on the Ape King, with her eyes wide open and her mind blank. Are you blind? Zhang Yang was unilaterally thrashing the Ape King beast? Even Jiang Yiming, who was also a peak martial artist, couldn't do it. Zhang Yang. Then Jiang Yiming? At this moment, she suddenly realized that everyone present did not know Zhang Yang's true strength, only that he had killed the Tsanghu beast. Boom! With the final punch, the hard skull was cracked raw, blood accompanied by meat scraps flying about until the head had been completely crushed. Zhang Yang got up and threw his clothes, landing precisely on Tian's body. She had thought that Zhang Yang would come up to inquire about herself and the team's situation, but the first words that Zhang Yang opened his mouth directly caused her to be dumbfounded in place. I'm going to kill that ice and fire-headed wolf and I need your help. Tian. Standing still for a moment in shock. From the moment Lu Bing drove off, she understood that their squad was completely finished. What would face them next would be the pursuit of the Fae and the escape through the forest. With luck they might get out, but she never wanted to enter this place to hunt Fae again. No, not just her, I'm afraid that what everyone in the entire squad was thinking about should be escape, but Zhang Yang was completely the opposite. Her first reaction, Zhang Yang must be crazy. How could he have killed that beast? It was a terror that had killed the captain. Are you crazy? That's a foreign beast that the captain couldn't even deal with, how could you possibly deal with it? Tian, who had just felt death, was a bit agitated. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. I just heard a car start, did someone abandon us? If we leave on foot without a car we're sure to get caught up and the guy won't leave us alone. Tian froze and blushed hard. That's right. Without the car, the chances of a few of them surviving a run back inside the woods were too low. What's more, that martial master level Fae beast would definitely not let them go and would definitely catch up. But kill that martial artist? Her whole being laughed in despair. It's impossible, the difference between a martial master and a martial artist is too great, it's impossible for you to deal with it. We're dead. That's why I need the help of you and Jiang Yiming, if you are not capable of fighting, I will help you fight. Zhang Yang interrupted her with a serious expression. No matter what, I'm not going to sit around and die. I'm going to kill it. If you decide to run, then I respect your choice, but I will definitely turn back. I'm a man, and I'll die with a backbone. Zhang Yang's words touched Tian. She knew that every word Zhang Yang said was the most correct choice, and there was no other path for them to take. Looking at Zhang Yang's serious face, she suddenly wondered, Zhang Yang, aren't you afraid? I was scared to death just now, but I saw that you weren't scared at all when you fought the Fae beast, and it seemed like you weren't afraid of it hurting you at all. Are you a fighting maniac? Afraid? Zhang Yang smiled confidently. Why should I be afraid? They have strength and so do I. They have legs and feet and so do I. Why don't you ask them if they're afraid of me? Tian stared with wide eyes, feeling a great shock. It seems like it had always been that they were afraid of the Fae, but she had never thought that the Fae would be afraid of humans. Was it because they were too smart? She shook her head slightly as she looked at Zhang Yang's confident face. No, it's just that they think they're smart. Okay, I promise. We can't run away anyway, so let's make a big deal out of it. Avenge the captain. Tian was a bit agitated and seemed to be influenced by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang revealed a smile and was about to continue talking when he suddenly heard a ringing sound. He shook his head violently, staring into the darkness that wasn't far away. Is there more? Could it be that the ice and fire-headed wolf is catching up? Chapter 34, The Prey and the Hunter. Zhang Yang's two hearts sank to the bottom. Though they had spoken with great bravado just now, they would only be buried here if they were so unprepared to face the beast. Great! You're all alive. Zhang Yiming drilled out from inside the forest with an excited look on his face. Zhang Yang's tense nerves relaxed and his heart was even more delighted. With Zhang Yiming safe and sound, the possibility of them defeating that foreign beast would be raised by a few points. Just before he could be surprised, Zhang Yiming's words silenced him. Where's the car? Where's our car? Zhang Yiming looked at the location of the hidden car with an ugly face and found it empty. The car was driven away by Lu Bing. Tian was gloomy. We'll have to hike back now if we want to go back. Are you kidding me? Walking back on foot isn't looking for death. Zhang Yiming's face turned blue. That's right, going back at this time would be just as likely to be hunted down by that Fey beast, so it would be better to put up a fight here and kill it. Zhang Yang once again stepped forward with a serious face. Zhang Yiming's face became even more ugly as he stared at Zhang Yang incredulously. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't you see that even the captain died at the hands of that alien beast? If the captain is not an opponent, are we still opponents? Not to mention that it was able to guide so many high-level foreign beasts. He shook his head desperately, his voice serious. If that's the case, I might as well try to go back on foot. The dangers along the way aren't too bad, but at least there's a possibility of getting back. Even if we all go back together, that guy will still sneak up on us just the same, and if that's the case we have no initiative and an even lower chance of winning. Zhang Yiming shook his head. Zhang Yang, don't you just want that flesh and blood flower? If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us along. Zhang Yang froze. What did you say? Zhang Yiming continued, I've made it very clear, everyone knows you're here to find something. I saw it then during the battle, the way you were staring at that bloody flower was completely different. I'm leaving anyway, so feel free. Zhang Yiming didn't say any more nonsense and twisted around to look for the car prince to leave. Zhang Yang, I think Zhang Yiming is right, the move you made was still too impulsive. How about this matter? Think it's better to leave here first, let's just follow Zhang Yiming. Tian was also spoken to and had a difficult face. Zhang Yang shook his head, I'm not leaving. If you want to go, you take Tano. That's right. He's definitely not leaving. Without Zhang Yiming's help, he did have a much smaller chance of winning against that ice and fire-headed wolf, but it wasn't impossible. With the two abilities he had acquired, there was every chance that he could decimate that foreign beast. Tian heard his words and also showed a difficult and hesitant expression, standing in place without saying a word. It was a while before she pulled a potion out of her arms and placed it in his hand. This is a potion to restore strength. It can restore half of your strength in a short period of time. You saved my life, so I'll consider it as repaying you for this favor. Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I can't be here to die with you. Tian gritted her teeth and walked past Zhang Yang, gradually moving away with the unconscious Tian Yi. By the time they caught up with Zhang Yiming sneered when he saw that there was no Zhang Yang. It's hard to persuade a ghost who sends himself to death with good words. Zhang Yang, this kid is too self-centered to send himself to death just for a little bit of money. At his current level, let's say he's able to see that foreign beast. Tian followed him with a lustful expression. Her mind was filled with images of Zhang Yang killing that ape king beast. Zhang Yang had easily killed that terrifying beast. Was there really no chance to kill that ice fire head wolf? She went with Zhang Yiming really did not choose wrong. Gradually. There was no sound at the end of the path. The ruined wilderness fell silent and the sky darkened. Zhang Yang got up from the corpse of the ape king beast and moved his muscles, sending out crackling sounds. Without Tian and the others around, he was conversely less anxious. Dissecting the corpse with all his might, his chi blood came to 1,100 points. Zhang Yang looked at the sky that would soon darken, his expression slightly serious. Darkness is the time when the Fae are active, and if I'm not mistaken it's also the time when the ice and fire-headed wolves and other Fae really hunt. Maybe now is the time. That's right. Now was perhaps the best opportunity. The Fae beasts around that ice and fire-headed wolf would be vacant in large numbers at this time, and at this time, even if it did go up against this fellow, there wouldn't be the possibility of so many Fae beasts guarding it. Realizing this, he slowly got up and walked slowly towards the position he had been in when he fled. It's time for the hide-and-seek games to be interchanged. Around a house that had been completely abandoned and collapsed, that song tiger beast whose skull had been shattered by Zhang Yang was lying in the atom, its breath getting weaker and weaker. Although it was not killed by Zhang Yang in the first place, it could not survive with its head in this state. All it wanted on its deathbed was a good night's rest, and perhaps in the morning it would be healed enough to not die. The simple mind of being a Fae beast put it at ease and prepared it to go to sleep. But just as it was about to close its eyes, it suddenly heard something. It slowly looked up, and it turned out to be some kind of black hole that had tumbled through that wall. The other party was approaching a little bit towards its position here, and the Songhu beast sensed the other party getting closer and began to be on guard. Just as it was thinking of seeing who was so bold as to dare to enter its territory, it finally got a good look at the face of this black shadow. Yes. Human? The moment it saw that the other party was human, it appeared to freeze for a brief moment. It could not figure out how a human could appear in its territory at all until it distinguished the figure as Zhang Yang. Is to blame for letting it suffer like this? It angrily prepared to pounce on it, but without waiting for it to do so, Zhang Yang took the lead. Roar! In the darkness of the night, an angry tiger's roar echoed through the already abandoned town. The other foreign beasts within the abandoned town all heard this tiger's roar and raised their heads towards this place, then roared as if in response. Amidst the rising and falling roars, Zhang Yang had already killed the Song tiger beast. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he skillfully dissected the alien beast in front of him, constantly judging the location of the roars around him. There are about a dozen of them, and half of the high-level alien beasts if we kill them all. Taking stock of the chi and blood that might be raised, Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder and colder. He had fully adapted to the rhythm of fighting the Fae, and this night was his time to go on a killing spree. He rose slowly, discerningly pondering the direction he was going, then slowly faded into the darkness. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But this time the identity of the prey and the hunter will shift. He, Zhang Yang, was the real hunter and killer in the middle of the dark night. Chapter 35 God's Commendation to the Brave. Darkness. The hissing and roaring of the beasts kept coming from the abandoned town, one after another. It's always like that here at night, but tonight it wasn't quite right. Zhang Yang was currently sitting on a rock and yawning as he ate the packet of compressed cookies and then moved his muscles. His clothes were torn and tattered, and there were still places where blood seeped towards the outside. If he were to strip naked and stand here right now, he would realize that there were many wounds on his body, big and small. Counting the time when he first followed the team to become a martial artist, there were at least close to 20 wounds on his body right now. Luckily, these wounds were superficial wounds that quickly scabbed over after he drank 2 bottles of hemostatic potions, plus the fact that a martial artist's own flesh recovers many times faster than a normal person's, so it didn't affect anything. It's almost time to rest, it's time to make a move. Zhang Yang muttered as he stared with glowing eyes at the system panel that appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Yang. Blood, 1880 points martial artist level 10. Mastery, hunting LV2. The host currently possesses the ability, anatomical return LV1, hunting LV2. Currently available for continued mastery. Exterminate the beast LV3. Reach condition, kill and dissect 100 Fae. Cross rank LV3. Reach condition, hunt a Fae alone across the ranks. Shattered beast LV3. Kill 100 alien beasts of different species to complete. The chi blood had come to 1880 points. Combined with his own ability to hunt, it was still possible to deal with the first grade martial master level. As for why he didn't continue to wait to raise his chi and blood, it was because he didn't have enough stamina. The days running around had depleted his stamina too much, and a short time of recovery was simply not enough to recover, although it was said that there was still a bottle of stamina potion in his hand, but it had to be used to deal with that ice and fire-headed wolf before he could do so. There was also the fact that he had been here for so long that the surrounding beasts had been pretty much cleared out, and he presumed that the ice and fire wolf beast had discovered his whereabouts as well. Originally he was in a lower realm, this time to take the initiative to attack to be able to succeed, but the real reason for him to make up his mind to do it. It was he who felt threatened. Who wouldn't want to delay any longer? But his instincts told him he had to put up a fight. After all the commotion that ice and fire-headed wolf still hasn't come out, what is it doing? Zhang Yang didn't know, he didn't have enough experience in dealing with this kind of beast, but he knew very well that it must have something to do with that flesh and blood flower. Either that, or the flesh and blood flower brought about some sort of change that caused that foreign beast to undergo some sort of metamorphosis and become a stronger existence. After all, this ice and fire-headed wolf was originally a mutant bloodline fey beast, and the odds were that it was because of that blood flower. Either. This guy's in bad shape, it's my best chance. That's right. Blood and flesh flower, this thing. How Zhao Zhao gave him a detailed description. This is something that usually only appears on dead foreign beasts. Now that it grows on living things, can it be any good? Absolutely not. It was one of the factors in his decision to stay in the first place. He took the stone and sketched it on the ground, quickly outlining what the town would look like. Zhang Yang didn't want to die here, so he didn't do things as recklessly as he seemed to, and in order to get the blood flesh flower and accomplish the goal of crossing over, he was thinking about how he could possibly win the moment he saw that ice fire wolf beast. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang marked a few locations on the map, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Wherever you hide, I will find you. That's right, after Zhang Yang drew the map, he was even more certain that the beast was hiding. As for why they are hiding, the odds were that it was the best case scenario for him, which meant that this ice and fire wolf beast was now having physical problems. He hurried into the darkness, thinking about the 3 locations he had found on the map as he walked. The first location, the one they saw today. There were the ruins of several large houses there, and it looked like the terrain was even wider, and with the rapidity with which those alien beasts had gathered before, it proved that the location was well connected. The second is the side corner of the town, which borders the township leading deeper into the location. The third location was also the one that Zhang Yang felt was the most likely. It was an area of bungalows here and there, where the bungalows had hardly fallen down much, and he had passed by there before. The reason why he thought so was because when he slaughtered the Fae just now, none of the Fae were close to that location, and he couldn't hear any of the Fae's cries over there either. The foreign beasts in this area were all at the martial artist level, and the only foreign beast at the martial artist realm was that wolf, so there was a high probability that it was in that location. After thinking clearly about this issue, Zhang Yang directly stopped his footsteps and reversed his direction to run towards there. He had to scramble now, and even regretted a little that he hadn't run there earlier. He would never be happy if he was really so close to having a problem for a few minutes. Cottage area. The place was already half a man's height of weeds on the ground because of the years of abandonment. Zhang Yang clutched the scalpel in his hand and cut rapidly, then stopped in front of an old small courtyard. The weeds here clearly showed signs of having been crushed, and it looked like it hadn't just been once this night, but the Fae had been in and out many times. Zhang Yang looked inside by the moonlight, and at just the first glance, he saw the ice and fire-headed wolf. It was lying on the ground seemingly sound asleep, and the flesh and blood flower on its head was surprisingly emitting a faint red light. The ice and fire-headed wolf seemed to have sensed his presence and slightly raised its head to look at him. It stared at him with 2 heads and 4 eyes as if it couldn't fully open them, revealing fatigue. Zhang Yang could see that it wanted to open its eyes very much, but its own state was as if it had entered a state similar to a ghostly bed, and it was simply unable to get up. Click. The sound of bones came from its body, and the flesh and skin on its body unexpectedly began to slowly wriggle, as if the bones and flesh and blood inside its body had a mind of their own, desperately wanting to burrow out. The hairs on its body began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye, sprouting out a little. Zhang Yang only had one thought inside his head, and that was the knowledge he had seen in the textbook. Evolution. Fey beasts absorbed chi and blood faster than humans, so they had the so-called evolutionary ability, which was, to put it bluntly, certain return forms. Once they evolve, their strength and abilities skyrocket, but most of this time they are very vulnerable, so they hide. That's probably why it took the initiative to strike down their group during the day, trying to drive it away. Unfortunately, it had never dreamed that amongst this group of food, there was actually a human who dared to return. It was even less expected that this human would not leave after so many turns inside the town, but quietly come to the door. Zhang Yang weighed the scalpel in his hand and walked towards the inside of the courtyard without saying a word. Chapter 36, Beheading, Gaining New Abilities. Knowing that this was the best opportunity, Zhang Yan walked towards the ice and fire-headed wolf. Roar! One of the ice and fire-headed wolf's head finally lifted up, and a threateningly brutal yelp escaped from inside its throat. It had done this in the past when it had encountered other humans and fae, and usually its opponents hesitated, or at least were able to stall for time. Only this time it found that the trick failed. The human in front of it didn't hesitate for a moment, instead its steps were quicker. Zhang Yang was a man of self-knowledge and a man of conviction. He knew that any opportunity in the world was fleeting, so he definitely didn't let other factors interfere with his original purpose. When he hadn't found the ice fire head wolf, his purpose was to find it, to kill it and get the blood flesh flower. Now that we've found it, it's a case of kill it while it's sick. Woo! Woohoo! Seeing that Zhang Yang was surprisingly unaffected, the other head of the ice and fire-headed wolf actually let out a wail. Tears streamed down from its eyes, and the other wolf head that had been howling joined it in, converting from ferocity to misery, and began to wail in tears. The voice was very sad with a prayerful sound. Zhang Yang even saw its body start to twitch, obviously a twitch brought about by physical fear. The beast cowered after feeling the threat to its life. He clenched his fists while picking up the scalpel. After one battle after another, the blade had completely become his weapon. He was able to pinpoint which veins were vital and was able to kill with precision. The next second Zhang Yang moved. He crossed his arms, one arm sinewy and ready to deliver a Tarzan punch at any time, the other arm clutching the scalpel in a death grip, to cut the other's windpipe immediately. Seeing that it was impossible to deceive the human in front of him, the ice and fire-headed wolf also simply stopped pretending. It let out a howl and lunged at Zhang Yang. Only this time, its speed was so slow that it wasn't even as good as some high-level martial alien beasts. Zhang Yang swung his arm to perform the Tarzan fist with a roaring sound to open the opponent's head, preventing the foul-smelling bloody mouth from biting into him, while the unclogging knife in his other hand rolled around in a circle, and then dropped the knife to directly slit the opponent's throat. One hit kills. Fishy blood splashed his face, but Zhang Yang did not hesitate to continue mending. After a moment, he stopped. You have successfully killed an alien beast by crossing over. You can learn the crossing over LV3 ability. Do you want to learn it? Study. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to choose to study. Along with the panel's golden light, a new prompt appeared in the panel in front of him. You have successfully mastered ability crossing LV3. Transcendence LV3 can absorb the power of one exotic beast bloodline and inherit it perfectly. Current absorbable bloodline detected, mutant bloodline. Mutants will have unlimited possibilities. In the mutant bloodline concentration increases, you will all randomly obtain physical quality enhancement, including and not limited to physical healing ability, physical strength, mental strength. Hint, the bloodline cannot be replaced, but it can be replenished by absorbing other bloodlines that will be transformed into this bloodline, and the bloodline's ability will be enhanced. Is it absorbed? Seeing the tip in front of him, Zhang Yang hesitated. The absorption of this bloodline and the upgrading characteristics of the ability are the same. There is uniqueness and can only be chosen once. For the sake of long-term consideration, it was definitely better to absorb the stronger bloodline, and it was best to be able to absorb the bloodline of the legendary saint-level Fey beasts. Available at. How long will it take? Mutants were not that powerful, but there were infinite possibilities, and the most important point was the bloodline power he had access to so far, and this was already the upper limit. Absorbing saint-level bloodline is not my style, making my bloodline a saint-level bloodline is my style. Zhang Yang chose to absorb it. He saw a splash of colored blood gush out from within the corpse of the icefire head wolf, which then instantly entered his brow. The next second he felt the bones inside his body came crackling and snapping, and the muscles of the whole person tightened up, as if he had also grown a lot taller. Is it muscle strength that the mutant bloodline increases at the very beginning? Zhang Yang drilled his fist and felt that his strength had doubled. In other words, if he utilized his hunting ability to deal with foreign beasts, his physical strength was 4 times that of an ordinary 10th-level martial artist. His current ability to fight with his bare hands could be considered extremely perverse, but unfortunately all he had in his hand was a worn-out scalpel. Zhang Yang was sighing when the panel in front of him started jumping once again. Learning ability rewarded again, randomly selected in. Ding! Get rewarded with a high-grade weapon scalpel. Advanced weapons? Zhang Yang froze, his expression reddening. Advanced weapons. The software he wore was of a low level, with limited protection against even martial-level alien beasts. What level can advanced weapons reach? He has heard of it, is able to hurt the level of martial arts masters and above. As for the extreme weapon, he has not heard of it. I heard that it is not the general market can see the metal to build, are built by some rare metals. The light dispersed, and there was a Fey dissecting knife in front of him. The knife is roughly 40 centimeters long, to put it mildly. The entire blade is roughly 4 centimeters in width and has a greenish color throughout, and the overall style is plain and looks a bit drawn out. But when it says scalpel, it also looks somewhat similar to a hand knife. Regardless, this was good news for him, and after this battle he also understood that he couldn't completely rely on physical strength when dealing with high-level foreign beasts. Satisfied, he drilled the knife in his hand and rescanned his latest panel. Host, Zhang Yang. Blood, 1900 points, martial artist level 10. Current abilities, anatomical return LV1, hunting LV2, crossing ranks LV3. Currently available for continued mastery. Demon King LV4, doubles the effect of all gained abilities. Reach condition, kill 100 Fae of the same rank. Become King LV4, you can gain the Fae slaughter intent, which allows you to kill Fae below the same class in seconds, and for Fae higher than yourself the effect turns out to be a doubling of your ability. Reach condition, challenge to kill 100 Fae of the same rank with different bloodlines. Transcendence LV4, the beast will gain a portion of your abilities, and you will have a certain amount of deterrence when facing the beast. The deterrence effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Reach condition, tame a Fae. Looking at the latest LV4 level ability, Zhang Yang Dao sucked in a breath of cool air. Not to mention how powerful these abilities are, it's not easy to accomplish them. And these abilities aren't as simple as they were at the beginning when they were lower in level, and they're starting to show an upper and lower limit. Yes, it seems he has more options. Relying solely on difficulty to select abilities doesn't seem to work anymore. Forget it. Let's forget about that for now, let's just do the autopsy first. Immediately. We'll be able to break through to Martial Master. Chapter 37, Rescue? Or Bandits? The dissecting knife in Zhang Yang's hand only needed to slide lightly, and the bones and flesh were separated. You have successfully disassembled the ear of the mutant two-headed wolf, plus 15 points of chi and blood plus 15 points. You have successfully decomposed the liver of a mutant two-headed wolf, your chi and blood are plus 18 points plus 18 points. You have successfully disassembled the hind legs of the mutant two-headed wolf, and your chi and blood are plus 21 points plus 21. With every part that was broken down, Zhang Yang felt the blood within his body churning. This Fey beast brought him a full 500 plus chi blood, allowing him to break through to 2,550 chi blood points, successfully breaking through to the Martial Master level. Breaking through the Martial Master, Zhang Yang did not get much excited, but instead placed his eyes on the forehead of the corpse's head, where there was a flower condensed by blood and flesh. Since this death, this flesh and blood flower has become more and more red, and it keeps squirming, as if it desperately wants to break free from this corpse. Zhang Yang carefully cut it off, and blood continuously flowed down from the root, accompanied by the sound of clattering and dripping blood. It gradually changed from bright red to normal skin color, and finally to miserable white. Zhang Yang surveyed its appearance and put it away after making sure there were no problems. Afterwards, he started to pack the corpse of the Icefire Head Wolf. This was a mutated Martial Master Realm Fey beast. All of its body was a treasure, at least it would be able to be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. But just then, he suddenly heard the sound of human conversation in the distance. Zhang Yang froze for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrong. After all, it was already dark at this time of the night, basically no one would be in the area of alien beast activity, and even if there was really a team that was prepared to spend the night in the area of alien beast activity, they wouldn't be wandering around. Anyone? Voices came from the distance, this time more clearly, and Zhang Yang was certain that it was the first man's voice. Why is there someone here? Listening to the voice, the other party is even more blatant, not the slightest fear of the surrounding foreign beasts. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, are you there? Once again, a voice came from the distance, only this time it was a familiar voice to Zhang Yang. Tian Tian? Zhang Yang was a bit confused. That's right. The voice was no other than Tian Tian, who had left. Didn't she leave? Why is she still here? Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and slowly got up and came to the front of the courtyard, wanting to listen more clearly. Zhang Yang. Where are you? Are you alive? I brought someone to rescue you. Tian Tian's voice was getting closer and closer, and it also finally allowed Zhang Yang to hear the other party's purpose clearly. It looks like this Tian Tian guy went and came back to save the day. Zhang Yang felt relieved in his heart and then called out in the direction where Tian Tian was. With the sound of footsteps, Zhang Yang saw a familiar face. Tian appeared in front of him with two men, one after the other. Great. Zhang Yang, you're fine. I knew you'd be okay. Tian ran to his side excitedly, constantly checking the wounds on his body, fearing that he might have any fatal injuries. Why did you come back, and these two are? Zhang Yang looked at the two men with a somewhat serious voice. One of the two men was slightly older, maybe 33 or 34, with a somewhat bulky build, and the other was in his early 20s and looked a bit introverted, and both were dressed in uniform. The costume looked something like theirs, but not quite the same, it looked more flamboyant. On my way back I happened to run into people from the Martial Artist Guild, the first martial artist guild that I usually tell you about, so I brought their people over to save you. The first guild of martial artists. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. This he knew well, as the guild they were in was the second martial arts guild in the city. I heard that the first martial artist guild had been created a bit longer and had a bit more resources, and had been squeezing the second martial artist guild. Usually, they were in competition with their guilds, but they didn't think that they would run over to help this time. Ha ha! Boy, you've got quite a life. I thought you had been torn apart by the fey beasts. The bloated man suddenly laughed out loud, only that Zhang Yang always felt that the man's eyes were not quite right for some reason. There is an inexplicable contempt. Don't worry, big brother Chor, even if I didn't put up a fight, the conditions I promised you will still be fulfilled. Tian, who was at the side, hurriedly spoke. Aha! That's a must, after all, I still made it over here, and even though I said I didn't run into the Fae, I took the risk of it. The man nodded slightly. Zhang Yang also heard it at this time. He said that these guys wouldn't be so kind to come over and help, so it was Tian who had traded with these two men. He looked meaningfully at Tian with some gratitude. Thanks a lot, I didn't expect you to move in to save me. He said this from the bottom of his heart. After all, there were several other teammates who went back, and the others didn't want to come to the rescue. It's fine, you just need to be safe, didn't you save me once too? Tian waved her hand without a care in the world. Get out of here first, it's not safe here. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and turned back to sort out the corpses. The two men in the back also approached the yard, and when they saw him organizing the bodies, the introverted man who hadn't said anything suddenly spoke up with some surprise. Brother, it looks like that wolf. Zhang Yang, who was packing the corpse, frowned and screamed in his heart that it was not good. Brother, it's really that wolf. There's absolutely no mistaking that fur, it's the wolf with the bloody flower. This kid actually killed that wolf. The introverted man became more and more agitated, and by the tone of his voice he almost jumped up. The man surnamed Hatsu also took 2 steps closer at this time, and after a closer look, he suddenly laughed excitedly. Indeed. Boy, did you kill this wolf? Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and resized the man in front of him. The sense of oppression given by this man was not low, it should be about the same as Captain Joe F.A. Cohen, perhaps a little weaker, but definitely at the level of a martial master. At this moment, his eyes were filled with greed and unkindness, and even as he spoke his eyes stayed fixed on the corpse in his hands. Zhang Yang hesitated. No, it's not me. It was dead when I got here, but I was the one who found it. His meaning was clear, this foreign beast was a foreign beast that he, Zhang Yang, had discovered, then it was his Zhang Yang's. However, the other party didn't seem to care at all about what he said, and hemmed and hawed, since you didn't kill this thing, it's unowned. The two of us brothers fought tooth and nail to save you, and we'll have to send you back later, so I'll take this reluctantly. What? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting this person to be so shameless. No. That's taking advantage of the situation. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to speak, the man even directly waved his hand to call the introverted man. Quick! Put our stuff away. It's so dangerous here, let's leave early. Chapter 38 apologized to him. Listening to the meaning of the man's words, he had completely taken the corpse as theirs. Jun, your brother. This is Zhang Yang's stuff, I have already promised to give you the payment you want. Tian couldn't help but stand out. What do you mean you gave it to me? Junior frowned, clearly a little offended. That's what you promised me, not this kid. I came to save him, and after all that risk is he going to show it? When Tian heard him say this, her face became even more ugly, and she didn't say a word for a while. Puffing. Zhang Yang suddenly laughed. He was amused by the godlike logic. Tian, where did you come from, bandit? This is no longer taking advantage of people's danger, it's open robbery, what is it if it's not banditry? He hadn't thought that the people from the first guild of martial artists would be so shameless, seeing something good and wanting to take it for themselves, what a? Tian was so shocked that she hurriedly covered his mouth. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Chor is a strong martial artist level, just as strong as our captain. The fact that people are willing to come to the rescue is already giving you face. Do you know how to respect your seniors? Hurry up and apologize, she said and squeezed her eyes at Zhang Yang, looking a little anxious. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to open his mouth, the man who followed the first brother interjected with a displeased face. Robbers? We came to save you with good intentions. Don't be ungrateful, don't be ungrateful, do you hear me? I'm listening, Nima. Zhang Yang sneered. What? You dare to scold someone? The man looked at him in shock, then rolled up his sleeves and walked up, slapping towards Zhang Yang's face. That speed, that power is to use the strength of the milk, completely not ready to stop. With just this one move, Zhang Yang also sensed his approximate level, which was at the level of a 7th or 8th level martial artist, like. With a backhanded jerk, Zhang Yang directly forcefully flicked away the other party's palm and slapped it hard on the other party's face. This slap caused the other party's body to sway, and even more blood soared out of his mouth. Without waiting for the other party to react, Zhang Yang raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, knocking him over directly. Boo! Ouch! It hurts! Hatsuko, he hit me! He was lying on the ground screaming in agony, looking extremely distressed. The first brother raged. How dare you hit my people? I think you're looking for death. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be hanging around the guild. Tian panicked. She was well aware of the strength of the man in front of her. Killing an ordinary martial master level Fey beast was easy. Where's Zhang Yang? Although Zhang Yang was a 10th level martial artist and looked tough at that level, he was not a martial artist after all. If they really fought, and the other party gave the two of them serious injuries, there would be no possibility of going back at all. As for the corpse of that martial arts master level alien beast. Anyway, it was all picked up by Zhang Yang, so there was nothing to be sorry about. She quickly put on a pleasing smile and rotted the other down. Cho, don't you see eye to eye with him? He's just a new guy, young and uninformed. Take these things if you like, I'll talk to him. Hatsu had a grim expression on his face, and his face only looked a little better when he heard her say that. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile as he sneered. That's more or less the same, but this kid beat up my people, so he has to give me an explanation. Tian hesitated and was about to open her mouth but did not expect Zhang Yang to open his mouth. Give you an explanation? I'll give you a slap, do you want it? Zhang Yang looked at him with the same sneer. I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen you so shameless. Where are you coming to save people? It's clearly coming to bully people. If I'm not wrong, if you really encountered a martial master level foreign beast today, you would definitely not put up a fight either. It's just a nasty trick under the guise of rescuing people. Zhang Yang, cut the crap, are you going to piss me off? If I had known this, I wouldn't have come back to save you. Tian was so anxious that her face turned red and she couldn't help but yell. She saw that Hatsune's face had grown ugly, and even saw chills among the other woman's eyes. At this rate, there was a high likelihood that the two of them wouldn't make it out today. She had thought that Zhang Yang would come to his senses and restrain himself if she was angry like this, but despairingly Zhang Yang did not have the slightest attitude of admitting his mistake. Not only that, but he even took 2 steps forward to point his nose at Corin. Get out! Now get out right now, and I can still pretend that what just happened didn't happen. Tian was completely desperate. How could she have never imagined that she would run into such a situation because she came back to save Zhang Yang? Now she only hopes one thing, that is, Chor is a martial artist with a bottom line, at least. Not a martial artist who will not kill and throw a body. But is that possible? She smiled helplessly. Zhang Yang, I don't care about you anymore. Consider me returning your life. Zhang Yang knew very well that Tian was well-intentioned, so he didn't take this as a matter of fact. He glanced faintly at Junior, who was already flushed with anger not far away, and his voice was more than a little icy. I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I'm really stepping on your face, and you still dare to count on it first. Zhang Yang's behavior completely angered Chor, only to see Chor rush towards Zhang Yang with a fierce stomp of his foot. He moved quickly and threw a punch towards Zhang Yang's temple. Look out, it's a kill shot. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and placed his hand on his waist. There was his newly acquired scalpel, pinned securely to his belt. Die for me! Junior growled, swinging his fists ferociously. The move was clean, there were no fancy moves, all there was power. because in his opinion, the realm gap between him and Zhang Yang was huge, so he didn't need to use anything at all, and only needed to punch the other party to knock him down. With Tian's exclamation of surprise, "Step back!" The cheers of the healed man were accompanied by shouts of excitement. Accompanied by the disdain in the junior's eyes as he looked at Zhang Yang, he increased the strength of his arm. "Zhang Yang! Instantly draw that scalpel!" The color and shine on the top of the dissecting knife was of the finest existence, and the moment it was taken out, the crowd felt a reflected cold light flash before their eyes. Everyone's brains appeared briefly frozen at the sight of the knife. There were two reasons for this dullness. One was because the knife itself was not an ordinary weapon at first glance, more like an object in the hands of certain upper-class elites. The second is, Zhang Yang unexpectedly pulled out a knife directly. What's he going to do? Is he going to kill someone? At this instant, everyone present felt their throats go dry, and a shuddering feeling welled up in their hearts. Pust! With the sound of cutting flesh and blood, a human scream came out of the night. Chapter 39. You're a martial artist? Junior covered his arm in misery, his expression twisted. No one had expected that Zhang Yang would be so decisive as to pull out his weapon at the very beginning of the battle. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? Zhang Yang's face was frosty as he flung the knife in his hand. That's right, that blow just now would have definitely killed him on the spot if it had actually hit his temple. That was a full-force punch at the martial master level. He wasn't stupid enough to think he could resist it. In that case, it seemed that the other party was simply annoyed and had turned from open robbery to killing for treasure. Chor did not know why Zhang Yang's aura had suddenly changed. The sudden change to madness gives a sense of crisis that simply cannot be communicated. It was as if once this person was provoked, there was only the illusion of fighting to the end. No, it was a feeling he knew and would always encounter. Is that the Fae? That's right, it's the sense of crisis you only get when you're fighting a Fae. That sense of perilous fear that once you move to kill, the Fae will never let you go either. It was just that he couldn't feel it in most of his normal battles. After all, the Fae were the ones being surrounded, and this time he did feel it. A wave of awe he couldn't even describe appeared, causing him to subconsciously take a step back. But the pain and tingling coming from his arm was the first thing that brought him back to consciousness, shifting from awe to pain. This kid stepped on a horse and cut off one of his hands. He had to be made to die. Killing intent appeared from inside his eyes as he advanced instead of retreating, burrowing into Su Tian's position within his arms to shorten the distance between the two. At this distance the knife in Zhang Yang's hand couldn't do anything at all. The only thing he could do was to be hard against his own flesh. With his physical body at the martial master realm, he was definitely able to knock out this Zhang Yang with a single punch and dismantle him. In the next second, he smoothly closed the distance, and Zhang Yang really did not draw back the knife in his hand. I'll let you die without a body. There had been more than a few moments of anticipation on Chor's face as he slammed his fist at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang used his other hand to fend it off without any expression on his face, and did not even make a retreating movement. Looking at his appearance, he wanted to use this one hand to block it. Ha ha ha. How dare you block Chor's attack with one hand, thinking you're a martial artist? The introverted-looking man had slowed down by now and happened to laugh at the scene. Tian, who had been following the battlefield, didn't look good either. She knew very well that there was no turning back if Zhang Yang made a move, and now it was a situation of you dying and me living. Zhang Yang still had a chance if he pulled away and utilized his weapon to fight against it. After all, the other party had been seriously injured. But it was at this time that he had to use his flesh to resist it. Wasn't this burying his own life with his own hands? No one is optimistic about Zhang Yang, but... Boo! Boo! Boom boom boom! Zhang Yang took the first punch, followed by the next few punches in just a few seconds. He looked flippant, and had absolutely no intention of not being able to pick it up. The primer that struck out was also confused. For a moment, he suspected that it was because he had lost one of his hands that he had lost blood and had no strength. Just as he was about to strike again, he heard a low whistling sound, followed by what felt as if a small mountain had smashed into his face. His entire body flew straight out, his head hitting the stone on the ground hard, blood clattering out. You're a martial master. His voice trembled with fear and resignation. Hatsuo squirmed laboriously on the ground, his life force draining away so fast that half of his face was deformed, and he didn't look like he would live long. Martial master? Chor's follower was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the fallen junior and scanned the unharmed Zhang Yang, his expression gradually becoming horrified. An unpleasant odor then wafted from inside his pants, and he sounded incredibly horrified. Don't kill me. It's him, he made me do everything. I didn't want to follow him at all, he was the one who forced me to find fallen martial artists to kill. I told him that this would be retribution, he didn't believe me, he had to not believe me. He shouted in terror, clearly having been scared out of his wits. Tian, who was not far from him, had a shocked look on her face. She had not yet recovered from the shock of Zhang Yang being a martial artist and defeating her junior. The man just gave her another one of those shocks. The original. The two of you specialized in doing this, so it turns out that you didn't just plot against me and Zhang Yang, you've done it so many times. How many people have you actually killed? Tian's voice trembled. It was true that she was a martial artist and had seen life and death killings, but she was still a young girl after all. She was able to accept the killing of foreign beasts, and she was also able to accept killing each other to death, but she really couldn't accept swindling and killing people like this. She went pale and froze, unable to speak anymore. This kind of person let him fend for himself here, let's go. Zhang Yang had already searched the potion on the other party's body by now and slowly got up. The potions brought by the martial master level were just better than them, several bottles of stamina potions, and the hemostatic potions were also of high grade. He glanced indifferently at the follower and took the potion from his body as well, then paid no more attention to it. The place was already filled with blood, and soon the beasts would surround it. If that martial master level Fey beast hadn't died, it would still be a deterrent. Now that it was dead, a second Fey beast lord would soon appear here. Hatsu's heal level is average, and he definitely can't run out. Tian also organized herself at this time and followed him just like that. Wait for me. Take me one, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do. The man woke up as if in a dream when he saw the two going away. He desperately tried to pounce on Zhang Yang, but he was kicked away. Get out. Come up here again and I'll kill you. Zhang Yang still carried the smell of blood on his body. Now the other party really did not dare to move a muscle, and just watched Zhang Yang disappear into the night. He stood frozen in place, shaking. A sudden gust of cold wind drifted by and he shivered. I don't know how many seconds of fuming went by before a few scowls suddenly appeared on his face. Bull, what bull? You're all going to die. When I get back to the city, none of you will escape. He said as he did so and ran to where he had just been, picking up a potion from the ground and running over to the dying junior and giving it to the other man. As the potion was taken, Hatsu actually did slowly open his eyes. Hatsu! You're finally awake, Hatsu. Great, I'll take you now and find a safe location to rest. Once you recover, we'll go. The smile froze on his face before he could finish his words. He saw many pairs of cold eyes in the darkness, and then a black shadow slowly came out from inside. Chapter 40, I'll take care of our parents. Until there were dismal cries from within the township. It was only then that Zhang Yang and Tian left. On the way back, Tian suddenly stopped. A lot of people saw me with Chor, and now that they're dead outside, the first martial artist guild will definitely look into our heads. The guild will never bail you and me out, we're screwed. She was pale and trembling. Zhang Yang frowned, not so much, right? It's common for martial artists to fight amongst themselves, right? Otherwise, how come that guy named Junior is so reckless? Tian shook her head. No, that's how serious it is, they're repeat offenders, sooner or later they're going to be cleaned up, and they won't be afraid of punishment at all. Zhang Yang realized the seriousness of the matter. What will happen if we are found out? Stripped of all martial arts benefits and rights, and return the money that the Executive Martial Arts Guild paid out and resources on you, your family and loved ones will be implicated, and they will never be able to touch martial arts things again. That's serious? Zhang Yang frowned. How Zhao personally recruited me in, and this can't even keep me. Tian smiled bitterly. Unless you can get to Zone Master, but how many Zone Masters are there in a city? That's harder than climbing up to heaven. So far the youngest Zone Masters I've seen are in their 40s. If we don't have the strength, then we'll have to gamble that the two of us can fool everyone. Zhang Eyes had a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected things to be able to get this big. He had thought that fighting between martial artists was normal behavior, but now it didn't seem to be. That was right, after all, if the rule wasn't as strict as it should be, then martial artists killing each other would become the norm, and that was certainly something society didn't want to see. Then it seems I was quite lucky the first time, killing someone without being discovered. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. That's right, if he had been discovered the first time, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to become a martial artist. Zhang Yang, quickly think of a way. We have to think of a complete lie, otherwise we will definitely be easily dismantled when we go back. Tian's forehead broke out in a layer of cold sweat as she anxiously stomped her feet. The girl was really anxious, after all, at her age and level she had only just started and didn't want it to end. Puffing. Zhang Yang thought of something and burst out laughing. Zhang Yang, what a time to be laughing. We're both about to go down, you and I. Our lives are about to go down. I really don't know how in the world your head grows. Everyone has to leave and you have to stay here. What if we make a mess like this now? The more she said, the more anxious she became. Her little face was red with anxiety, even tears appeared inside her eyes. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold it back. I laughed because I thought that this question wasn't a question at all, yet it made you anxious and sweaty. Zhang Yang laughed and shook his hand. Ha? Tian froze. What did you say? Not a question? You came up with the perfect lie? She looked skeptical. In her heart Zhang Yang is a reliable teammate, but not a smart person, at least not as smart as her. No need. Why think about lying? Once you tell a lie about something, it takes a million lies to round out the lie, and sooner or later something goes wrong, and that's not a good idea. The best way, I'll just become a patriarch. As long as I become a patriarch, the Martial Artist Guild will bail me out, right? Tian stared at him in dismay, and after several seconds of silence reached out her palm to touch his forehead. Are you poisoned? Let's not talk about whether you have that potential to become a grandmaster. It won't take long for you to go back and be questioned. How long can you hide this matter? And isn't it natural that you have to think of a lie before you have a chance to have time to improve yourself? Zhang Yang shook his head once again. I said I don't need to lie, I just need to cultivate in the area where this foreign beasts are active, and return to the urban area by the sovereign. Tian. What did you say? You want to stay here until you reach the sovereign realm? Tian's jaw dropped. She seriously suspected she had heard wrong. Is that realistic? This is so unrealistic. Are you kidding me? No, like you said, lying to hide it from the world is impossible. There isn't that time to wait until I'm a zoner, and the best way is for me to stay here and race to zoner. Tian felt that Zhang Yang must be crazy. Do you know how long it takes for a martial artist to become a grandmaster? Even if you're a genius who can raise 3 to 4 levels a year, it would still take nearly 3 years. That's still counting on you being a genius. I know a lot of the clan masters around me took 5 or 6 years or more to break through in the first place. You think we can survive that long in the Fey region? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. It's not us, it's me. You're not good enough to stay here, you're dead, and like you said this is a longer process. I have some things I need to ask you for. Zhang Yang took out the blood and flesh flower from his arms and handed it to Tian, and then pawed the corpse of the ice and fire-headed wolf. My mother is now lying in bed, and needs the material of blood and flesh flower. You keep it for me, and help me to visit my parents from time to time. 3 months if it's short, half a year if it's long, and I'll definitely become a Zhongsher back. If anyone asks about today, you can totally say you ran back on your own after you got separated in the middle of the day. It's foolproof. Tian was shocked beyond belief. She never dreamed that someone would solve this problem in such a way. No. This is not the solution, but Zhang Yang was going to sacrifice himself so that she could live. Yeah. How could he have survived in an area of Fey activity? Tian instantly burst into tears, wanting to say something, but just couldn't, and finally just grabbed Zhang Yang's palm with both hands. She said with a serious face, Zhang Yang, don't worry, from now on, your mom will be my mom and your dad will be my dad. I will take good care of our dad and mom. Zhang Yang's eyes were dumbfounded and the corners of his mouth twitched. Huh? Wait. How come it seems like something isn't quite right? Chapter 41 Brother Yang, I'm going to save you. The edge of the Fey activity zone. A modified minivan speeds into the inspection point. How Zhao rushed into the rest hall at the first opportunity and saw the bruised Tian in the middle of the crowd. How come you're the only one back? Where are Zhang Yang and Captain Zhou? Tian's eyes suddenly darkened and she lowered her head. Captain Zhou has been confirmed dead. As for Zhang Yang, I didn't find Zhang Yang. How Zhao's face became even more ugly. Didn't have time, did you? Tian nodded again and shook her head slightly. It's not that I didn't have time, it's that when I brought my people over there they suffered another attack by a foreign beast, and I got separated from Cho and the others. I was stuck in there for hours before I finally left. How Zhao Zhao clenched her fists and looked self-condemned. It's all my fault for arranging for you guys to go over there with insufficient information. I didn't expect to lose so much talent. There are foreign beasts there that even a 3 or 4-star martial artist can't deal with, so I'm afraid they won't even be able to leave their bones behind. Tian also looked sad and muttered, yes. The corpse cannot be left. She looked up at the Fey area, her eyes growing misty. Downtown center. Villa area. Inside the luxurious living room, Bai Meng sat on the sofa, willow tightly knit. However, she immediately stretched out and said smilingly to Bai's father, you shouldn't look down on brother Yang, who is already a martial artist and has earned the family's medical expenses. Your so-called poor boy, not of the same world, has far exceeded your predictions. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west of the river don't fool the youth. You should know better than a little girl like me. Father Bai was slightly stunned, then he lost his smile. Even if you are angry with me, you should find a good reason, but I heard that Wang Li has been to the hospital. He and Zhang Yang should have already met, right? The corner of Bai Meng's mouth lifted into a nice smile as she nodded slightly and said, of course we met, but Wang Li didn't take advantage of it. Although they're both martial artists, it's obvious that brother Yang is better. Father Bai froze for a moment when he saw that Bai Meng didn't look like she was lying. No way. I know that kid's family best, and I've seen his talent when he was a child, and you're saying it's more or less true that he'll become a martial artist at the age of 30. In his heart, Father Bai did not believe in a million things, but seeing Bai Meng's look of conviction, he frowned slightly. No one knew his daughter better than him, at least in Zhang Yang's case, this cheap daughter never lied. Is it true? He was shocked in his heart and took out his cell phone to dial Wang Li at the first time. Wang Li, what's the situation with Zhang Yang? I heard that you even suffered a loss last time you clashed with him. There was a short silence on the phone, followed by Wang Li's embarrassed voice. Uncle White, indeed. I'm looking into it. I suspect he took some kind of banned substance, so I've been investigating the truth of the matter these days. So did he take disciplinary drugs or not? Father White immediately pursued the question. This one hasn't turned up any records at the moment. I'm still working on it. Father White, who held the phone, froze. He knows very well that with Wang Li's family fortune, wanting to find out if a person is taking prohibited drugs for a short period of time is very easy, and if even he can't find out, it is. No. Just not taking banned substances, how is this possible? He had been in the martial arts industry for so many years, what kind of people had he not seen before? He had come into contact with too many geniuses, losers, and mediocre people, and this was the first time he had seen a young man like Zhang Yang. Thick and thin? Can a person be this thick? No. Perhaps. Hides it? But what reason is there to hide? There's no reason. With Zhang Yang's family situation, the only way to get into a better school and organization to get resources is to show up. When he thought about the way Zhang Yang had sprayed against him that day, he felt a little embarrassed about his old face. Isn't this a hard slap in his face? Well, I told you that you're old and dim-eyed. Bai Meng hemmed and hawed. Smugness was written all over the young girl's cheeks, as if she was showing off her favorite thing. Father Bai's face became even more ugly when he saw her smug look, and his voice became a little more unpleasant. Wang Li, there's something going on over here, so I won't talk to you much longer. Father Bai was almost gritting his teeth as he prepared to hang up the phone, but just then an anxious voice came from within the phone. Uncle White, wait. I have something very important to tell you. If Shiroma was with you as well, right? I want her to hear it as well if possible. After all, this matter should be very important to her. His voice was very serious, in which there were also a few moments of joy and anticipation. Father White wondered what he was up to and hesitantly turned on the speakerphone. When the speakerphone voice turned on, Paimon frowned slightly. Uncle White. It's like this, I heard a message in the guild just now. That is, the martial artist squad where Zhang Yang is because of a mistaken intelligence, resulting in the encounter of a foreign beast that exceeds the team's own strength. Zhou Feiken, who is the captain of the martial artist, died tragically, and as for Zhang Yang and the other martial artist who went to rescue his whereabouts are unknown, and has not returned until now. White Moon stood up with a thud. What did you say? Wang Li, what are you babbling about? Wang Li sighed regretfully. Little dream, there is no need for me to lie to you, because this matter is rather sensational, so almost everyone within the guild at the same time knows about it. Don't believe me? Come and ask yourself. Zhang Yang is indeed a talented person, and I feel sorry for him. Wang Li said he was sorry and pretended to be sorry, but as long as people who knew him were able to hear the smugness and elation in that tone. He was indeed pleased and elated, not thinking that Zhang Yang, the kid, would just lead the box. It's all so cool. Oh? Father White raised an eyebrow, his expression flat. Surprisingly, there is still such a thing. This kid Zhang Yang is usually indeed a bit impulsive. I even persuaded him last time we met, but I didn't expect to get into trouble after all. Hearing Bai Meng's father's words with a hint of gloating, she angrily got up. Don't you play the good old boy here. Now you know to play nice here. Where were you when I was hurt? Where were you when I was bullied? Ever since I was little everyone treated me like trash, only brother Yang held me in his heart. You don't deserve to talk about him. Bang! Father White slapped his cell phone to pieces. I'm not worthy? I'm your father, what is he? A person who even stumbles to become a martial artist, who can't even protect his life well, why should he be with you? How old are you? Bai Meng's chest continued to rise and fall in anger, and her cheeks turned red. She turned violently and slammed the door, bawling from outside, fading from vague to tsunami to vague again. Whoa whoa! Yang! Brother Yang! I'm on my way to you. Wait for me. I'm coming to get you. Chapter 42. I saw naked men? In the middle of an abandoned city. A wisp of smoke and fire slowly rose. Zhang Yang skillfully dissected the corpse of the alien beast and then placed it in front of the bonfire in front of him to cauterize it. Looking at the blood and flesh of the alien beast in front of him, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Counting the time, Tian has been back for a week. Everyone who knew him now thinks he's dead, right? The realm of the patriarchs. It's still not easy to reach. He sighed and slowly opened his panel. Host, Zhang Yang. Blood, 4,200 points, martial artist grade 2. Current abilities, anatomical return LV1, hunting LV2, crossing ranks LV3. Currently available for continued mastery. Demon King LV4, doubles the effect of all gained abilities. Reach condition, kill 100 Fey of the same rank. Become King LV4, you can gain the Fey slaughter intent, which allows you to kill Fey below the same class in seconds, and for Fey higher than yourself the effect turns out to be a doubling of your ability. Reach condition, challenge to kill 100 Fey of the same rank with different bloodlines. Transcendence LV4, the beast will gain a portion of your abilities, and you will have a certain amount of deterrence when facing the beast. The deterrence effect depends on the strength of the tamed beast. Reach condition, tame a Fey. After this week of killing, he had only reached Martial Master Grade 2. Truly living in this ruined area full of foreign beasts, he realized just how difficult it really was. First of all, he has to be vigilant enough. Although this was the most marginal area of alien beast activity relatively close to the city, there were still quite a few Martial Master level alien beasts active. With the experience of that ice and fire-headed wolf beast from last time, he dared to make his move easily before figuring out his surroundings and the distribution of the Fey beasts, and at the same time, he had to be on guard against the attacks of these Fey beasts. Secondly, he had to keep his strength up at all times. After all, this was an area where the Fey were active, and even when he rested, he had to keep his head on his waist. Combining these factors, there was no way for him to hunt foreign beasts for a long period of time to easily upgrade. So he'd spent most of the week adjusting to life here. Raising a level in a week, although in other people's eyes such a speed was simply unbelievable, he felt that it was too slow. He knew very well that the people who cared about him must be worried and heartbroken for him at this very moment, so he wanted to return to the city early anyway. It's a pity that since killing the Icefire Head Wolf, I've only encountered one Fey beast with a bloodline, or else if the bloodline ability is enhanced, I'll be able to kill Fey beasts with greater ease. That's right. After he gains the advancement LV3 ability, the absorbed ability can boost random physical qualities once every time he absorbs a Fey bloodline. The last time his muscles were strengthened, this ability also allowed his strength to far exceed that of a martial artist of the same realm, giving him an advantage when dealing with Fey beasts of the same realm. He had thought that by relying on this ability, he would be able to kill more foreign beasts with bloodline and improve his strength while also being able to fulfill the conditions for reaching the Become King LV4 ability, but he found that the number of foreign beasts with bloodline here was too low. This week he had only killed one bloodline Fey, and the random boost he received was still strength. His current strength was 3 times that of a martial master of the same rank, and it was exactly the muscular strength of a Fey beast of the same realm, and it wasn't bad to say that it was a humanoid Fey beast. Yet boosting muscle strength isn't exactly all good at the same time, because after placing the roasted alien beast's blood meat in his mouth and chewing on it, followed by wolfing it down, Zhang Yang revealed a bitter smile. The power is enhanced 3 times, and the physical strength consumed to use it is also 3 times that of others. No wonder the Fae are either on the hunt or on their way to the hunt. If only the next bloodline boost could enhance my physical strength. He knew deep down that this was not the way to go on, so he decided to take a desperate step deeper into the area of the Fae Beast's activities. The location he was in now was Sector 13, an area still connected to the city's safe zone, and he was going deeper, where Sector 21 was. There was a much larger number of Martial Master level alien beasts active there, and even Martial Master level alien beasts were mostly at the Advanced Martial Master level, which was equivalent to a Martial Master of level 7 or above later on. There it was possible to gain more chakra and bloodline collection. After all, he was only 1% of the way to reaching the Become a King LV4 ability right now. If we can obtain King Chang's spike ability, wouldn't the chi and blood be like no money at all? He was filled with anticipation as he thought about the effects of the Chung Wang ability. Kill all the Fae beasts of the same rank in seconds. Truly acquiring that ability, his realm would soar afterward, and he would be more than capable of realizing wealth freedom. Try to think about it. At that time, he could stand in the area where the foreign beasts were active and come to dissect the chi and blood in a frenzy, dissecting it until his hands cramped up and he couldn't finish dissecting it. Thinking of this, he swallowed the roasted flesh and blood in front of him in one big gulp, and then stomped out the flames to get up slowly. But just as he was about to leave the place, he suddenly heard a tussle. It was the sound of human killing, just down the other street, estimated to be less than 100 meters away from him. He frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation on his face, and finally headed that way. He didn't consider himself a saintly mother, but he wanted to inquire a little about him anyway. Even if he couldn't inquire, he was able to exchange for some supplies. The environment here was really too harsh. Now he could really be a savage in the sense that his clothes and pants had long been torn by the beasts. No, there was still a section of his pants left, kind of like big baggy pants that couldn't withstand the mosquito bites, which was really a bit hard to bear. The other side of the street. 2 men and a woman are surrounded by a pack of spotted hounds. The 2 men were 25 or 26 years old, and the girl was still a teenager, just 13 or 14 years old. At this moment, they were covered in wounds and had tired faces. On the contrary, the spotted hound beasts that surrounded them were all full of energy and looked like they were ready to jump on them, as if they would pounce on them at any time and tear them apart. As the most typical pack animals in this area, even the average martial artist high-level foreign beasts would become their food, and it could be said that they were extremely brutal, and very few of the prey that were targeted were able to escape successfully. This dog's nose is really good. This can all be found by them. I'm really flattered. Among the 2 men, there was a tall man who couldn't help but curse at the sight of these beasts. The other man wearing glasses pushed his glasses up, a bitter and desperate smile on his face. His already pale face was even paler at this point. Hey, guess what? I feel like I'm seeing the 2 tits. If the 2 were more or less able to maintain their fighting stance to put up a fight, the other young girl was just completely broken. She was shaking all over, tears bearing down her face, and looked terrified. But she also forced herself to calm down when she heard the 2 men's words. She snapped her eyes shut and took several deep breaths, then slowly opened them. Suddenly, her eyes glazed over as if she'd seen something unbelievable. She hastily rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she hadn't seen anything wrong before pulling on the man with the glasses and giving a desperate smile that cried and laughed. Brother! I'm a naked man running. Chapter 43, Take Off Your Clothes. Chang, what? Man, huh? Naked man? Jade. I actually saw a naked man. He's running, he's jumping, he's flashing. Jade rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't mistaken. It was really a man, looking pudgy like a savage, and that nearly naked body was extraordinarily white under the reflection of the moonlight. She looked off into the distance in confusion, forgetting for a moment about the alien beasts that surrounded them. Roar! Look out, they're coming! A growl and a shout from around the room snapped Jade out of her dazed mood. She shuddered and hastily drew a short sword to face the pouncing spotted hound. Only she was ultimately a bit too slow to react, and by now there were already 3 huge spotted hounds coming to her heels and pouncing towards her at the same time. In a panic she slashed her sword at the head of one of the spotted hounds, but due to lack of strength, it opened the door to the other but was not fatal. The spotted hound that had been slashed smelled blood and immediately became beastly, letting out a low growl from inside its throat and pouncing on her like a demonic god to tear at her body. The 3 brutal ferocious beasts pressed her to the ground, blood splattered, and the panicked Jade couldn't break free at all, and could only protect her cheeks and vital areas at the first opportunity. The software on her body was shredded at the first opportunity, revealing her snow-white skin, but these were just tasty food before facing the man-eating alien beasts. Ah! Help! I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. Stow you. Chang's face turned white when he heard the screams, and the first thing he did was try to go to the rescue, but he was surrounded by the surrounding speckled dogs in a deadly circle. The other man was also left to his own devices, and the two could only watch as the young girl was mercilessly torn apart. Pust. In the next second, a cold light flashed. 3 dogs' heads fell to the ground, and blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching the young girl all over. Jade felt a sharp pain all over her body 1 second, but the next she realized that the beasts were no longer attacking her, and she snapped her eyes open to see her naked and toned upper body. She stared blankly at the man before her brain spinning a bit for a moment. Ah! Ah! Sharp cries echoed throughout the streets, instantly attracting the attention of the 2 Lao Jiangs as well as the group of alien beasts. For a while, both the foreign beasts and humans looked at Xiaoyu in a very silent manner, and finally their gazes locked onto Zhang Yang's body. Is there really a ING naked man? Old Jian, did we trigger some hidden copy of this world? The tall man muttered with a shocked face. The man with glasses was just about to say something when he felt a cold aura instantly fly in. The cold aura flashed from within his sight and flew past the side of his neck, bringing up a gust of cold wind. Pust. A spotted hound behind him was run straight through the brain and died instantly. Zhang Yang slowly walked towards the 2 men, moving his body's muscles and bones, giving off a sense of giant-like oppression. Roar! A spotted hound was the first to pounce and bite with gusto. It was obviously larger than the other spotted hounds, close to 2 meters in length, its eyes flashing red like a movie special effect, and that open bloody mouth carrying fishy mucus and flavor that was very pungent. Zhang Yang accelerated 2 steps and directly drilled into the opponent's attack range, clenching his right fist and violently lifting it up. His body followed suit and tilted backward with the fist, and in the next second, he ruthlessly smashed it up. Tarzan fist. Boom! The low sonic boom sounded as if it had burst the air, and the triple force made the arm appear as a stump, smashing heavily into the opponent's chest at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to discern. Pust. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Yang's fist directly penetrated the opponent's body. Accompanied by the sound of clattering blood gushing out, Zhang Yang expressionlessly flung his arm, and just as easily flung the beast off his arm, smashing it heavily on the ground aside with a not-so-small muffled sound as well. Dead silence. There was no sound from the 3 people present, including the remaining Fae. The eyes of all the creatures present widened, their pupils quaking seismically. Woo-woo! The remaining spotted hounds immediately let out a horrified shriek and scattered in all directions. This human is horrible. The king among them was killed so easily, it was simply evil. The presence of a bloodline is detected. Is it extracted and fused into the mutant bloodline? Extraction. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, not expecting any unexpected surprises. The host's bloodline has gained a boost, and he has gained a boost in physical strength. Gain stamina. Zhang Yang became even more elated. This was the boost he needed most for the moment. He closed his eyes slightly, excited to feel the noticeable increase in spirit, and felt his muscles cheering. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile. Air. Hello? Can you? Me? Understand us? Nervous inquiries came, and Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes to look at the 2 men in front of him. No, more accurately Chang. Chang subconsciously pushed up his glasses and looked at him with a friendly timid smile as he looked at him nervously. My name is Jiang Wenming, these 2 people are my teammates, may I ask if you are from this city? Zhang Yang did not reply, but instead, his gaze was deadpan. Clothes off. Ha? Jiang Wenming froze, his face instantly hard to see. Take it off. Zhang Yang's eyes were ice cold. Jiang Wenming's brain buzzed and his legs couldn't help but clench. He cast a pleading look toward the taller man off to the side, who in turn turned his head away in a manner that could only be condescended to. Jiang Wenming revealed a smile that was even worse than crying. Brother. No, father. I'll give you anything you want, anything you need, but only this kind of thing. What's the point of wasting words? I saved your lives and I can't even part with my clothes. Zhang Yang's eyes crossed and his voice carried a bit of anger. Jiang Wenming was shaken by his aura, but immediately realized what was going on and immediately revealed an attentive smile. Here, so the benefactor wants clothes, you said so earlier. Didn't I say so? Zhang Yang was furious, he really didn't know what was going on inside the heads of young people nowadays. Jiang Wenming heatedly smiled and hurriedly took off all of his clothes and pants, revealing the soft armor inside, and then handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was not polite and felt much more comfortable after putting the clothes on. He came to the body and brought his own scalpel back into his hand, then walked in one direction. Come with me if you don't want to die, there's something I need to ask you about, it's not safe here. A few people saw Zhang Yang preparing to leave without looking back, and after glancing at each other, they hurriedly followed. Coming. Chapter 44, 21st District. Ruined Streets. The three people following Zhang Yang were exchanging whispers. Jiang Wenming touched the taller man and squeezed his eyebrows. Xiao yeah, what do you say? He is? Your father's name is Yubark, don't call me that disgusting. The tall man cursed. How would I know what he is? Anyway, it's not something we can mess with, just follow him. That's right, he was the most powerful one out of the three, and he was only a rank 7 martial artist. Jiang Wenming was a rank 6 martial artist, and the young girl, Jiang Yucai, was a rank 1 martial artist. The three of them together probably wouldn't be enough for a punch from the naked man. I think he's a bit dangerous. Who's a good guy who doesn't go back to the safe zone when it's dark and hangs out here? It's likely that it's the legendary person who does black business outside. This kind of person can't go back to the safe zone, so he's in the Fey activity zone for a long period of time to move around in the black, so we mustn't upset him. Jiang Wenming spoke carefully, signaling that the two must not mess around. Upon hearing his suspicions, the two men's faces changed slightly, and they obviously tensed up as well. Okay. Here we are, all come and sit down. Zhang Yang had already brought them to the campfire place just now, where there were still some roasted meat. The surrounding terrain was clear to him, and the foreign beasts had been cleared once, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The three people honestly sat aside, keeping a certain distance from Zhang Yang, obviously more nervous. Zhang Yang sat on the rock, wanting to speak but hesitating a bit. Because he didn't know what to ask about him. A move as obvious as a direct inquiry would surely be discovered by the other side, and if he was already wanted in the city, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Although these people said that he could deal with them, he was not a murderous devil, so he couldn't kill these people just because he had exposed his identity, could he? As for a little bit of condescension, that's even more of a problem. He wasn't one for trouble either. Thinking about it, he sighed with a helpless face. That's the level you guys are at. Why don't you go back to the safe zone before it gets dark? Jiang Wenming rubbed his hands somewhat nervously. What is that? Big Brother's name? Zhang Li. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to open his mouth and did not say his real name. Brother Zhang, we came here because of that incident in Lakyang town. We didn't expect to run into ferocious foreign beasts there, and when we escaped, our teammates drove first, so we had to come back on foot. Drop Yang town? Zhang Yang was stunned. The name was all too familiar to him. Wasn't it the town where they had gone on their mission? When he had briefly glanced at the mission information, he hadn't thought that he would be matched by mistake. Yes. Haven't you heard of it, Brother Zhang? No, you tell me. When Jiang Wenming heard him say that, he actually showed a few moments of excitement. He kept rubbing his hands together and said, it says that a talented martial artist from the 2nd Martial Artist Guild has gone missing there, and that his family and loved ones have united the guilds to offer to a high fee, and that as long as they are able to locate this martial artist, they will be able to get the fee. 300,000 dead people. 600,000 alive. It's still their family's own contribution, not counting the guilds. That's a lot of money for a martial artist, too. Zhang Yang's heart did not feel good when he heard this. He knew very well that his parents couldn't get that much money and should have sold the family home. That's still not enough, and I'm guessing we'll have to borrow a lot more. He subconsciously touched his chest and felt some difficulty there. Obviously, this was the most difficult time for the family, but instead of being able to help, as a martial artist, he had to make them worry. Zhang Yang made up his mind that he had to return early. Aha! So that's what this is about. I've heard about it but didn't pay much attention to it. Missing in an area where fey beasts are active, what else is possible but death? It's estimated that the corpse has long since become the feces of the fey beasts. Jiang Wenming nodded his head very approvingly. We actually all think so, but as you know, Brother Zhang, people always like to take a chance, just like knowing that the possibility of winning the lottery is very slim, but they still like to try. I just didn't expect to meet such a group of teammates, and I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to make it back if you hadn't stepped in to help us out today, Brother Zhang. That's it. Brother Zhang really thanks you this time. If there's anything we can help with, feel free to ask. My name is Yubark, just call me Little Bark. You waste? Zhang Yang had an odd expression. Big Brother Zhang, this time I really thank you. Xiao Yu, who hadn't said anything all this time, also slowly got up and spoke to him with great respect. You're welcome, it was just a fair trade, didn't I take your clothes too? I've pretty much cleared all the foreign beasts here, so you guys can recover some strength here before you leave. Zhang Yang slowly got up and walked towards the depths without waiting for a few people to speak. Where are you going, big brother Zhang? Seeing that he was leaving, Zhang Yu opened her mouth with some hesitation. Can we follow you? The young girl looked pathetic, the other two were not much better, looking pale and obviously overexerted, but also shocked. But I'm going to District 21, you guys want to go? Zhang Yu winced, almost thinking she had heard wrong. Xiao Yu, don't be rude there, the few of us following Zhang are a burden, hurry back. Zhang Wenming called out to her and pulled her back, then he gave Zhang Yang a non-intrusive smile. Zhang Yang didn't say much and directly twisted away. He had gotten what he wanted to get, and there was no point in continuing to tangle with three people. This time, the bloodline enhancement gave him double the stamina, and he didn't feel much strain in rushing, and his speed increased. Early the next morning, at the dawn of the day, Zhang Yang entered the 21st district. He had only stepped into the 21st district when he saw several grey wolf beasts not far away. Only this grey wolf beasts were obviously larger than the ones he had first seen, and they all looked strong and sturdy, and were estimated to have the strength of a rank 5 or 6 martial artist at least. To know that this strength in exchange for the 13 districts among the wolves is one of the top experts, did not think that it can be found everywhere here. He moved his muscles excitedly, his eyes glowing at the wolves. The wolves in the distance had also spotted a human appearing at this moment. The early morning food was extraordinarily tempting for them, and without question, they surrounded towards Zhang Yang. Only today it didn't seem right, as they realized that the human before them didn't fear them in the slightest. In the next second, Zhang Yang rushed into the wolves in a flash, the anatomical knife in his hand flying non-stop. For a while, ghosts cried out here, and Zhang Yang saw that his chi and blood were rising crazily. Much more. I want more chakra. District 21, I, Zhang Yang, am here. Chapter 45, Chain Effects. Early morning. The Xenos living on the edge of the district in the 21st district smelled blood early in the morning. The aroma that comes from the middle of the air makes them incredibly obsessed. Thinking that the early bird gets the worm, the Fae broke free from their hazy slumber and headed for the smell of blood. They came to the fringe of Area 21, but when they saw the scenery in front of them, they stood still and trembled. An aura of death enveloped them, causing the beast to despair. There were 20 to 30 corpses of alien beasts on the ground, and all of them were dismantled in large pieces, with every organ precisely divided, looking as if they had been meticulously designed. Although they, the Fae beasts, didn't have much intelligence and lived between killing and blood and flesh every day, they hadn't seen such a hellish scenery. Some of the foreign beasts twisted their heads and ran, letting out guttural howls. Some of the alien beasts were frozen in place, unable to move for a long time. Of course, there were also some foreign beasts that were more daring and rushed straight in to enjoy their meal. The smell of blood from this place continued to waft around, even attracting foreign beasts from the fringes of the 13th district to enter. The smell of blood in the air drifted far and wide, all the way to the blue sky below. Seeing the gradually clearing scenery in the sky and feeling the appearance of the sunlight, Zhang Yang, who was squatting beside the stream, wiped his face and looked down at himself inside the stream. The angular face of youth has gradually receded, more a few points of determination, although not considered handsome more prominent, but still have a few characteristics. He had dimples, or two of them, and when he smiled he carried a few unique teenage touches. The smell of blood has finally washed off. After killing a bloodline Fae beast this time, my physical strength has been strengthened once again, and I can perfectly control 3 times my power. Chi and blood reached 6,028 points, reaching 3-star martial artist. It's true that coming to the 21st district was the wisest choice. This is just the beginning. I believe that I can soon become a zone master. He muttered, then straightened his clothes and hair in preparation for finding a place to rest. Although he was able to gain a large amount of chi and blood every time he fought, restoring his stamina was also an extremely troublesome thing. It was a pity that the boosts gained from absorbing the bloodline were randomized, or else he would definitely have added all the points to his stamina first. There weren't many places where one could rest in peace in an area full of foreign beasts, and the best resting location was naturally a hidden cave. It was just that places like caves were unattainable existences, so Zhang Yang could only settle for the second best, looking for taller trees, preferably the kind with tree holes. He found a tree that was a good 6 or 7 meters high, climbed up to it with great skill, made a simple hole with his knife, and then lay down in it. Of course, although he was resting, he was still alert and in a state of light sleep. From time to time, the hissing sounds of some foreign beasts would come from the surroundings, but for Zhang Yang, who had long been accustomed to it, he could easily distinguish the approximate distance of the foreign beasts. About 20 minutes of rest? Or an hour, in short. Zhang Yang didn't have too clear an idea of the anomalies that appeared around him. He could clearly feel the hissing sounds of the foreign beasts in this area growing in number and frequency. Why are there so many foreign beasts? Zhang Yang sat up with a grave expression. Based on the deduction of the sound, there were at least 20 to 30 foreign beasts within this square kilometer, knowing that normally 6 or 7 within a kilometer was already a lot. In all the time he had become a martial artist, he had only encountered this situation twice. The first time was when Captain Lu's teams induced a small beast tied together, and the second time was the time when they faced the ice and fire-headed deer. One must know that this was the 21st district. If there were really a large number of high-realm foreign beasts gathering, it could be troublesome. He was still in the area, and the consequences would be unimaginable if he was discovered. Zhang Yang felt that he had become much stronger, but he was not that arrogant yet. His current level was struggling against 2 people of the same realm. Of course, this was his own thought. If this thought let other martial artists hear it, they would definitely stare blankly. After all, as long as they didn't reach the sovereign realm, they were all a little more powerful than the fey beasts of the same realm. No, can't rest here. Zhang Yang directly jumped down from the tree and prepared to grope his way out. But just then, he heard a deafening roar. The voice rumbled, and he couldn't make out what species it was, but he could hear the anger and rage in it. The owner of this voice was definitely a strong martial master realm fey beast, at least a level 5 or 6 martial master. Zhang Yang did not expect such a big trouble to occur just after he came to Area 21, and for a while, he was a little hesitant to return to Area 13. Thinking about it, he headed deeper into District 21. The deepest part of the 21st district. A cliff face where a number of metal frames had been built around the place, and in the centermost part was the entrance to a cave. The cavern was surrounded by signs of having been excavated by hand, and looked extremely flat, with a climbing ladder made of steel attached to it from the ground. The deepest part of the entrance was a modern hall, which had been carefully embellished except for the walls, which were in the Syrian style. There were a number of men sitting on the couches in the lobby, led by a scar-faced man who was holding a walkie-talkie with an ugly look on his face. "What did you say?" "Boss, that guy's been pissed off, and the Fae in District 21 are now rioting. We went out and a lot of our brothers got hurt. Should we go investigate why?" Scarface's face was ice cold. "It must be that group of guys in the city who did it. They don't want to take me back to jail this time, but let me die instead, right? Alright, since you guys are broken, then don't blame me for not being polite. Notify all the brothers to come back. Grab one on the road if you see one, kill one if you see one. Since they can't tolerate us people to survive, let's fight them. Tramp's not even letting people stay in the Fae zone. You guys are forcing me to do this," he said, hanging up the phone and looking at the others. Everyone shared his expression of anger. If there happened to be a police officer here, a random list of wanted fugitives from the unit would be taken out here for a roll call, and there wouldn't be a single absentee who hadn't shown up. They were all vicious martial artists, wanted fugitives on the run, and because they would be punished if they returned to the city, they had simply built their organizations here. The city had always turned a blind eye to them, but lately it's gotten stricter. This seems like what Big Brother and the others said, that they should be launching a liquidation on them. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to go to war. As for those martial artists who were caught in the middle of the battlefield, let their lives tremble. District 21 will be a complete battleground. Chapter 46 First Initiative. Chapter 46. Zhang Yang's escape didn't go well. Because there are too many Fae. These foreign beasts were different from usual. They were running around like they were crazy. There was no logic to their movements, and he had clearly and deliberately circled around for a long distance, thinking that he had shaken off the other party, but who knew that those beasts had suddenly turned around and surrounded him again. He tried to turn back and re-enter Sector 13, but found that he was getting more and more sidetracked and heading deeper instead. At this very moment, he stood in front of a mound, scanning around to check the terrain. Continuing deeper is definitely not an option. There are even senior martial master level existences there that can't be dealt with right now, so we can only go to the neighboring area. He's going to leave District 21 first. Although he didn't know why there was a riot of foreign beasts, he absolutely couldn't continue to stay. Zhang Yang discerned the direction and headed towards the nearest 17th district. Check them all carefully, don't miss anyone. A sudden rough shout from the distance made his eyes light up. Only to see a squad of 6 martial artists 70 to 80 meters away from him. Every one of them held a weapon in their hands, and they looked like they had very good fighting strength, especially the roar just now, listening to the bottom of which should be a martial artist. In normal times Zhang Yang would never be able to come into contact with the martial arts squad. After all, he did not want to expose his identity. But things were different now. Being able to be with a reliable martial arts squad would greatly increase his safety. Zhang Yang took a step forward and prepared for his first active friendship after becoming a martial artist. He ran straight for one of the foremost of the martial arts squad, which was a bald man. He was bald, but looked to be the strongest of the few, and should be the leader. Baldy is just called Baldy. His real name is Xiao Chang. He became a martial artist for a year and killed more than a dozen ordinary people, and also killed 3 or 4 fellow martial artists. Such a crime if in the middle of the city, he was to be caught and killed on the spot, even but any martial artists who had relations with him were to be cleared and thoroughly investigated. So, he ran off to the Fey activity zone, where he got away with it. The thing that gets him the most here is, you can kill at will. He can kill people if he is not happy with them, he can use force if he sees a pretty girl. In short, this is his paradise. As for having to fight the Fey, what is all that? He's also about as good as. Damn itchy hands, I haven't seen a single person until now. My old man's big knife is starving. Baldy's heart was full of fire. The only idea now was to find someone to hack and slash. Only because of the alien beast riot, most people had long since fled, and there was no way to find anyone. Just as he was tickled to death, he suddenly saw a man rushing down the hill in the distance. Baldy thought his eyes were blurred, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the other person was indeed a human being, and burst into an excited smile. A distance of several dozen meters, approaching in the blink of an eye. Hello guys, I'm lost, can you bring me along? Zhang Yang revealed what he thought was a warm smile. Yes, of course. Little brother, we're a specialized rescue team in the downtown area. I'm the rescue leader Xiao Chang, and I'm a 3rd grade martial artist. We're looking for a lone martial artist like you, just follow us. Don't worry, with a strong person like me around, you'll definitely get out unharmed. Baldy hemmed and hawed, pretending to be serious. The others laughed along with them, as if they were enthusiastic and laughing very hard. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Really? It's really great if that's the case. Don't worry, I won't slow you down and we'll leave as soon as we reach the bordering area. Zhang Yang also revealed a smile. Only his brow, imperceptibly, furrowed slightly. He felt that something was not right with these people. They were looking at him in the wrong way, a look that no one knew better than he did. It was the way he himself looked at the Fae. No, more accurately, it was the look in a martial artist's eyes when he saw his target prey. Theirs was like a pack of hungry wolves, and he was like a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes. Also, these people smell like blood. It wasn't the smell of blood from slaying a foreign beast, but the smell of human blood. Don't ask him how he judges, because he's familiar with it. These people. Definitely not a downtown rescue squad. Zhang Yang did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he was on guard. Inside this martial artist squad, there was only Xiao Chang, who was at the martial master realm, or a 3rd grade martial master, and was simply no match for his 3 abilities combined. So we're leaving now? That's right, let's go now and look for the others together. Xiao Chang gave a few other people a look, and a few people surrounded Zhang Yang vaguely back and forth. He walked at the front with a grim smile and the others followed. It looked like they were in a particularly good mood. Zhang Yang naturally detected that these people were subtly surrounding themselves, thinking that they were preventing him from escaping or that they could strike at any time. His eyes revealed a faint chill, and there was only one thought in his mind. If you really dare to do it, all must die. However, now was not the time to do it. If they really encountered a foreign beast attacking them, these people would still be able to help deal with the foreign beast. Luckily, these people seemed to be worried about the appearance of the Fae as well, and they kept moving closer to the edge of the 21st district. Zhang Yang followed while speculating on the purpose and identity of these people. First of all, they were undoubtedly the same kind of people as themselves, people who lived in the Fae zone. As for the purpose, Zhang Yang saw that they were wearing 1,000 different equipment. Some looked more delicate, some were rough, and even the dagger in their hands had a pink dagger, which looked like it was customized by some teenage-hearted martial artist. None of these are definitely the stuff of one person, which is proof that they originally belonged to so many people, not them. Robbers? It's still murdering people. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, speculating on the next movement of these people. Ha ha! Are you all trying to escape from here? Seeing that you guys are more seriously injured, how about joining us? Xiao Chang's voice at the forefront came out again, attracting the attention of several people. Su Tian slightly raised his head and saw Xiao Chang stopping the three men. These three people, a man and two women, were all around 30 years old, and the man in the lead had been scratched in the small of his abdomen by a foreign beast, and it looked like he had been injured quite a bit. The badge of a two-star martial artist hung from his chest, highlighting his strength and the familiar costume. Someone from the first guild of martial artists? Zhang Yang frowned slightly as the person lowered his head slightly, trying not to let the other party see his appearance. Although there were no such coincidences in the world, who could be 100% sure that the first guild of martial artists had not pursued the matter of chore, and who could be sure that these three people did not know chore? Hopefully these people better not mess with themselves or else. He doesn't mind killing people. Chapter 47, Am I a cow or not? What guild organization are you? The man was cautious, shielding the two women behind him, his voice guarded. Being pursued by the man, Xiao Chang was not nervous. Instead, he stroked his bare head, revealing his white teeth. Me? I'm Xiao Chang from the Self-Inspection Society. Something happened here and I happened to organize a rescue. Hey, have you ever heard of an autopsy session? The man's face revealed a hint of doubt. I'm in the first guild of martial artists, and it's been 3 years since I joined. I've heard of all the big and small martial arts organizations within the city, how come I haven't heard of yours? Xiao Chang continued, It's normal that you haven't heard of this organization because it is responsible for supervising martial artists who have made mistakes. Every day, people within the organization would punch and kick martial artists who had made mistakes, use them as sandbags, and even cut off the arms of those who defied them in front of everyone. The women who have made mistakes they just play with, and the look on their faces, ouch, that's what it's all about. And. He said, getting more and more excited, and his whole body seemed to be a little crazy. The man's face was getting ugly, and the other two women were more than ready to fight. They could all see that there seemed to be something off about this guy. Xiao Chang also suddenly stopped talking at this moment, and the smile on his entire face gradually disappeared and became calm. Sorry, forgot you guys aren't the ones who made the mistake. I'll make you laugh. His attitude changed quickly, so quickly that it felt a little surreal. However, just as the crowd snuck in a sigh of relief, his smile suddenly appeared again. That creepy, that brutal smile. But you are not the ones who have made mistakes, but I am the one who has. Now I also want to experience the pleasure of that autopsy club members, can you fulfill me? He said and laughed, then charged straight at the three men. Seeing him suddenly strike, the man in the lead was a bit startled, but still made the first counterattack. It was only that he was too heavily injured, and the force with which he swung his sword was obviously a bit slow. Bam! The two knives crossed paths, and the knife in the man's hand was directly sent flying over a dozen meters away, and then ruthlessly inserted into the trunk of a tree on the side. Boo! The man was kicked to the ground and the other two women were subdued by him on the ground. 3 men were subdued in just a moment. Zhang Yang took everything in, staring dead at the metal steel blade that was already halfway into the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. This guy. The force is strong. It was at least double that of an ordinary martial artist. And this guy seems to know martial arts? Ha ha. Good job, boss. Boss's power is #1 in the world. The martial arts are awesome. A few of the followers around him laughed and began to brag. Xiao Chang enjoyed this kind of bragging and had a smug look on his face. Although this traveling mountain fist is the lowest level of martial arts, I've practiced it until it's perfect. In this realm, lousy is an invincible existence. He said as he crouched down in front of the man and smacked the other man hard across the cheek with a brutal smile. Well, can you resist this slash of 10 years of kung fu? Is old man awesome? Ha! Speak! The man didn't say a word, looking dazed by the beating. Xiao Chang, perhaps finding it uninteresting, grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, then forcefully pinned one of the women and asked the same question roughly. The woman, knowing that she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth, only kept talking in response to him, making him giggle with excitement. He asks each one over and over again, like he's on some addictive drug and getting crazier and crazier. The other woman was only slightly slow to speak for a second before she was slapped to the ground and lost one of her teeth. Not to mention the woman who had been caught, his own people were going to be smacked hard in the face if they said a second too slow. He inquired all the way and finally placed his eyes on Zhang Yang. Not surprisingly, he inquired the same thing. Is old man awesome? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's eyes are a little dull at this time. Because he was thinking about a problem, and just a few seconds ago he started thinking about a problem and got a little carried away. That is, this Xiao Chang guy is too perverted. Should we give up using them as a cover to escape? Right now, he was already far away from the core area, and was even closer to the edges of other areas, and he had seen all of Xiao Chang's methods, so he could be said to know his enemy. He didn't expect Xiao Chang to interrupt him at this time, which was why he reacted like this. When Xiao Chang saw this reaction from him, his laughter suddenly began to grow louder and his smile became more and more hideous. His grip on the man suddenly changed to grabbing the back of his neck, and veins began to ripple up his arms. Obviously, there was just something wrong with the man's spirit, as the fury now began to be more violent and aggressive. The man who was grabbed by the neck felt like his neck was about to be crushed, and his eyes revealed an expression of shock and dismay. Panic, a fear of the finality of life. Stunned because he saw Zhang Yang's face. Ha ha. Die. All die. Go to hell, all of you. Xiao Chang laughed angrily as he began to exert crazy amounts of force as he squeezed the man's hand and pinned the woman's arm. He wanted to strangle two people alive. After these two people died a horrible death, and after Zhang Yang was scared out of his wits, then he would torture Zhang Yang to die in the midst of pain. The other heels, all perverts as well, or as perverted as they dared not be, cheered and yelled. But suddenly for a second, they couldn't stop laughing. Because everyone saw a flash of cold light, a flash of cold that was as fast as lightning, as fast as a dragon. Zhang Yang cleanly drew out his dissecting knife and held it tightly in his backhand to ruthlessly stab towards Xiao Chang. Pust. The blade went through the opponent's arm and blood sprayed. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, not expecting that this guy would still react faster than he thought. The opponent's fist came whistling in mid-air, and Zhang Yang gently retreated a step back to pull away. I didn't realize you were a martial artist too. Ha ha ha. It's a pity you lost your only chance. What follows is my one-sided crushing of you. Xiao Chang let go of the two men, pulled out the dissecting knife from his arm and threw it aside, and rushed up like a tank. His hideous expression was like that of a ghost as he swung out his fist like a cannonball, heading straight for Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang gently swung his fist and clashed with the man's fist in full view of everyone. Click. Xiao Chang's wrist appeared deformed, and his pupils gradually contracted to pinholes. The fist within the line of sight gradually enlarged, and Zhang Yang's swinging fist unexpectedly had waves of air being continuously discharged before it heavily smashed into the opponent's face. Boom! Xiao Changman instantly flew backwards, but in the next second a palm steadily grabbed his clothes then viciously smashed onto the ground in a 360-degree over-the-shoulder position. Boom! The loud noise reappeared. Zhang Yang rode on top of him under everyone's shocked gazes, and the fist in his hand appeared as a residual shadow, slamming down punch after punch. Each time, the earth seemed to tremble. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Chapter 48, My name is Wang Li. By the time the crowd came back to their senses, Xiao Chang had already broken. Zhang Yang slowly got up from the ground, his body exuding a dangerous aura. Boo! Xiao Chang's followers sat on his but on the ground, unable to even utter a word in fear. They were not cuties. Able to see that Zhang Yang and them were a kind of people. No, it wasn't even a kind of person. Zhang Yang was stronger than them. If they were just bad, Zhang Yang was a devil. Not the one who sanctioned them, but on top of them. Perhaps. Only their boss can deal with this guy. Who the hell are you? Someone finally couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Zhang Yang looked up at the man who spoke. His looks were ordinary, but he was very close to Xiao Chang. This way Xiao Chang was the first to communicate with this man if he had any problems. Does it matter to you? The man could not help but tremble a little when he felt the chill on Zhang Yang, but he still suppressed his fear and said, You are definitely not a faceless character like you, and since you dare to kill someone here, report your name openly and honestly. Our boss is Black Tiger, the black boss of this 21st district. We'll keep this score. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. A boss? It seemed he had guessed correctly that these people were outlaws. He had heard a long time ago that there were a lot of people living in the alien beast area. These people were carrying human lives very difficult to deal with, because inside the alien beast area could help the city contain the alien beasts. Many times the martial artists in charge of the management within the city turned a blind eye to it, not thinking that this was all true. What? You're such an arrogant character that you don't even dare to give your name now? The man pressed on when he saw that he didn't speak. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you too? The man waved his palm and said confidently, if we disperse and split up to escape, even you won't be able to kill us all. Zhang Yang sweated and staggered. But he's a person who just doesn't like to cover things up and likes to be open and honest. What's wrong with telling a name? Very well, since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. I am Wang Li, the genius Wang Li, of the Second Guild of Martial Artists. Wang Li? The man nodded slightly, seemingly searing the name into his mind. Yes. Wang Li. We'll admit to this matter today. We're not done with this matter, even if you go back to the city we'll still be looking for you. He spoke aggressively, pulling his legs out at the end of his sentence and running away. He didn't care about the others at all, and so many of them didn't even react when he took his step. The remaining few people were also in a state of shock, and they hurriedly fled with their hands and feet, fearing that Zhang Yang would catch up and kill them in the next second. Seeing that Zhang Yang did not intend to chase after them, the two captured women also subconsciously wanted to escape, but they were stopped by the icy voice. You can't leave yet. The two women's faces instantly turned pale, and they could only stare at Zhang Yang and dryly laugh. That man was not very flustered, but slowly got up with the help of the two women, looking at Zhang Yang with complicated eyes. Zhang Yang also stared at the man without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. Because just a moment ago when Xiao Chang made his move, he saw that the man was looking at him in the wrong way, with surprise and dismay. It was obvious that the man knew him. Perhaps. He knew what he looked like and who he was. Wang Li, I will definitely not say anything about what happened today. You and I have no grievances, not to mention saving my life. If you can let me go once, this favor will definitely be remembered. He kept coughing with a serious expression. Zhang Yang still didn't speak, but was silently thinking. This person in front of him was from the First Martial Artist Guild, and since the other party recognized him, he must know something about him and Chor. Was that for the bounty money given by his parents, or did the First Guild of Martial Artists feel that there was something unusual about Hatsune's death within the guild, and only let the men know about him because of the pursuit? Seeing that he was still so hesitant, the man gritted his teeth fiercely and said, I'll be blunt, I know Tian. Right when I came into the 21st district, Tian even had dinner with me, we're on good terms. Zhang Yang finally reared his head and seriously surveyed the man in front of him. This person looked somewhat like a literate scholar, with a brow that didn't look like a lie and a character that wasn't devious or sinister. Whatever you are, since you know Tian, you are my friend. The man was visibly relieved and smiled warmly. Wang Li, I'll just call Zhang Yisong. Thanks to your help this time, is there anything I can do to help you? This was an interesting thing to say. After all, he had already seen Zhang Yang's strength, and he definitely couldn't help Zhang Yang in this area where the foreign beasts were active, so he was talking about other things. Zhang Yang hesitated slightly and said, how is Tian recently? I mean, what has she done recently? There were still outsiders here after all, so he couldn't say much. Zhang Yisong thought for a few seconds and said with deliberation, Tian always goes to a friend's house recently, and there is another woman there, and they don't seem to have a good relationship. I've also advised her not to take herself too seriously in such matters, but it seems she can't listen. He spoke vaguely, and the other two women listened in confusion, but Zhang Yang understood. He held his forehead helplessly and let out a bitter laugh. He didn't expect Tian still really thought he had died in exchange for her living life. This rhythm is to give his parents' old age to repay the favor? And fighting with Bai Meng? But I'm afraid that if Paima didn't know about her current situation, she would be very sad. Zhang Yang's eyes were a little dark. It's a really uncomfortable feeling, and it makes all the worrying about yourself really, really uncomfortable. Looks like it's time to step up. Aha! Although this place is far from the heart of the Fae, it's still not safe, so it's better to leave early. I'm going to the next area, so you guys can follow me for a while if you want. Zhang Yisong revealed hesitation and finally nodded. Then we'll trouble brother Wang Li, we'll follow you for a while, and once the situation improves we'll leave immediately. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and did not say anything more as he led a few people towards a more marginal location. Darkness. Boo! Scarface slammed his fist on the wall, and countless cracks instantly appeared on that rock, sending the man beside him into a heartbeat of fear. Boss. Scarface's voice was bone-chillingly cold. I want all information about this Wang Li right now. Go and inquire for me. Chapter 49 Wang Li's Pleasure. Hospitals. Residency. What uncle said, if you don't mind I'll be your daughter from now on, it just so happens that my parents left early. Tian smiled as she peeled an apple, then forced it to Bai's father. Bai father took the apple, but the smile inside with bitterness. This little brat a day without a proper form, just knowing the outside wild mix. His mother is like this, even not come back. How can he not feel bad when his wife is lying in bed and his son has entered the lost and is basically dead out there? That sadness was, needless to say, an overflowing presence from inside the body. It was also a little hard for Tian to see him like this. Uncle, take it easy, aren't we all looking for Zhang Yang? He's our guild's genius, the guild will never give up on him. Genius. Don't play hero if you don't have that ability, his mom and I would rather him be an ordinary person. Zhang's father smiled bitterly. Tian was about to say something when she suddenly twisted her head and looked away. Outside was a slender girl as beautiful as a star, except that her face was haggard at the moment, and the state of it hid a good deal of her beauty. Bai Meng looked at Tian quietly, then exited the room, the latter walking out in a knowing manner. The two women in the corridor looked at each other, and it was Bai Meng who took the lead. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Brother Yang, I just want to know where he is right now. Is he really missing? Or something else? I know you martial artists can be cruel to each other sometimes, but I just want the truth right now. Tian looked at the haggard Bai Meng and sighed. I didn't lie to you, Zhang Yang just disappeared there in the first place. You're lying. Bai Meng sounded a little agitated. I've had people search that area many times, not to mention Brother Yang, I haven't even found a body. You're lying. Tian looked at her with complicated eyes and sighed. Both being women, she was able to see how important Zhang Yang was to the girl in front of her. Seeing Bai Meng's distraught look, she hated to tell her the truth right away, but she couldn't. Because she wasn't sure if Zhang Yang could survive, and once she let the girl in front of her know that Zhang Yang didn't come back for part of her reasons. You calm down. At least Zhang Yang's body hasn't been found yet, hasn't it? White Moon was also pulled back by the comment, realizing that he had lost his temper. Indeed, there was no news of Zhang Yang's exact death until now. Calm down for a while. She resized up Tian in front of her, and a hint of dissimilarity was revealed among her beautiful eyes. The girl in front of her was about the same age as her, maybe a year or two older, but her whole style was that sweet and cute style, and she spoke with that small adult feeling, plus that wasn't too bad of a look that would indeed make people like her. I have one more question. When did you get together with Yang? Ha? Tian froze for a moment. The star-like girl in front of her was like a bomb complex whenever Zhang Yang was mentioned. When she thought of the image of the first time she came to see Father Zhang, her smile became a little hard to see. She swore it was the first time she had ever seen the look on a girl's face when she wanted to eat someone, and the deep despair and sadness. That day this girl came over with a tear-stained face in order to confirm Zhang Yang's condition. When she left that day this girl also left with teardrops, in order to also confirm Zhang Yang's condition. Zhang Yang, this mess you left me is too big. You mustn't really die out there and come back safe and sound for this girl. Tian spat this out in her heart, revealing a serious expression. She spoke seriously to Bai Meng, sister, I'll explain it to you seriously. It's just that the two of us really don't have anything, we're just temporary teammates, but he saved my life at a very dangerous time. As for that relationship you mentioned, we definitely don't have one, and even if we take a step back and say that he's kind of interested in me, I'm not interested in him at all. Aha! It's not wrong to say that, is it? After all, Zhang Yang has sacrificed his life to take the blame for her, so it's always a bit of fun, isn't it? Do you really mean nothing at all? White Moon eased up a bit and looked at her seriously. Not at all. Tian swore. White Moon flashed a smile. Then maybe I misunderstood, but I really thank you for taking care of Uncle Zhang, which allowed me to go and have time to find Yang. It's okay, they're all friends. Tian heatedly smiled. But it was somehow she always felt a little guilty about what she had just said. Why? Probably for lying to White Dream. Aha! It must be because she had told lies to Bai Meng, and she was a person who didn't like to lie to people, especially beautiful women. The two of them chatted a few more times before Bai Meng went inside the house and visited Bai's father and mother before leaving. Only when she had just reached the stairwell, a slightly regretful voice appeared. Little dream, why must you cling to that Zhang Yan? That waste. He is dead. He's dead, his family has nothing to do with you, and you're not mad that the kid went behind your back to find another girl? Your childhood friends. Wang Li stood there with an expression of unwillingness on her behalf, but obviously among his words there was a trace of unconcealed joy and the bantering about her. Bai Meng coldly glanced at him and took a deep breath. Wang Li, this is my business. I know uncle and my dad are on good terms, and you've been nice to me, but please don't talk smack here. Or I'll never speak to you again. Hearing her say this, Wang Li wasn't angry and just nodded slightly. You really misunderstood me. I came to tell you the good news. It's that the cause of the riots in the 21st district has been found. It was someone who deliberately slaughtered a large number of Fey beasts, causing the Fey lords there to become furious. I was sent over by the guild to help round up the Fey while I went to catch the one who did it. This time, I've been promoted to captain and will lead a lot of people, so I can totally help you search for Zhang Yang. Even if he becomes a corpse, I will absolutely bring it back to you. Although he said that, when he said the word corpse, the corners of his mouth obviously couldn't control the curve. Bai Meng's emotions were obviously a bit taut, and she simply ignored him directly and walked up the elevator to leave. Dream, I'll give you a ride. Wang Li rushed into the elevator to close it. Just before the elevator was about to close, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth any longer. Hee, Zhang Yang. If you are not dead, don't be touched by me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 50, The Ghost-Faced Lion. The Fringes of District 20. Zhang Yang punched a martial master level Fey beast to death and slightly stepped aside to see a path. This is the relatively safe trail you were talking about, right? Let's split up here. Zhang Yisong nodded slightly and slowly left with the support of the two women, stopping when he was about to leave. The reason for the riots in the 21st district is that someone intentionally killed a large number of Fey beasts, causing them to go out of control, and next perhaps the first and second martial artist guilds are flooded with more martial artists. So you'll be able to keep yourself safe if you're careful. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and watched the trio leave. He understood that Zhang Yisong was reminding himself that he couldn't always use the fake name of Wang Li, or else he would most likely reveal himself when he met someone he knew. He gathered himself together and continued walking towards the 20th district. For the next 3 days, he was active in this area, and while familiarizing himself with this area, he also found that everything here was truly as Zhang Yisong had said, with an influx of martial artists one after another. To be on the safe side, he would try not to meet up with the martial artists within the city. The influx of these people caused him to have less time to kill the Fey beasts, but it made him safer. After all, many powerful Fey beasts had been cleared, and the ones that were left were those that traveled alone and hidden. On the 11th day of entering the Fey region, Zhang Yang's realm broke through to 5-star martial master. His kills of Fey beasts with bloodlines came to 11, and his class LV3 abilities boosted his strength a total of 5 times, and his stamina 6 times. His current physical strength was enough to deal with any Fey beast below any senior martial master. Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented powerful sensation. He was certain that if the current him were to encounter that ice-fire-headed wolf from back then again, he would absolutely just be killed in seconds. No. Now that ordinary foreign beasts were out of his sight, he even had a vague feeling of invincibility. To have this kind of power right now, I really don't know what it's like to reach Zhongshe. Zhang Yang muttered, already able to understand Tian's words back then. As long as he reached Zhongshe, the martial artist first guild would not find trouble with him even if they knew about that incident in the first place. Zhang Yang was squatting by the stream at the moment to wipe his face, taking advantage of the fact that there were no humans in the darkness before he came out to move around. The thought of the patriarch made him clench his fists in excitement, and his mind couldn't wait for that day to come. But when he raised his head, his entire body froze in place. For across from him, on the other side of the stream, a foreign beast had appeared there at some unknown time, and happened to raise its head and see him as well. Is that a lion? No, there are no lions in the Dragon Kingdom. It should be some kind of feline exotic beast that has mutated to increase its size. The length of the body was close to 3 meters, estimated to be a circle larger than even the Zhonghu beast, covered in robust muscles, with a circle of apparently thick hair on the neck. Its facial features are somewhat hideous, that is not its expression is hideous, but the face is long that look, in the reflection of the moonlight as a ghost face like oozing. One man and one beast stared at each other, and the air on the stream froze instantly. In the next second, the man and beast simultaneously shivered. Zhang Yang directly catapulted up and twisted to run. His forehead was a dense bead of bean grain sweat. This ghost-faced lion is real, isn't it? Isn't it a legendary beast? He had always heard people talk about this beast in casual conversations when he wasn't even a martial artist. It is arguably a household name. Within the Fey Beast activity area close to the city's safety zone, there were some Fey Beasts that could be said to be extremely famous, as they were all Fey Beast lords that possessed great territories. All of them had once had the feat of leading a wave of Fey Beasts to actively attack the downtown area, and had survived. So far there were a total of 7 of them, and this ghost-faced lion was one of them. Legend had it that it had the strength of a peak martial master, but because it was a Fey Beast and also had a special bloodline, even human sect master-level powerhouses were unwilling to encounter it in the Fey Beast area. Zhang Yang did not think that he was so unlucky. With so many Fey Beast activity areas, only 7 of the Fey Beast lords were encountered by him. He dodged and jumped frantically, no longer caring at all about the rattling created by his running. Now even if he attracted other alien beasts, he couldn't slow down. Even more, he was now subconsciously running in the direction of the city. If it was able to run into other martial artists, there might be a possibility that they could help it together to deal with this terrifying foreign beast. Click. With the sound of branches breaking behind him and the footsteps of that huge body, Zhang Yang felt his scalp go numb. Subconsciously twisting his head to look, he felt even more soul-crushing. This terrifying ghost-faced lion was now landing steadily on a tree branch, and its huge body flew towards the tree trunk 3 or 4 meters away after its legs gave out. How can you fly in a tree? Zhang Yang felt his hands and feet tingling. Such a terrifying beast was definitely no match for himself. I'm afraid. It's going down. Click. Just as despair rose in his heart, that huge body failed to stabilize itself as it landed on the second branch. After a brief but comical stumble, it fell to the ground with a thud as the branch broke. The fall was so heavy that the sound hurt Zhang Yang to hear. The ghost-faced lion attempted to get up several times, but failed to do so several times, looking even more clumsy. Is this guy so stupid? Zhang Yang suddenly realized that something was not quite right. The guy didn't seem as scary as expected, and his movements looked extremely clumsy and uncoordinated. And moreover, this ghost-faced lion seemed to be startled when he saw him by the stream. This is a lord among the foreign beasts, the king of a region. How can that look? For some reason, this familiar demeanor look made Zhang Yang always feel that he had seen it somewhere. Such obtuseness, such incoherence. Zhang Yang's head suddenly flashed with a bright light, and the appearance of a foreign beast in his memory that he had once seen was constantly overlapping with it. It's the Cthulhu beast. But not the pale tiger beast as a species, but the injured one he had first encountered. After that Songhu beast was severely injured, it almost looked similar to this ghost-faced lion in front of him. This guy is injured. Zhang Yang was delighted in his heart. That's right. Only if the ghost-faced lion was injured could he have such a stance, otherwise with this guy's realm and fighting strength, I'm afraid that he would have caught and killed him long ago. Realizing this, Zhang Yang's heart relaxed a lot. His mind began to smooth out, and the rhythm of his feet grew faster, almost as if he began to leap inside the forest. Having come to this 20th district for a few days now, he could be said to know this area like the back of his hand. It wasn't like there wasn't a chance to throw the other guy off with the help of the area, an episode he was familiar with. Isn't that the Temple Run series of games? Catch up if you can. Chapter 51, What's the point of a cell phone? The voice behind Zhang Yang became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. He stood panting, realizing that his entire bodice was thoroughly soaked. Zhang Yang, who had come back from the dead, felt dizzy. This time he had used all his kung fu. If he was one step late he would become food. He didn't think he was a match for the ghost-faced lion. After all, a thin camel was bigger than a horse. The last time he faced the Songhu beast was because he was in the martial artist realm. The gap between the martial artist realms could not be as big as the gap between martial masters. He was confident, not conceited, so naturally he ran away first. Like there's a noise over there? A man's voice suddenly came from the distance, and Zhang Yang's expression froze. Really? I didn't hear that? Absolutely. That big guy is smart, and now that it's been seriously injured, this is our once-in-a-lifetime chance. Another man spoke. Is it true that they are coming for the ghost-faced lion? Zhang Yang muttered. It seemed that the reason why the ghost-faced lion was startled at the sight of him in the first place should be because he had been besieged before by a group of human martial artists, and that was why he was so sensitive. He looked around, then found a hidden high tree and jumped up. Soon, accompanied by a flash of lights, he saw 4 or 5 people gathered together. Each of these people were extremely vigilant, looked like they had good combat qualities, and wore the attire of the first guild of martial artists. For martial master levels. When Zhang Yang saw such a staffing, he was even more certain that these people were the culprits who had injured the ghost-faced lion. The average realm of several people was at the third level of martial master, and each of them was standing by, ready to strike at any time. After a brief search that didn't turn up any tracks, the man in charge was a bit puzzled. Strange, did I hear you wrong? It's not impossible, after all, this isn't a safe zone, there are snakes, insects and ants of all kinds, it's possible to mishear. The other nodded, but was clearly a bit sorry. This time, our first and second guilds are cooperating to besiege the Fey beasts, so it can be said that this is a good opportunity to get rich. If we can really take down that ghost-faced lion, we'll be earning a fortune. That means that beast is already close to the zongsure level, the chi and blood content in its entrails is extremely high, if you can eat its entrails you can even break 2 levels in a row in the martial master realm. Really? Of course it's true. A few people didn't leave immediately, but chatted furiously in the same place. Zhang Yang, who was hiding in the shadows, heard the chat and his eyes lit up. He had heard that the blood and flesh of sovereign-level foreign beasts had special effects, and he hadn't expected the effects to be so good. Martial arts master level taking can be raised 2 levels. It's a heavenly temptation. No wonder even such a terrifying beast as the ghost-faced lion felt missed. The principle was like this. The simple chatter of a few people had piqued his interest deeply, and he shifted his body slightly to listen more closely. At this time one of them suddenly sighed, as if very sorry. Pity. If this Fey beast doesn't appear here with us, the odds are that it will appear over at the second martial artist guild. I've heard about it, but over there it's their vice president with that kid who's been getting a lot of notoriety lately rounding up, so I guess they'll take it down if they run into it. What's that kid's name again? Yes, called Wang Li. It's Wang Li. That kid is said to have a lot of resources behind him, and his talent is also good, but it's not as good as the kid who disappeared some time ago. Did you say it was Zhang Yan? I've heard of that kid too. It seems like he just dropped out of his senior year of high school, and he was already a level 7 or 8 martial artist when people registered directly. If the mission hadn't failed and disappeared, I'm afraid the future would be bright. Puffing. One of the men who hadn't been saying much suddenly burst out laughing. Several people looked at him curiously, as if asking why he was laughing. What mission disappearance? I heard through the grapevine that this Wang Li and Zhang Yang liked the same woman, and as a result, Wang Li secretly sabotaged Zhang Yang to make him disappear. And to tell you an even more explosive news, it's possible that Zhang Yang is not dead. Zhang Yang, who was in the dark, became interested at first when he heard the name Wang Li and listened attentively. The more he listened to the latter, the more he felt that there was something wrong, and at that moment, his brow furrowed. Could it be that Zhou Fa Cohen's death and Chore's brother had something to do with Wang Li? No, that's absolutely impossible. This should be false, after all, it had always been Hao Zhaozhao who had helped out when the selection task was first arranged. But how did these people know he was alive? He was puzzled and continued to listen. How do you know he's alive? Of course I know, in the past 2 days I got inside a small group that was pulled by Wang Li. Guess what he's pulling such a small group for? He's asking us to find Zhang Yang. Said that if he finds Zhang Yang, dead or alive he'll pay very handsomely. Of course, if you really need Zhang Yang, it's best that you can contact him directly and he will pay hush money. The man's tone had begun to change when he said this. That tone of voice meant that the know-it-alls understood the hidden hatred among these two. Zhang Yang, who had heard everything, slightly clenched his fists. He hadn't really thought that Wang Li was such a ruthless person. The meaning in those people's words was already obvious. Wang Li wanted him to disappear forever in the true sense of the word. For Paimon? No, not really. The man is narrow-minded and vindictive. Or maybe he was from a good family and was used to this kind of life and didn't look at people like him, who had no family background, in the eye. Simple as the same as that man is, no wonder he was able to introduce you, a bastard, to Xiaomeng. Zhang Yang's voice carried a few moments of sarcasm, and his eyes grew colder and colder with age. He craned his head to look at a few people not far away, locking onto the one grabbing the cell phone with a glance. He planted the knife in the trunk of the tree, his body crouching slightly, the muscles of his bodyguard all stored for a moment being tensed. He grabbed the tree trunk ground step with both hands, and his whole body was like a taut spring, ready to go. In the next second, he instantly disappeared from his spot, catapulting out like a prey-eared alien beast. Whoosh! 5 times the muscle power made Zhang Yang agile like lightning, instantly rushing into the crowd. At this moment, several people were still looking down at their cell phones, seemingly very interested in that so-called group chat. Hearing the ringing whoops looked up almost simultaneously, the one with the cell phone saw the sandbag-sized fist gradually enlarge within his line of sight. Boo! He felt a spinning of the sky, and then his whole body fell straight down. The remaining few tried to make their first move, but were instantly knocked to the ground. Before it was too late to react further, Zhang Yang unexpectedly snatched the man's cell phone and wandered away. The man who lost his cell phone stared stonily at the disappearing Zhang Yang. He covered his blue eyes, his lips trembling with a trembling voice. "Who's this tramad? You want a cell phone, just say so. Why don't I just give you a ride, as far as I'm concerned?" Chapter 52 Predators in the Dark. After Zhang Yang made sure that the people behind him did not come after him, he turned on his cell phone. Sure enough, he found what he wanted to see in the middle of a group chat. The group chat was not set up with a name, but the group owner was none other than Wang Li. It was full of topics about him, discussing where he was going. Every once in a while, when someone asked him how he was doing, Wang Li said it was a private conversation. He opened the chat records between the owner of the cell phone and Wang Li, and found that Wang Li had actually said that he wanted to get him killed or something like that. Very good. Since you have such intentions, Wang Li, don't blame me for being impolite. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he continued to look for text messages on his phone. There was almost no signal present in the area where the xenomorphs were active, only the occasional case of a signal, but there was still a chance of being able to send out a message to update the network as long as you kept your eyes on your phone. So he sees a lot of teams communicating information location inside this phone. Wang Li is in the 21st district, with the vice president. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. He wasn't sure what level the vice president was at, but he was clear that the president of the second guild was at the sovereign realm. There really wasn't much he could do if these two were together. Thinking of this, he tried to open his cell phone to look for Wang Li's number, but snap! The phone locked up because of his daze and could never be turned on again. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and calmed down. After thinking carefully, he knew that it would be irrational to just go straight to Wang Li right now. He stared at the already extinguished cell phone screen and rubbed his temples with a headache. If he was a Zhongsure, he could settle the score with Wang Li right now. He really wished that he could be promoted to Zhongsure earlier. Still need to kill some strong foreign beasts so that I can feel at ease. Zhang Yang's voice came to an abrupt end as he stared at the cell phone screen with a deadly stare. On the screen of that cell phone, which had gone out, was reflected the reflection of a massive creature. It was a huge ghostly face, crouched in a high tree less than 4 meters away from his back, carefully surveying him. Yes. Ghost-faced lion. This guy. Turns out it was hidden here all along. Zhang Yang felt the pores of his body contract, and that sense of panic instantly surged from his heart. In the next second, he took a step like lightning and rushed out. But... roar! A low voice accompanied by a gloomy wind buzzed in his ears, and Zhang Yang was able to sense that the huge body was approaching even without turning around. Knowing that he could no longer escape, Zhang Yang tore the crown of his teeth and twisted his body towards the other party to deliver a punch. This punch hit the air, came muffled, accompanied by a low rumble. Zhang Yang's muscles all over his body were high and bulging, as if a gnarled dragon was writhing, visible power of the terror. The ghost-faced lion did not seem to expect Zhang Yang to turn around, and in his panic, he could only use his front limbs to slap at it, obviously with some clumsiness. Although it was in a hurry to cope with the situation, there was a disdain for Zhang Yang written in its eager eyes. It was the hunter's disdain for his prey. It was as if everything Zhang Yang did was just a joke in its eyes. Completely disproportionate limbs touched everything, and Zhang Yang was instantly knocked out a few meters and fell heavily to the ground. However, the moment he fell, Zhang Yang climbed up and continued to run towards the distance. The ghost-faced lion tried to go after it at the first opportunity, but his body froze in place and couldn't move. It subconsciously lifted the paw that had just attacked Zhang Yang and realized that its entire paw was tingling, making it impossible to run normally. Its expression grew more and more hideous, as if it was really a ghost and monster, and it stared dead at the location where Zhang Yang had left. Ahem! Zhang Yang covered his chest and ran inside the forest, his face a little pale. This ghost-faced lion was worthy of being a fey beast close to a patriarch, and despite receiving such injuries, it was still able to erupt with such terrifying power. My current physical strength wouldn't be so bad against a martial artist fey beast below level 7, which means that it can still perform at least at the level of a level 7 martial artist fey beast right now. When Zhang Yang said this, his expression suddenly gained a trace of confidence. Since you can't kill me in seconds, don't blame me for not being polite. I'll take this life of yours as a tonic for me. That's right. He had originally felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill such a terrifying foreign beast. Even if this ghost-faced lion didn't come to him this time, he was going to walk around it. But it was this attack that gave him confidence. Just now when they clashed, he clearly and incomparably saw his opponent's injuries. That ghost-faced lion's body had numerous bruises and bruises. Unusual cases of bruises and blood were naturally not worth noticing, but that ghost-faced lion had large swaths of bruises on its body, even those hairs could not cover them. There were blood-red bruises on his abdomen, chest, and the inside of his legs that looked extremely oozy. There were even places where swelling and indentation had become evident, if not mistakenly injured by the tremendous tonal force. Its internal organs were lightly damaged. As for how serious? Zhang Yang gripped the scalpel in his hand with a confident expression. He had dissected so many alien beasts that he could clearly determine the injuries of the other party. Right now, every activity of the ghost-faced lion was intensifying the speed of death. Perhaps there was still a possibility for it to live in a location where it could quietly recuperate, but this was an area where the fey beasts were active and there were still other humans chasing after them, so it was absolutely impossible for it to rest. In other words, the fey wouldn't survive no matter what, it just depended on who it would end up tiring out in front of. With a pie this big hitting my head, I deserve to run around for the rest of my life if I let someone else have it. I'm going to eat this braised lion's head. Jesus couldn't keep it if he came. Isn't it just a contest of endurance? I'm a real man, I'll wear you out. Zhang Yang once again coughed a few times and stood still. He looked in one direction after a little thought, and there were a few people from the First Martial Artist Guild. These few people were no good either, and privately wanted to make a deal with Wang Li, taking themselves at an explicit price. Since he wants this huge amount of money so badly, it shouldn't be a problem to do him a little favor, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang carefully discerned on the road in the distance. When he saw the ghost-faced lion finally catching up, he pulled out his legs and ran in the same direction just now. In the meantime, the few people who had just been attacked by Zhang Yang were swearing profusely. Damn it, how dare you attack little master? If it wasn't for this brat running too fast, I'd have to see who's so arrogant as to even dare to rob someone from our first guild of martial artists. If I have to find him here, I have to remove one of his arms. Don't know where this place is? Still dare to be so arrogant? The man said with a sudden lurch, signaling a few people to look towards the ground. There are footprints left by Zhang Yang. Chapter 53, The Flavor of That Slash. Chapter 53. Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly laughed, and a few of the others followed suit. Looks like the guy who robbed us was a dumbass. You can't hide a footprint this big, so you can't say it's a newcomer. A few of the others looked like they agreed. I feel massively strong right now, I could knock the SHT out of him. Ha, better let him eat again. Brothers walk. Let him see the power of our guild's 4 swordsmen. They shook their weapons hands handsomely, one after the other. Click. Branches snapped and a figure scurried about. A few people glanced at each other, and the teasing and anticipation in their eyes grew even more. So this kid didn't go far, he's been hiding there all along? The man at the head of the group laughed and followed directly with a quick step. Only when they rushed into the location where the figure was just now, they couldn't find where the person was. The only thing I could be sure of was that people were hiding nearby after all, the place was full of footprints. Come out. You come out now and I promise not to cut you up. If you're a few seconds late, don't blame our brothers for treating you badly. You'll suffer old age when we find you ourselves. A few growls went up. Just then there was a sound in the distance, as if running. The man's mouth quirked slightly and he instantly catapulted off. That movement was surprisingly subtle and light, it should be some kind of martial art. The long knife in his hand flashed with a bit of cold light, swish swish sound fell to the ground, a piece of wheat in front of him was easily cut off, revealing the scenery behind. Moonlight. He saw a behemoth in the distance less than a dozen meters away from them and still charging. That huge body stumbled, and the horrible cheeks were hideous as ghosts, accompanied by gusts of fishy wind and those green ghostly eyes, instantly scaring a few people out of their wits. Terror. It's horrible. Fey beasts had not only the advantage of size for humans, but also the bloodthirsty wildness. Anyone's first reaction in such a situation would be to go blank. It's a ghost-faced lion. The mournful sounds of killing and screaming continued, and Zhang Yang, who was crouching on a tree branch dozens of meters away, narrowed his eyes slightly. The average strength of the 4 guys is 3-star martial arts master, and in the heyday of the ghost-faced lion then able to 3-7. Well, a couple people got eaten 7 times in 3 minutes. But now considering the fact that the ghost-faced lion was physically wounded, still seriously wounded, and would get progressively more wounded as he fought, he thought it was a 50-50 split. 4 people can hold out for 5 minutes, and there's a 50-50 chance they'll be killed. The remaining 50% probability? That's 1 or 2 people who can still survive. Either way, that's my last chance. If we let go of the ghost-faced lion after fighting these guys, this one will definitely be taken down next time. I have the ability, Hunt LV2, to deal with Fei Du. Al Body Attribute Enhancement and the Attribute Enhancement, Overstep LV3, the chances of winning aren't too low. Zhang Yang slowly closed his eyes as he mumbled. The next step is the waiting time. He silently counted the time, and after about 5 minutes or so, the distant sounds of killing faded away. It was replaced by screams of terror, and the sounds were getting closer. Zhang Yang's eyebrows raised as his face revealed a few unexpected surprises. The guys were actually running in his direction. Yes, about half a minute later he saw 2 figures running towards him in fear. One in front of the other. The one in front was the man with the strongest strength. His feet were fast, somewhat similar to flying and skating on ice. Both of them were bloodstained, looking like they were not lightly injured. Their faces were pale as they backed away from time to time, their eyes full of panic. Roar! With a roar, the huge black shadow pounced on those behind it, followed by the horrific sound of ripping flesh and blood. The bloody scene was extremely chilling, basically just blood and broken flesh flying in the air. The man who had performed the martial arts was stunned, and the man who was already covered in injuries crashed into a tree trunk unsteadily, and his entire body paralyzed on the ground. He stared blankly at the hellish scene in the distance, trying unsuccessfully to get up several times. That's how people's brains go blank when they're physically exhausted and extremely frightened. Of course, the other emotion that kept him from fleeing was despair. He couldn't get away with it anyhow, he thought. In the next second, he foamed at the mouth and his whole body convulsed on the ground and lost consciousness. Zhang Yang crouched on the tree and shook his head helplessly. This person was really too flustered. If he calmed down he would have realized that the current ghost-faced lion could be said to be exhausted, and the few times he gnawed on the corpse he was so disoriented that he couldn't even gnaw on the corpse. Sure enough. This ghost-faced lion gradually stopped moving, but lay on the ground and didn't get up, obviously having reached its limit. As for whether it will die immediately, Zhang Yang didn't dare to judge. But that was enough to get him out of the way now. He was still gripping the branch with both hands, his whole body taut, like a folded spring, his eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, the ghost-faced lion was lying on the ground, panting. It felt a sharp pain all over its body, and its internal organs had become completely numb, as if there was food filling every part of its body. But unlike the fullness I had once felt, it was hard, unusually hard. The body also became less strong and it felt like life was passing by. Roar! A low growl appeared inside its throat, recalling everything it had encountered in the past 2 days. Those humans were too cunning to design so many mechanisms for it to confront it in a dignified manner. Good thing the hated humans were killed by it. It's all torn up. Only one. The only one who ran. It's the same human being that was seen by that stream. Obviously when it was in good shape this kind of human was the most inconspicuous food, but it didn't expect this most inconspicuous food to escape. Not only did it escape, it challenged its majesty to attack. Its eyes revealed the unique hatred of a foreign beast among its eyes, as well as anger. It's going to tear that guy apart. Definitely going to tear that guy apart when he regains some of his strength. Bang! An inexplicable ringing sound appeared, and it almost subconsciously looked up to follow the sound. Only within sight, a familiar face clutched a cold light in its hand and stabbed viciously towards its cheek. Puffing. Zhang Yang's dissecting knife viciously stabbed at the center of this ghost-faced beast's eyebrow. Chapter 54 Killing the Ghost-Faced Lion. Silver light danced in the darkness, like a swimming dragon, wrapped in bright red or dancing. Zhang Yang knew very well how tenacious this terrifying fellow was. The dissecting knife in his hand kept going towards the vitals again and again as he rode on the opponent's head to output frantically. He used all his strength with each slash, but he could still feel the hindering sensation. It felt like a knife plunging into a stone, and just because it was the extraordinary quality of his anatomical knife, or else the knife would have been shattered at this point. Of course, his force was also important, and with the addition of the two abilities, his strength had reached more than 10 times that of the same realm. This kind of power is only possible to bring damage to the physical toughness of the ghost-faced lion. In exchange for other people in this realm I'm afraid that I can only hurt the skin. The ghost-faced lion was already exhausted, and with the sudden attack like this, the horrible pain made it at a loss for what to do in the first place, and it could only frantically shake its head to try and throw Zhang Yang off. All creatures are one and the same when faced with such life and death fears. However, the ghost-faced lion was not an ordinary beast after all, and it finally calmed down after being attacked by Zhang Yang multiple times. It swung its claws violently and slapped at Zhang Yang with a speed as fast as lightning and a power as great as if it was thunder with destructive power. Zhang Yang was shocked, and seeing that he could not avoid it, he used all his strength to smash it with his fist. Boom! Low voices came from both sides of the attack as Zhang Yang surprisingly repelled the slap with a single punch. The ghost-faced lion looked like it had truly exhausted itself after this blow, and fell to the ground with a plop, not moving a muscle. Zhang Yang made up many more cuts and panted heavily after confirming that there was no life. He looked at his already red and swollen arm, his heart palpitating. If this ghost-faced lion was at a time when his physical strength was very good and he hadn't suffered any injuries, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block that strike just now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. He won. It's him who won. Bloodline absorption detected, automatic fusion in progress. The host's ability to recover has improved. Resilience? Zhang Yang's heart was slightly delighted. This was the first boost he had encountered after absorbing his bloodline since he gained his transcendence rank LV3. The first many times were all about physical and muscular strength, and it's finally time to gain some more practical strength. Although his physical strength was higher than an unusual person, the corresponding muscle power consumption was just as huge. Now that the recovery ability was increased, it meant that he only needed to rest once half of the time to be able to recover his physical strength and spirit, and be able to be more active in this foreign beast area. Like this time, for example, if he had enough stamina, he could completely consume this ghost-faced lion's stamina by himself. As he thought about it, it had become apparent that his fatigue had disappeared. Double the recovery and you can really feel how noticeable it is when it comes to your body. He spun the scalpel in his hand and cut right off the ears of the ghost-faced lion. You have successfully disassembled the ears of the ghost-faced lion, and your chi blood is plus 50 points. 100 points. Not bad for a ghost-faced lion. That's 100 points in one ear. This one body down was able to raise him at least one level. Zhang Yang also stopped talking nonsense and skillfully disassembled an organ. You have successfully decomposed the fur of the ghost-faced lion, and your chi blood is plus 80 points. You have successfully disassembled the limb of the ghost-faced lion, and have plus 120 points of chi and blood. You have successfully disassembled the heart of the ghost-faced lion, and have plus 150 points of chi and blood. When the last heart was taken out, Zhang Yang's chi blood had come to 12,200 points, which was a rank 6 martial artist. Plus this heart. Zhang Yang frowned slightly as he looked at the item in his hand. According to the conversations of several people from the first guild of martial artists, the chi and blood contained in this heart was capable of raising a martial master by at least 2 realm levels. If that was the case, his realm would be able to rise to an 8th level martial master in an instant. 8th grade martial artist. If he remembered correctly, the vice president of the 2nd martial artist guild was only a 10th level martial artist. But how does this thing work? He subconsciously looked towards the unconscious man, only to find that the other man happened to be squinting at himself, and when he saw him turn around, he immediately closed his eyes again. Good lord, this goon woke up a long time ago originally. Zhang Yang then took a step towards the other party. A layer of sweat clearly surfaced on the man's forehead, and as Zhang Yang approached he finally couldn't help but open his eyes, and turned to Zhang Yang with a couple of clangs of his head. Brother! Big brother! Oh no, grandpa! I know it's wrong. Please be kind enough to leave me alive. Don't you want a cell phone? I have money, I'll call you when I get back so you can buy the latest Fruit 16 cell phone. He was genuinely scared. This was because just now when he awakened he happened to see Zhang Yang open the fist of the ghost-faced lion with a single punch. Boy! How terrifying must this be? The thought that he would presume to give such a figure a good look made him want to slap himself twice. He kept kowtowing with a clunk. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to raise his head. It was only until his head was broken and bleeding that Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth and said, "Tell me about this fey beast's heart to elevate its realm, don't throw any tricks at me." Hearing Zhang Yang finally open his mouth, the man also sighed in relief. Still not daring to look up, he continued, "It's not that I'm talking nonsense, it's true. At the Zhongshu realm, chi and blood will completely surge into the heart to provide the body with more power, which can be understood as the heart turning into an engine, and all the fuel is also within the heart. Once a patriarchal realm dies, these chi and blood can be given to people to use, but each person can only eat a patriarch's heart once in their lifetime, and it won't have the same effect a second time. Although this ghost-faced lion hasn't reached the sovereign realm, it's still considered to have reached the sovereign realm right away, and even if it doesn't have the effect of the sovereign realm's heart, it will still have a good effect. Zhang Yang came to a sudden realization. How does this thing absorb? Just a drop of blood is needed to trigger the qi and blood in it to gush out. Zhang Yang did as he was told without any nonsense. A large amount of white smoke instantly gushed out from above, and as if it possessed life, it continuously floated out and then covered the top of his body. I had said that the blood is milky white when it enters the air, but I didn't think that it was really the same as the legend. It was like aromatherapy, and the white mist that emerged kept pouring into his body, a comfort that couldn't be compared. Soon, Zhang Yang's cheeks were flushed, and his entire body also felt hot, and he was floating. The feeling is like getting drunk on alcohol, disoriented, yet very comfortable for the spirit. He could clearly feel his own body temperature climbing, and if he had a thermometer right now, he would have at least 42 degrees. But what is all this compared to that elevated realm? Chapter 55, Discovered. Zhang Yang's skin was red all over. A wave of heat appeared on his body, and white smoke was born from his 7 orifices. I don't know how long it was, maybe a dozen seconds or a few minutes. When he came back to his senses, he only felt refreshed throughout. His chi blood came to 18,000 points, or 18,000 chi points. 9th level martial artist. Who would have thought that before January? He had become a martial artist for less than a month. In the first half of the month, he broke through to martial master, and in the second half of the month to reaching 9th level martial master. Can anyone think of that? Zhang Yang moved his body's muscles and bones, looking at the man lying on the ground, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. It looks like you don't recognize me? The man froze slightly and immediately looked up. The look he gave Zhang Yang revealed a few moments of doubt within his eyes. Not to mention, although he had not taken a serious look at Zhang Yang, he did feel that Zhang Yang looked a bit familiar. There was always a feeling that the face had been seen somewhere, but never recalled it. Now that he was prompted by Zhang Yang, he felt more and more that Zhang Yang looked familiar. His eyes revealed contemplation, then gradually turned to shock. You? Are that Zhang Yang? He looked at Zhang Yang with a shocked and unbelievable expression. He had gotten information from Wang Li's side that Zhang Yang's realm was at most a level 9, level 10 martial artist. But what about the man in front of me? He must be at least martial master 8 or 9. Is that a ING person? But he immediately realized what flashed a smile that was worse than tears. Grandpa Zhang, in fact, this matter is none of my business, everything is Wang Li wanting to find you, he asked me to help, I never wanted to help him. Did you not think of helping him kill me, or did you not think of helping him find me? Zhang Yang interrupted him, his eyes getting colder and colder. The man felt that Zhang Yang's eyes were like a sharp steel knife curbing on his neck, making him only dare to sneak in even a breath. After a few seconds, as if he thought of something, he took a small book out of his pocket. This is a martial art that I purchased at great expense, it is a means similar to lightness, and the great is considered to be one of the best within the low-grade martial arts. I'm not talking past my head, don't be so general with me, Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Yang thought of the man's appearance when he escaped. That escape technique was indeed not an ordinary martial art, so he reached out to catch it. Only when he was about to touch this martial art, a flash of cold light suddenly flew out from inside the book and headed straight for his brow. Puffing. The steel needle almost penetrated Zhang Yang's arm as the man waved the knife in his hand towards him to slash him head-on. Bang! Zhang Yang's foot viciously kicked at the other party's chest, accompanied by a clicking sound came from the bone cracking. Zhang Yang picked up the martial arts and pulled out the steel needle that was almost through his arm and threw it aside. He felt a bit of fear afterward, he was clearly only a third-level martial artist, yet he was more threatened than a peak martial master Fei Beast would bring to him. If he hadn't already encountered a lot of guys who had one thing on the surface and one thing in the dark, he wouldn't necessarily have been this defensive today. Zhang Yang looked at the man who had fallen to the ground and disappeared without any mercy. The darkness of the night gradually departs, and the light that shines upon the earth gradually illuminates it. The bloody scene here was noticed by several people. Wang Li, go check if there are any traces left around. A man close to 40 years old opened his mouth. He wore the attire of the Second Guild of Martial Artists, and his eyes showed fatigue, but the majesty between his brows gave off an air of having been in a high position for many years. Wang Li was currently standing in front of the corpse of the ghost-faced lion, and heard the man's words with a respectful face. Yes, Vice President. I'll check around. Although he agreed with his mouth, his attention was still on the corpse, and his whole body felt shivering when he saw how neatly it had been dissected. He was sure that even those butchers who specialized in selling the blood and flesh of alien beast corpses in the martial market could not dissect them so finely. Combined with the massive dissected bodies he'd seen in District 21, he had to suspect that the person who started it all was a pervert. Or a pervert capable of killing a ghost-faced lion. There was absolutely no way that someone this perverted could appear within the city limits. It had to be one of those outlaws from the Fey Activity Zone. He shuddered at the thought that at any moment he might run into an outlaw like that. But with such a terrifying fellow around, Zhang Yang will definitely not survive. Humming a little tune, he started checking around. The vice president stood next to the dissected corpse of the alien beast, staring at the corpse on the ground with a slight frown. This means of dissecting the corpse of a foreign beast was clearly the same as that of the 21st district, but he had never heard of such a figure in all the time he had been in the Second Martial Artist Guild. That's right, not even within the outlaws. What the hell is this guy trying to do? It's more likely that it's an outlaw anyway. If we come across one, we have to get rid of him, otherwise it's a potential threat to the city's martial artists. His eyes gradually grew a bit more cold, and his expression became more and more icy. He had been running for the Second Guild of Martial Artists for 10 years, and was all for the development of the guild and the city's martial artists, and had to share the city's concerns. Vice President Wang Li ran back from the distance, panting. I found some footprints. If I'm not wrong, it should be left by the person who killed that ghost-faced lion. Are we going after them? After them. The vice president immediately spoke. However, he pondered for another second and continued, but we can't go after them right away. We have to go to the First Guild's people and the City Martial Artist Bureau. Wang Li was shocked. Urban Martial Arts Bureau. Simply put, it was the same organization as the First and Second Guild of Martial Artists, the only difference being that they worked for themselves, while the City Martial Artist Bureau was eating public food and working for the city. Vice President, a bit of a big deal, isn't it? If it's such a small matter, we can just handle it ourselves, right? Why bother bringing in the other two? He spoke hesitantly. That's the Urban Martial Arts Bureau. If they came, he couldn't get his hands dirty, and if he really found Zhang Yang, he could only stare. No. You don't understand. This person who killed the foreign beast is not strong. I may not be his opponent and need help. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Who's the vice president? That was the existence of a peak martial master, just one step away from a sovereign. Even such a person said that he was not a match, so where exactly was the person who dissected the foreign beast? Gather the men and go. It's not a good place to stay. If the man comes back now and finds out, there might be trouble. Wang Li nodded. The shock from earlier had completely turned into surprise. If there was really such a horrible guy, I'm afraid Zhang Yang wouldn't be able to survive without him. No. That guy probably died a long time ago, in the mouth of that alien beast. No matter what, he was able to confirm that Zhang Yang would definitely die this time around. Zhang Yang. You really deserve it. Chapter 56 Martial Master 10th Grade. 3 days later. The ruins of the city in the 19th district. This was the old part of the city a few decades ago, but it fell completely after an attack by the Fae and became a complete ruin. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by in the old town. From a distance it looked like it was paddling out on the ice, and it was fast. Before Zhang Yang was about to collide with the huge rock in front of him, he easily dodged it with a slight side of his body and jumped up to land on it. Although this slide step is only a low-level martial art, it is very practical and simple to understand. It feels no worse than an intermediate-level martial art. Zhang Yang was a little excited. He didn't expect to actually pick up the treasure by mistake. As soon as he started to see the learning steps and difficulty of the slide steps, he realized that although the slide steps was a low-level martial art, its practicality was definitely not inferior to intermediate martial arts, and he even thought that it would take a week to become proficient in using it. However, since his ability to hunt and kill could double his enlightenment when dealing with foreign beasts, he didn't expect that he would have already mastered it with ease in only 4 days. He looked up at the ruins, a flash of anticipation rising in his heart. Is this the land of the unicorn fairy bug beast? It seems a lot wider than I thought it would be, so maybe this will be a big one. The unicorn fairy bug beast was one of the 7 Fey lords in the event zone. Like the dead ghost-faced lion, the realm was at the peak of martial master. Zhang Yang came to it for 2 reasons. The first was because of his chi and blood. After these 4 days of precipitation he had become a 10th level martial artist. However, going from Martial Master level 10 to Sovereign Master required another 20,000 points of chi and blood to be raised. Ordinary Martial Master level Fey beasts no longer satisfied his requirement to raise his chi and blood, so he was prepared to go after the lords. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that he wanted to gauge the current level. During these 4 days, not only did he raise his chi and blood by 1 level, he also raised his bloodline power. Self-strength increases to 15 times, muscle strength 10 times, and recovery twice. Such a level could be considered unrivaled among the same realm, so he was prepared to test his level. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he instantly disappeared among them with a slide. Just as he had disappeared, a group of figures appeared from the end of the ruins. The vice president brought Wang Li to a halt while looking towards the center of the ruins. "Vice President, is this the location where that unicorn immortal bug beast is?" Wang Li rubbed his hands together with some excitement. Participating in something like rounding up the leader of the Fae is something that can't be done. Since entering the area of the foreign beasts, he had followed the vice president for a lot more insight during this time, and was well aware that this was intentional cultivation. The vice president nodded slightly. "Originally, I was thinking of killing the ghost-faced lion, but I didn't expect to be intercepted halfway, so now I can only change my target to another one. It's just that this unicorn worm immortal beast is clearly more terrifying than that ghost-faced lion, so you all need to be careful with this event. Otherwise, once you die here, you can't blame anyone else." Wang Li nodded his head in a hurry. The others nodded along with them. As someone who had stepped into the martial arts, the most direct response to wanting to gain status in the martial arts circle was naturally one's own realm. However, besides the realm, there were other aspects that would be held in high regard, and that was naturally the combat power itself. For example, if one was also a martial artist of the same realm, having participated in the unicorn immortal bug beast and not having participated in it were naturally different. "Then when are we going to do it?" Wang Li spoke again. "There's no rush. That unicorn immortal bug beast's combat power is not trivial, our squad will definitely be heavily damaged in the past. Wait, the first Martial Artist Guild, and the Martial Artist Bureau." The vice president's voice lurched as he said this. "I also don't know how well the two of them have investigated the news of that mysterious person, and whether they can make it over in time. Ever since the last time when he was in the process of discovering the corpse of the ghost-faced lion, he had contacted the other two to pay attention to this matter in the first place, but although the other two had promised him, it was obvious that they weren't that attentive. But it was a common sense thing for people to do. Most people still preferred to deal with their own affairs first when that mysterious person hadn't really touched their respective interests. They had, for example, also had the target Fae that came to hunt them first. The unicorn immortal insect is not something that a party's power organization can easily kill. We are still here quietly waiting for the other two helpers to come over before saying anything." The vice president waved his hand to signal the crowd to rest, then looked towards the deepest location. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but when he had just arrived here, he seemed to see a silhouette rushing into the depths. The vice president immediately shook his head after this thought appeared, dismissing the idea. "No. Absolutely not. The unicorn immortal beast was well known here, and absolutely no one would be stupid enough to enter it on their own. Of course, the exception was those in the Zone Master realm, but those were all the dignitaries within the city, but he couldn't be unaware of any windy movements. It seems that I've been active in the Fey region for too long lately, and I've had some mental problems." Without further thought, the vice president began to close his eyes. The moment. Zhang Yang, who had already entered the middle of the ruins, was continuously weaving in and out. His physical strength had reached 15 times that of the unusual realm. He had a lot of stamina to scout his surroundings without acting at high intensity using 10 times his muscle power, so he didn't have to worry at all about not being able to exert his full strength when fighting. He didn't find the unicorn immortal bug beast among the ruins in the first place, but instead saw quite a few other martial master level foreign beasts. They all seemed to be followers of the unicorn fairy bug beast, patrolling the surrounding area non-stop. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they froze for a moment, and then they pounced towards Zhang Yang at the first opportunity. However, these foreign beasts were a matter of a fist to the current Zhang Yang. 2 punches blew up 2 martial master level Fey beasts, and the remaining Fey beasts began to back off. Their IQ was not high, but they were not cuties. They knew very well what a horrible guy Zhang Yang was. After they retreated like crazy, Zhang Yang heard a buzzing sound. How can I put this sound? Something like wings flapping in the air at a high frequency. Along with that, he heard the voice and realized it was getting closer, but couldn't identify the source of the voice. Zhang Yang carefully discerned it, and it wasn't until the voice was close at hand that he finally realized the source of the voice. He snapped his head around to look into one of the ruins, and it was from inside the collapsed building that the sound came from. The moment he confirmed it, the rubble inside that building was instantly swept away, and a massive behemoth flew out from within. It was an oversized unicorn. The armor of his body reflected a dark luster, and his huge unicorn horn flew towards Zhang Yang with a palpitating chill. By the time Zhang Yang came back to his senses, the gigantic unicorn immortal was already close at hand. Chapter 57 Unicorn Fairy Bug Beast. Chapter 57. Boo! Boom! A great shaking and roaring. The lieutenant opened his eyes and looked out into the distance. Wang Li and the other members of the team also heard the sound of the explosion, and the first time they stood at the outermost perimeter of the ruins and peered towards the inside, wanting to see what exactly had happened. What happened? Wang Li spoke somewhat nervously. The beast inside was one of the 7 great beast lords. Boom! Once again, there was a roar in the distance, and signs of buildings collapsing could even be seen. It should be a unicorn immortal beast fighting. The vice president was the first to judge. Fighting? Are there any other foreign beasts here that can fight with that unicorn immortal beast? Wang Li was at a loss. The vice president had a gloomy face. I don't think so. This unicorn fairy bug beast has been planning its territory here for a long time. If there really exists a hand that has the strength to be able to compete with it for territory, it wouldn't have to do it just now. Maybe. He squinted his eyes slightly. All that came to mind was the perfectly cut-up body of the ghost-faced lion. Wang Li saw his gloomy expression and spoke cautiously. Vice President, should we do it now? Wang Li was a little timid. More than that, he was nervous, and the palms of his hands gripping his weapon were trembling. The vice president frowned with more than a bit of contempt. No, just stay here, wait until the battle is almost over and rush in with me first thing to take a look. Whatever it's fighting, 2 tigers will do us good. Just as his words fell, a rough laughter came from behind him. Huh, good idea, really a good idea. Since that's the case, then we, the first guild, have come to join in the fun. The crowd looked back, only to see a group of people dressed in the first guild of martial artists attire walk in. The one who let out the laughter was a man with a rough head. He was in his mid-30s, bearded and bossy, with a sense of looking at everyone as trash. Without waiting for the vice president to speak, a few more people came out from the other direction. They were different from the people from the martial artist guild. There were only 3 of them, but they all wore uniforms and looked very formal. Everyone straightened up, looking like they should have had some kind of formal training even though they weren't soldiers. At the head of the group was a woman with a convex front and a curvy back, not to say that she had white skin, but she was definitely considered to have an outstanding temperament. As soon as she appeared, both the vice president and the rough man's faces changed slightly, revealing respect. Sister Song, why did you personally come over? The man was the first to reveal a fawning smile. Team Leader Song, I didn't expect you to personally come over. The vice president also spoke in a hurry. The woman called Team Leader Song waved her hand in a hurry. I wouldn't want to come over, except that so much has happened in the last half-month. First, there was a huge fight between your 2 families over a tiny martial artist, then there was a riot of foreign beasts in the 21st district, and finally, the ghost-faced lion was killed. If our people don't come out and take care of it, is this area of alien beast activity going to be demolished by your 2 families? Both men's smiles stiffened a bit. Team Leader Song seemed satisfied with the 2 people's reactions, and the corner of his mouth curled into a nice smile. You guys don't have to be too nervous. I'm just reminding you to take care of your own business while if you're at it, don't need us, the Martial Arts Bureau, to help with everything. The thing to do now is naturally the foreign beast in front of us. It's not easy to have a chance to destroy the unicorn immortal insect. In a moment, I'll ask you 2 to cooperate properly. Both guilds were relieved to hear her say that. With that, the 3 families said no more, but quietly began to wait for the results. Inside the ruins. Boom! 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 The unicorn ferry crashed heavily into an abandoned gate market, which instantly collapsed. Along with the smoke and dust, Zhang Yang's feet felt like they were stepping on an extremely smooth ice surface as he slid out from amongst the smoke and dust. He also had a disconnected scalpel in his hand, which looked like it could no longer be used in normal combat. This was the consequence of his attempt to attack the unicorn immortal insect just now, and found that there was no way to break through the opponent's defense. Not only did this guy have thick skin and flesh, but he also possessed a strength that unusual foreign beasts were far from having. It's no wonder that this guy has never been wiped out by the martial artists within the city, even though he clearly hasn't reached Zhongshan. I'm afraid that even if a real patriarch came, he might not be able to easily kill this fellow, right? That's right. Although this guy was a peak martial master, he possessed 3 major weapons. First, an incredibly hard shell. I'm afraid that this shell can't be harmed at the martial artist level. Second, brute force. An unusual Fey beast's physique was more than multiple times that of a human in the same realm, and this guy was even tougher. If he wasn't wrong, this foreign beast was estimated to have more than 15 times the strength of a martial artist of the same realm. Third, and the trickiest, scariest point of all. It will fly. With a familiar humming sound, the unicorn flapped its wings and burrowed out of it once more. The wings that kept flapping on both sides were like some factory machine. Debris and wood chips caught in it would instantly turn into pieces. Its eyes, which could not see any emotions, stared at Zhang Yang dead in the face as it kept flapping its wings in mid-air. Zhang Yang threw the scalpel in his hand aside, knowing that the weapon had lost its usefulness. The only way to defeat such a terrifying beast now was to rely on his physical strength. Even if your outer shell is hard, the innards inside are always soft, right? Zhang Yang moved his muscles and tensed all over his body. He approached his opponent as fast as he could and slammed his fist hard into his head. Seeing that a human who was being chased away by himself actually took the initiative to attack, the unicorn immortal insect directly raised its head to meet it. Its hard shell was enough to protect it from harm, and it knew that its opponent couldn't break its defenses. But the moment the fist came into contact with its head, a terrifyingly huge force came from it, and along with a rumbling sound, its entire alien beast felt the sky spinning. It shook and slowed as it spun around on the ground, its wings flapping in an uncontrolled direction, and slid right out on the ground to crash headfirst into the rubble. Zhang Yang cupped his fists together and cackled as he took a step towards the ruins. Next. To the point where he fought back. Chapter 58 Zhang Yang. The sounds of the battle have diminished, it should be splitting up the winners and losers. Let's go over there. Hearing the sounds of battle diminish, team leader Son led the way. The 2 teams followed, and the rugged man from the first guild of martial artists walked up next to the vice president. I say, Vice President, sure, isn't it time to give us an explanation about Zhang Yang? Account? What account? Everything you call Zhang Yang's murder is nothing but speculation. Don't put such a big hatchet on our second guild, and also who can't determine where exactly Zhang Yang is up to now, no? The vice president narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. Humph. The magnificent man sneered. Less ing sloppy with me here, this matter must be explained to us when we go back today. We all know in our hearts that the mortality rate of a martial artist level newcomer who enters the Fey activity zone for the night is 90%, and it's even more delusional to stay alone in the activity zone for such a long period of time. Even for characters like you and I, we were at most alone for a day or two in the area of alien beast activity in the first place. He said, his voice lurched, looked at Wang Li on the side and sneered. I heard that kid is a little bit stronger than this Wang Li. You wouldn't use the fact that that kid would break through the martial master here don't die as an excuse to continue delaying, right? His words caused the vice president's expression to grow embarrassed. The guild had really thought about using such an excuse to delay, but everyone knew in their hearts that it was impossible. After all, the youngest martial artist of the 2 guilds has to be in his early 20s, and he is still a genius who has been cultivated since he was a child, Zhang Yang. A halfway decent martial artist must have become the feces of some foreign beast by now. Just so that the martial artist first guild wouldn't find a reason to blackmail them, he could only say stiffly, cut the crap here. Now since there's no evidence to prove that Zhang Yang is dead, then he's not dead. Seeing the vice president like this, the other party didn't get angry. Instead, he suddenly placed his gaze on Wang Li's body, and his smile became a bit more teasing. My first martial artist guild isn't in a hurry either, but this youngster called Wang Li has taken quite a bit of trouble to find Zhang Yang. Why, do you know something inside? The vice president froze and frowned at Wang Li. Wang Li didn't expect his matter to be dismantled right in front of his face, and his face was a bit ugly. Feeling the vice president's questioning eyes, he hurriedly smiled and said, I also just want to contribute to the guild, and I know Zhang Yang privately, so I also want to find. He could already feel the vice president's displeased eyes and didn't dare to continue. There was no doubt that the goodwill he had piled up along the way was completely gone at this moment. After all, worrying about the first guild looking for trouble, the best thing the second guild could do was to not let anyone find Zhang Yang, and now he was looking for Zhang Yang. Wasn't this backstabbing the guild? Damn Zhang Yang. Death doesn't leave anyone in peace. You better really die out there and not be found by me. Wang Li muttered angrily, standing back and not daring to raise his head again. He thought he would be able to get away with it, but he was still too simple-minded. Wang Li. You're also the best of the newest generation of our guild, and this time out is also for you to practice. It's rare to see a scene like this today, so lead the men to the front and scout the way for everyone. Wang Li, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned even paler. Because he knew that the ones fighting inside were not ordinary alien beasts. However, seeing the vice president's icy cold eyes, he could only harden his heart. At this moment, with every step he took, he cursed Zhang Yang in his heart. That's right, in his eyes, it was all because of Zhang Yang. If it wasn't for this incident with Zhang Yang, he wouldn't have been dismantled by the first guild. Then he wouldn't have angered the vice president, much less been sent before him to endure this danger. Damn Zhang Yang, if you really aren't dead, don't let me find you. He clenched his fists in a death grip and carried his weapon with trepidation as he made his way to the forefront of the ruins. Everyone present looked at him with a bit of gloating in their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. The more he felt such gazes, the more strongly his self-esteem was damaged, and the more intense that hatred for Zhang Yang became in his heart. With every step he took, he was silently thinking about getting Zhang Yang killed. Every step of the way, Zhang Yang was expected to not die well. Just like that, after he hadn't known how many steps he had taken, a voice came from behind him. It was Team Leader Song's voice, which carried a bit of gravity. Wait! He subconsciously stopped in his tracks and looked back, only to see Team Leader Song's face full of gravity. Realizing the problem, the first thing he did was to survey his surroundings, only to discover that the place was in shambles, clearly traces of a battle. Wang Li felt himself shivering uncontrollably, realizing that this was the place where the alien beasts had just fought, and panicking more and more. However, in the very next second, the sound of an explosion came from within the ruins of the surrounding walls, followed by a huge black shadow that cut through the heavy obstacles and slammed heavily in front of him. Boom! The black shadow smashed into the ruins not far in front of him with a loud muffled sound. Along with this huge boom, debris flew and smoke rose in all directions. Everyone tensed their nerves and subconsciously prepared their battle stance in case a crisis arose. Wang Li was even more nervous to the point that his body trembled uncontrollably, staring dead on at the shadow in the middle of the smoke. It took about 7 or 8 seconds for the smoke and dust to dissipate a little, revealing the appearance of that huge black shadow. It's a unicorn bug. At this time this unicorn fairy insect was completely lifeless. It was lying in the middle of the ruins, with a large amount of green liquid seeping out of its mouth and joints, emitting an unpleasant odor. Not only that, its armor all over the body has been sunken in. Look at the appearance of being killed alive. Hiss. So many people sucked in their breath. They all knew how hard the armor of the unicorn immortal bug beast was, and they had heard that only means above the level of a grandmaster could crack it, without thinking of being killed alive. What in the world has such terrifying power? Everyone's first thought was the foreign beast, so after returning to their senses, they immediately focused on the direction where the unicorn fairy bug beast had just flown over. Only when the crowd looked in unison, they froze slightly. In the midst of those ruins slowly walked out was actually a human figure. A human? Team Leader Song raised an eyebrow, obviously a little surprised. Wang Li was also shocked when he realized it was a person, but when he saw the gradually approaching silhouette, the shock turned into dismay and disbelief. His voice rose a knot as he gazed somewhat dully at the familiar figure. Zhang Yan? Chapter 59 I killed this fey beast. Zhang Yan. That's right. It's Zhang Yang. Wasn't the person who walked out Zhang Yang, who had disappeared for almost a month? Wang Li rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't blinking. But no matter how sure he was, the person in front of him was Zhang Yang. The only difference was that Zhang Yang looked a bit scruffy, like a refugee fleeing from a disaster. When he saw Zhang Yang also saw them and was also slightly stunned. The fight is too mesmerizing. Zhang Yang's expression stiffened a little, and he couldn't help but spit out a sigh in his heart. But he immediately calmed down and slowly walked forward. Now that it's over, there's no point in hiding anymore. Although the realm has not yet reached the realm of the Grandmaster, Zhang Yang felt that even now he has the ability to protect himself, and if he really wants to pursue these people may not dare to touch himself, not to mention that he is not necessarily being pursued. Zhang Yang! Why are you here? Wang Li, who had come back to his senses, exclaimed at the first opportunity with an incredulous face. Why can't I be here? Does your family live by the sea? Zhang Yang snorted coldly and directly disliked him angrily. Wang Li was choked by him, and he was instantly more than a little angry. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Where is the person who killed this foreign beast? Did you see it? Hearing Wang Li ask this, everyone present locked their eyes on Zhang Yang. The gazes of these people were tinged with curiosity, partly because of Zhang Yang himself as a person, and partly because they were curious as to who exactly had killed the unicorn immortal bug beast in front of them. That's right, none of them thought that Zhang Yang had killed this beast. After all, this Fey beast was the closest Fey beast to the Grandmaster level, and Zhang Yang? He was nothing more than a martial artist level guild member, and there was absolutely no way he could be a match for this exclusive immortal insect. So the first reaction of those present was that there was another person, and that was the only explanation that made sense. Zhang Yang did not answer his question immediately, but looked at the group of people present. From the clothing are the first martial arts guild and the second martial arts guild respectively, as for those few people wearing special clothing. It should be some organization as well. Zhang Yang, where are the leaders asking you? Are you deaf? Seeing Zhang Yang's delay in speaking, Wang Li unexpectedly approached with a quick step and reached out his palm to grab his collar. Wang Li's eyes revealed a hint of madness and anticipation, and his movements were dry and nimble. And yes, he is somewhat looking forward to it. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang really wasn't dead, and that he had really run into him. You should know that just now, he was still muttering about whether he had the chance to clean up Zhang Yang for a while, and then he ran into Zhang Yang. He thought very clearly, as long as Zhang Yang dared to make a move to resist, he could use this opportunity to make a good move to clean up Zhang Yang. He was confident. Although he himself had lost to Zhang Yang last time, he had gone back and was blessed by the misfortune to improve nearly 2 levels in this short period of less than a month. Therefore, as long as Zhang Yang dared to resist, he would definitely be able to knock Zhang Yang over. As he thought this, his smile grew more and more maniacal. Only the next moment, a tremendous force came to his cheek. Snap! Zhang Yang viciously slapped him in the face. The strength was so great that it directly caused the other party to stumble and lie down sitting on the ground, blankly covering his red and swollen cheeks, obviously dumbfounded by the beating. Didn't he see Zhang Yang make a move at all? Seeing Zhang Yang make a move, many of the people present changed color slightly. Especially a few of the leaders, their eyes subconsciously narrowed, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. Quick! It's too fast! If not for the fact that their gazes had been locked on Zhang Yang's body, this slap would not necessarily have been seen. Zhang Yang, you're shameless, I'm going to discipline you for the leader today. Wang Li stood up at once, his face red. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to teach Zhang Yang a lesson to take out his anger, but instead, he was taught to make such a fool of himself that his self-esteem was strongly hurt. Only to be rebuked by a voice without waiting for him to strike, and this person was no other than the vice president. Wang Li, stop! Being rebuked by him like this, Wang Li stood still with an ugly face, but he didn't dare to make another move. Only the vice president slowly walked up to Zhang Yang, his eyes sizing up Zhang Yang, frowning slightly. He had also heard the name Zhang Yang more than once in the guild, and today was the first time he had seen it, having heard that he was a martial genius before. This young man gave him the greatest feeling that it was difficult to weigh the depths, and should be much stronger than Wang Li. Zhang Yang, I'm the vice president of the guild, Shi Jun. We've been looking for you. Since you are safe and sound, the guild is relieved. Now you need to tell me how this beast died here. Did someone lead you to strike him down? This was indeed the main concern of those present. After all, they had come here in the first place because of this foreign beast. If someone else had killed it, it proved that they couldn't easily take a valuable carcass of this beast. If it was a fake kill, then they would have to prepare for the next battle. I killed this foreign beast. Zhang Yang told the truth. Since the decision had been made to return to the city's downtown area, there was no point in continuing to hide it. The vice president frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, what are you talking about? I said that I killed this Fey beast. There are no other people or Fey beasts here, the vice president can rest assured. The vice president frowned this time and resized Zhang Yang. Did this kid was scared into insanity in this beast zone? The thought rose in his mind, followed by a helpless sigh. Never mind, just be safe. Next you'll follow the team back downtown. It's really me. Zhang Yang looked helpless. It wasn't that he had to prove anything, it was just that this unicorn immortal bug beast was very valuable, and if he didn't make it clear it would surely be divided up among the people present. Puffing. Wang Li sneered from the side. This is a peak martial master Fey beast, even the vice president doesn't dare to say that he can easily take it down. What are you babbling about here? His voice lurched as he said this, and his smile turned into a bad joke. Zhang Yang, you're not trying to find such an excuse so that the guild can share some with you, are you? Do you want to be ashamed or not? Do you know how much the guild has paid to find you during the time you disappeared? And how much loss it has helped you bear? The vice president did not interrupt Wang Li this time either, but instead, he had some gazes towards Zhang Yang, as if he was waiting for his answer. Look out, in this matter the vice president thinks that Wang Li is right. Seeing that the vice president didn't say anything, the smile and smugness on Wang Li's face grew stronger. That expression and appearance was very excited, as if he was signaling everyone present, no, telling the vice president that he, Wang Li, had made a great contribution to the guild. And Zhang Yang, just a little man who constantly causes trouble for the guild and likes to take a cut of the guild's profits. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered in his heart. Can't he see this little thought? This calculation is really good. Chapter 68 Punch to Force Back. Zhang Yang smiled. He sneered at the smug Wang Li. What do you mean I want a bit of it too? This was originally a foreign beast that I killed, so it's naturally mine. The guild has helped me and my family, and I'm naturally willing to share it with the guild, but... When he said this, his voice was gradually icy. What kind of a thing are you? Who are you to talk here? Did you kill this foreign beast? Or was the guild created by your family? An appalling killing aura surged out from Zhang Yang's body, a hostile aura that had been honed through dozens of fights against foreign beasts. This hostile aura was not something that Wang Li, who was running behind others, could come into contact with, so he was scared by this terrifying hostile aura and backed up. He tried to retort several times, but in the end he froze and didn't dare to open his mouth to utter another word. He had lost not only from the air, but also completely from the words. Alright, this matter ends here. No matter what, let's return to the city first. Vice President Shi Jun finally spoke up, signaling the two to stop arguing. He said, slowly walking towards the corpse of the unicorn immortal worm, seemingly wanting to inspect the corpse of this foreign beast, but was quickly stopped by a magnificent and tall figure. The man from the first guild of martial artists finally stood out and stopped the vice president and said in a cold voice, I say, Vice President Shi, this fey beast is a sight for sore eyes. You guys don't think that all of us here are cuties, right? Why are you two talking about this as if this foreign beast already belongs to your second guild of martial artists? The vice president's face was a bit ugly when he was poked in the heart, but he quickly calmed down. So what do you mean? The man let out a cold smile, his eyes looking around him to Zhang Yang behind him. You're Zhang Yang, right? About the matter of Xiaochu's death first put aside, this foreign beast privately here is the fact that everyone saw with their own eyes. If you just find a reason to want to take away, not possible. His tone was full of seriousness and gravity, instantly filling the air with the smell of gunpowder and the tension of swords. His words directly pushed Zhang Yang to the tip of the storm, and even team leader Song, who hadn't opened his mouth, frowned slightly, his eyes more than a little unkind. Just like what the man had said, such a great benefit was not something that Zhang Yang could just say a few words to make them give up their alien beast corpses. Sensing that everyone was starting to target Zhang Yang, Wang Li, who was located at the back, couldn't be happier in his heart. Humph. Make you arrogant. Made you look like a cannibal just now? Why don't you say anything now? Just as Wang Li wanted to go and see how ugly Zhang Yang's face was, he realized that Zhang Yang did not have any panic. Nonetheless, there was no panic, and they acted very calmly, just like... It's like he still has the bottom card. Wang Li's face was a bit ugly. He didn't understand how this damned guy could be so calm until now. Right at this moment, Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth and smiled. This is the leader of the first guild of martial artists, right? I don't know how to address him? Old me, Xiao Feng, the chief captain of the first guild of martial artists. What kind of tricks are you kid trying to pull? The man snorted coldly. Looking at him, it seemed that he was not the least bit afraid of Zhang Yang engaging in any small maneuvers, and the whole person was extremely confident. Zhang Yang nodded. Good, Captain Xiao, don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? Why do I have to give you guys confirmation of the Fey I killed? And if according to you I have to split with you without being able to prove it, what's the difference between your behavior and that of a robber? Xiao Feng's face changed slightly, growing more and more somber. What is this nonsense you kid is spouting here? Calling our first martial artist guild's people bandits? Isn't it? Xiao Feng's face became even more gloomy. You people of the second martial artist guild are so uneducated, it's time to help your president educate you. He said that he even suddenly stepped forward and directly rushed past Vice President Shi Jun towards Zhang Yang, lifting his shoulder as he spoke obviously to launch an attack. This move was too sudden. No one had expected that this Qiao Feng, in his capacity as the chief captain, would suddenly lash out towards Zhang Yang, a junior. So much so that by the time Vice President Shi Jun reacted, the man was already very close to Zhang Yang, and at this time, no one could stop Qiao Feng and could only watch him attack. Stop! Don't you dare! Shi Jun yelled and tried to stop it, but it was obviously too late. Qiao Feng sneered and didn't even bother with Shi Jun, already swinging his fist. His punch wasn't impromptu, it was long planned. Regarding Chor and Zhang Yang, he had always been the one to handle the matter. The Second Martial Artist Guild had never given them an explanation in this matter, and had even been suppressed several times, causing their first martial artist guild to lose face. Now that this kid called Zhang Yang had finally appeared, he had to get his revenge. Kid, I'll let you learn your lesson today. His fists whistled by with a low humming sound, like the motor humming from some mechanical arm, and that thick arm was full of power at first glance. If this punch really hit Zhang Yang's body, he would definitely be seriously injured. But that was the effect he wanted. But the next second, his smile froze on his face. Because Zhang Yang's body suddenly slid away, easily dodging his attack. Martial arts. Slide. The scene of Zhang Yang smoothly dodging caused everyone to be shocked and probably surprised in their hearts. I didn't think that this kid would have such a martial art, it was really a surprise. Before this thought could materialize in their hearts were grabbed by Zhang Yang's next move. The retreating Zhang Yang's footsteps lurched, and he unexpectedly swung his own fist to slam into Qiao Feng. At this moment, everyone felt like their eyes were blurry. What kind of operation is this? Zhang Yang, who had managed to dodge an attack with great difficulty, had taken the initiative to send himself to death? He's crazy. Humph. Seek death. Qiao Feng was also stunned and immediately revealed a disdainful smile. It was just this smile that quickly faded away and came. It was because he felt a huge force that was hard to resist coming from Zhang Yang's fist. Is that another martial art? Boom! All those present heard was a muffled thud, followed by. They then saw a silhouette frantically retreating after the clash, the thumping sound of feet on the ground dense and constant. Qiao Feng, as the chief captain of the First Martial Artist Guild, continuously stepped on the ground to unload the force, and lumbered back nearly 10 meters before sitting on the ground with a bang, his face stupefied. Chapter 61, Not to be messed with. Silence. The entire clearing was silent. Everyone stared at Qiao Feng, who was sitting on the ground, with wide eyes and a blank brain. Blurred vision? Qiao Feng was actually repelled by Zhang Yang's punch? It was so unbelievable that it caused everyone in the room to not come back to their senses for dozens of seconds. Until. You are a martial artist? Qiao Feng sat on the ground staring blankly at Zhang Yang and popped out this sentence. This sentence could be said to have exploded like a nuclear bomb among the crowd. Zhang Yang is a martial arts master. The vanished Zhang Yang was a martial artist. And it was still a martial artist who was able to force back Qiao Feng. Available at. How is that possible? Another thought now came simultaneously to the minds of the crowd. That is, if Zhang Yang really has such a level, then the dead beast could really be killed by him. No. There's no way you're a martial artist. Even if you cultivate in your mother's womb, you don't have such a level, you even take forbidden drugs. Qiao Feng stood up violently. He stared at Zhang Yang with anger inside his eyes. Your kid even dared to take forbidden drugs. Looking at the effect, I'm afraid that it has reached the level of the state expressly prohibited, such a level of drugs, but to be sentenced. Team Leader Song, you happen to be here today, but you must not let this speculative person go. Shi Jun also finally came back to his senses from his dismay at this time, and immediately changed his face drastically when he heard his words. You First Guild of Martial Artists, stop spilling your blood there. You can't even get this level of forbidden medicine even if you wanted to, so don't bite like a mad dog. As a vice president, he was well aware of such things. If it is really this kind of cross-class forbidden drugs, then for the human body and the spirit to bring the harm is very huge. The most common reaction is mental disorder and certain genetic mutation on the problem, so this kind of drug harm is very huge. In some senses, it can be compared to the white powder product on some cop shows. That's why this contraindicated drug is a very scary and serious matter. But I'm bolting? How old is Zhang Yang? You're telling me he can be on my level? Not to mention the fact that he forced me back with a single punch, you're not even at that level. Team Leader Song, it must be investigated severely. Team Leader Song, who hadn't said anything all this time, narrowed his eyes slightly, or he didn't know what he was thinking about. Zhang Yang's mental state at this moment looked normal and there was no abnormality, but the combat power he displayed was something that people had to be skeptical about. Zhang Yang, I'm the first team leader of the Martial Arts Bureau. I need you to cooperate with my investigation now, and ask you a few questions that you will answer truthfully. Zhang Yang looked at the few people present with a smirk. He knew very well that these people couldn't accept his realm advancement. After all, disappearing for a month to reach this level was a bit shocking. But he was going to make everyone in the room realize that they were the clowns next. No problem. You ask, Team Leader Song. What realm are you in now? Team Leader Song opened the door. Peak Martial Master. Zhang Yang spat out 4 words. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Peak Martial Artist? How old is Zhang Yang? It looked like Zhang Yang was only 18 or 19 years old, which meant that he had just reached adulthood. Normally it would be terrifying to have a 5th or 6th level martial artist at this age, and Zhang Yang was directly at the peak of Martial Master. Peak Martial Master? Yes. When did you become a martial artist? Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months? Team Leader Song felt like he was in a bit of a trance when he saw him nod again. He felt like he was dreaming. No. It's not a dream. He realized that Zhang Yang's had such an achievement in such a short time of becoming a martial artist, and things were already starting to look a bit fishy. Who can become a peak martial master within 2 months? Not even the presidents of the 2 major guilds. Zhang Yang, do you know what you're saying? Team Leader Song spoke again. Of course I know. Zhang Yang nodded his head. But I just want to tell Team Leader Song one thing, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it's not there. Just because other people can't do things doesn't mean I, Zhang Yang, can't. Didn't you guys question that I didn't kill this foreign beast? Then I'll prove my strength to you all now. Aren't you guys questioning my strength right now? Then it's perfectly fine to try and see if I really have the strength. His voice was calm and unassuming, yet it carried an incomparable confidence. What makes him not confident? The strongest person present was a peak martial master, and at his current level, as long as he wasn't a sovereign, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Team Leader Song frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, if you're really a genius of this level, you shouldn't be afraid of drug tests. When you go back, you have to cooperate with us to get a checkup, and as long as there are no problems, our Martial Arts Bureau is willing to apologize in person. If you have a problem with drug testing. Good point, but now the ownership of this foreign beast, does everyone still have any doubts? Zhang Yang immediately nodded his head and waved his hand in a domineering manner. Humph. Do you think that being able to prove that you have this realm will prove that the Fey beasts were killed by you? Xiao Fong sneered once again. He had now stood up from the ground and stared at Zhang Yang with a fierce expression. The Fey beast was seen by all, so naturally, it should be shared equally by all. This Fey beast belongs to everyone present, not you or the 2nd Martial Artist Guild. Team Leader Song nodded his head as well. Zhang Yang, this alone cannot prove that this Fey is your own, you still need to part with it. Vice President Sure, as Vice President in this matter, you don't know what to think? Sure Jun's face was a bit ugly when he heard Team Leader Song's words. How could the 2nd Martial Artist Guild not be a match for the Martial Artist Bureau, and he really didn't know how to answer when asked by Team Leader Song. Just as he was hesitating, Zhang Yang's words caused those present to freeze once again. Team Leader Song, I think you've got some misunderstanding, don't you? I killed this Fey beast, it belongs to my own personal belongings, and the Vice President doesn't get to decide the ownership of this Fey beast. If you guys have to take a piece of the pie, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Yang strongly warned. Such a move was something that no one had expected, and Team Leader Song himself was stunned. As the head of the Martial Arts Bureau, who wouldn't be respectful when they saw her? It was the first time she had seen someone like Zhang Yang treating her like this. Zhang Yang, what do you mean? She frowned slightly. Literally. Zhang Yang was nonchalant. No one knows what he's doing better than he does. Because of what happened to Hatsune, he was going to be approached by the 1st Guild and the Martial Arts Bureau sooner or later. So this first meeting. He wanted to let these people know that he, Zhang Yang, was not to be messed with. Chapter 62 Dividing the Body. How do you talk to Team Leader Song, kid? Believe it or not, I'll take you back now. The few people behind Team Leader Song were clearly a bit displeased, and some even rolled up their sleeves and were ready to strike, but they were stopped by Team Leader Song. Team Leader Song, This is not the place to do it, everything waits until we get back downtown. Besides, Zhang Yang himself said that he would cooperate with the drug test, right? Team Leader Song's eyes were more than a little mischievous. Regardless of whether Zhang Yang had briefly increased his strength due to the forbidden drug or not, initiating a conflict here was obviously not a good decision. I'll cooperate. Since Team Leader Song has no opinion, does Captain Xiao have any more opinions? Zhang Yang nodded and looked at Xiao Fang again. Xiao Fang's face was ugly. Of course he has an opinion. Zhang Yang had made a fool of him in front of so many people, could he not have an opinion? However, no one understood better than him that Zhang Yang's punch just now had even vaguely had the power to transcend the martial master realm, and was more like the power of an alien beast in the martial master realm. Too much entanglement here would not give him any advantage. Zhang Yang, this matter is not over, wait until we go back and settle the score with you. Whether it's this matter or Xiaochu's matter, the first martial artist guild will settle things with you piece by piece. He had a ferocious face and looked like he wanted to eat someone. Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't be afraid of his threats, after all, the reason why he dared to show his face now was that he naturally already had enough strength. However, there was another difficult problem in front of them now, and that was how to deal with the corpse of this unicorn immortal insect beast. This guy's shell was extremely hard, and there was no way to deal with it by unusual means, so you couldn't drag such a large corpse back, could you? Zhang Yang stood in front of the corpse and made a mistake. The others also saw the problem and couldn't help but sneer. Especially Xiao Fang, who had just suffered a loss at Zhang Yang's expense. He looked at the few people standing by the corpse and laughed. Kid, it looks like there's no way to dispose of this corpse even if you were given it. Serves you right. This is a unicorn immortal bug beast, not to mention whether or not you can get its armor off, even if you have the means to get it off, you won't be able to dispose of the corpse. No one who hasn't dissected hundreds of corpses could possibly have the skill to dissect it. He gloated and laughed. Zhang Yang didn't pay attention to him, but walked to the vice president. Vice President, sure, my weapon was damaged during the battle just now, can I trouble you to lend me a weapon that can break through armor? Are you going to dissect the split? Sure. Jun frowned. Although Xiao Fang is speaking in a difficult way, what he said is true, the corpse of this foreign beast can't be cut haphazardly. You don't know how to cut and dissect it, and if you don't have a certain skill and level of skill, then all the valuable parts of its body will be spoiled. This matter is still left to my handling. I have 60% certainty that it can be divided, at least a large portion of the organs can also be retained intact. I'm sure, very sure. Zhang Yang interrupted him with a serious and solemn expression. Sure. Jun was slightly stunned, seeing that Zhang Yang did not look like he was reading a joke. He frowned and thought for a few seconds. He then held out his wrist. Above his wrist was an unusual-looking watch. A gray gemstone set on top of the watch emitted a faint gray glow along with the touch of his palm. A delicate machete of less than half a meter appeared in his hand, and it was not a mortal product at first glance. Space watch. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He heard this kind of thing, a watch with spatial power, capable of storing roughly 2 or 3 square meters of spatial backpacks. This was not something that could be gotten with money, but an extremely rare and valuable item that he was seeing for the first time. Sure. Jun nodded slightly and handed him the delicate machete in his hand, saying slowly, this is a knife specially designed to cut through the bodies of alien beasts, even the hardest shells will be shattered. You try a little with this knife, and if it really doesn't work, leave it to me. Zhang Yang thanked him and took the machete, excitedly touching the blade to the side of that unicorn fairy bug beast. Seeing Zhang Yang preparing to split, everyone present threw over curious glances. He really wanted to see how much value Zhang Yang would destroy this corpse, and of course, a large part of the reason was that they wanted to see how much treasure this one-horned immortal worm could split. However, they were well aware that the greater likelihood was that they were watching the second martial artist guild for fun. The vice president was obviously a bit nervous standing on the side. After all, this fey beast corpse had a part of the guild no matter what. He naturally wanted to maximize the value of this corpse. Zhang Yang, you really don't need me? Seeing that Zhang Yang was about to make a move, he once again couldn't help but open his mouth. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yang rejected him. Rejected again. Sure. Jun anxiously kept pacing and wandering in place, sighing every now and then. Everyone else was able to see his anxiety, but most were gloating. Wang Li, who had been honest for quite a while, finally found an opportunity at this time and said from the sidelines, arching his fire, Vice President, each and every organ of this foreign beast is worth a lot of money, so you're just going to let him handle it? Wang Li spoke carefully, fearing that Zhang Yang, who was preparing to dispose of the corpse not far away, would hear him. The vice president frowned tightly and didn't say anything. Vice President, it's 80% likely that Zhang Yang is taking forbidden drugs. This is definitely going to be investigated when he goes back. At that time our second guild won't be able to give a good explanation, so why don't we try to communicate with team leader Song to take it down? In that case not only can this corpse be disposed of without waste, but it can also reduce a lot of trouble for our guild. The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became, as if he could already visualize that image. The vice president's brows furrowed. Wan Li, you'd better be honest with me. If it weren't for your father's sake, I wouldn't have brought you with me this time out. Spending more effort on cultivation is better than anything. It's not your turn to tell me how to think about it. Wang Li was chided and his face was very watchful. However, he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only retreat to the side. Only his eyes grew darker and darker, and he looked like a desperate villain silently calculating his plans. But while his words had a very obvious intent to provoke, they had a few truths to them. After all, there was indeed a high probability that Zhang Yang was able to possess such strength by taking forbidden drugs, and the risks associated with the strength he had dissected did exist. Just as Vice President Shi Jun hesitated to take action, Zhang Yang finally made his move. Only to see that under everyone's gaze, the machete in his hand was instantly inserted into the corpse with extremely smooth movements, looking like a master who had dissected countless corpses. Chapter 63. This dissection is as good as it gets. This flowing movement of Zhang Yang caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. There was a saying that a connoisseur would know if there was something or not, and this saying could perfectly describe the current Zhang Yang. The people present were all martial artists, and they usually came into contact with no less than a handful of dissected and decomposed corpses, and they all knew a certain amount of techniques involved. Zhang Yang's flowing movements were seldom seen in normal times, and at a glance, it was clear that the means of dissection was not ordinary. In a matter of 3 clicks, a piece of armor was perfectly dissected off. Zhang Yang casually placed the armor aside and continued the movements in his hands, like a completely emotionless machine. This skillful maneuver. He's even dissecting so skillfully. Has he directly dissected this unicorn immortal bug beast? Shi Jun stared at Zhang Yang, who was moving faster and faster, and could not help but exclaim in shock. No, it can't be. This alien beast is just one in this active area so far. This kid definitely hasn't dissected it before. Even if he did happen to have dissected it, it's impossible for him to be so skillful because he's dissected 1 or 2 of them. He should just have amazing dissecting and decomposing skills. Shi Jun shook his head, his brows furrowed. For some reason, seeing Zhang Yang dissecting so skillfully, he always felt that there was some memory that was gradually becoming clearer. He was not the only one who was surprised at this moment. There was also Qiao Fang, who was ready to see Zhang Yang's joke. As he looked at Zhang Yang's increasingly faster movements, and the organs that were skillfully split off one by one, his smile had completely frozen on his face. Originally, he was thinking of watching Zhang Yang's joke, but now, well, he became that joke. Damn, this kid is even so experienced above splitting. He couldn't help but curse, his face clouded. Just at this time, a martial artist beside him suddenly opened his mouth, his voice trembling a little. Joe, don't you think the body on the ground looks a little familiar? Look familiar? What nonsense are you talking about? That's the corpse of the unicorn immortal worm. It's not like you haven't seen this beast before. Of course it looks familiar. That martial artist became even more nervous when he chided him. No, Joe, I'm talking about what a body looks like dissected and decomposed. It's breaking down too neatly. What nonsense, the decomposition of the neat that is not the most basic. Qiao Fang said to himself, suddenly noticed where it is not right. His eyes widened as he looked at a disintegrated body on the ground. Because the image of being disassembled like this and laid out neatly on the floor was all too familiar. It wasn't just him who was familiar with it, it was almost everyone in the room. That's the means of disintegrating the Fae in the 21st district. Qiao Fang looked at the corpse in shock and froze for a moment, unable to utter a word. If he was just speculating, then Vice President Shi Jun had a wave of shock in his heart. He had seen the corpse of the ghost-faced lion with his own eyes, and had personally scrutinized the degree of decomposition of that corpse, and he was sure that the decomposition was exactly the same as the corpse that Zhang Yang had dissected out now. The Vice President was shocked as he looked at the corpses all over the ground, his mind going blank. Did the ghost-faced lion was also killed by Zhang Yang? How is this possible? What kind of forbidden drug could last this long? Or with so many realms raised? He looked at Zhang Yang's movements with a horrified expression, his face changing. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Yang, while Zhang Yang himself did not know. It wasn't until he had completely dissected the body that he realized there was silence all around him. What's going on? He frowned at the few people present with a puzzled look on his face. The vice president looked at him with complicated eyes and said slowly, Zhang Yang, do you know that there is an exotic beast called the ghost-faced lion in Area 20? It's one of the 7 great beasts, the same as this realm. Zhang Yang's heart thumped when he heard him ask this. He clearly remembered that when he first saw that ghost-faced lion, it was in a state of serious injury. It was the little cutie. Also knew that the ghost-faced lion was being rounded up, but ended up picking up the slack. Did the vice president and the others chase them there? Thinking of this, he nodded without moving. Of course I know. As long as you're from the Martial Artist Guild you should all know, right? It died. Did you kill it? Sure, Jun simply spoke. No. It's dead? Hasn't that foreign beast been entrenched in the active area for years? How did it die so easily? I've been in this neighborhood all this time, plotting a plan to kill this unicorn immortal insect. Sure, Jun didn't say anything and sized up Zhang Yang with a serious face. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, he didn't pursue the matter further. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Surprisingly, the body has decomposed, so it's time to return to the city. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Let's trouble the vice chairman to keep this corpse for now. I'll go back to the guild and deal with it when I get back to deal with the drug test. At the mention of this issue, Sure Jun's expression was extraordinarily serious. Zhang Yang, I need to communicate with you seriously about this matter. If you're taking forbidden drugs, you're being honest with me right now. As long as you can tell us everything about what happened, the guild can help you to the fullest extent. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Vice President, I didn't take any forbidden drugs. Don't worry. Sure Jun stared at him for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded slightly. What he could do as vice president was already benevolent. The matter of taking forbidden drugs is expressly prohibited in the country, and even if he helps Zhang Yang again, there is a limit. I'll send someone over with you, and if anything does go wrong, I'll help you as much as I can. But there's nothing you can do about things like escaping a charge even if it's the president, so you'll have to look at the situation and judge it for yourself. Zhang Yang knew that the vice president did not believe in himself, but this was completely normal. After all, his promotion was just too fast. While the two were chatting, Team Leader Song had already arrived in front of them. Zhang Yang, since things are pretty much taken care of, just follow us straight back to the downtown martial arts bureau. Don't worry, if it's really like you said, and you're not taking forbidden drugs, no one will detain you. Although she said this, it was obvious that there were a few hints of faint sarcasm revealed within her tone. Obviously, Team Leader Song had completely determined that Zhang Yang had taken the forbidden drug. The people behind him came up even more in a stance of standing by to deal with him at any time, already completely treating Zhang Yang as a dangerous person who would go crazy at any time. When Xiao Fang saw the scene of saber rattling, he couldn't help but laugh out even more and somewhat playfully smiled at Zhang Yang. I said, Zhang Yang, I'll pay close attention to this matter. Let's see if the drug testing machine is willing to listen to you brag and make up stories, too. We'll see. Chapter 64 Invitation from the Martial Arts Bureau. On the special bus to the city. Team Leader Song stared at Zhang Yang through the rearview mirror and slowly said, Zhang Yang, taking forbidden drugs is something that is expressly prohibited by the state. The seriousness of the matter is no less than a martial artist striking down an ordinary person. If you really take it, I advise you to be honest now or deal with it lightly. Otherwise it will be too late for you to say anything when you really reach the Martial Arts Bureau. Zhang Yang didn't know how many times he had heard this, his ears were already calloused. Team Leader Song, is it so hard to admit that someone is good? Reaching the peak of Martial Master in 2 months isn't proof that I took a forbidden potion, it's proof that I'm a supreme genius. Humph. If you were a genius, your guild wouldn't have left you alone and would have at least personally followed you to the test. Team Leader Song's follower sneered from the side. Do you know why he didn't choose to go with you to the drug test? That's because he was afraid that you would involve the second Martial Artist Guild. Team Leader Song didn't speak in agreement, but he didn't deny it either, clearly agreeing with his subordinate's statement. I thought that Zhang Yang would break the defense, but I didn't want Zhang Yang to spread his palms and said with a helpless face, there's no way, geniuses will always suffer from the outside world's questioning. What I'm going to do now is to disabuse you people of your doubts, isn't it? Team Leader Song helplessly held his forehead, and his polished forehead gained a few more veins. She had a hunch that she had run into a rather troublesome fellow. Perhaps wanting to convict Zhang Yang and go through a process to detain him, I'm afraid it would be an extremely troublesome thing. Seeing that they had the sense to stop talking, Zhang Yang leaned back in his car seat and closed his eyes. Right now all he wanted to do was hurry up and take care of his problems and then go see his important people. I also don't know what happened to the materials Tian Tian collected for me. When he and Tian Tian's plan was simple, it was that Tian Tian would return to the city and leave everything to him, waiting until he was strong enough to return to the city. Tian Tian promised to help him take care of his parents and also promised him to help inquire about materials for his mother's treatment. Now that a month or so has passed, I'm not sure how much progress has been made. Let's hope everything goes well. Soon, they reached the Martial Arts Bureau. Pharmaceutical Inspection Division. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Yang froze. Because Qiao Feng was surprisingly here, he stood in the doorway with a look of watching the show. Zhang Yang, I hope you can successfully walk out of this door today. If you manage to walk out of this door, I will personally send you to another door in the Martial Arts Bureau. If you don't walk out that door, I'll make you guilty as hell. His words were incomprehensible to others, but Zhang Yang understood them. It was the striking down of the first brother. But does he have proof? No, there was absolutely no way that the other party could have known about this, so the other party was preparing to falsely accuse themselves of this whole thing. In that case, Zhou Feng is the one who was going to incriminate him no matter what. Although Zhang Yang was grave in his heart, he did not move on the surface. Then we'll see. Zhang Yang said and walked directly into the drug testing branch. Team leader Song followed him into the drug inspection division and frowned slightly when he saw Zhang Yang sitting on a chair and leisurely snorting. Did Zhang Yang really not take the potion? The drug testing machines of the Martial Arts Bureau could be top-of-the-line machinery, and there was no possibility that certain special agents could not be checked, so in her opinion, Zhang Yang could not run away today with 80% to 90%. But in such a situation, why was Zhang Yang still able to remain so calm? As the professionals continued to draw blood for testing, one piece of data appeared in front of her, and she gradually widened her eyes. Originally, as a high-ranking person within the Martial Arts Bureau, she was supposed to be comfortable with whatever she encountered. But at this moment, after seeing that one piece of data reached the standard, her palms couldn't stop trembling. Zhang Yang. No problems were detected. What does that mean? On behalf of Zhang Yang was really a peak martial master. Team leader Song's brain went blank as he stood still. How old is Zhang Yang? 18-9 peak martial artists. No, the most terrifying thing was that Zhang Yang had only become a martial artist for 2 months. When this became something that actually happened, any martial artist knew how shocking it was. Team leader Song. Am I free to go now? Zhang Yang finished the last test and slowly got up. May. Wait a minute. Zhang Yang looked back at team leader Song curiously. Zhang Yang, how did you do it? What? How do you break through to this realm in 2 months, is there any method? Zhang Yang looked at her strangely and said slowly, if there are shortcuts in cultivation, you should know better than me, shouldn't you? Team leader Song smiled helplessly, I just didn't think that there really is such a so-called genius in the world. Are you interested in joining our Martial Artist Bureau? Martial Arts Bureau? Yes. Since I invited you, I naturally have sincerity. Qiao Feng is right outside, and the only person involved in the inexplicable deaths of their first martial artist guild is you, so they won't let you go no matter what. It doesn't matter what the truth is, what matters is that they need to use yours as an excuse to put pressure on the second martial artist guild. So it's not a good choice for you to go out from here and return to the second martial artist guild by any means, but if you join us in the Martial Artist Bureau, I'll take care of things for you back there. Zhang Yang didn't open his mouth immediately, but instead fell into thought. He only joined the second martial artist guild for the money and resources to treat his mother. As for the money, now that he was at this realm level, he was able to make money wherever he went. In terms of resources, the Martial Arts Bureau would obviously be a bit more abundant than the second martial arts guild. I have 2 requests. Tell me about it. Team leader Song's eyes lit up. She was not afraid that Zhang Yang had a request, but she was afraid that Zhang Yang did not have a request, as the back of the Martial Arts Bureau is the entire urban area, there is nothing that cannot be promised. First, I'm more involved with the first and second Martial Artist Guild now, and I want the Martial Artist Bureau to take care of all my subsequent troubles. Secondly, my mother became a vegetable due to a car accident, I want to cure her, and I hope that the Martial Arts Bureau writes to help me. Team leader Song smiled at his words. Don't worry about the first point, the Martial Arts Bureau is the Martial Arts Bureau after all, and the Martial Arts Guild won't look for trouble from you. As for the second point. Her voice lurched as she said this, and she said seriously, even with the world's advancement, vegetative people are extremely difficult to cure. I can't promise much, but I am able to give you assurances of full help with your mother's treatment. Zhang Yang sighed in relief and nodded slightly. He set his gaze on the doorway, vaguely able to see Xiaofang's shadow, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Then go out and look around next. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. Chapter 65. Zhang Yang, leader of the group. Inspection of the outdoor area. Zhou Fang sat in his chair with smugness written all over his face. He glanced at the man following him at his side and said slowly, "How long has he been in there?" "Captain Zhou, it's been about 20 minutes. I guess it's coming out soon." Xiao Fang sneered, "If it hasn't come out in such a long time, it's 80% that something is wrong with the inspection." "No, there must be something wrong with the check. How can someone cultivate so fast? They must have taken a potion." Xiao Fang's face was happy and expectant. Of course he was looking forward to it. Zhang Yang not only made him lose a lot of resources this time, but also made a fool of himself among him. You have to know that he was the chief captain, and was a person of honor within the first martial artist guild. If this matter were to spread out, how would he still be able to mix within the guild? So today, no matter what, he had to clean up Zhang Yang, and had even taken all the fabricated evidence in his hands, just ready to fall on the well to make Zhang Yang completely unable to walk out of this martial arts bureau. Right. Have you done what you were told to do? The man immediately revealed an attentive smile and nodded his head. "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to look for that martial artist called Tian Tian, and I'll tie them all over for her." As for Zhang Yang's family, his father is an ordinary person. Soft cannot come hard. We've put so many layers of insurance on this matter. Zhang Yang will definitely not be able to walk out today. Hearing the man say that, Xiao Fang revealed a satisfied smile. "Nice. You're doing this thing wrong. When we get back we'll set you up with a captain to do the job." The man's face was happy. He was about to say something when the door to the room in front of him was pushed open. "It's Zhang Yang. Egu, I didn't think you were lucky enough to not be immediately found out." Xiao Fang stood up, his smile tinged with a bit of gloating. He said this, but frowned slightly. Why hadn't Zhang Yang been detained directly inside? Could it be that the type of potion taken is too specific and needs further confirmation? He thought about it carefully and felt that this possibility was very high. After all, it was impossible for an unusual potion to raise a person to the level of a martial master in a short period of time. The smile on Xiao Fang's face intensified as he felt that his guess was correct. "Zhang Yang, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've come to see you today because of Xiao Chu's matter. Based on what we have now, it's likely that you killed Hatsu. This is something you and your guild are going to have to answer to me about." Zhang Yang looked at him with a smile. "What kind of explanation do you want? And are you so sure that I killed that man?" Xiao Fang sneered. "Who else could it be if not you? Everyone who touched the location there that day died, and you're the only one who survived. In that case, it's impossible that you don't know where he's going, and you're deliberately concealing that you don't know, and you're even going straight into other areas to move around without returning to the city. Don't you think that's strange?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed coldly. "What are you hiding? Tell me yourself what you're hiding from yourself." The man beside Zhou Fang slowly pulled out a contract-like paper from his arms, and the former resulted in the paper. "This is the trial application I've already submitted to the Martial Arts Bureau. You won't be able to walk out of here today no matter what." His voice lurched as he said this, and his smile grew more and more smug and arrogant. "Of course, if you kneel down now and kowtow to me and apologize, begging me to let you off the hook, maybe I'll even show you some mercy at the trial. Otherwise, what else would happen?" Zhang Yang interrupted, revealing a look like he was viewing an idiot. "Your mother has become a vegetable now, right? Your father is also just an ordinary man. Otherwise I would not only put you on trial, but make your entire family street rats. Not a penny of the compensation you'll have to pay will be lost, except that it will be your father's responsibility to wait for you to be incarcerated. It's only right that things like debts should be repaid, and if he doesn't have the money then we'll just have to help him figure it out." Zhang Yang's expression grew colder and colder. His eyes had gained a few more points of killing intent, and if it weren't for the fact that this was downtown, he would have done it already. Being stared at by such an icy gaze, instead of being afraid, Xiao Fang revealed a few smug smiles. "Zhang Yang, even though you have become a martial artist, you are still just a small person after all. Coming out to be a martial artist also requires resources and connections. You can't afford to play with me. If you want to blame it on me, it's only because you're not a rival of the #1 martial artist public house." The second martial artist guild won't back you up either, and of course, they can't back you up either. The more he said, the more pleased he became, and he could no longer control himself from letting out a laugh. Just as he laughed and laughed, he felt that something was wrong because he heard Zhang Yang actually laughing along with him. What are you laughing at? He frowned and looked at Zhang Yang, who was also laughing, full of caution. He really couldn't figure out why Zhang Yang was still able to laugh even at this point. I laugh that you're right, although I became a martial artist, I'm nothing more than an ordinary martial artist. Even if they are more capable of fighting, the guild of choice is indeed the second martial artist guild, and they are still no match against your first martial artist guild. Xiao Fang had a smug look on his face. Now you know the gap between you and me? But I changed my mind, and at the very first words, I'm no longer going to give you a chance. No, I think you've misunderstood something, Captain Xiao. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. It's true that the second martial artist guild didn't have the means to back me up, so I accepted Team Leader Song's invitation and have now become a captain of the Martial Artist Bureau. The power behind me now is not the second martial artist guild, but here, the Martial Artist Bureau. Xiao Fan looked at him in dismay, and then laughed out loud. It was as if he had heard some funny joke, and he couldn't help but laugh, attracting quite a few people to cast their eyes. Xiao Fang kept wiping away the tears that came out of the corners of his eyes from laughing and sneered. Just you still want to join the Martial Arts Bureau? You won't even blow it here. How could the Martial Arts Bureau invite you, a kid who takes forbidden medicine, and as a group leader level? Do you know what kind of character the group leader level is? That's just a little bit smaller than our first and second guild presidents, and if there's really any problem the president has to cooperate with the investigation of the existence. Just with you, you still want to become the leader of the group? What a laugh. Zhang Yang didn't say anything but instead asked him a rhetorical question. Who told you that I took forbidden drugs? Zhou Fang froze, his smile stiffening a bit. His expression became increasingly ugly when he saw that Zhang Yang did not look like he was joking. Right at this moment, the door of the room behind Zhang Yang was slowly pushed open. Team Leader Song slowly walked out from inside, his voice carrying a bit of majesty. Make it official. This one will be the fourth group leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, Zhang Yang, from now on. All law enforcement powers in the area of your first Martial Artist Guild are transferred to his hands. Chapter 66 The Return Crisis. Chapter 66. What? Xiao Fan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What are you talking about, Team Leader Song? He joined the Martial Arts Bureau? Zhang Yang joined the Martial Arts Bureau? How is this possible? He's the one taking the forbidden drugs. How can you make such a joke, Team Leader Song? Who's kidding you? Zhang Yang's drug test had absolutely no problems whatsoever. He relied on his own strength to reach this level now. Now that the Martial Artist Bureau has officially invited Zhang Yang to become the fourth team leader, he will now take over the ruling area of your first Martial Artist Guild. Group Leader Song slowly spoke with a serious expression. When Xiao Fang saw Zhang Yang with a teasing smile on his face, his heart was shaken beyond belief. What did he hear? Zhang Yang surprisingly really did not take prohibited drugs. How is this possible? Xiao Fang didn't believe it 10,000 times in his heart, but the reality was right in front of him. After all, no matter what, it was impossible for Team Leader Song to cajole him for harboring him. There were 10,000 wild horses bouncing around in Xiao Fang's heart, and he was beyond remorseful at the moment. Zhang Yang became the leader of Group 4. The scope of the jurisdiction received was surprisingly still the first Martial Artist Guild. Doesn't this mean that Zhang Yang can ride on his head and with impunity in the future? The more he thought about it, the more he cringed, the more he held his breath, and he couldn't understand why this was suddenly happening. He took a deep breath and decided that he absolutely could not sit back and wait. He had already offended Zhang Yang today, and this kid would not let him go in the future. So, has to do something. Team Leader Song, although Zhang Yang has a realm, he is not of good enough character, and he even massacred our first Martial Artist Guild martial artists. The end of such a person should be to be punished by the Martial Arts Bureau, not to become a member of it. Team Leader Song frowned slightly, then slowly said, I will still investigate Zhang Yang's matter, and if this is really the case, I am willing to apologize for this time, but... She narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice already taking on a bit of ice. But right now, Zhang Yang is the leader of our Martial Artist Bureau, and he can't allow anyone to discredit him. You! Xiao Fang hadn't expected the other party to have such a strong attitude, and for a moment everything he had prepared to say got stuck. You what you? This matter will be done as I say. Zhang Yang, what Captain Xiao said isn't without reason. As the leader of our martial arts bureau, you should never touch the bottom line. While I promise to help you with your troubles, it's in the absence of principle. If I do find out anything, you're responsible. Of course, now that I'm clear about what happened between the two of you, the people from the First Martial Artist Guild have applied for your punishment several times, but there has been a lack of evidence. This time while I'm investigating, you both can always add evidence to prove that you're the right side. She said, frowning, and thought for a moment as if pondering if there was anything else she needed to add. Zhang Yang, act on your own during this period of time, think of it as your internship period, don't discredit the Martial Arts Bureau. That's how this matter will be handled. Do you two have any more comments? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. I have a clear conscience, so naturally, I have no opinion. So Captain Zhou, what about you? Xiaofang's face was a little hard to see. But what could he say after what had happened? He glared viciously at Zhang Yang, then twisted his head and left. Zhang Yang, we'll see about this. Zhang Yang frowned. During the verbal altercation between the two sides earlier, Captain Xiao mentioned Tian and his parents. With Xiaofang's character and position, he was now worried that the other party would do something out of the ordinary because of his search for evidence. Zhang Yang, the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, is the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau. Even if you're an intern, it's not something that others can just take offense to. You have the law enforcement power to investigate everything. Of course, you have to understand that you only have the law enforcement right to investigate everything. Now you can use that right to prove your innocence. Don't let me down. Team Leader Song patted his shoulder with an expression of I'm watching you. Zhang Yang did not expect that Team Leader Song would believe in himself so much, and for a moment, he was a bit touched. Team Leader Song, I. Instead of letting him continue, Team Leader Song gave him a you don't have to say much I get it expression. I don't believe that someone with such a talent would vendetta against each other over trivial matters. Besides, that kid with the surname of Chu is also a regular customer of ours, so I'm familiar with that kid's behavioral style, and he's not a good one. Zhang Yang came to a sudden realization. Yeah. He was well aware of how much a guy like Hatsune had done over the top before. How could the Martial Arts Bureau not have any notice of such a person? At the thought of such a situation, Zhang Yang relaxed a lot. Don't worry, Team Leader Song, I will definitely resolve this matter. Aha! Go take care of your business. It's not good to deal with the First Martial Artist Guild being able to develop to such a level as it is now, so plan ahead. Zhang Yang did not talk any more nonsense and left the Martial Arts Bureau at the first opportunity. Zhang Yang dialed his father at the first opportunity. It was just that after the phone rang a few times, the one who picked up the phone was surprisingly Tian. Tian's breathing was a bit rapid, sounding a bit weak and eager. Zhang Yang, you really didn't die. I didn't think you'd call it this time, it's all still really made up. I'm sorry, I did the best I could. Zhang Yang, I've really tried my best. Our ultimate plan didn't work out after all, I'm sorry. Her voice was getting more and more self-condemning and weak, sounding as if she had suffered some particularly serious injury. Zhang Yang's heart thumped as extremely bad premonitions kept appearing. What's happening? Where are you? He anxiously questioned Tian, but there was nothing more on the other side. Immediately afterward he heard a miserable shriek. Ah! No, I'll do anything if you let them go. It was his father's voice. Hello? Zhang Yang, right. I knew you weren't dead. If you don't want anything to happen to your woman and this pair of old nobodies, get your ass over here now. Zhang Yang's face, covered in a layer of frost, the killing intent was spreading a little. You seek death. Chapter 67, Get the hell out of there. The voice on the phone was a man. The voice was recognizable, giving the impression that the owner was a slim-bodied, very braggadocios, yellow-haired dyed punk. The other party's attitude was arrogant, and his voice carried a few hints of mentally unbalanced insanity. Zhang Yang, I knew you weren't dead. Come to 63, 1 Lin Street now. I'll give you 10 minutes, and if you're a minute late, I'll cut off one of your father's fingers. 3 minutes into the night, I'll let your woman take a turn at us. Arrogant laughter came from inside the phone, and Zhang Yang's hand that was gripping the phone was bruised. His voice was icy as he tried to calm himself. Who are you? Who am I? What the do you care who I am? Good. No matter who you are, if you dare to lay a finger on them, I will make you pay an unimaginable price. Once again, the sound of maniacal laughter came from over there. Zhang Yang, I hope you'll still be able to be so taciturn when the time comes later. The other party said and hung up the phone directly, not continuing to give Zhang Yang the opportunity to pursue the question. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and dialed team leader Song at the first opportunity. Zhang Yang, is there anything else you're not clear about? Team leader Song's voice came from inside the phone. I need to know everything about anyone involved with Hatsune, the more detailed the better, and fast. That's no problem, I was just about to send it to you as well. Like I said, that kid is no good, a regular inside the station, his information has been summarized for a long time. That couldn't be better. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and immediately received a document from team leader Song, and then casually found a taxi. The driver saw him on fire and slammed on the gas the first time. He just saw with his own eyes, this kid is from the martial arts bureau inside strutting out, 80% is this martial arts bureau inside the staff, such a person cannot be messed with. Wanlin Street. This is one of the most famous black streets in the city. It is a place where fish and dragons mix, where all kinds of obscure and dirty deals are made, and it is even a favorite place for some social loafers to come. As to why such a place still exists, it can only be described in a poetic phrase. A wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. Zhang Yang came to the so-called number 63 doorway and frowned slightly. Instead of a storefront, it's a basement. Only this basement was obviously ground level through many homes, with a few large letters written on it in dragons. Bar K. At this moment, low music and loud noises were faintly coming from inside, and Zhang Yang slightly frowned. A bar? No. It just appears to be a bar. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The moment he pushed the door open, he caught a whiff of the stench of alcohol that hit him. Inside, the lights were flashing constantly, and countless men and women were swaying to the music, but compared to some big formal venues, this place gave people a feeling of messy mischief. Admission is 888. A drunken man pulled Zhang Yang, who was ready to squeeze inside, and spoke with a disdainful face. His expression seemed to be warning Zhang Yang that this was not a place where he could be wild. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhang Yang suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed him by the collar, then he saw Zhang Yang swing his sandbag-sized fist and ruthlessly smashed it on his face. Boo! The man was just a most ordinary martial artist. Before he could react, the man flew out and hit the ground heavily. This hard fall rippled through many people, causing a gasp of surprise and more people to realize what was going on here. They saw an imposing young man standing here, and at this time was looking to the left and right, seeming to be looking for someone. Soon, the young man seemed to find what he was looking for and his eyes lit up. They saw the young man stride off in one direction, and as they looked in that direction, they saw a number of security guards. Amount. Said security guards, in fact, are some social people. These people are all the street's notorious ruthless characters. It's not uncommon to encounter such a young man and basically teach him a hard lesson, then accidentally beat him half to death and send him to the hospital. Just when everyone was mourning for this young man, this one actually ran faster and faster, and in the end, it was directly a big flying kick. This was followed by one punch at a time, brutalizing these tough guys like little kids. It ended up sitting on one of the men's asses and snapping his big mouth. The music grew quiet. They also finally heard the young man's voice. Say no. Where's your boss? Where? Snap. 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 They could see that the man lying on the ground getting beaten up really wanted to talk. But the young man was so ruthless that the other man had been whipped into a pig's head. This resulted in the other party's mouth only being able to whimper and then being slapped again and again with an expression of horror and despair. Snap. With one crisp slap, the crowd saw that the man was directly smacked unconscious. Everyone shuddered. They subconsciously took a step back, and some even ran straight out of the bar. This man is an absolute life-threatening lunatic. Just at this time, an icy voice came from behind the people. Hey, hey, hey! Got me all dirty here. The man had a mouthful to eat when he spoke, but the overall speech was uneventful. 26 or 27 years old and covered in tattoos. As soon as he appeared, the scene fell silent once more. If those people looked at Zhang Yang with fear as if they were viewing a madman, the fear that was revealed by seeing the person in front of them was fear that came from the absolute bottom of their hearts. Double stick saffron. It's a double stick saffron. The so-called double stick saffron is the one who can fight the most and is the top fighter inside a certain gangster organization. And the double stick saffron on this one Lin Street, not to mention his gold and status. Everyone was able to see that this man had a badge representing martial artist level 10 on his chest. Hey, hey, hey. Pretty. Pretty. Are you giving me an explanation? Zhang Yang looked up at him. I came out to hang out to give you an account of what treadmill. Call out your bosses. Before Zhang Yang's voice fell, the other party directly leapt up from the high platform not far away, and the whole person leapt nearly 10 meters towards Zhang Yang. That amazing aura looked like a hostile aura that had been cultivated from years of fighting, making people fearful. Only in the next second, they saw a fast silhouette appear in the man's flying orbit, followed by the palm of his hand pressing hard on his face and slamming heavily on the ground. Boom! Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and Zhang Yang slowly lifted his palms from the face of Twin Stick Saffron, who was already rolling his eyes. His voice exploded throughout the underground like rushing thunder. I'm only going to say this once. Who's in charge here? Get your ass out here. Chapter 68, Hatsumikane. Zhang Yang's voice was deafening, but none of them answered his question. Seeing that the people were running away, Zhang Yang somewhat helplessly slapped Double Stick Saffron. The slap woke him straight up, but both cheeks were swollen. He looked at Zhang Yang with a face full of horror, his voice trembling. Don't kill me. It's none of my business, it's all because Xiaolong told me to do it. Right. Yeah, that's him. He's the one who sent people to capture your family, and I had nothing to do with it. Twin Stick Saffron is going to be scared to death. He never dreamed that the person in front of him was a martial master, and that he was no match at all. Of course, there was also the killing intent on Zhang Yang's body, which was definitely the killing intent of having killed someone, and his usual petty hostility was not at all on the same level. Oh, it seems like you recognize me and know who I am. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Take me to someone now. Where did Twin Stick Saffron dare to say anything more? He hastily nodded his head dolefully. Zhang Yang's attention was completely focused on rescuing people, and he completely failed to notice that this Twin Stick Saffron used a wink as she passed in front of the others. Soon they came to a basement inside the opera house. Yes, they were supposed to have a basement here, and it's amazing that they have a basement. After going around in circles, he heard a familiar scream. Ah! It's his father. Yes, it's his father. That mournful scream caused Zhang Yang's face to instantly grimace, his gaze locking onto an iron door not far away. Inside the iron gate, Tian was tied up in midair. All of her body was covered in chains, her clothes were torn and tattered, her body was covered in cracks and blood, and a large portion of her snowy whites were exposed, looking exceptionally bleak. Her face was filled with tears, and she looked at Zhang's father lying on the ground with a hint of despair in her expression as she clenched the crown of her teeth in death. Zhang's father was lying on the ground, the nails of 10 fingers had completely fallen off, 2 of them had even been completely deformed, and the entire right wrist had been dislocated, obviously the bones were broken. He spat out blood in large gulps and covered his chest with the palm of his left hand, looking like he had a very difficult expression. It seemed that the sharp pain coming from his chest transcended the wrist that had been completely dislocated, thus showing how terrifyingly hard a blow had been suffered. Yellow Hair grabbed Zhang's father by the hair and lifted him up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with madness and laughter. The old thing can't stand this? My brother died in 10,000 times more pain. I want you and your son to pay back 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. In a few moments your son will come over and I'll get you in front of him. And that. He said, his eyes almost completely red, almost red-eye special effects. He twisted hard on Tian's body, and she couldn't help but scream in pain, but the next second the huge palm slapped on her cheek. Snap. Yellow Hair was like crazy, constantly greeting Tian's small face over and over again. Call. Call. Bitch, I'll make you scream. My brother was clearly there to help you, and you killed my brother in return. I have to get you killed today. No, no, no. I want you to die. Tian's cheeks were red, and oozing contrast to her otherwise whitewashed skin. Her eyes revealed despair and she smiled bitterly. Her only hope now was that Zhang Yang wouldn't come over, or else she would be accountable here for nothing. As long as Zhang Yang didn't come over, there would always be someone who would help her to seek justice and revenge. Hachikin, this is downtown. If you kill us, it won't do you any good, and your brother won't make it back. And I didn't kill your brother, I've explained to you many times, he just disappeared with Zhang Yang, just ask him when Zhang Yang comes back. Don't ing fart with me. Chor He Kim slapped again. In the next second, he pulled out a handful of nails from inside his pocket, directly forcing them into Tian's mouth, and under the other party's horrified eyes, he raised his palm again. Boom! Just at that moment, the door to the room was kicked right in. The thick metal iron door fell to the ground with a loud clang, and Zhang Yang walked in with an eager face. Seeing someone come in, the several juniors in the room who had been leaning in the corner stood up violently and drew out their large knives for dealing with the alien beasts, the white flowers reflecting the coldness and looking extremely oozing. Egu, I thought it was some dog with no eyes. So it's a stray dog that came back to find a home. Xu Shijin bared his teeth when he saw Zhang Yang, and that smile looked very excited. Zhang Yang did not pay any attention to him, but scanned around the room and found the miserable state of Tian and his father. Zhang Yang swore that he had never been so angry before. Obviously he already had realm strength, obviously he had an identity. The flame called remorse raged in his heart at the fact that those around him had in turn suffered an injustice that they had never once known. Still, no matter who you are today, you must pay a painful price. Zhang Yang slowly walked towards the room, the chill on his body grew thicker and thicker, the tendons and bones of his body were crackling and making noises. Zhang Yang, run! You're no match for him. He's a martial artist. Tian suddenly exclaimed. However, due to excessive haste, the nail inside his mouth was not spat out, and his mouth was suddenly filled with blood. Sweat continued to trickle down from her bare forehead, and it was obvious that she was in a real hurry. She was indeed in a hurry, and if Zhang Yang did not appear here, Xu Shijin was more or less still a bit apprehensive because she was in the city. But if Zhang Yang was here, then the crazy Xu Shijin would most likely kill everyone, coming to a dead end. However, trying to dissuade Zhang Yang with words, but at this moment, Zhang Yang seemed to be completely overwhelmed by anger, completely unable to listen to what she said, and his footsteps became faster and faster. In a few seconds, Zhang Yang was already less than 5 steps away from them. She witnessed a few of Xu Shijin's followers not far away blocking the door of the room behind her, and she also witnessed Xu Shijin picking up a long knife from his side, revealing murderous intent all over his body. It's over. It's all over. She then closed her eyes in agony, already thinking of desperate images for a moment. Thinking of Zhang Yang who fell in a pool of blood, thinking of the miserable Zhang father, thinking of the countless men she was about to suffer over and over again. Desperation continued to well up in her heart, and she had bitten her own tongue, and just as she was about to ruthlessly take a bite, she suddenly heard a bone-cracking sound. There was a loud boom along with the sound of bones breaking. Subsequently, wow! The chains that had cuffed her were opened. What? Tian's eyes snapped open and widened. Chapter 69. I have an acquaintance in the martial arts bureau. Tian opened her eyes to see an unbelievable scene. Zhang Yang then easily crushed the chain that was cuffing her, and then helped Zhang's father up. As for Hachikim, Chorhi Kim collapsed a few meters away, his right wrist already completely deformed, compared to Zhang's father only. You broke through to martial master? Tian looked at Zhang Yang in shock, her face full of shock. She didn't expect Zhang Yang to really do it. It had only been less than a month, and not only had he not died in the active area of the Fey Beasts, he had even broken through to martial master. This was completely different from what she had thought, and even somewhat beyond her knowledge. After all, she had struggled for a long time to get to this current martial artist realm. Of course, how else can I teach this lesson? Zhang Yang supported Zhang father who was already trembling, his voice getting colder and colder. Zhang Yang, his name is Xu Shijin, he's brother Chu's own brother. He's determined that you and I have victimized Chor. I've explained this to him many times, and I can't listen to him at all. Tian's voice trembled, more than a little fear amongst the tension. Other people would have thought that it was just a simple introduction to the situation when they heard her say this, but it was another layer of meaning in Zhang Yang's ears. With the relationship of brothers in place, it was impossible to peacefully resolve this matter at hand with this Hatsumomojin, and even more impossible to walk out easily. But he also had no desire to resolve the matter peacefully, as he would never allow anyone to lay hands on those close to him. At this time the few followers around Chorhi Kim helped him up, but they were simply shrugged off. What the are you looking at? Give it to me. Get them all killed, I'll be responsible for anything that happens. He roared angrily, his eyes itching to eat someone right away. No, if eyes could eat people, then the few Zhang Yang people would have been eaten clean by now. His followers swarmed up to him, but there was a miserable scream as Zhang Yang punched them one by one and put them down in 3 hits. These people were nothing more than martial artists, and it was almost delusional to want to deal with Zhang Yang. Waste. All ing losers. Xu Shijin immediately cursed when he saw that these people were not Zhang Yang's opponents. Seeing that he was no match for Zhang Yang, he twisted around and prepared to run away, but only just before he twisted around did a black shadow slide in front of his eyes. That's right, it's slipping through. It's Zhang Yang. He was obviously closer to the gate than Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang arrived before him. Martial arts? You actually know martial arts? He couldn't help but lose his voice, visibly surprised. Did I let you go? Zhang Yang blocked the doorway, his voice sending shivers down one's spine. Xu Shijin's face revealed fear. Even if he was crazy, he understood that he was not Zhang Yang's opponent. Zhang Yang, don't be so crazy with me here. My people have already notified the people from the Martial Arts Bureau, and now the people from the Bureau are already on their way, and will be here in 5 minutes at most. I'm also not afraid to tell you that the people from the Martial Arts Bureau are my brothers. Today you're dead. The more he said, the more maniacal he became. The muscles on his cheeks were almost twisted together. He arrogantly laughed, pointing at his wrist which had already been ruined by Zhang Yang. You hurt me, you need to pay the price, but I hurt you, I won't be punished in any way. Do you know how big the gap between us is? You definitely don't have any chance of winning. Xu Shijin had thought that these words would scare Zhang Yang, but when he observed carefully he realized that Zhang Yang was not only not afraid, but on the contrary, his expression was even colder. Hatsu Hikijin was scared. Click. With the sound of bones breaking, Zhang Yang kicked him hard in the chest. Chorhi Kim flew out backwards and directly smashed heavily against the wall, then lay against the wall, spitting out blood in large gulps. He was covering his chest and his mouth was full of blood, looking almost exactly like Zhang's father just now, completely self-inflicted. Zhang Yang was still ready to go up 1,000, but he was pulled back by Tian, only to see her face anxious. Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive, it's not easy for you to come back, absolutely not to be impulsive. As annoying as he is, what he just said is true. There are people he knows in the Martial Arts Bureau. Let's go now, there's no need to delay and consume time with him here. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. He did this to you guys, there is absolutely no way I can let him off easily. The people beside me, Zhang Yang, will never be allowed to be bullied like this, and if you touch my people, you will have to pay a painful price. Tian smiled as a warm current flowed through her heart, but immediately said, Zhang Yang, you've done a good job now. But the most important thing right now is that everyone can be safe. Right now we can't mess with this madman yet. Hurry up and leave. Ha ha ha. Leave? Neither one of you two will be able to leave. When the people from the Martial Artist Bureau come over, the city will be sealed at the first time. Zhang Yang, you are guilty of murder plus injury. Don't try to escape. Xu Shijin coughed violently. His smile was hideous and crazy. Zhang Yang looked at him being so arrogant, his face became even more lovingly cold. He first put his own clothes on Tian, then pulled a stool from the side to let Zhang's father sit down, and after briefly checking that Zhang's father had no fatal injuries, he slowly raised his head. Run? Who said I was going to run? I told you, if you dare to touch the two of them, I will make you regret it. Haven't you always had confidence in the Martial Arts Bureau? Then I'll wait here today until your so-called Martial Arts Bureau arrives. I'd like to see if they can protect you. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't I make it clear to you just now? Hurry up and go. Tian was stunned by his words and hurriedly pulled him again, wanting to lead him away. It was just that she couldn't pull Zhang Yang at all at her current realm, and it felt like Zhang Yang was like a mountain. I said he touched you all, and he'll have to pay for it. You. Tian was furious and stomped her feet. The fact that Zhang Yang had taken the same fancy to her was by all accounts a good thing, and she even had some small tidbits of joy within her. But even then, it's a case-by-case basis. Now this situation to stay here is clearly looking for death. After all, Xu Shijin people have someone in the Martial Arts Bureau. Zhang Yang, the matter between you and Shore has not been cleared up until now. If the people from the Martial Artist Bureau really come over, they will definitely take this opportunity to investigate you. Xu Shijin still has acquaintances in the Martial Artist Bureau. When the time comes, they will definitely not let you live well. Think about it, if you get inside, then won't Xu Shijin be even more unscrupulous? She persuaded bitterly, who knew that Zhang Yang simply couldn't listen to her. He pulled a stool to his side once more and sat on his butt. I'd like to see what the Martial Arts Bureau can do when they come. Can he keep this? Almost as soon as his words fell, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Check me. Turn this place upside down and I'll see who dares to cause trouble in my jurisdiction in broad daylight. Chapter 70, so it's a vice captain. Ha ha. Hui, it's Hui. Zhang Yang, you're finished. You're dead today. It's me Hui coming. Hatsumomo Haijin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly burst out laughing. Looking at his appearance, this person called Hui seemed to be very well established. Wu on Hui. Surprisingly, it's Wu on Hui. Tian's voice trembled, and the person almost sat down from the chair. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, revealing a few moments of curiosity. Who is this man and why don't I recognize him? That's right, he really doesn't recognize it. On his way here, he had briefly asked Team Leader Song about things within the Martial Arts Bureau, in order to greet his colleagues when he encountered them in his future work, and Team Leader Song had also briefly told him about his colleagues and superiors, and had not heard of this name. The grading of the Martial Arts Bureau was relatively simple, with a director, a deputy director, 4 team leaders, and 19 captains. Team leaders are the largest presence besides the director and deputy director, each managing 4 to 5 captains, and the captain level starts with the position of personally leading the team to handle the work. It can be said that the group leader upwards is the management, and all below the group leader are the employees, meaning group leaders upwards. He hadn't heard the name Wu Anhui, which meant that the other party was at most a captain, so there was no need to worry at all. Sure enough, Tian's explanation was as he had imagined and not quite the same. Tian said nervously, Wu Anhui is the most famous vice captain lately. Since he became a vice captain, almost all of the areas he has appeared in will not have any problems. I heard that he has only been a vice captain for a year and is about to become a captain. The most important thing is that he's still very capable of being big, having reached senior martial master and having a great reputation. Zhang Yang had an odd expression. He never dreamed that the other party was just a vice captain. However, he also immediately reacted to one thing, which was that the Martial Artist Bureau itself was not easy to enter, and the reason why he was recruited and promoted to captain by Team Leader Song was firstly because of the sufficient hard power, and secondly because he killed the unicorn immortal worm. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang's mouth curved a little more. He really wanted to meet this Vice Captain Wu. What kind of person was he? No sooner had that thought occurred than there were a few more people at the door of the room. The owner of those footsteps finally came to the door, and a man at the head was nearly 30 years old, dressed in the costume of the Martial Arts Bureau, and tall. As soon as he walked in, that aura on his body was felt by everyone in the room. It was a murderous aura that surpassed hostility, and there was also a sense of realm oppression that implied that this fellow's combat power far exceeded that of an existence in the same realm. Takeshi. Brother Wu, you're finally here. You've got to do something for me. The moment he saw this man, Hatsumomo Higgins on the ground began to scream in agony. He stumbled to the man's side, his crazy voice surprisingly gone, replaced by aggression, as if this was being bullied. What's wrong? Wu Anhui's brows furrowed when she saw him so miserable. Shushi Jin pointed at Zhang Yang and said, "It's him. We were doing fine here when he suddenly barged in with 2 of his sidekicks and subsequently beat me to death. My wrist is basically ruined now, and I've got a few cracked ribs from his kicks." He didn't say the reason from the beginning to the end, and he even threatened that even if someone from the Martial Arts Bureau came over he would dare to make a move. Just before you arrived I realized that this man is the long-missing Zhang Yang, the one who killed my brother. You must do something for me. He's too rampant. Wu Anhui listened to him quietly and peacefully as he talked about what happened. Her brows were frowning tighter and tighter. When he heard that the other party was Zhang Yang, those eyes seemed to be able to shoot out sharp blades and stared sternly at Zhang Yang. No. It's not like that. It was this guy who first kidnapped Zhang Yang's father and I here to torture us. Tian hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Father Zhang had tried to speak from the beginning, but it seemed that the injuries he had received were too severe, and several times he opened his mouth and the words that came out were hoarse, making it impossible to hear him clearly. Vice Captain Wu, you must not listen to. Enough. Wu Anhui interrupted Tian. I have eyes, I can judge what's going on here and have my own judgment. He waved his hand and then placed his gaze on Zhang Yang, looking him up and down. You're Zhang Yang? I am Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly without changing his face. Well, it's not quite like the legends. Being able to defeat this brat proves that you also have a few skills, at least a martial master. He said with a lull in his voice and waved his hand at his team, tie him up and press him back. If he dares to resist, the highest level of seizure will be imposed immediately. Vice Captain Wu, are you going to play favorites? It's obvious that they were at fault first. If you want to arrest them, you should also arrest Shushi Jin first. Tian was in a hurry and blocked in front of Zhang Yang in the first place, looking furious. Wu Anhui looked at her icily, with an extra sneer on her face. It's not your turn to instruct me on what to do. If you defend Zhang Yang so much, beware that I'll treat you as accomplices. You. Tian blushed hard. You what you? I'll tell you the truth, I'm not going to care about today's events first. I'm arresting Zhang Yang now because of what happened to Chor Jinhei's brother before. Zhang Yang has been inexplicably unable to find him, and now all of a sudden he appeared or is here, and he even beat Chor Hae-jin to a serious injury. I have every reason to suspect his motives. Wu Anhui's voice was getting colder and colder. He looked up at Zhang Yang and his frown deepened. Because he realized that this kid Zhang Yang didn't seem to be alarmed from beginning to end. He had put things to this point, but this kid still didn't say a word? Is there no need to explain or what? Sensing that it wasn't that simple, he looked up and stopped the man who was about to make a move. Zhang Yang, don't say I won't give you any chances. Do you have anything to explain to say now? To tell you the truth, there's a new team leader in our area, so this time I'll make sure I'm 100% serious when I go out on a mission, and you won't have any chance to get your hands dirty. So I suggest you give a direct account yourself now and save me the process of going back for interrogation. It would be better for all of us, you and I. That's right, Zhang Yang, I advise you to hurry up and give a clear account of killing my brother, otherwise Brother Wu will definitely make you suffer. Xu Shijin was adding fuel to the fire, the expression on his face couldn't be more smug. His arrogant attitude was like a death sentence for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's mouth curved even more when he heard his words and slowly said the words, but it shocked the entire audience. Account? Let me give an account here, are you worthy? He looked up at the grim-faced Wu Anhui. Are you level enough? Chapter 71, If you're the leader, I'm the director. What did you say? Wu Anhui frowned. I said that if you want to arraign me, you are not qualified enough. If you really want to arraign me, you need to let the deputy director or the director come. Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui was so shocked that she almost thought she had heard wrong. Zhang Yang's mouth mentioned the deputy director and the director. Does Zhang Yang have something to do with it? No, absolutely not. The thought was dismissed as soon as it crossed his mind. Yeah, absolutely not. This was because some time ago, the Inner Bureau had also held a meeting because of the matter between Zhang Yang and Surname Cho. After all, the first and second martial artist guilds had made such a big fuss. He was certain that Zhang Yang definitely did not have any background power. So, this kid is going crazy here. Zhang Yang, I think you won't turn back until you've hit the south wall. Now I'll take you back. With his words, a few of the team members around him walked up. Zhang Yang, however, sneered, let's see which one of you dares. If you guys take another step forward, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. His body's aura was astonishing, and his terrifying coldness directly shocked the few people who were ready to go forward. Several team members looked at each other, not daring to take another step forward. They felt an even more terrifying aura on Zhang Yang's body than their vice-captains, and for a while, they had no bottom in their hearts. Zhang Yang, how dare you openly confront the people from the Martial Artist Bureau? Aren't you afraid of adding to your crime? Wu Anhui shouted. Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui, how dare you dare to interfering with your superior's investigation of the case, and you're ready to make a move? Aren't you afraid to add to your crime? He spoke out of turn, leaving everyone in the room a little confused. Interfering with your boss? Where's the boss from? The one with the biggest position here is Wu Anhui. Supervisor? What boss? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? And deputy director and director, and now you're here pretending to be something? Zhang Yang said coldly, I'm your superior, I'm currently the 4th team leader of the Martial Arts Bureau. At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at him in dismay, and the world was so quiet that even if a steel needle were dropped you could hear the sound. Until. If you're the leader of the group, then Takeshi is the chief. Chor Hee Kim cursed with an expression of looking at an idiot. The others were all smiles and shook their heads. Zhang Yang is the team leader? How could Zhang Yang be the leader of the group? If he were the leader of the group, he wouldn't have stayed out of the way before and stayed in hiding. Everyone was thinking the same thing, even Tian. After all, the reason for the separation in the first place was clear in the hearts of both of them, so Zhang Yang could definitely not be the leader of the group. However, everyone did not expect that Zhang Yang had really acted out. Wu Anhui, your behavior today has disappointed me. If you carefully survey the situation at the scene now, and carefully question the witnesses about what they saw, perhaps I'll even promote you to captain. With the way things are now, I'm afraid you'll just have to start over as a member of the team, learning exactly how to become a member of the Armed Forces Bureau, and exactly what being a member of the Bureau is supposed to entail. Wu Anhui's face gradually became gloomy. You're still loaded. Don't worry about what exactly a member of the Martial Arts Bureau should do. Everyone, do it for me. Accompanying his words, those team members who had long jumped into action finally couldn't help but do so. They rushed towards Zhang Yang in droves, almost completely defenseless. In their opinion, their status was their weapon. Even if Zhang Yang's realm was stronger than theirs, he would definitely not dare to mess around. But what awaited them were Zhang Yang's slaps, fists and kicks. In less than a minute, everyone in the room was on the floor. It was only at this time that Wu Anhui felt that something was wrong. Zhang Yang's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just those few blows just now were at least on par with him. This kid is at least at the 7th level of martial master. In his heart, he was sure that Zhang Yang was not an ordinary person either, and his frown was deep and profound. Zhang Yang was completely different from the information he had received. What was going on? He rubbed his head in agony. This is bad luck. I should have known better than to come here on my own. That's right. Just today, he was notified by his superiors that the leader of Group 4, which had been vacant, was now occupied. I don't know exactly who it is, I just know that the surname is Zhang, but the new officer has 3 fires, and the captain asked him to deal with things from today onwards must be serious, so he came in person. He was so famous that he thought he would be able to easily solve the problem by doing his job, but he didn't expect to run into a big deal. Yes, it's a big deal. Zhang Yang's affair has been a big deal for a long time, so how can it not be considered a big deal? Originally, this matter had caused him a headache, but he did not expect that this Zhang Yang was even more tricky than he had imagined, and the mess was even bigger than he had imagined. It seems like we must go all out today. He smiled bitterly, then began to move his muscles. In the next second, his body's aura became more and more severe. At the same time he stood on his tiptoes, his arms bent up and placed on both sides of his head, surprisingly making a boxer's movement. Zhang Yang, you brought this on yourself. I'm giving you one last chance, now bind your hands. Before he could finish his words, his expression was startled. He saw Zhang Yang rushing up, and his speed was so fast that it was as swift as skating. Martial arts. This guy's martial arts are for legs. This thought appeared for a split second, and before it completely disappeared, Zhang Yang's fist had already smashed up. This punch. Surprisingly with a whine. It was also at this moment that the aura on Zhang Yang's body became even more terrifying, and in that instant, it was as if he saw the lord of a foreign beast attacking himself with his strong body. Vuangyan Hui. Scalp numb. Isn't this guy a grandmaster? This was definitely not in the same realm as him. His heart was extremely shocked, and for a while his brain went blank, and he had even forgotten to resist. It's not that he's stupid, it's a reaction. It's like when you're walking on the road and suddenly a car with a speed of 200 yards appears out of nowhere and crashes into you, you can't react at all. The most likely reaction you'll have inside your head at this point is that the car is flying so fast and some emotion of fear. He was now, too, and the thought in his head now was that the punch was horrible. Boo! He flew straight backward, hitting the wall behind him with a heavy thud. He crawled on the ground several times before getting up, blood already seeping from the corners of his mouth. Wu Anhui felt that his entire arm had gone numb and completely lost consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that his own physical qualities were also perverted, this punch would have directly ate him over. Hey! Wu Anhui here, call for backup. Captain, I found Zhang Yang. He's visually close to a sovereign, I'm no match. Wu Anhui took out the walkie-talkie behind her and called her teammates at the first opportunity. And Zhang Yang. The expression was even weirder. Chapter 72, is it really the leader of the group? Captain? Even if the vice-captain level didn't know him, the captain level should know him by now, right? He stood not far away, narrowing his eyes slightly, not interrupting Wu Anhui at all. Wu Anhui was using a walkie-talkie, so the sound was loud and Zhang Yang was able to clearly hear what was being said inside. Zhang Yang? Which Zhang Yang? A slightly nervous voice came from inside the intercom, looking a little agitated. It's the Zhang Yang who was previously related to the kid surnamed Chu, he's here now. Don't you move, don't you ever move. If he goes, you let him go, I'll be right there. A more tense voice came over the intercom so that everyone present could hear it. However, this share of nervousness was only heard by Zhang Yang, and the others did not. Wu, are you okay? He dared to make a move on you, he's dead. Don't worry, just order me now if you have any orders, I will definitely help you deal with it. Even though I'm not this kid's opponent, I'm willing to charge you. Chu Shijin ran to Wu and Hui's side and helped him up, with a look of brotherly righteousness. Hatsu Hikijin heard him, and sure enough a few more hands went up on his face. When he looked at Zhang Yang again, his eyes became even colder, and he said even more seriously, "Zhang Yang, you've brought all this on yourself today. Daring to make a move on the people of the Martial Arts Bureau and obstructing law enforcement, your life is over." Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. "You're too brain-dead. It seems that you must go to the grassroots level to get a good workout." He said that he didn't bother to talk nonsense with the two people anymore, but re-sat on the chair. Surprisingly, he directly closed his eyes and waited. "Since you've already called someone over, you can't make them come all the way here for nothing, so I'll just wait here." Zhang Yang remained idle when he said this, unable to see half of the panic while speaking with a confident look. Just at this time Tian came to his side once again, carefully pulling the corner of his coat and whispered, "Zhang Yang, I know you can fight. Even if a captain-level person comes over, they may not be able to beat you. But you haven't reached the level of a grandmaster after all. How come you can't beat up the team leader after the captain, right? Although this matter is said to have no room for redemption, we're not waiting to die here. Listen to me and leave first. Go back to the guild area and think of a solution. With the potential and strength you're showing from now, I believe that the guild will definitely not give up on you easily." The more Tian spoke, the more rank she became, and her voice began to tremble from excitement. She knew that this was the last almost to stop Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had made things big enough now, and if he took another step forward, it would be the point of no return. However, "Don't worry, I'm sure." When Tian heard this, it was like she lost all her strength and sat on her butt. She knew that Zhang Yang's nature would never change his inner decision again. It also meant that she wouldn't be able to run away. After all, once Zhang Yang was found out, she would definitely be implicated as well. Forget it. Originally, when I went back to save you, I was also holding the intention of certain death, so today, let's take it as returning this life to you in advance. She reclined on the chair and stopped talking. Zhang father grabbed Zhang Yang by the death. His hoarse voice was inaudible, but he was able to let Zhang Yang hear the simple meaning. "Dad's got your back." A warm current flowed through Zhang Yang's heart, and he felt more and more that he had made the right decision. Both Chorhee Kim and this Wu and Hui were a hidden danger to his family and Tian. The good thing to do today is to directly and completely uproot this hidden danger so that the night does not grow long. It didn't take long for the sound of footsteps to come from outside again. This time the one who came in was a balding middle-aged uncle. The whole person had a few greasy and bloated, wearing the costume of the Martial Arts Bureau a bit funny. Breathing heavily, he rushed into the room on fire. "People there? Where is Zhang Yang?" Wu Anhui at this time covering the chest some back gas. Want to open the first time did not open, but the sight of the first Shijin seized the opportunity, and hastily stood out with an attentive smile. "Captain Wang! Captain Wang, he's there! The murderous Zhang Yang is right there!" He excitedly gave directions to the fat man who came in, and by the look of him he was close to banging a drum. Wang Lin followed his gaze, and the first thing he saw was Zhang Yang on the seat. When he carefully observed Zhang Yang's appearance to confirm that there was no mistake, he then looked at the two people beside Zhang Yang. As a captain, that is how shrewd, the first time to see the abnormality. Especially the middle-aged man beside Zhang Yang, looking at his appearance and Zhang Yang's appearance, 7 or 8 similarities, closed eyes know that they have blood relations. Sweat emerging from his forehead. It was also at this time that his eyes happened to meet Zhang Yang's. Seeing his panicked eyes, Zhang Yang slowly said, "It seems that you already know about me, but your subordinates don't seem to know yet. He does things indiscriminately, and he's going to take me away by force without even asking why it happened. Even more so, they tried to harbor the real perpetrator of the violence, and did not ask a single question about what Hatsu Hijin did. Is this how people in the Martial Arts Bureau handle things?" Zhang Yang's voice grew colder and colder, causing the sweat on Wang Lin's forehead to keep falling lower and lower. Without waiting for him to speak, Hatsu Kim jumped out on the side. "You're still pretending here? Captain Wang is a captain-level character, but he has the right to directly enforce the law here. Believe it or not, Captain Wang will cripple you right here and now. Captain Wang, dealing with such vicious villains just requires special means, don't you think so?" He smiled this attentively and opened his mouth, waiting for a few seconds only to realize that Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to him and didn't open his mouth. He looked up suspiciously and realized that Wang Lin was pale at that moment, and a bead of sweat like the size of a bean grain emerged on his forehead. "Captain Wang, why don't you say anything?" Seeing Wang Lin with this expression, he was startled. But Wang Lin remained silent. Because he didn't know what to say or what to do. He just knew this one was in big trouble. It was the leader of the group and the leader's family, and ultimately it was important that he didn't know the leader in front of him yet, and he was afraid that something would go wrong if he spoke carelessly. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was that he wanted to hear what Zhang Yang had to say and see what he had to say. Sure enough, Zhang Yang opened his mouth. I'll tell you why he didn't speak, because he was waiting for me to speak. Zhang Yang slowly got up, and his eyes converged on him for an instant, his expression extraordinarily serious. Captain Wang, do you think I'm right? Chapter 73 Turnover. Still afraid to speak? Who do you think you are? When Chu Shijin saw Zhang Yang being so wild, his expression suddenly became hideous. But in the next second, he felt a huge force coming from his back and his entire body flew out. After rolling around inside the room several times, the sharp pain in his body made him grimace in pain, only to look up and realize that it was Wang Lin who had kicked him. Daring to talk to team leader Zhang like that, I think you've had enough of being quiet. Someone escort him back to me, check everything for me, not a single thing on him can be left behind for me. Wang Lin waved his palm and decisively gave the order. He was waiting for this opportunity, a chance for Zhang Yang to give him a step down. If his kick had startled everyone, then the phrase team leader Zhang could be said to have caused everyone's brains to briefly lose the ability to think. Zhang Yang. Is it team leader Zhang? The jaws of those in the room were staggered and reactions varied. But without exception, shock was written on their faces. Captain Wang. Wang, what did you say? Chu Shijin revealed a smile that was worse than crying, his voice trembling. I said that team leader Zhang Yang is the new team leader 4 of the Martial Arts Bureau. You dare to violently commit assault and injury in front of our team leader, prepare to receive the sanctions and punishment from the Martial Arts Bureau. Hatsumomo Higurashi Jin's already pale face became even paler after hearing his confirmed answer. His eyes were so wide with disbelief that he thought he had heard wrong. Is the team captain mistaken somewhere? Wu Anhui spoke up at this time. He had just smoothed over a bit of the stuffiness in his chest and looked at Wang Lin in dismay. Zhang Yang is the leader of the group? How is that possible? Wasn't he always wanted by the bureau? How did it shake out that he's the leader of the group and his boss? And so on. Supervisor. His pupils contracted suddenly, remembering the notice he had received today. The new team leader's last name is Zhang. Zhang Yang. Is Zhang Yang really the leader of the group? He gave a smile that was worse than a cry, finally getting it. The captain told him that there was a new team leader above him and told him to step up his productivity, not realizing that this productivity of his was added directly to the team leader's head. Humph. I asked you to check on the situation and this is how you check on me, right? Starting today you are suspended for a month to reflect properly, come back and start over for me from the grassroots staff. Wang Lin coldly grunted, his expression extraordinarily serious. Only after doing this did he reveal a pleasing smile and said, Team leader Zhang, don't worry, I'll look into everything here and will definitely handle it properly. Poof. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Chu Shijin, who was on the side, had already gone limp on the ground. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Yang unexpectedly became the leader of the group. Ha! Brother, you can't die in peace. Hatsumikane screamed like crazy, sending shivers down everyone's spine. He went crazy like he really suffered some kind of unfair treatment. If not for Zhang Yang knowing everything that happened, he really thought how far the first brother was. Just. The others don't know. After all, the various of the first high gold and his Zhang Yang disappeared together, and now Zhang Yang is here intact, while the other disappeared forever, in exchange for anyone suspected. They all looked at Zhang Yang for the first time with extremely complicated eyes. Just when so many people thought that Zhang Yang would try to shut up Chu Shijin, Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. Hatsumikane, who are you to yell and complain for your brother here? Let's not talk about the fact that your brother is missing, and even if your brother did die, he deserved it. No one else knows what your brother is doing in the area of Fey activity, don't you? Zhang Yang's words instantly silenced the room. They felt something was wrong when they heard Zhang Yang's words. Chu Shijin was still yelling, but when he heard Zhang Yang's words, his expression clearly revealed a hint of panic. What did you say? I don't understand what you're saying. You want to use your authority to bend me over backwards. That's never going to happen. Zhang Yang continued, you know best what I'm talking about. Your brother's hands are stained with blood from killing people in the Fey region, and being killed by an enemy in the Fey region, or being killed in return that's most deserved. If I hadn't seen you today, there's a real possibility that I wouldn't have been able to say anything, but I didn't think that your presence would break the conundrum that's been bothering me. Since you're willing to avenge your brother's death, it proves that you're on good terms, and you must have known about the murder and the killing. Something is involved, right? Zhang Yang's words were becoming more and more astonishing and terrifying to Chu Shijin. Seeing such an expression on his face, Zhang Yang was even more certain of his suspicions. Captain Wang, you should have heard what I just said. You give me a good check on his connections, and also check on the martial artists who have inexplicably died outside since this year, but anyone who has come into contact with these two brothers. Do these two brothers really think that hats can be randomly snapped at others? Those martial artists exiled to the outside won't be able to casually label you. Trying to plant evidence on other people's heads isn't a skill, not victimizing others is a skill. Zhang Yang's words made Chu Shijin's face grow pale. His expression said it all, and Wang Lin slapped his head on the side. Why didn't I think of that? The attention was on those two. That's right. Their attention was on Chor and Zhang Yang before, and with the first and second martial artist guilds making a mess, it was even more unlikely that the attention of this matter would be on Chor Heijin. Now that they were reminded by Zhang Yang, they had a new way of thinking, and they couldn't say that Chu Shijin's brother was really killed by revenge. He hurriedly led his men to suppress Chu Shijin, and only then did he bring his men to Zhang Yang's side. He just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Yang. Whatever it is, talk about it afterward. I'm going to go take my people to the hospital now. Wang Lin was also a sensible person and arranged for a police car to take the crowd to the hospital at the first opportunity. On the way, Tian hadn't come back to her senses until now, looking at Zhang Yang with eyes full of shock. You joined the Martial Arts Bureau? Zhang Yang nodded slightly. This is the only way to heal my mother. The second martial artist guild is not bad, but ultimately the closed martial artist bureau is a bit worse. Tian nodded, indeed, but it's good to have you back. Either way, I'm happy for you. She still wanted to say something when Zhang Yang suddenly felt his cell phone ring. The incoming call was an unfamiliar phone. Zhang Yang subconsciously picked it up, but the voice coming from him made his expression cold again. It was Zhou Fang's voice. Zhang Yang, I didn't expect you to move quite fast. But don't think you'll be able to prove your innocence by capturing Hatsu Hikijin. Chapter 74, Have you been well in my absence? Chapter 74. Did you arrange this? Zhang Yang's grip on the cell phone tightened. I didn't make any arrangements, I merely informed the family in time. Hatsumi Jin's brother disappeared under our martial artist guild system after all, so of course I have the right to inform the family. Don't play tricks on me here, the matter will soon be found out. You'd better be honest, or else I'll make you and the second martial artist guild suffer. Zhang Yang's voice did not fluctuate much, but it gave off an extremely terrifying chill. There was a brief silence over there, then slowly spoke, but you're only one person after all, and having offended our first martial artist guild, remember to be more careful when you go out in the future. The phone was hung up. Zhou Fang in the office frowned and looked up at the man sitting in the chair. President, Zhang Yang seems to have solved the problem. The man in the chair was nodding slightly with his back to him. After all, after becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, it's impossible for this little fight to go unresolved. So, what do we do? Zhou Fang's face was a bit reluctant, looking a bit annoyed. There's no need to be anxious, there will be a long time to come. As long as the first martial artist guild is around, there won't be any good fruits for him. Let's take our time to settle this score. The second martial artist guild won't be satisfied with him leaving from the second martial artist guild to head to the martial artist bureau, and I've heard that this brat has a beef with the Wang and Bai families, so let's do something to make him understand the sinister nature of society. Xiao Fang stood aside and thought for a while, slowly inquiring, then how far do we have to go? There was a brief silence in the room. He's the leader of the group now. For us, it's a big problem for such a person to become the leader of the group. Either he should be our dear friend, or the family is broken. Xiao Fang didn't say anything, but he already understood what the other party meant, and his expression grew cold and took on a murderous intent. Understood. I'm on it. First hospital. Residency. Zhang Yang pushed open the door of the room and saw the middle-aged woman lying on the bed at a glance. It had only been a month since he had seen his mother, and she had already lost a large amount of weight, so much that her bones were visible. Her eyes were tightly closed and she had instruments and tubes all over her body. Zhang Yang clenched his fists in death and murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Mom, I'm going to save you, I'm going to heal you so we can be together as a family. No matter what happens, no matter what obstacles I encounter, I will heal you. Dodo. Zhang Yang suddenly heard a sound from the instrument and looked in panic to find that it was the ECG fluctuating strongly again, proving that his mother could hear him. Doctor! Doctor, come quick! Zhang Yang nervously pulled in the doctor, who sighed after a brief examination. There's nothing wrong with it, it's possible that the mood swings came from being briefly awake for a while just now. You're the patient's child, aren't you? It's okay to spend more time with her, maybe the results can be a little better. Zhang Yang did not feel good in his heart and grabbed his mother's palm wanting to say something to him. Only he opened his mouth several times without uttering a word, and in the end, he could only keep rubbing her palms with his scarred palms. A tear slipped from the corner of Zhang Yang's mother's eye and barred onto the bed. Zhang Yang was stunned. Don't worry, Mom, I'll make you recover, for sure. Barta. Another tear fell low, followed by another and another. Dad, come over and take a look. Zhang Yang was a bit flustered and hurriedly called his father, who was resting on the side, over. My mom doesn't know what's wrong with her, all of a sudden she's like this, why is she crying when I'm clearly talking about saving her? He was in a hurry because he had heard people say that a vegetable person who wanted to recover had to at least maintain a strong desire to live, or else once he lost consciousness it was likely that he would disappear from this world forever. Zhang father frowned tightly when he heard his words, then wiped Zhang mother's cheek with a hot towel and sighed, silly boy, your mom is just worried about you being trapped and suffering. It's nothing for us to become vegetative, but hopefully you'll be able to do it without all this pain and all your scars. Zhang father looked at Zhang Yang with complicated eyes, then touched the scars left on his cheeks. Those were scars left from fighting with the alien beasts. It looked like they were all superficial wounds, but they represented Zhang Yang's fight with those horrors. Zhang Yang froze. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He looked at his mother who was lying on the bed. His heart was not in a good mood. But he understood more than ever that he had to become stronger so that he could protect his family, so that he could get his mother back. You are now a member of the Martial Arts Bureau, not a brat as before. Be careful in what you do. But I've been very careful, but I still make bad choices, just like this time. If I had come back earlier, you and Tian would not have to suffer. Zhang Yang looked at his father who was covered in wounds. His heart was very hard to bear. Father Zhang shook his head. Then don't regret it, ever. You're already the most productive person in our family, there's no one more productive than you, so any choice you make is already the best choice for our family. Even if it's wrong, it's the best choice we can make at the moment, there's no need to regret it. The confusion in Zhang Yang's eyes gradually disappeared. I know. Mom will just have to trouble you to take care of her, I'm going to find a cure. Zhang Yang stopped talking nonsense. He walked out of the room to see Tian who had been waiting at the door. Tian held a box in her arms that looked to be a specially customized box. Zhang Yang, I didn't go back on my word about what I promised you, I'm looking for all the herbs that Auntie needs, they're all here. It's a shame though, there's still one herb that there's no way to find, that's almost extinct. You need to inquire about that thing yourself, and now that you're the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, there's no telling if you'll actually be able to find it. Zhang Yang received the box and felt the heavy presence of the box. He was very grateful. Come to me if there's anything, as long as I have one more day as the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau, I will help you for one more day. Tian nodded with a slight smile. I trust you, I'll come to you when something happens. She said with a lull in her voice, hesitantly, now that you're back, go see your girlfriend sometime. The whole time you disappeared she was like a lost soul, and I haven't seen her for many days, but she used to come here every day to see her aunt and uncle, perhaps. Something has happened. Chapter 75, She's My Family. To say that during the time he was out, the people he was most attached to were naturally his parents. Except for my parents who are White Dream. He knew very well that if Bai Meng had been unable to find himself, he would have suffered a great blow. The first thing he did was dial White Dream. Inside the townhouse. White Moon sat bloodless in the living room, his eyes somewhat vacant. The sudden ringing of the bell brought her back to her senses, and when she saw the name docketed on it she froze at first, then rubbed her eyes. After making sure she hadn't misread the phone, she picked it up shakily. Hello? Her voice was a little shaky, obviously tinged with apprehension. It's me. Zhang Yang's voice came from inside the phone. Bai Meng instantly froze as she covered her mouth, tears gushing out uncontrollably. With choked sobs, howling gradually came from the living room. I don't know how long it took before Zhang Yang sighed and said, don't worry, I'm fine, isn't this back? White Moon's voice was choked and a little breathless. Where have you been, Brother Yang? I can't find you anywhere. Can't find you anywhere. They don't help me find you, they hinder me from finding you, and sometimes they even restrict my freedom. They told me to prepare well for the college entrance exams and to become a patriarch to forget about you, but I don't have the means to attend classes properly or to practice. Zhang Yang quietly listened to the voice on the phone face and said nothing. Just know that Shiromu cried over and over again, and only after losing count of the number of times did Shiromu calm down. Where are you, Brother Yang? I'm at the hospital. You wait for me. Good. Zhang Yang hung up the phone, and a smirk grew uncontrollably at the corner of his mouth. For him, the white dream was a clean slate within himself. No matter what the girl's heart was in him, no matter what the other would stand by him unconditionally. Tian took in his expression, and a more than imperceptible touch of disappointment appeared in the depths of her eyes. You two seem to be very affectionate. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. So it's a childhood friend. So? She's your girlfriend? Tian's words caused Zhang Yang to faintly freeze. At this moment, he, who did not even panic in the face of foreign beasts, actually felt a little flustered. He subconsciously touched his nose, and for a moment he actually didn't know how to answer. It took several seconds for an answer to register in his mind, so he replied firmly, she's my family, and it's important. Tian pondered thoughtfully for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. In that case, I'll leave you alone. If you need any help, remember to call me. I'll give you a ride. No, you'd better take care of your own business. I guess the matter of Hatsumomo Jin still needs to be dealt with. This matter is related to the First Martial Artist Guild, so you shouldn't take it lightly. Also, aren't you looking for medication for your aunt? You are now the leader of the group, all ready to make good use of this opportunity and compete. Zhang Yang hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't choose to send Tian. He called Team Leader Song and inquired about the last herb. Did you say back to God's medicine? That stuff did have the effect of treating vegetative people, but the effect was extremely unstable, and then it was improved by a professor at Kyoto Daiichi University, and then almost no one used it. Because of the great danger that exists, not many people would refine and use it even if you were to find it for you now, and I think it's even more dangerous. Team Leader Song's words caused Zhang Yang's heart to fall to the bottom. If so, doesn't that prove that my mom can barely recover? Zhang Yang's voice trembled. He hadn't thought that there were still things in this world that even martial artists couldn't do, and things that money couldn't do. No, he knew there was, but he didn't expect it to happen to him so soon. Now he had finally become a powerful martial artist, and he also finally had social status and money, but he still couldn't change anything. Alas, it is not entirely hopeless. If you can enter Kyoto University and find that professor to help you, there might still be a ray of possibility. Group Leader Song's words came again, like heavenly music. Really? Really, but don't get your hopes up, they're some of the top professors in the country, and I've heard they have extremely eccentric personalities. I'll ask around for you while you take care of your business. The thing she was referring to was, naturally, the matter of the first brother. I've sent someone to take care of it, and I'm sure I'll have the results soon. Basically, it's already that there won't be any accidents, and I still hope that Team Leader Song will help me inquire earlier. There was a brief silence from Team Leader Song on the phone, then he said seriously, Zhang Yang, things are far from simple. Hatsumomo is just a minor character, but have you ever wondered why it can be so involved? You have also cultivated to this realm, so you should be well aware of the stakes. Anyway, take care of yourself. This matter will be difficult to end unless the First Martial Artist Guild is made to speak out voluntarily to end it. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang had a serious expression. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. Almost the instant he had a bad feeling about it, he got another call. The caller was no other than the one who had met Wan Lin. Team Leader Zhang, things are pretty much checked out. This guy Hatsumi Jin does have a large amount of martial arts items in his house that don't belong to him, among them are the items of those who have disappeared in the past few months. Looks like you were right, this guy and that asshole Hatsumomo are killing people and he's still an accomplice. But what? I checked many people along with Hachikim, and it's true that many of them are connected to Hatshek, but none of them have been able to discover Hatshek's whereabouts or prove that Hatshek died within the area of the Fey Beasts. You can't seem to clear your name. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Of course it doesn't wash, because he's the one who killed them. But things had come to this, even if the other party had done it first, he couldn't admit it. What is the solution that the First Martial Artist Guild wants so far? Zhang Yang had an immense headache. Have the second martial artist guild give up 1/3 of their recruitment quota for a few years and help with 1/3 of the tasks that should belong to the first martial artist guild to clean up the alien beasts. Only then will the second martial artist guild not be held accountable. Zhang Yang laughed bitterly once again. In this case, it seems that the second martial artist guild won't agree, so I'll have to make a trip out. Team leader, you're the team leader now, I think it's easy to fix the problem. You should make a run to the second martial artist guild. Aha! I'll go myself. Either way, I'm going to fix this. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and smiled helplessly. Is it really that easy to fix? Now that the second martial artist guild knew that he had directly joined the martial artist bureau as a team leader, I'm afraid that they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make a lion's share of money, right? Chapter 76, I'll take care of it myself. Hospital corridors. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Paymon's phone can't be reached. The people didn't come either. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Bai Meng. After all, with Father Bai around, no one would be able to hurt Bai Meng. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be White Father who knew he was back. Unfortunately, he didn't know Bai Meng's current residence, or else he would have definitely made a personal visit to the door. Zhang Yang had been in such a mood until the morning of the next day, and still had not received any message from Bai Meng, and his phone call also went unanswered. Let's go to the second martial artist guild first. Zhang Yang rubbed his somewhat sore temples and headed to the second martial artist guild. In the second martial artist guild, Vice President Shi Jun sat in his office with a frown on his face. There was another man in front of him, a man whose hair was gray, but whose entire essence was much better than Shi Jun's. This is something you say you don't know about? But you came back with Zhang Yang. The man tapped on this desktop with an extraordinarily serious expression. Shi Jun's face was ugly. At this moment, his heart was extremely complicated. He had never expected that Zhang Yang really did not take the potion. That kid actually did reach such a high level without taking a potion. He shook his head in remorse. He did repent. If he had known that this was the case, he definitely would not have let Zhang Yang go to the martial arts bureau alone, and would have definitely retained this talent. In the end, he felt in his heart that Zhang Yang was a scourge and did not feel that he was a talent, otherwise he would not have made such a mistake. When he thought that Zhang Yang had been telling him several times that it was true that he had not taken the potion, he felt that his intestines had already turned green with remorse. However, he quickly returned his face to normal. President, no matter what, he is a member of my second martial artist guild. Even if he wants to leave the second martial artist guild, he has to bear the price for what happened to Hatsune. Because in the midst of this matter, we suffered huge losses, and even Zhou Fei-kun died out there. The president nodded slightly. Then this matter is yours to handle, make sure you handle it well. Don't you worry. The conversation between the two had only just dropped when there was a knock at the door. Vice President, Zhang Yang wants to see you. The two men stared at each other slightly. Enter. The door of the room was pushed open and Zhang Yang walked into the office. When he saw another person beside Shi Jun, he frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, you came just in time. This is our President Hao. The guild hasn't given up on you, it's totally all President Hao's support. Zhang Yang sized up President Hao and realized that this person did look like Hao Zhaozhao, and he also looked relatively good-natured. Seniors, I've come back this time to deal with the matter regarding Hatsu. I've heard that the first martial artist guild made a very difficult offer, right? President Hao didn't open his mouth. Instead, Shi Jun slowly said, Zhang Yang, you've put the guild in big trouble this time. The first martial artist guild side has been eyeing us for a long time, and now that things have gotten so big, it's always been the guild that's been holding the pressure, so you can't run away from the battlefield at this time. Zhang Yang knew that the other party was talking about the martial artist bureau, so he did not hide it anymore. The two of you must already know about me joining the martial artist bureau, so I won't hide it from you. I'm the one who is handling things on behalf of the martial arts bureau this time, so tell me the specifics of the situation now. President Hao slowly spoke. The attitude of the first martial artist guild in this matter is absolutely uncompromising, and the conditions proposed are too much. The first thing is the recruiting quota, and what they're saying is that they're giving up a third portion of their regular annual recruiting time to them at recruiting events. Including the recruitment of major schools, as well as some special talent events, the recruitment position is given to them. This is absolutely not acceptable. Our guild's situation is also known to you. The second point is to help with a third of the area of Fey activity that they would have dealt with, and most importantly the third of the area that they split off is still an area where the outlaws are unusually active. Zhang Yang frowned tightly. And you tolerate their arrogance? President Hao sighed, they are indeed so arrogant because the current second martial artist guild originally doesn't recruit enough people every year, and their reputation outside is not as good as the first martial artist guild. If this matter of Chao's really keeps dragging on, it will be absolutely fatal for us, but not for the first martial artist guild. Understanding the stakes, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then let's settle it like this, the first thing I can do is to utilize the identity of the head of the Martial Artist Bureau to help publicize it in other places. President Hao was visibly relieved, but still looked sad. Even so, the second guild can't accept the second condition right now. That would cost us a lot of guild members, and everyone isn't a cutie, would never want to. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, this matter is also simple, I will handle that area instead of you. What? The two people in the room froze at the same time. The Martial Artist Guild can help with this matter as well? You should know that not only are there many outlaws in that area, there are also a large number of bloodline fey beasts moving around. You are not afraid of loss? Zhang Yang slightly shook his head with a firm expression. I mean, I'll take care of it myself. Chapter 77 Virtue is not worthy of the position. What I mean is that you don't have to contribute anyone, whether the Martial Artist Bureau agrees or not, I'll handle it myself. Zhang Yang slowly spoke. This matter was something that had to be resolved no matter what, and now that neither the first Martial Artist Guild nor the second Martial Artist Guild refused to budge, it would have to be left to him, the person in question, to resolve. Inside the room, the two people looked at Zhang Yang in dismay. It took a while for President Hao to say seriously, you have to be clear, the number of active alien beasts with powerful bloodlines alone in that area is fully several times that of other areas. Not only that, but there are a lot of outlaws out there, so I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is, do I? Zhang Yang wanted to tell the other party that having a bloodline beast was better for him, as for those outlaws, he was even more unafraid, it wasn't like he hadn't encountered them before. I'll settle things, just do as I say, you guys go and negotiate with the first Martial Artist Guild and finish this matter once and for all. Zhang Yang waved his palm, and that appearance was completely unlike a youth who was less than 20. There is commitment, blood, and ability. President Hao's eyes grew a little more appreciative. Zhang Yang, if you are willing to stay in the second Martial Artist Guild, I am willing to train you as the next president. I dare not promise you anything else, but it is possible to help you with all your might to cure your mother. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, I'm sorry, I've joined the Martial Arts Bureau now. It was unlikely that he would rejoin the second Martial Artist Guild, after all, the facts were right here, the Martial Artist Bureau was just going to be stronger than the second Martial Artist Guild. Both in terms of nurturing resources and in terms of resources of good medicine for the mother's cure. President Hao's eyes had more than a touch of disappointment, but he didn't dwell on it too much. In that case, I won't force you. Don't worry about handling the two guilds, I'll send someone to handle it. Make sure everything works out. As for the Fey side, I'll be waiting for your good news. Zhang Yang nodded his head and twisted away, then we'll wait for your good news. It was only until Zhang Yang disappeared into the office that the expressions of the two people gradually became serious. What do you think? President Hao had a serious expression. Shi Jun sighed. Zhang Yang is quite bold, but things are a bit up in the air. Take the fact that he said he'd help me publicize it in his capacity as head of the Martial Arts Bureau. Even if he's the leader of the group, he's only a young leader who doesn't have much reputation in the Martial Artist Bureau, and even if this matter can really happen, the recruiting effect he can bring us won't be too good. Of course, that's the first thing I said. And about dealing with the Fey area. He does have some strength, but it's too hard to pacify that area just by himself. That's not an area a person can handle, and he's a little intentional. The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became, and his brow furrowed. This matter just now he wanted to say, so it seems that Zhang Yang to solve this matter is too unreliable, President. Why would you agree? President Hao seemed to be able to read his thoughts and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I think he can do it. After all, letting us deal with the trouble with the first Martial Artist Guild on our own right now would be impossible for a while, so we might as well let him give it a try. Sure, Jun sighed, but if we really cooperate with him, then if he can't handle any of the things, won't our guild lose a lot of money? President Hao said meaningfully, that's what you thought before he became the leader of the group, and didn't he become the leader anyway? Sure, Jun was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. I still think it's a bit risky. There's more or less some luck involved in him being able to become the leader of the group. Whether or not there's an element of luck in it, we'll see this time around. The conversation between the two people was not known to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt an incomparable headache when he stepped out of the second martial artist guild. Sure enough, not reaching the sovereign and coming back is just a lot of trouble. This time go and solve the problem of the Fey Beast activity zone, and hurry up to break through the sovereign. That's right. There were so many troublesome things, and in the end, it was because he hadn't broken through to the sovereign. If he wasn't a martial master now, but a sovereign, then the first martial artist guild wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After all, the highest realm among these organizations was only a sovereign. Everything would be easier if one could master the ability to become a king. Zhang Yang sighed. As at LV4 level ability, King Cheng possessed a terrifying slaughter intent. Under the carnage intent, he was able to kill foreign beasts of levels below the same rank in seconds. Mastering this ability to accomplish area clearing, it would simply not be too easy, and even breaking through to the sovereign would become an easy task. Slaying a foreign beast that possesses a bloodline, Zhang Yang sighed slightly. Sure enough, many problems in the world are like this. It's obvious that mastering a certain ability or knowing certain things first would make it easier, but they all need to be mastered without a way to do so first. Looks like it's just going to have to be dealt with honestly. Yes, it can only be killed honestly one by one. It was good that President Hao was a bit sharper at doing things, and he got the news from President Hao that night. The meeting with the first martial artists guild had gone well, and all he had to do next was a week's worth of 24 area clearances. Sure, it says a week, but there's still a Fey kill requirement. The standard given by the city to the first martial artist guild was to clear all foreign beasts above the 10th level martial artist realm. So now that he's taken over the dirty job, he needs to do the same. Without any ado, Zhang Yang embarked on a special car early the next morning and headed to the 24th district. Before he left, he called Bai Meng a few more times, still couldn't get through. He hesitated and commissioned help to find the address of the White family, all into the middle of the dense forest. A week later. Inside the office of the first martial artist guild. It's still the same man, still Zhou Feng. President, it's been a week. Although Zhang Yang can hunt foreign beasts every day, the number is limited. At this rate of progress, he'll be at least 20 days or more for problems we normally take a week to solve. The president of the first martial artist guild laughed lowly when he heard this. Isn't that better? Delaying it might not even require us, and the Wookiee Bureau will start to get dissatisfied. A trainee team leader with his eyebrows on the scavenging of foreign beasts will naturally cause resentment from certain people. At that time, he did not continue, but the coldness and smugness in his words were already obvious. Zhang Yang. Society is treacherous. This time I'll let you understand what it means to be virtuous but not worthy of your position. Offending my martial artist guild, you're not worthy yet. Chapter 78, what is it? Bang. Little Song, explain to me what this Zhang Yang you recommended is trying to do. The director of the Martial Arts Bureau slammed the papers in his hands heavily on the table, angrily. A layer of cold sweat oozed from Team Leader Song's forehead. He had never dreamed that Zhang Yang would encourage the second martial artist guild to agree to the demands of the first martial artist guild. The important thing was that it was fine if Zhang Yang had the ability to solve these two things if he took them on. The problem now was that he couldn't solve them. Give publicity to the second martial artist guild? Zhang Yang, he is this trainee team leader. What qualifications does he have to fight propaganda on behalf of the Martial Arts Bureau? Helping the first martial artist guild fulfill the downtown quota for the guild to clear out the Fey? So the Martial Arts Bureau doesn't care about its work? Director. Zhang Yang is not an ordinary person, perhaps. He has his own ideas. Bull. The director growled angrily. Song, he can be a man with controversial issues on him. I know you love talent, but you need to keep your eyes open. Now that we've stirred up such a big trouble, tell me whether our Martial Arts Bureau is in charge or not. Team Leader Song's face was ugly. Pipe? That's an absolute no-no. Isn't this wiping Zhang Yang's ass? The problem was that Zhang Yang hadn't contributed to the Bureau at all and was still an intern. No? Zhang Yang is now a nominal team leader in any case. If he does not do a good job, it is detrimental to the dignity of the team leader in the Bureau. Little Song, go find Zhang Yang for me now. Tell him to settle this for me immediately, and if he can't give me a satisfactory answer, tell him to get out of the Martial Arts Bureau today. Bang! The door to the room was closed. Team Leader Song stood outside the door, his expression constantly changing. Her cheeks flushed green and red and she gritted her teeth. Zhang Yang, you'd better give me an explanation, or I'll kill you alive. Team Leader Song stomped his foot in anger, then hurriedly disappeared into the corridor. 24 districts. A youth stood on a mound. This young man's face was resolute, and he clenched his fists in excitement, as if he was feeling the power. King Sung. Is this the ability to become a king? Yes, just now, he gained the ability to become a king. In the meantime, the reward he gets for gaining a new ability is not to be missed. That is, the next time he gains a new ability he can choose one more ability. This won't be used for a while, but for him an extra LV5 ability will be a qualitative change. Gained the Field of Carnage. 100 foreign beasts with bloodlines were killed by him, gaining a large amount of enhancement. 20 times the muscle power. 50 times the stamina. 10 times the recovery. 10 times more self-healing. 10 times the reaction time. His chi blood reached 40,000 points, officially breaking through to become a Zongshi. And it opens the LV5 ability table. However, the difficulty of the LV5 ability table was too high for him to be interested for the time being. The current him was full of only one thought inside his head, and that was to hurry up and solve the problem here. After all, he's doing this on a personal level. I'm sure that by this time, the Martial Arts Bureau already knew about this matter, and after dragging this long on a personal matter, I'm sure that Team Leader Song was also in a difficult position. It's been a week since I did the math, and it's almost time to go back and explain. Let's just finish clearing the 24th district in one fell swoop. Zhang Yang moved his muscles for a while, then pulled out a packet of powder from inside the package he was carrying. He blew gently, and the powder drifted into the air with the wind, then disappeared completely from sight. This was a powder that attracted foreign beasts. Normally even grouped martial artists wouldn't dare to use it easily. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think that Zhang Yang was crazy. But that was the effect he wanted. Only then would it be possible to gather all the foreign beasts. Around 5 minutes or so, Zhang Yang could already hear trivial sounds coming from the surroundings. For about 10 minutes or so, he was able to see the shadows of many alien beasts scurrying about. Gradually, there were more and more foreign beasts around, about a dozen of them. Zhang Yang also finally moved at this time, and he took the initiative to walk towards those foreign beasts that were attracted by the medicinal powder. The foreign beasts in the shadows saw that this human actually took the initiative to approach, and they revealed their wariness. But when they realized they were outnumbered on their side, one by one they began to let out a low growl of warning. In the next second, they instantly flew out, each of them radiating a bloodthirsty, greedy gaze. Those medicinal powders stimulated their most primitive desires, so much so that they did not feel the threat that Zhang Yang brought to them at all. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. When they were still 5 meters away from Zhang Yang's lips quirked slightly. Field of slaughter. In an instant, an unprecedented killing intent spread around Zhang Yang. The scent was thick, like thick blood covered inside the air. In the eyes of these life-threatening beasts, the air around Zhang Yang turned red. Put. The body of the foremost, that is, one of the alien beasts closest to Zhang Yang stiffened, and then its body unexpectedly exploded directly. This was just the beginning. The rest of the beasts did the same, their bodies bursting apart as they stiffened for an instant. Accompanied by the sound of bursting, a foreign beast was turned into a bloody mist, and the slaughter domain was like an invisible god of death, mercilessly harvesting a life with an invisible scythe. Under the two of such extreme fear of destruction, even the alien beasts that had lost their minds began to gradually regain their senses. There was only fear inside their delusional Zhang Yang's eyes. This human seemed to be the embodiment of death at the moment. Finally, some of the beasts reacted and tried to twist at the first opportunity, but it was too late. A distance of 5 meters was the range in which the intent could be executed, but the furthest attack range of this attack was 10 meters, and the reason why it was only used at a distance of 5 meters was to prevent these foreign beasts from escaping. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, a dozen of one song all died in front of Zhang Yang. Will you probably lose a relative amount of stamina? Zhang Yang muttered as he felt his lost stamina. After a general perception, the stamina consumed by this field to kill a Fey was his full strength. This stamina consumption was not much to say the least, and if it was used all the time, there was no problem in killing hundreds of alien beasts. Enough. Zhang Yang calmed himself and walked towards the depths. An hour later, Team Leader Song appeared in this area. He entered the 24th district at the first opportunity. His purpose of coming here was simple, to question Zhang Yang, and if he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, or if he couldn't give the director a satisfactory answer, then he was going to tell Zhang Yang to kick him out of the Martial Arts Bureau on the spot. She walked aggressively towards the depths, searching for Zhang Yang's figure along the way. That is, until she stopped in shock when she saw a location full of bursting alien beast corpses. She clearly recognized one of the corpses as a martial master level Fey beast. Just what kind of attack can make the corpse of a foreign beast shatter so much? She stared blankly at the bodies on the ground, her heart racing in shock. What is it that the gods have done? Chapter 79. These are all Scar's doing. Just what kind of horrifying means could make a foreign beast die such a miserable death? The Patriarch? Team leader Song shook his head. As the head of the Martial Artist Bureau, he had also seen a Patriarch make a move. Although the Patriarch was powerful, he didn't have such an appalling wound. Did that Scar guy get another realm boost? Team leader Song's face was ironic and ugly. Scar was the leader of those outlaws, who had caused many casualties to the martial artists within the city over the years. The Martial Arts Bureau had even made a few attempts to encircle the area, all of which had ended in failure. His face changed slightly, and at the first opportunity, he withdrew from the fringe and dialed the number of the Martial Arts Bureau. The office of the Martial Arts Bureau wasn't there, and the chief was sitting on the seat, his fingers constantly tapping on the desktop. His brow was furrowed, as if he was thinking about something serious. Suddenly, the cell phone in front of him rang, startling him. Didn't I say I'd let you settle Zhang Yang's matter for me before contacting me? What's the point of calling so soon? His voice was angry, but it immediately ended abruptly. He rose violently in battle with a grave expression. What did you say? Scar broke through? You stand guard for me there, I'll notify the Martial Artist Association to rush over now. But Zhang Yang is still inside now, what should we do? Team leader Song couldn't help but open his mouth. If he waits until you guys get here, there's a good chance his life will be in danger. If Scar did break through, he would be dead by now. The director interrupted, his voice icy. Even if he has a chance of surviving now, it's his choice. But there's no buts, he asked for it. Little Song, it seems like I'm usually too spoiled for you. Zhang Yang becoming the leader of the group was originally your impulsive decision. I hope you can be more mature and stable in the future. That's it. The phone was hung up, and Team Leader Song's face looked into the depths of the 24th district with a difficult expression. An hour later, a group of heavily armed martial artists appeared here. If someone of higher social status in the city or a public official in the city was present, they would be able to recognize most of the faces here. They were all the mainstays within the various martial arts organizations, and usually only appeared when there was a particularly serious mission within the organization, but this time they had gathered so many. At the head of the group was the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. The director's real name was Yin Man, a Zhongshan-level powerhouse who was one of the most powerful existences present, both in terms of reputation and strength. Little Song, have you confirmed the situation? Yin Man was full of confidence when he saw that everyone had arrived. Team leader Song was the first to lead the crowd to the side of those corpses, causing everyone's faces to change slightly. Your guess is not wrong, someone who can cause such destructive power must be at the level of a grandmaster. No one within the sovereign realm that we know is capable of dealing damage of such power, and only Scarab Breakthrough is capable of doing so. He was already at the sovereign realm, and this breakthrough is even more extraordinary, so it seems that our operation this time will not be difficult. The others revealed a look of gravity when they heard his words. All of you come with me, and be very careful. All of them followed him with great vigor as he walked towards the 24th district. Everyone was pumped up and their muscles were tense. They were all on guard against the foreign beasts that would come out at any time. Although they were basically all martial master level or above, they had to be careful when facing the foreign beasts that didn't want to kill them. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood came from the front. This strong smell of blood caused the nerves of everyone present to tense up. Yin Man led the way and pushed the shrubs in front of him aside, his pupils contracting. In front of them were rows and rows of corpses that had become mincemeat. Their deaths were extremely miserable, exactly the same as the alien beasts they had seen earlier. The difference was that there were only a dozen or so corpses that I had just seen, while the ones in front of me were literally too many to count. The bodies all over the ground reeked of blood, and there was still blood running on the ground that hadn't completely dried up. All of the Fae died the same way, with a single blow. Looking at the Shura-Hell in front of him, it was Yin Man, who was the director, who had cold sweat floating on his forehead. This madman Scar is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even the current me is no match. That's right, even as the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, he wasn't sure that he would be able to achieve such a level. Director, we. Team leader Song came to his side with a worried look on his face. It must be pursued, even if I die here, I absolutely cannot let Scar go on a rampage. After this breakthrough, I'm afraid he'll hunt down martial artists who go into the 24th district. If you don't deal with such a dangerous guy now, you'll be even less able to deal with him afterward. Een Man took a deep breath with a determined face. This determination of his didn't last long though, and as they advanced, they saw more and more of the same dead alien beasts. From the corpses of martial artist level alien beasts in the beginning, they were all corpses of martial division level alien beasts later on. Even in the end, they actually saw the corpse of a peak martial master level foreign beast. Team leader Song wiped the sweat off his head, his eyes already revealing fear. I don't know who it was that suddenly uttered a sentence that gave everyone in the room the creeps. Everyone. Have we not seen a single living Fae until now? The man's voice trembled a little, obviously there was some fear. The flash of fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Yes. Until now, they hadn't even seen a single living Fae beast, and from this, they could see how brutal the people who killed the Fae beasts were, going so far as to kill one on sight. Such strength coupled with such ruthlessness, surely it's that Scar. Een Man took a deep breath, his expression somewhat ugly. He had taken a chance, but now it seemed to be Scar's fault. He was now in place, not knowing whether to advance or retreat for a moment, his expression extraordinarily complicated. In the meantime, in the deepest part of the 24 zones, Zhang Yang expressionlessly killed the surrounding foreign beasts in seconds, his eyes cold. It was so close that he was able to clear out all the Fae and complete the task of clearing the 24th district. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped. Its footsteps, its discussion voices. Someone? Zhang Yang frowned and looked up in a direction. He was sure someone was coming over there, and by the sound of it there were quite a few. Although the voices in the distance were constant and inaudible, Zhang Yang was able to hear that the words spoken by the other party were all obscenities. The first thought that came to his mind was that he had seen the man with the bald head before, that man was an outlaw, and these men probably were too. Such a coincidence? The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked up into a smile with a hint of meaning. Chapter 80 Self-Righteous Scar. Zhang Yang didn't expect things to be so coincidental. We just ran into those outlaws last time, and we're running into them again this time. But the last time I ran into a minor leader, I don't know who I ran into this time. No matter who it is, the current me does not fear them. Zhang Yang muttered and clenched his fists. He had now reached the sovereign realm and had mastered the LV4 ability, not to mention a small leader. Even if the real boss came, he would not be a match for him. With the addition of comprehensive attributes, he was now considered almost invincible amongst the same realm, so he didn't need to worry about his opponent's level at all. If the other party was really looking for death, he didn't mind at all sending the other party to meet the King of Hell. Thinking of this, he didn't even intentionally hide his aura and took a big step up. 100 meters away. Scar, who was the leader of the outlaws, was in a bad mood at this time. The last time he found out that the martial artists in the downtown area had made a big move, he was the first to lead his people to make a counterattack. But he did not take advantage of it, and many of his right-hand men died here in this riot. That stupid bastard, Baldy, died out there so unexplained. He gritted his teeth, his face as grim as it could be. If he used to be the Earth Emperor of this area, he was now a fallen Earth Emperor. In one battle, all of his fortune was almost lost, and at this moment he hated to tear those high and mighty guys downtown, one by one. Don't let me have the chance to catch your families, or I'll make their lives worse than death, cutting off their flesh piece by piece, so they'll know what happens when you offend me. He was still about to curse something when he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure inside his sight. He thought it was his illusion at first, until he looked closer and realized it was a youth. A youth who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. His face was a bit pale, and he looked like he had gone through a big battle and consumed quite a lot of physical strength. At this point the youth's attention was completely on the direction he was going, and he didn't even notice their presence. Boss, there are fallen martial artists. The follower on the side also noticed the situation here and hinted excitedly from the side. Oomph, do you think I'm blind? I need you to talk too much. But this kid is really unlucky to run into me when I'm in such a bad mood. He sneered, his smile becoming more and more flirtatious and teasing. In his eyes, the youth not far away was no longer a person, but a toy for his pleasure. That's right, toys. He's a patriarch. The minions around him were not how high-level martial artists, but they were all some genuine martial artists, and each one of them could be considered his beloved. With such a strong lineup of them, he really couldn't imagine how this youth in front of him could resist them, and the only ending that awaited this kid was a tragic death. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more hideous and maniacal as he thought about it. He now looks exactly like the villain inside the movie and television bureau, and the kind of villain who was mentally unbalanced, maniacal, and oozing. Those followers beside him couldn't help but shiver when they saw him with such an expression. They had followed Scar for so long that they knew exactly what this guy was like, and every time he showed such an expression, there would be a tragic death. That's right, a tragic death. As the leader of the outlaws, Scar's methods and brutality were definitely more terrifying and perverted than any of them. They looked at the youth who was getting closer and closer, and their eyes took on a hint of pity. They could already imagine the miserable appearance of this youth on his knees begging for mercy in a moment. Just as they were masturbating, the youth was already very close to them. It was probably less than 20 meters away, but the other party acted as if they hadn't seen them, heading towards their original route on their own. Look at the mold, it's like being on an inner city road and the other guy wants to rub his shoulders and do his own thing. These followers looked at each other and immediately ran out, surrounding the youth. Being blocked, Zhang Yang slowly raised his head and saw the teasing smiles on the faces of those people, and he also revealed a teasing smile. I'm sorry folks, I have pressing matters, so please don't hold me up. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Zhang Yang, I'm the leader of the 4th group of the Martial Artist Bureau. Zhang Yang was unperturbed in the face of these maniacs, slowly and methodically saying what he wanted to say. Oh? You're actually the 4th group leader of the Martial Arts Bureau? An indifferent voice came from behind a few men, and Scar stared at Zhang Yang with a teasing face. Not bad, I am. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and answered the other party once again. Pust. This time Scar's response was a snort, and he smiled as if he'd seen through some lie, his smile smelling strongly of mockery. Smugly, he said, kid, don't think you can muddle through like that. What kind of people haven't I seen before? There are only 3 group leaders in the Martial Arts Bureau, and I've seen them all. And I'm afraid you don't know that at one time the Martial Artist Bureau did have 14 leaders, and that 4th person was killed by Lousy. I split him up, little by little, and he wasn't killed by me splitting him up, he ended up alive and in pain. His voice lurched as he said this, and his smile took on a bit more cruelty and insanity. Do you, now, still want to disguise yourself as the leader of the 4th group? There was laughter from around the room. You brat even tried to scare our boss with your identity as the leader of the 4th group, you really have no eyes. To tell you the truth kid, those of us who specialize in killing people from the Martial Artist Bureau, you failed in this disguise plan. These outlaws surrounded Zhang Yang and laughed. At this moment, Zhang Yang stood among them like a lamb to be slaughtered. Scar excitedly stood in place to carefully observe Zhang Yang's expression, anticipating the look of despair that the other party would reveal. But the teasing smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted violently. He saw that instead of showing any expression of panic, Zhang Yang was unusually calm, just like. It was as if he had his chest full and didn't take himself and others seriously at all. Damn! Where the hell did this ease come from? Years on the run and blood on the knife's edge made Scar the first to notice something was wrong, but seems like it's a little late to notice. Only to see Zhang Yang's gaze locked onto his body, an instantly chilling killing aura caused fear to arise in his heart. Oh? By the looks of it you seem to have found it? He understood every word of Zhang Yang's words, and an unspeakable fear gradually spread and escalated in his heart. In just a few seconds, he realized that his body was shaking uncontrollably and physiologically. This man in front of me. What exactly is it? Chapter 81 Brush up on performance. Who the hell are you? You. Scar panicked beyond belief. He felt a sense of oppression that was not present in Zhang Yang's body. This kid must be a Zhongsher as well, and not just any Zhongsher. One must know that ever since he had broken through to Sovereign, he had hardly felt such pressure. Although he was only a level 1 sect master, with his years of experience of licking blood at the edge of the sword, he made those level 2 sect masters in the city shun him. But this kid in front of him was different. This kid gave him a feeling as if he was his superior. Whether it was that murderous hostility or the oppression of the realm, it was obviously much stronger than him. I told you, my name is Zhang Yang. It's the leader of the 4th group of the Martial Arts Bureau. If you are sensible, you guys hurry up. Before Zhang Yang could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. Naya. Martial Arts Bureau, you guys are really endless. You have to kill everyone, don't you? Fine, it's not like we haven't killed a team leader before anyway, so we'll kill another one today to show you who's the real boss in this area. Scar's fearfulness gave birth to anger, and his fierce expression signaled that he was ready to go mad. He was supposed to be the king here, and if he didn't explode in the midst of the siege, he perished in the midst of the siege. Accompanied by his roar, the minions around him swarmed up, each of them coming in a furious manner, with an air of not stopping until Zhang Yang was killed. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. At least let me finish. I just want to tell you guys to get the hell out of here. Don't delay me from killing the foreign beasts. He thought so, but the minions who were now rushing up didn't think so, or rather Scar didn't think so. He lives in this area, and most of the people he encounters are those ferocious beasts, and the urban martial artists who come to surround them in the city, so in their eyes victory and defeat are their right and wrong. Now that Zhang Yang, as a person from the Martial Arts Bureau, was standing in front of them, this matter was just wrong. Killing Zhang Yang and giving a downward spiral to those within the city's downtown area who had been thinking of annihilating them all day long was the right thing to do. It was only when these people approached Zhang Yang's side that they were frightened and unable to move. Zhang Yang passed by them step by step, with more than a few surprises in his eyes. His field of carnage couldn't kill humans in seconds, but it seemed to be able to act as a deterrent, the kind that was added to the physical. Just in the moment when he had just released the domain, he clearly saw the fear of death welling up inside the eyes of these few people. Perhaps. The moment he cast the domain, they had already died once in the eyes of these people. Yes, Zhang Yang hadn't guessed wrong. The moment these people approached Zhang Yang just now, they saw their heads flying into mid-air in a trance. They were even able to see their own corpses fall straight down, and there were no words to describe the horrifying and terrifying scene. By the time they came back to their senses, Zhang Yang had already passed by them. No, it was more accurate to say it was cutting through them. Martial arts. Slide. Zhang Yang went straight towards Scar, and the distance of a dozen meters was there in the blink of an eye. Scarface had two daggers drawn from nowhere, and was covered in killing intent. Kid, do you really think you're the only one with martial arts? His voice was icy cold, and the dagger in his hand unexpectedly gave birth to residual shadows in the middle of swinging. The residual shadow was left by the cold light from the tip of the blade, like a terrible flower of the blade. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate when he saw the blade flower and practically stuck to it, while at the same time he used the slaughter domain once again. Obviously, the other party's movement slowed down for a second, and his entire body froze for a moment. Just like that, it was obviously too late to prepare for the martial arts to be performed. Scar could only switch his attacks and began to utilize the power of the weapons in his hands towards Zhang Yang's various vitals. He had thought that he would be able to rely on his rich combat experience to suppress or even kill Zhang Yang, but in just a dozen rounds he was sweating profusely. What level of sovereign are you? Yes, what level of sovereign is this kid? It's mind-blowingly oppressive. A wealth of combat experience. And the reflexes that far exceeded his own. With such a terrifying quality, the realm was at least 2 levels higher than him. Of course, these were still the means he could hold on to resist, and there were also means he couldn't resist. For example. Boom! Zhang Yang's punch paralyzed the entire right half of his body, and he felt that his brain was numb. This guy. It's a beast in disguise, isn't it? The power could knock his soul out of his body. However, he didn't even have time to spit out his words as Zhang Yang's fist was raised once again. But with the experience of the punch just now, he was no cutie pie. Quickly adjusted his movements and crossed his hands with his dagger to parry his opponent's punch. However. Boom! The moment Zhang Yang threw his punch, it seemed that a lightning bolt appeared in the entire sky, thunder was buzzing, and the air actually began to compress under this punch. No. It's really compressed. He saw with his own eyes that Zhang Yang's fist seemed to have an invisible barrier on it, acting as a barrier between the fist and the blade striking him hard. 2 martial arts. Before this thought could dissipate inside his mind, the terrifying power had already spread throughout his entire body. A bone-crackling sound was crisp and clear, and his entire body flew out backwards for a full dozen meters before collapsing to the ground. Run! Run! Just before Scar had hit the ground, I don't know who among the crowd shouted and turned their heads to run. Falling to the ground, Scar couldn't even wait to feel the sharp pain all over his body, climbing up to look incredulously at the swarm of scattered minions, trembling with anger. Zhang Yang subconsciously frowned when he saw those people escaping. These people are all a bunch of scattered sand, but after all, they are all outlaws here. He as the leader of the Martial Arts Bureau according to reason should be all intercepted, but... Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard another group of shouting and cursing from the distance. Those who escaped seemed to have run into some more people. His first thought was that there was another group of outlaws, so he subconsciously looked at Scar. But then he noticed that Scar also looked confused and knew it wasn't the other guy? That's... Just as he was wondering, he heard a familiar shout. Behave yourselves, where's your boss Scar? Where is he? Why are you running? This sound. It's Team Leader Song. Zhang Yang was also relieved to hear that it was Team Leader Song. He looked up at Scar, who was sprawled out on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled into an intriguing smile. Do you bind your hands? Or do you gird your loins? I happen to have shortcomings in my recent performance that I need to hand over to my leader. Do you choose to come with me yourself, or do I beat you up before you leave? Scar. Showing a smile that was worse than crying. In the meantime, the sounds in the distance quieted down. Chapter 82. Less than 3 hours. Team Leader Song was now a bit confused. That's right, clueless. It wasn't just her that was a little confused, but all the people there who had come were a little confused. In front of them was one of the toughest prisoners ever. There was a malicious killing. There was a home invasion rape. And then there are the villains who cut up people's entire families over a $3 bowl of noodles. These were the guys that had been giving them a headache, and they could be said to have been entrenched for quite some time in this area of Fey Beast activity, with a threat level that was only higher than those Fey Beasts. Even just a few minutes ago, they were on their way to worry over this. Thinking that if I run into these people, I'm afraid it's going to be another big trouble. But just now, the group suddenly rushed out from the front, each with a fearful face. Especially after seeing them, the fear on their faces deepened, as if they are evil spirits like these people, ready to eat anyone. Under such circumstances, these people had little desire to fight, and it could be said that the battle was resolved very smoothly. We were wrong. We plead guilty. You guys mustn't do anything, we'll do everything you want. Their voices trembled with a look of despair. It's not an act, they're truly desperate. After all, their own bosses had been taken care of by the 3 gorges, 5 cars and 2, not to mention them. Originally, they thought that they still had a chance to escape in time, but when they saw the high-ranking personnel of the Martial Arts Bureau, they completely understood. The other side was trying to wipe them out this time. Team Leader Song frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. After all, this operation was so unreal, it was a little too smooth to just solve such a big problem so easily. Where's your boss? She grabbed a man who looked like a deputy with a stony expression. After being in the Martial Artist Bureau for so long, no one knew better than her that these people were just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and truly the backbone of these people had not appeared. In the back. It's him, he's the one who forced us to do all the things we did, and your leader has caught him. Leader? Group Leader Song, who heard these words, froze slightly. Where's the leadership? Her leader, the head of the Martial Arts Bureau, is here. She subconsciously twisted her head to look at Een Man, who also looked confused, and became even more bewildered. What nonsense are you talking about? Where are the leaders from? Our top brass are here. This also confused the one who was grabbed. He shivered and pointed to a location not far away, saying in dismay, Isn't that young man your leader? He but defeated our boss in a few moves. That's right, in his mind and that of the rest of his cohorts, the one who fights well is the leader. Zhang Yang must be some new leader they've never met before, and that's why they've suffered a loss this time. Young man? This time Een Man was also a bit confused. This operation was an operation he organized, so he was the supreme leader. He didn't remember sending anyone to infiltrate the place ahead of time, and there wouldn't be anyone like that who could do what they did to put these outlaws on the scent like this. Wait. He suddenly thought of someone. This person was indeed from their Martial Arts Bureau and was indeed in this area. No. No way. Although that kid Zhang Yang has a few skills, he is definitely not a match for this group of people. He snuffed out his fantasy and frowned tightly. Where is the man? It's right over there, I guess it's only 50 or 60 meters. The captured man spoke again. It wasn't far from where he was pointing with his finger, and everyone in the room subconsciously looked up. This look didn't matter, they really saw 2 silhouettes coming towards them. Team Leader Song and the others took out their weapons at the first opportunity, their expressions serious as they prepared for battle. Until they saw the ugly face and wretched-looking Scar coughing while walking towards them. By the looks of it, there seems to be a bit of a limp. Those present saw Scar in such a sorry state revealed a hint of doubt, but immediately went on guard. They could all be people who had been in contact with Scar many times and knew the strength and ruthlessness of this man. Even an unusual second-grade patriarch would not necessarily be able to deal with this ruthless character, and the slightest mishap could result in the loss of his life. Scar. I advise you to tie your hands, or else we don't mind directly grilling you to death here. Man directly took a step forward, nervously taking out his own weapon. Team leader Song came to his side at the first opportunity, and it looked like the two would instantly strike at the first sign of any special circumstances. Scar, who was walking in front, was stunned by their call, and then his face immediately changed. Only to see him turn back towards the figure behind him and growl, "Damn, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Are all of you people from the Martial Arts Bureau sick in the head? I've already surrendered, and you're still telling me to tie my hands, how? Let me cut off my hands?" With this angry rant, he shouted everyone in the room into confusion. But there were some who reacted faster and immediately understood what was going on. There are still really our people? Team leader Song frowned and looked towards Scar's back. It wasn't just her, President Man and many others looked up, wanting to see who it was. But when they saw the man's young face, they all froze. This guy. So young? Yes, too young, looking only 18 or 19, more like a high school student about to graduate. And? Looks like a new face, huh? Whose family is it? There were questions from among the crowd. I don't know. Not one of ours. Not one of ours either. Most of the people present were shaking their heads. After all, although Zhang Yang had become the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, there were indeed very few occasions where he usually appeared, so most of the people here did not recognize Zhang Yang. However, there were still some people who knew Zhang Yang, but they were shocked to see Zhang Yang appearing here, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Zhang Yang? Team leader Song and Zhang Yang were acquaintances, and the moment she saw Zhang Yang, she felt her mind go blank. Why is Zhang Yang here? Could it be that the leader these people are talking about is Zhang Yang? She twisted her head to look at Man, only to find her chief's face as dramatic as it needed to be at that moment. Man looked at Zhang Yang in dismay. For a moment he was a bit unable to react. He could only subconsciously open his mouth and say, "Is it Zhang Yang?" He hadn't thought that all of this was really Zhang Yang's work. Just how did Zhang Yang do it with his strength? At this moment, Zhang Yang nodded slightly under everyone's shocked gazes. Team leader Song, I came across these people halfway trying to kill me, so I was forced to step in and subdue them. I didn't expect to run into you guys just in time. You've come at the perfect time. These people should all be outlaws who can't make it within the city, so if we kill them all in one go today we can make some contribution to the city. Chapter 83 Problem Solving. But how did you do it? He's a zone master. Team leader Song was still a bit confused for a moment under. Just that she immediately realized something, her eyes revealing an extremely unbelievable look. You have advanced to the level of a zone master? That's right, I became a zone master by fluke, but the breakthrough is less than 3 hours old now. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and did not deny it. Scar, who had been listening to the chat from the side, froze his expression and snapped his eyes wide open. What did you say? You said it hasn't been 3 hours since you broke through to the Sovereign? No, it can't be. You guys are even more powerful than the few old things I've come into contact with. There's absolutely no way you've just broken through to Zongshi. He was very unconvinced, but Zhang Yang's reaction didn't look like he was cheating at all, which caused his third view to be shocked. Not only him, everyone present was affected by Zhang Yang's verbal bomb. Most of the people did not recognize Zhang Yang, but hearing that he had only just made a breakthrough not long before he cleaned up Scar, the shock in their hearts was hard to describe. And the few people who knew Zhang Yang, who knew what Zhang Yang had done before, were even more lovingly shocked. Becoming a sovereign in less than 3 months, he had just become a sovereign and went straight to cleaning up the scarab that had been giving the downtown area a headache. Zhang Yang, you did well. Man calmed down from his shock and a warm smile appeared on his face. I've heard Xiao Song talk about you. The young man is indeed motivated. Not only did he succeed in solving the matter of the first and second martial artist guilds, but now he's made a great achievement. He deserves to be the team leader of our Martial Artist Bureau. Team leader Song looked at Man, who had changed so much before and after, his expression stunned and the corners of his mouth twitching. Only Man coughed solemnly and said extremely seriously in front of everyone, Come, let me introduce to all of you, this is Zhang Yang, the leader of our fourth group. We're all mainstays in the downtown area, so take care of our little friend in the future. As he spoke his gaze rested on the comers of the first and second martial artist guilds, and that gaze and eyes were filled with a strong flavor of threat. Even the little cutie would also be able to tell that from today onwards Zhang Yang's status in the Martial Artist Bureau would be extremely high, and would even attract the head of the Martial Artist Bureau, Yin Man, to personally take action. From today onwards, Zhang Yang's name would spread in the city, and no one would know about him in the circle of martial artists. Zhang Yang revealed a satisfied smile. He knew very well that Yin Man saying so meant that he was secure in his position as the leader of the group. As for the matter of the first and second martial artist guilds, it was also considered to be completely resolved. He was satisfied, and so was Yin Man. Yin Man had all the outlaws escorted and prepared to return the same way. Be honest. I'm asking you to answer, and if you answer honestly, I can still get downtown to give you a hard time when I get back. Yin Man pressed down on Scar, his voice icy cold. I'm answering your uncle. If you have the guts to convict me, I'll see if you can pull it off. Scar had a disdainful look on his face, looking as if he wasn't even afraid of being pressed back into the city. What kind of mountains of swords and seas of fire hadn't a person like him seen before, and no one would want him to cooperate unless he was suppressed by absolute force. Yin Man's face was ironic. Don't think that anyone else will be able to bail you out this time. With all the things you've committed, the city will definitely sanction you. Quickly and honestly answer, what exactly do you want to do by killing so many foreign beasts? The moment these words came out, everyone present gathered their gazes over. They all had serious expressions and curious eyes. All the way here they had seen the corpses of those foreign beasts. It could be said that the tragic state of those corpses was extremely horrifying, and anyone who saw them would want to know why they had to use that kind of means to brutally kill so many foreign beasts. Probably everyone's head would automatically associate these corpses with some weird martial arts and evil skills, in short shuddering. Fae? What Fae? Old me killing a Fae beast treadmill is also against the law? Scar froze and became irritated. You don't know about love? Yin Man frowned. What, informed or uninformed? Yin Man, I think you're sick. Now Yin Man was confused. You didn't kill those broken bodies? Almost all of the Fae beasts in this 24th district have been decimated. Weren't you the one who led the people to kill them? This time Scar was confused too. His blank expression let Yin Man know that this guy wasn't lying, but really didn't know. That? How did the bodies of these alien beasts appear? For a while everyone's face was not good. A mass death of foreign beasts would have been a good thing for the city, but such an inexplicable mass death was a horrible thing. They vaguely remembered the last time the alien beasts died in large numbers, followed by a terrifying beast tide entering the city, when 30% of the city's martial artists died. Just as everyone was uncharacteristically worried because of this matter, a voice stunned everyone. I killed those beasts, why? Suddenly, everyone turned around to gaze at Zhang Yang. Only Zhang Yang stood still and looked at the crowd with some confusion, subconsciously touching his nose. What's wrong? What's the problem? He was genuinely unaware of what went wrong. Could it be that his slaughter realm was too cruel in its means of killing foreign beasts? Do city martial artists have to be humanitarian even when they kill foreign beasts now? To make their deaths look good? Seeing that Zhang Yang did not look like he was lying, Yin Man said in dismay, did you kill all those beasts? Yes. Hundreds? Yes. How did you do that? Seconds. Yin Man. Team leader song. Crowd. Zhang Yang became even more confused and said with a puzzled expression, isn't it true that I came here this time just to clear the 24th district? Is there anything wrong with that? Yin Man immediately shook his head, no, there's nothing wrong. The young man has done a good job, worthy of being the leader of our martial arts bureau. Even though he said that, it was obvious that he was also a little weak. His own realm was at the 3rd level of sovereign, but there was no way for him to do any of these things that Zhang Yang did, and it even made him feel a great deal of pressure. Everything Zhang Yang had done was beyond his expectation, and when he thought that he had somewhat rejected Zhang Yang at the beginning, he couldn't wait to slap himself and curse for having no eyes. They didn't say anything else, but pressed the crowd to return to the city. Sitting in the car heading to the city, Team Leader Song moved a little closer towards him, then said in a low voice, Zhang Yang, I didn't think that you would really be able to pull it off, you're really making me so worried. This time when you go back, the first martial artist guild definitely won't dare to trouble you again. Zhang Yang also revealed a relaxed smile, I guess the first martial artist guild thinks they've got me, I really wonder what kind of expression they'll have when they find out about this. And I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 84 Punching the First Martial Artist Guild in the Face. A martial arts guild. The president, Counselor Zhao, was in a good mood today and even poured tea for Xiaofang himself. Well, It's been more than a week now, that Zhang Yang kid still hasn't had any half-hearted news, right? In less than 3 days' time, he will lose his title of group leader and be personally ousted for his recklessness. By that time, this brat Zhang Yang will know the price he has to pay for his youthful exuberance. Xiao Fang heard the meaning within his voice and laughed along with him. President, there's no need to wait for that time. Now that Director Yin has gone to the 24th district with his people, I heard that it was Scar who seemed to have made a breakthrough in his realm, and the downtown area let him handle it at the first opportunity. With any luck, not only will Zhang Yang die inside, this time the Martial Arts Bureau will also suffer heavy losses. Maybe we'll be able to hear great news today. The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had both expected that ending to happen, and they couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of their mouths at all. Even after a few seconds had passed, they all involuntarily experienced overdue laughter. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the office. Not good. The president is not well. There was an anxious knocking on the door from outside, audible urgency. Counselor Zhao frowned and chortled with some displeasure. Enter. What's the rush? Is there anything that our first guild can't solve? The door was pushed open and in walked a guild member who was panting with an anxious face. President, Captain Zhou, things are bad. There's a problem over on the 24th district side. The two men's first reaction to hearing this was surprisingly excitement. Right now they were expecting something to happen to those people in the 24th district, especially the Martial Artist Bureau. Once something happened it would be a heavenly good for their first martial artist guild. Is something wrong with the Martial Arts Bureau? Yes. Haha, I knew it. Xiao Fang rubbed his hands together excitedly. Quickly tell us how many people the Martial Arts Bureau has lost. Was it Scar who made the move? How many did Scar's group lose this time? He spoke excitedly of his suspicions, his smile growing wider. Just as he was fantasizing about the ending he wanted to hear, the guild member who had come to report the news was shaking his head. No. That's not the case. It was the Martial Arts Bureau that managed to bring Scar back, and the story has been sensationalized. Not only that, but it seems like the 24th district has been cleared of Fei as well. Said it was a team leader from the Martial Arts Bureau who did it, and directly killed that area as a safe zone. What? This time the one who exclaimed in shock was not Xiao Fang, but the president, Counselor Zhao. Knowing that while it wasn't a good thing for the Martial Arts Bureau to be in trouble, it was indeed an unbeatable opportunity for the first martial arts guild to rise to the top, so he had been in the 7th generation. But now what? Instead of something going wrong, the Martial Arts Bureau has done such a great job. This would make it even less likely that the first martial artist guild would be able to outweigh the Martial Artist Bureau in the downtown area. What's going on? Didn't you say Scar had a breakthrough? He angrily questioned Zhou Fang, who was also at a loss. The information I got is indeed like this: Scar has made a breakthrough, and it's precisely because of this that Yin Slo couldn't sit still to move to encircle Ah. It's not just me, so many organizations know about this. Chairman, you knew about it in the first place. Counselor Zhao froze and frowned. He did know about it, and not only did he know about it, but all the major organizations knew about it. Because downtown mandated that every one of their organizations put out some people to help, they had people from the first union going. And why is that? This whole thing just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense, no matter how you think about it. Just as the two frowned, the guild member who had reported the news slowly spoke. That one, it seems to be the 4th group leader of the inbred Martial Arts Bureau. It seems like that group leader has broken through to a Zongmaster, and this time's alien beast purge is also his hand. Before he could finish, the two men stood up at the same time with a look of incredulity and dismay. What did you say? Group 4. It's Zhang Yang? That guild member was stunned by them, then thought briefly before finally nodding heavily. Yes, it's Zhang Yang. Boo! Almost as soon as his words fell, Counselor Zhao directly slammed the table to pieces. The dull thud caused the remaining two people in the office to shiver and look at Counselor Zhao with some trepidation. At this moment, Counselor Zhao's face was ironically ugly, and his eyes were almost capable of spitting out flames. He's actually broken through to the sovereign. He's actually broken through to the sovereign. No wonder. No wonder he dared to coordinate with us and the second martial artist guild so much, so it turns out that this guy has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I told you how it's possible for someone to make consecutive breakthroughs in such a short period of time, so it turns out that this guy has been hiding his strength all along. Xiao Fang's face was ugly at the side. You mean that this Zhang Yang is the one who was intentionally released by the Martial Artist Bureau? For the sake of. Counselor Zhao snorted coldly, of course it's the people that the Martial Artist Bureau purposely got out of the way, otherwise how would they reasonably comply to suppress our first martial artist guild? Zhang Yang is so young, it's very likely that he is related to one of them, and has been secretly cultivating them, coming to cast a long line against us. The more he spoke, the uglier his face became, the more somber he became. Yes, it must be. At this moment his bowels were green with remorse. He's just so stupid. He then said how Zhang Yang could be righteous when the conditions he put forward appeared to be unfavorable to Zhang Yang himself. He was secretly calling people stupid behind their backs, and now he seems to be the cutie. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and with nowhere to vent the anger in his heart, he finally laid his eyes on Xiao Feng, whose face was equally ugly. Zhou Feng. You're so careless as a chief captain, when I've trained you so well. It was you who met Zhang Yang for the first time, wasn't it? You were also responsible for informing me of the follow-up, so why were you so careless as not to investigate? Xiao Feng's face turned white as he was reprimanded, but he couldn't say a word. What can he say? It was just another change, and he didn't see the need to check on Zhang Yang. No one can find out if it was really intentional. You? I think you need to do some soul searching. Starting tomorrow as captain again, you take your team and go out and kill for me for a month. Xiao Feng's face turned ugly, but he could only suffer in silence when it came down to it. He hung his head and walked out of the office while an angry growl came from inside the office. Damn it! Martial Arts Bureau. Zhang Yang. This matter isn't over. Sooner or later, my first martial artist guild is going to get this breath back. Chapter 85, this time, I have everything. Inside the Martial Arts Bureau. Zhang Yan walked out from the Fei handling area, stretching his waist and letting out a groan of comfort. Team leader Song walked out from the back and looked at Zhang Yang, who was enjoying himself, revealing a not-so-natural smile. Little brother Zhang Yang, you don't have any perverted hobbies, do you? It's the first time I've seen someone enjoy dissecting and handling a corpse so much. That's right, she had thought that Zhang Yang's offer to help dispose of the alien beast corpses when he came back was just wanting a part of it. But entering into this processing area, she realized that it was not the case. Zhang Yang could be said to be completely immersed in the matter of dissection, dissecting like a pervert excited. Recalling the miserable conditions of those foreign beasts that he saw in the 24 area when they died, he increasingly felt that Zhang Yang was a bit perverted. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. I just want to understand more about the structure of the body of the Fey beasts, only then will I be able to kill them with a single blow when I face them. Of course, this was all the rhetoric he had thought of ahead of time. He couldn't tell people that he would be able to become stronger by dissecting the Fey, could he? When team leader Song heard this explanation from him, the doubt in his eyes was instantly swept away and replaced with admiration. No wonder you were able to become a patriarch at this age. It seems that you do have your own strengths. With such focus and talent as yours, it might even be possible to touch the threshold of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. He knew that this school was the best martial arts university in the country, and he had heard team leader Song say so last time. It's just that he's only 18 years old and he's already a sovereign, and this level is still just barely enough for the threshold? Perhaps seeing his surprised expression, team leader Song said somewhat smugly, "You don't know this, do you? After all, even if you are excellent, you are only in our urban area. The so-called geniuses within our city can only be considered the bottom of the line amongst Kyoto, or people's times are all about martial arts families. I've heard that some families have children who reach martial master by the time they reach middle school, and that's even if they're midstream. There are even some genius characters who have already broken through above the realm of Zongshi at your age, and have even had ranks in the frontline battlefields that have made great achievements. Those of them who commanded thousands and thousands of people on the front line to guard the territory for our Dragon Kingdom became a strong man on one side, being admired by those abroad." The more she spoke, the more proudly she yearned, with a few moments of longing in her eyes. The path of a martial artist, naturally the stronger one is, the stronger one wants to become. It is the same reason that one's desire for money is never ending. No, perhaps even more than money, the feeling of having power in your hands is unspeakable. Zhang Yang also unconsciously revealed a trace of yearning and couldn't help but say, "Are those people of theirs able to easily get the potion that will allow my mother to recover?" Team leader Song nodded. "I can't say it's easy, but as long as they want to, with the resources in their hands they are sure to be able to get it. Unlike those of us who can't even channel even if we scrupulously do our job every day. Those of us who are just going to buy to find resources, while they themselves will create them. Can you understand that?" Zhang Yang nodded his head and sighed helplessly. If he hadn't become a martial artist, perhaps his mother would never have recovered. But even if he became a martial artist now, he would still need to fight for all his power in order to earn some qualifications only. Zhang Yang, I'm not saying these things just to discourage you either, but to give you a precautionary shot in advance. I've already inquired about what you asked me to inquire about last time, and so far the only avenue we've been able to reach out to is to go to that Kyoto University professor. We have a guaranteed spot in the Martial Artist Bureau. Originally this spot was precious to be an insider, but this time you made such a great feat, I believe the director will give it to you. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. A guaranteed spot? You mean, let me go to Kyoto University? That's right. Team leader Song nodded. That professor is no longer developing this program about treating vegetative people, and has a very eccentric personality, not someone who can be paid to help. But I've heard that he's very kind to his students, and as long as you can manage to get into Kyoto University and become his student, you'll have a chance to get him to help you. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. He had thought that he would never have anything to do with school days again in his life, but he didn't expect to be given such an opportunity again. His time on campus in high school was not enjoyable, and he had looked forward to college early on, but unfortunately ended up choosing to drop out. Didn't think that by mistake he would get a chance to go to campus again, even if he had not expected it for a long time. At this time, he still had more than a few desires in his heart. I'll go to the director in a while on this matter. You can find out about it in the near future. Don't you have high school classmates and teachers? They should know better. She patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and revealed a smile. Zhang Yang had a bit of a headache when he thought about the school, but this reminded him about Bai Meng. Although Bai Meng wouldn't be in trouble under the maintenance of Bai Father, the fact that he hadn't given him a bit of news for so long really made him a bit worried about his well-being. By the way, I'd like to inquire about someone's address. I don't know. You can just go to the bureau and get someone to investigate such a simple thing. You're the team leader now. By the way, you can pick up a space watch of your own from the resources department. A space watch? Zhang Yang's face instantly turned red. He had wanted a space watch of his own for a long time, and he needed it even more this time as he prepared to go to Kyoto University. Only it was something he hadn't been holding out much hope for. After all, it was something that had a price, and he hadn't expected to be able to claim one now. Excited, he ran to the bureau at the first opportunity, first inquired about White Dream's address, and then took away a slim black space watch. Sitting in the car that was traveling to White Dream's address, he played with his space watch with unusual excitement. The area inside this space watch was around 5 square meters, which wasn't too much but could already hold a lot of alien beast corpses. He was dripping blood every time he went out and threw away tons of bodies and looked at the value. As he looked at the regressive scenery around him, Zhang Yang's eyes gradually flickered with a few complexities. Dream. This time I'm not the same teenager who had nothing to lose, so I can back you up if need be. His mind flashed back to the appearance of his white father, and his complexion became a little more icy. This time. Will you still be able to give me a face like the last time you towered over me? He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, waiting in silence. Downtown villa. A black specialized car slowly stopped in front of a gorgeous villa. Little brother, it's here. Zhang Yang slightly opened his eyes and slowly came to open the door. Chapter 86 The Wang Family. Zhang Yang swore. It was the first time he had seen such a grand villa since he grew up. This is not a cottage house alone, there is obviously a distance inside that is a cottage yard. Although the inside of this yard was not as exaggerated as the tens of thousands of square meters of grass inside the TV series, it was definitely half as big as a high-end neighborhood. It seemed that Bai's father had really done well outside in the past few years and was able to buy such a villa here, at least now he couldn't do it. He came to the front of the villa and peered towards it, trying to see Paymon's figure, but apparently not. It was at this time that he suddenly heard a familiar yin and yang. Ouch! Who do I think this is? Isn't this Zhang Yang? How come you haven't been locked up yet? Did you run out from inside the martial arts bureau? He twisted his head to look and saw Wang Li's beaten face. His eyes chilled slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. What, haven't you been taught enough? Wang Li's smile froze when he heard his words, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, hiding behind the middle-aged man behind him. Only then did Zhang Yang realize that there was another person here. He was dressed in a suit with a lot of decorative precious jewelry on his body, and on his wrist, he was even carrying 2 space watches. This was a middle-aged man with a similar appearance to Wang Li, and should be Wang Li's father. Father, this ungrateful thing is Zhang Yang. It's him who has injured me several times, arrogant and ruthless on the basis of his own level. Last time, if not because there are other people in the room, it is possible that I have been wasted by him. Oh? The middle-aged man's face instantly turned cold. He moved his muscles and walked over to Zhang Yang, looking at him condescendingly, his voice icy cold. You're the kid called Zhang Yang, do you know who I am? Zhang Yang slowly raised his head and said only one word softly. Get out. Sit down and get the hell out of here before I get mad. Wang Li's father was stunned. Obviously he did not expect Zhang Yang to say such words, and for a moment, he was furious. Kid, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Laozi Wang Yumin is one of the city's two major suppliers of martial arts technology. Half of the weapons for martial arts practitioners in the entire city are supplied by me, and there are a large number of martial arts masters and sect masters who owe me a favor, so as long as I want to move my fingers, I can get you killed. If you dare to touch my Wang Yumin's son and insult me, you're looking for death. His entire body was smug as he spoke, that confidence emanating from within, and it was clear that he was the type of person who really thought he was the king of heaven. Indeed, with such a big power, he is arrogant a little bit is also belonged to normal, in other people really avoided, but who is Zhang Yang afraid of? From the first day he became a martial artist, he had always challenged his superiors and authority. So? Are you going to make a move against me, the leader of the martial arts bureau? Zhang Yang looked at him with a disdainful face. You're just a peak martial artist, right? Going out without a bodyguard, be careful of dying violently without anyone being able to inherit your legacy. As he spoke, the hostile aura and coldness on his body spread in an instant, and the slaughter domain was instantly released. The terrifying field of carnage was instantly felt by Wang's father and son, and the two men's cheeks went swish pale. Wang Yumin was fine, he just felt an irresistible fear, like a ferocious beast releasing its killing intent in front of him. Wang Li could be bad. He was nothing more than a martial artist-level trash. His body trembled uncontrollably after feeling this fear, and his feet went soft and sat directly on the ground. He was trembling all over, and his whole body couldn't even speak. What are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll call the Martial Arts Bureau right now and have you arrested. Wang Yumin looked at him nervously, showing awe. He had never dreamed that this one called Zhang Yang was so terrifying, obviously only at the age of a high school student, but he had such an oppressive aura. Is it the Grand Master? A shocking thought surged forth, and his heart was overwhelmed with scorn. Humph, then you fight to try. But let me remind you, the phone number you dialed will most likely end up at my place. Zhang Yang looked at the two limpets with a disdainful expression. Do you think I'm scared? Wang Yumin dialed the phone at the first opportunity. Hey! I want to report that Zhang Yang has run away from the Martial Arts Bureau. Isn't he an investigated person? He's in Villa area right now, and he's even going to threaten me with murder in the street, so you guys send someone over right now immediately. Wang Yumin said and even turned on the speakerphone so that Zhang Yang could hear it as well, looking at him smugly. His expression was as if he was telling Zhang Yang that he was still too far away from wanting to fight him. Only the smile on his face didn't last long, freezing completely in the middle of the phone worker's response. Hello sir, please be careful with your words. Zhang Yang is the leader of the fourth group of our Martial Artist Bureau. He has made significant contributions to the city, and if you keep talking nonsense, we will certainly take action. Also, if you impede team leader Zhang from carrying out his official duties, we will take action against you at the first opportunity. I don't know if you heard me? The voice inside the phone was polite, but it clearly carried a bit of icy anger. Zhang Yang was sure that the person who answered the phone must be someone who had a special sentiment for the Martial Arts Bureau. Only someone with such sentiments would be so angry over the situation of other people who were members within the Unlimited Martial Arts Bureau. Wang Yumin's smile completely froze on his face as he stared incredulously. The remnants of that smile was as ugly as it could be. He probably never dreamed it would turn out like this, and for a moment he forgot to answer. When he didn't answer, the female voice inside the phone got upset. She spoke again, this time in a more serious voice saying, just to check with you one last time, do you understand what I'm saying? Listen to it. Wang Yumin had already stirred up a cold sweat. How dare he say he didn't understand? At this point in time, if he said he didn't understand, then he was purely looking for death. And is there anything else for you, sir? No. Thank you for your call and please rate this evaluation later. The phone hung up and a mechanical artificial voice came over the line asking if the call was satisfactory. Wang Yumin's first reaction was that the service attitude was poor, but feeling Zhang Yang's gaze seemed to think of something, and stiffly said that he was satisfied. The phone was hung up, and for a while the atmosphere was very awkward. Of course, it was Wang Yuman who was embarrassed, not Zhang Yang. Wang Yuman felt Zhang Yang's gaze getting colder and colder as he forced out a smile that was worse than crying. That team leader Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 87 White Hair, White Cat. Isn't Zhang Yang a fugitive who took shoddy medicine? How did he become a team leader? He twisted his head to look at Wang Li, only to find that the boy had a blank look on his face. Wang Li was indeed at a loss. Since his last injury, he had been recuperating inside his home. He arguably just got out today and doesn't yet know what has happened in the last few days. So at this time he was also at a loss. Facing his old father's fierce gaze, he was scared like a little mouse. He felt like he had to do something or he was going to get whipped when he got back. Suddenly, he saw the villa gate and suddenly thought of something. Only a smug smile gradually surfaced on Wang Li's miserable face. Zhang Yang, don't flaunt your power here again. I don't know how you became the leader of the group. But we didn't do anything, and there's no reason for you to do anything to us, or you won't be able to keep your position as team leader. You're here to see Paimon this time, aren't you? I'm sorry, but you're not likely to meet Bai Meng, but my father and I are here to visit Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai won't let you see Bai Meng, so just die. The more he spoke, the more confident and smug he became. This way. I'm not a person who holds grudges either. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me now and call me dad and my father grandpa, I'll mercifully take you in. Well, if it wasn't for me, there's a good chance you wouldn't have seen Bai Meng in your life. Wang Yuemin's face also revealed unrestrained smile. Good son, what you said is really great. Even if you're the leader of the group, you can't just do whatever you want, right? Or else you'll have your black hat, and don't blame us for lifting it off without mercy. Father and son are on the same page, and their words are as good as a dog or a pig. Zhang Yang couldn't help but applaud the two people when he heard their anticlimactic speeches. Do you think this is your home? Don't tell me, you guys are really meant to be watchdogs. Zhang Yang sneered at them as his body bent slightly and his entire body began to sink. The next second under the two men's ugly gazes leapt up and jumped straight into the villa area. You. How dare you trespass? Wang Li pointed his finger at Zhang Yang and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Zhang Yang directly scanned him icily, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. Excuse me gentlemen, I am investigating this villa in the name of the head of the Martial Arts Bureau. Because this is a serious matter, no idlers will be allowed in, or you'll both have something to do with it if you find out what the murder weapon is. Zhang Yang's words were like a palm formed in the middle of the invisible, giving the two of them a hard slap. A slap in the face to their otherwise unwanted faces. The Wang family father and son were dry broken defense by this sentence of Zhang Yang, stood in place face a burst of green and red, froze and did not say a word. What can they say? This time they had lost completely and utterly. Who are you scaring? We are going to see if you have that much power today. Wang Yumin was very angry and was about to ring the doorbell. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but just stared at him with a sneer, his gaze getting colder and colder. Feeling the piercing coldness, Wang Yumin finally stopped himself. Indeed, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Yang is the leader of the group. He entered the villa area under such a name, and really had this ability to take him away. Thinking about it, he could only deaden his teeth and squeeze out a little sound from inside his teeth. Zhang Yang, you're ruthless. We're not done with this matter. I don't believe that you don't have any leverage in your life. Then before there is a handle, I will definitely pull you down as well. Zhang Yang replied without changing his face, his voice causing the other party's body to tremble. This time, Wang Yuemin wasn't talking, but pulled aside Wang Li and hurriedly ran away in a daze. He's not a cutie. Could see that Zhang Yang was not to be messed with. Seeing that they had completely disappeared, Zhang Yang sneered and got up to walk towards the villa area. Inside the villa, Paimon stared with a chilling expression at the white-haired man standing in the doorway. White cat, get out of my way now or don't blame me for being rude. The white cat hung back and snorted, not caring. Don't waste your energy, young lady, the boss won't let you go when he says he won't let you go. The school side is all taken care of for you, and you'll have a tutor come by in the meantime if you want to study. Waiting for your high school entrance exams are over, the first time to send you to Kyoto you'll be free. Hakomo was so angry that he grabbed a stool off to the side and threw it, but it was shattered by a punch from the white cat. Boo! With a cracking sound, the chair had shattered to the ground. His gaze was a bit more icy. The boss said that if necessary, we can take strong arm tactics, as long as we don't hurt lives. Bai Meng felt the chill on his face, and her entire body took a step back. Although her talent was also okay, and she even had resources to add to it, she was now only an existence that had just broken through to a level 2 martial artist. This situation might be genius with ordinary people, but it was nothing in front of the white cat who had been fighting with his white father for years. Besides, she knew the white cat's character very well. The guy was a complete lunatic and his mental state was always unstable. Seeing her emotions gradually stabilizing, the white cat then slowly said, "I said that you really have eyes without a pearl, miss, that Zhang Yang is a complete waste. So what if he survived by a fluke? Some time ago I heard that he entered within the martial arts bureau because of the matter of taking the potion. There's been no news for a while, most likely because his forbidden drugs were found within the martial arts bureau and he was imprisoned. Even if he manages to get out, the first and second martial artist guilds won't release him. How can he be the boss's son-in-law when getting away is a problem at his level? With you in charge?" White Moon raged. "Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're basically using my dad, and if you ever do manage to climb to the top, there's no telling what you'll do. If I were my dad, I'd get you off the team right now." The white cat suddenly had a grim expression when he heard this. It was as if he had been touched by some reverse scale, and there was an extra trace of icy coldness inside his eyes. A flash of cold light appeared from his waist, and it was clearly a dagger reflecting an icy chill. "Miss, the only person who can say that about me is the boss. So, are you clear on who you're talking to?" His voice clearly took on a murderous intent, and the chill in it was chilling, causing panic to appear on Bai Meng's face. Just as the air in the hall froze, the door to the room behind the white cat squeaked and was slowly pushed open. Chapter 88, Beginning to Reason. The sudden sound of the door opening made the two people present freeze at the same time. The white cat put away her dagger in a flash and made a threatening face at White Dream. "Miss, you know I couldn't possibly do anything to you. After all, you are the boss's daughter. It's just that I'm a crazy person, and if I really upset me, you're not going to have a good time, and you know that best," he said even as he looked toward the door with a more respectful expression. Crunch! The door to the room was pushed open. A figure appeared in the doorway. When the two people saw that the person at the door was Zhang Yang, they froze in place at the same time. The white cat looked at Zhang Yang in a bit of a daze, his brain somewhat unable to react for a while. "Brother Yang. Am I dreaming?" Bai Meng muttered, and for a while there was also a bit of a trance. Zhang Yang scanned the two people in the room and frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a slightly fleeting killing intent. He definitely didn't feel wrong. After he obtained the ability Slaughter Domain, his perception of killing intent became even more sensitive. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, there are only two people in the room, and he knows best what a white dream is, so it can't be a white dream, only possible. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the white-haired man in front of him, his voice icy cold. "You just had the intention to kill, didn't you?" At these words, the white cat's face changed slightly, but it immediately turned vicious. "Do you know where this is? You kid even dared to come to the door. It seems that the boss is still too kind to you," he said as the dagger had appeared in his hand, his voice a little more chilling. "Since you sent me to the door today, I'll just have to send you to your death." "How dare you, white cat!" White Dream finally reacted and shouted at once. "Brother Yang, run, he's a peak martial master!" She anxiously shouted, trying to make Zhang Yang escape. No one knew the danger of this white cat better than her. Not only was this person very strong, his entire mental state was not very stable, and when he said that he had killed Zhang Yang, it was very likely that he would actually do the killing. Hearing her laugh so anxiously, the white cat subconsciously looked back at her, and his smile grew more and more perverted when he saw an extra bit of anxiety and pallor on that delicate face. "Don't worry, miss, I'll definitely do what the boss told me to do. This kid will definitely die today." "Oh? Just by you?" Zhang Yang's voice came from behind him, causing him to be shocked in his heart. "The sound is too close. Nearby." He turned around with a jerk and realized that in this very moment when he had just spoken, Zhang Yang had actually come behind him. The dagger in his hand was instantly like a dragon in a panic, turning into a bit of a cold aura towards the other party's neck. However, boo! Zhang Yang grabbed his palm that was gripping the dagger with a death grip, making the entire arm ripple in mid-air. The white cat subconsciously drew out his own palm but realized that Zhang Yang's power was so terrifying. He couldn't move even with all his strength, as if huge iron clamps had firmly contained him and he couldn't move a single bit. Such a feeling, he had only felt it in Father Bai, who was a patriarch. He grabbed at Zhang Yang with his other hand, but was just as contained by the other party's palm, unable to move a single inch. His expression grew more and more hideous, and he even raised his leg to attack Zhang Yang's vitals, but the next second. Boo! He was directly kicked to his knees by Zhang Yang, and his palms were easily flipped by Zhang Yang. Ah ha ha ha. Miserable cries echoed around the room, sounding extremely painful. Bai Meng looked at the scene in front of her in shock, her brain blank. Zhang Yang. When did it get so good? What has happened to Yang during this time? She muttered. Zhang Yang had completely contained the white cat at this time. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the white cat, and his voice made people feel as if they had fallen into a 3-foot ice cellar. I'm only going to ask one last time, did you just move to kill? Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder and colder, and the murderous aura on his body grew heavier and heavier. There were only 2 people inside the house just now, and there was no doubt that this guy's killing aura was aimed at Bai Meng. Bai Meng was his most important person, but if anyone dared to make a move against her, Zhang Yang would definitely not let him go. Whoever this person is. The white cat was completely contained, sweat dripping down his forehead constantly from the pain. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented killing intent in Zhang Yang, making him unconsciously fearful. You why? Why are you a sovereign? The white cat didn't understand. How could an ordinary person, who was clearly an ordinary person, be able to accomplish a jump in power in such a short period of time? Taking contraindicated medications? But why didn't anyone arrest him, and why did the Martial Arts Bureau release him? A single thought flashed through his mind, and he had completely forgotten to answer Zhang Yang's question. I said, did you have killing intent just now? Zhang Yang once again said word for word, his fist already slowly raised. At this moment, the white cat felt an incomparably terrifying destructive power in this fist. It's going to die. Absolutely dead. He'll do it. He's definitely going to do it. The moment he saw the image, the white cat developed a strong intuition. He wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy, but he couldn't. It was at this moment that he realized that he was unable to speak at all due to his fear. He could only watch as Zhang Yang swung his own fist to hit. That kind of oppression made him invariably look at Zhang Yang have red-eye special effects. The whole person seems to be great and scary. Boom! A terrifying roar appeared, and the glass in the living room shattered in an instant along with the airwaves. Zhang Yang took a step back by the huge impact, and a silhouette dragged the white cat back a full 5 or 6 steps before stopping. It's Father White. Father Bai saved the white cat at the most critical time, his eyes glaring icily at Zhang Yang, narrowing his eyes slightly. The palm behind his back was trembling, and it was the very same fist that had just confronted Zhang Yang. This kid. Where do you get such power? Father Bai didn't move on the surface, but his heart set off a wave of shock. It was important to know that he was a peak level 3 sect master, and although he was known for his martial arts fighting style, his strength was not weak. But with that punch just now, he felt as if it came from a small mountain, shaking him all over. If he had been a little later in the evening, this white cat. Humph. Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? This is my Bai family, do you know that this is trespassing? Father Bai threw the white cat that had been paralyzed with fear aside, his expression extremely cold and angry. Zhang Yang laughed when he heard his words. Uncle White, that's not what you taught me the last time you saw me, you taught me that you could be unreasonable. What, choose to reason with me this time? Chapter 89. It's the name that counts. Father White's face was ugly. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang had caught up with his realm after not seeing him for such a long time. Just now, he had clearly sensed that Zhang Yang had already reached the Zone Master realm, a shocking fact that was somewhat unacceptable to him even now. How the hell did this kid do it, and how was he able to improve so fast? To know that Mo was afraid of rolling around for so many years before reaching the Zongsha realm, it was surprising that Zhang Yang had easily caught up with him. Did he really look away? Zhang Yang, I'm only going to say this for the last time, get out of my house now or don't blame me for being unforgiving. Father Bai's voice was icy cold. Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Yang was saving me just now, white cat, he tried to kill me. Bai Meng interjected at this time. Although she did not feel the killing intent of the white cat, she trusted Zhang Yang's judgment because Zhang Yang would never harm her. Besides, she knew best what kind of person the white cat was, and just by virtue of the way she had just had a seizure, how could anyone doubt that it would hurt her? Father Bai didn't listen to her at all, but threatened Zhang Yang once again. Zhang Yang, I'm going to say it for the last time, you leave now. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. From now on, as long as you don't associate with Dream, I won't ask anyone to go after you. Father White's aura changed. It became extraordinarily dangerous, and the determination revealed between those eyebrows made it impossible to doubt the truth of it. Dad, what I do with Yang is my own business. It's not your turn to decide. Snap. The sound of a crisp slap echoed through the hall, and Bai Meng covered her face as she looked incredulously at Father Bai. Father White said in an unquestioning tone, "Shut up, you make your own decisions on the assumption that you'll be able to fend for yourself without me. You can't even handle a white cat, you're full of pretty words. You think this kid in front of you is in better shape than you are?" Father White's words caused the entire hall to fall silent. "Zhang Yang, if you're really capable, you should take my daughter out in name only, not like this now." Zhang Yang frowned and looked at Bai Meng, who was covering her cheeks and was still a bit dazed. Her eyes revealed a hint of determination. "I came here today to see if Paimon is safe. I will take away Bai Meng, but not right now. You are her father. Since you said something like that, I, Zhang Yang, will promise. I'll be able to fix it for whatever reason, and one day I'll take Bai Meng out of this house in name only." Zhang Yang said as he instantly disappeared in place, not waiting for Father Bai to look back, having already appeared at the white cat's side. "As Little Dream's father, it's excusable to do it, but I really can't forgive you for your murderous intentions towards Little Dream. Tell me, what do you want?" He looked at the white cat condescendingly, and the thick killing intent made the white cat feel suffocated. Boss, save me." The white cat sensed Zhang Yang's killing intent and screamed at Father Bai. Father Bai frowned and said icily, "Zhang Yang, I advise you to think carefully when you make your move. The white cat is my man. If he really has that kind of idea, there is no need for your strike." Zhang Yang really stopped when he heard this, but his gaze was extremely sharp. "You better do what you say you're going to do." He walked over to Bai Meng's side, ignoring his father's displeased face. Bai Meng also finally came back to her senses at this time and hugged Zhang Yang. "Brother Yang, I thought you'd never come back." Zhang Yang gently stroked her hair and slowly said, "You should focus on your studies now and develop your martial arts. Trust me, if you are willing, I will take you out of this house in name only." Bai Meng nodded heavily and hugged Zhang Yang to death until she was able to hear Bai Father's angry gasps before she let go of her hand in love. "Brother Yang, I believe you can do it. I just wish that day would come sooner. Don't worry, my dad is just prejudiced against you, he's not a bad person." Bai Meng grabbed Zhang Yang's hand to explain, and Zhang Yang was even able to see her red and swollen cheeks, looking churlish. Zhang Yang was able to see the urgency within her eyes, and it was clear that she did not want this place to continue to be a mess, and slowly sighed. "Don't worry. I'll come back soon to pick you up." Zhang Yang finally touched her head and then walked towards the gate. Among the eyes of Bai Meng with tears in her eyes, she gradually disappeared. Out of the villa area. Zhang Yang felt dizzy. Bai Meng was the most important person to him, but unfortunately there was no way for him to take the other person with him rightfully now. Father Bai's meaning was clear, there was a huge mess on him that needed to be solved. Bai Meng hadn't formally stepped onto the path of a martial artist yet, and everything wasn't stable enough. That, coupled with the frosty relationship between him and White's father, made it all the more impossible. "Since you don't think I'm good enough, I'm going to make you look up to me. At that time, I'll see who can still say a word of no." Zhang Yang slightly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Only the road ahead was still far, and he had to take it one step at a time. The priority now was to get a guaranteed place to Kyoto Academy. He had to go back to school first to inquire about the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed his homeroom teacher's number. The homeroom teacher and he were very enthusiastic about things about Kyoto University, giving him a very detailed understanding of Kyoto Martial Arts University. First of all, Kyoto, as the remediation and economic center of the Dragon Kingdom, is the top of the line in whatever exists. The students there were basically all local Kyoto scholars, who were worlds apart in terms of realm compared to this huge city of theirs, and the students who enrolled there were probably martial masters at the very least. Of course, that was just the ordinary students. They also had the so-called elite class, which was what Team Leader Song called Zongshi, were the minimum standard. And if you want to contact that professor and become his student, not only do you have to get into the elite class, but you also have to enroll in the professor's military subject, and even more so, you have to have resources in hand to make it possible. That is to say, whether it's strength, financial strength, or power, one has to be very top-notch to be able to reach the other side. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang felt a great headache. There is less than a month before the college entrance exam and less than 3 months before school starts. It looks like I need to improve my strength and accumulate financial resources during this period of time. Team leader Song can say that he's only responsible for this ticket for the guaranteed spot. He clenched his fist slightly, his gaze growing more determined. A few hours later, he was sitting in his special car headed to an area of Fey activity. Looking out the window, he moved his muscles. It's going to be up to me for the rest of this time. Mom, don't worry, my son will cure you. Dream, don't worry, I will absolutely prove myself. When I come back from graduation, I'll be the brightest presence in Yucheng. Chapter 90 Graduation Season. Graduation Season. Martial Artist High School Examination Center. Bai Meng walked out from within the examination room, her beautiful face attracting countless gazes from the opposite sex, who turned around to watch. A smile spread across her face, and then she took out her cell phone and quickly began to send a message to Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, I went well, the result of the test was martial artist 4 stars. I'm also very talented, not as much as you, but sooner or later I'll surpass my dad. You don't have to stress too much, he won't be able to do anything to me when I get my wings. And the university I'm applying to is the one in Kyoto, and I've heard that your Kyoto Martial Arts Academy is closed, but that's okay, I'll visit you sometime. She finished sending the message and put the phone in her pocket. Father Bai frowned slightly as he saw the scene from a short distance away. He had never dreamed that Zhang Yang had entered the Kyoto Martial Arts University, and if Bai Meng really did get into Kyoto as well, I'm afraid that there would still be a chance for the two to meet each other. The good thing was that he knew more about the Kyoto Martial Arts University. It was a closed school, and the most important thing was that it was extremely harsh and demanding. Really think you're a genius, wait until you get there and you'll realize what a well is. I'd like to see if you can break out of the mold, and if you want to marry my daughter, you must at least be strong enough to make me speechless. He muttered a cold snort and walked forward to pick up. Another month or so. Inside the Martial Arts Bureau. Director Yin Man was full of smiles, sitting in his office leisurely drinking tea. Ha ha. I really haven't misjudged this kid Zhang Yang, these 2 months have almost completed my year's performance. I've heard that he has recently slain another sect level 4 beast? Team leader Song, who was sitting not far away, nodded slightly. That's right, of the original 7 Fey Lords, there are now only 2 left. Not only that, Zhang Yang has also cleared several areas of Fey beasts, and now the innermost Fey activity zone is almost devoid of Fey beasts. Thanks to his blessing, we've also made a hard profit from the Fey beast corpses we've acquired over the past 2 months. Group leader Song sighed as he spoke. Zhang Yang is a filial child, and worked very hard to cure his mother, but unfortunately, it's a pity that it's Kyoto Martial Arts University, the kids in the elite class there are all the pride of heaven. I wonder if his pride can carry him. Yin Man's expression was a bit serious when he heard his words, knocking on the table and said, I'll have to say something about you on this matter. Didn't you tell him the truth in the first place? Let him get his hopes up so high, it's inevitable that he won't be disappointed in the end. Group leader Song smiled bitterly and said, Of course I told him the truth, only he must be unconvinced. Yin Man also smiled bitterly. That's right, a sovereign under the age of 19 is the top genius in our place. If I'm anything like him, I'm wilder than he is. It's just a shame that, in people's eyes, we're just small-town do-it-yourselfers. I'll see him off myself when we leave this time. Right, you contact him. Send him to Kyoto in the next 2 days, let him rest and take a break, or he won't be able to handle the military training at the beginning of the school year, which isn't for ordinary people. Okay. A few hours later, Zhang Yang boarded a special car that returned to the city. He lay back in the car, feeling exhausted all over, but looking at the data panel in front of him and smiling contentedly. Host, Zhang Yang. Blood, 280,000 points 7th level master. Current ability, anatomical return LV1, hunting LV2, crossing ranks LV3, becoming a king LV4. Currently available for continued mastery. Leader LV5, the host can share one of their abilities, and the recipient will cumulatively raise the host's level of that ability based on the length of use. Requirement, lead the sharer to achieve the 10x sharing ability condition. Columns such as anatomists require the host to lead and guide the perfect dissection of 10 exotic beasts. Coronation LV5, the host can share all abilities, the sharer gains a portion of the ability, and can return a portion of the benefit to the host when used. Such as the anatomist's blood and chi rebate, and the rebate of the bloodline's ability enhancement at the next level, etc. Reach condition, the sharer must have combined forces with the host to slay at least once a Fey beast that surpasses the host by 1 rank. Soul Emperor LV5, you can share each ability fixed to one person for 100% ability feedback. Reach condition, lead the sharer to kill 10 alien beasts of one to its own class. This period of cultivation was very effective, and he managed to become a 7th level sovereign. At this level, I'm afraid that there's no one stronger than him in the entire U city, and even if there is, they're still phoenixes. Not only that, but the bloodline ability he gained from crossing the ranks also doubled his attributes across the board. 40 times the muscle strength. 100 times the stamina. 20x recovery. 20 times more self-healing. 20 times faster response time. This kind of physical quality made him far surpass the strongest people in the same realm, and Zhang Yang estimated that this physical quality could be challenged across 2 levels. In other words, right now, even if it was a 9th level sect master powerhouse, he dared to touch it. But he also found something troubling. That's when the chi and blood boosts are a bit too much to keep up with. As his realm increased, he needed more and more chi blood, and that was only for the sovereign who needed 20,000. When there was really a day to break through to the sovereign, the chi and blood needed would be an extremely huge amount of chi and blood. If he just relied on himself to dissect one foreign beast at a time, then I was afraid that he would die of exhaustion. Thinking of this, he set his eyes on the latest LV5 level ability. Among the LV5 level abilities, both Coronation and Solo Emperor were able to give him some chakra back. It was like the ability of fission, able to raise his chi and blood massively. The random reward for getting an ability last time is that this time I get to choose 2 ability upgrades, which is good news for me. But the doctor's ability is obviously a bit worse. It's better to have a limited choice of Coronation and leader of the show. It just so happens that I've heard that universities can create their own clubs, so I can use this activity to form a small team to hunt alien beasts, and it's also a way for me to build up my network. Zhang Yang muttered, already starting to get a little excited at the thought. College years? I, Zhang Yang, am here. Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, just wait for me to shine. Zhang Yang walked into his mother's hospital room at night with excited anticipation. Zhang's mother is even thinner than before. There was a good nutrient solution here, but ultimately people wasting away without eating or drinking, and she lay there almost completely changed. Zhang Yang held her palm tightly and softly said, "Mom, my son has already gotten into the martial arts university. This time, it's a guaranteed transfer, and it's the best Longdu martial arts university in the country. I'm going to be the best person there, succeed as that professor's student, and help you bring back the drugs. By that time we'll be reunited as a family and everything will be fine." Zhang's mother, as usual, had moist eyes at the corners of her eyes. Zhang Yang said a few more words, slowly got up and was ready to leave, just at this time was suddenly grabbed by Zhang mother's dead hand. "Mom!" Zhang Yang felt the force of his palm and was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement. He saw the corners of Zhang mother's mouth wriggling as if she had something to say. "Mom, are you awake?" Chapter 91. What realm? Unfortunately, Zhang mother didn't open her eyes, only her lips kept squirming. Zhang Yang stayed close to Zhang mother. Surprisingly, he really heard a slurred voice, although it was very vague, but Zhang Yang still heard it clearly. "Album. Has money." The rest was inaudible, but only 2 vocabulary words could be heard, and Zhang Yang froze for a while before understanding anything. During the night, he returned to his own home to put up the family photos that his mother had put up on weekdays. Behind a picture of his mother holding him in his swaddling clothes, a bankbook and $20,000 were found. Zhang Yang called and inquired about the amount inside. There were 100,000 dragon coins. He inquired about Zhang's father, who told him that his mother had given the accumulated wedding money and had always said she had it, but Zhang had never seen it either. As for the 20,000, it was my mother's bride price back in the day. At night, Zhang Yang felt that those money was very magical, making it impossible to sleep. At noon the next day, Zhang Yang boarded the plane to Longdu. His father and team leader Song sent him on the plane, along with $20,000 and a $100,000 bankbook inside his bag. And, of course, there's the one piece of information that White Dream couldn't come with. "Brother Yang, we're in military training for half a month. When I'm done with military training I'll go around your university, even though it's said that you're all closed, but there's no way to say that there's still a chance that you'll be able to come out and meet each other. Don't feel too pressured to try. It's just as possible for me to get rich." Zhang Yang turned his cell phone off and began to close his eyes to recuperate. The plane landed in the afternoon, and he got his first glimpse of the so-called Kyoto. It was a luxurious steel city. It was more lushly built than Yu City, and the roads were flooded with oncoming pedestrians. The streets are colorful with distinctive buildings and the lights are visually appealing within the city. He sat in the car looking at the attractive and dazzling view of the city, and for a moment he was actually mesmerized. He didn't know how long it took before he arrived at the Dragon Capital Martial Artist University. Zhang Yang could only use 2 words to describe it. Magnificent. The airiness. Even the main gate was constructed of more than 10 meters of Shirley stone, with the words Kyoto Martial Artist University marked on it in large letters in a dragon's flight. He looked up from where he was for a moment, and only then did he realize that 2 places in the distance where people were coming and going said reporting office. On both sides, there were seniors shouting at the newly enrolled students to register and report. Zhang Yang looked at both sides about the same, and finally scratched his head and stood in a less crowded position to wait for the check-in. It was about to be his turn when he suddenly heard the impatient voice of the man behind him. "Hey, buddy, are you standing in the wrong place? Dark little black cinder block, you're not in the elite class by any stretch of the imagination, are you?" Zhang Yang looked back and saw a young man wearing a gorgeous name tag. The man was about the same age as him and had a relatively handsome appearance. It was the dangling gum chewing that really didn't endear him to anyone. The other man was looking him up and down with reckless disdain and disgust. Hey. Black Cinder, I'm talking to you." Zhang Yang frowned slightly. It was true that he was a bit dark, but it was all entirely due to the fact that he had been killing in the area where the Fae were active all this time. He didn't want to get into trouble when he first arrived, but he had never been one to be afraid of trouble either. He wanted to explain, but the words of this explanation came to his own lips and he just couldn't say them. "Aha! It's a little hot. Scram!" Zhang Yang returned indifferently and took a long breath. "Aha! It's much more comfortable that way." The youth froze and instantly became irritated. "How dare you curse me? I think you're looking for death." With that, he slammed his fist at Zhang Yang with an astonishing aura. Zhang Yang's heart was shocked when he felt his aura. The other party was actually a level 6 grandmaster? Not everyone had the same golden finger as him, and to have a level of a 6th level sect master at this age was a bit terrifying. Not enough. Too young to deal with him. His muscles tensed together and he was about to counterattack when a girl suddenly thrust herself in front of the pair's eyes. The girl looked extremely slender, yet she easily blocked her opponent's fist. "This is Kyoto Martial Arts University, not your home. If you want to be a young master, go home." The girl was a sunny type of beauty, and had more of the intellectual beauty of a mature woman than Bai Meng. As soon as she appeared, she firmly attracted the gazes of these people, including Zhang Yang of course. Of course, it was not the looks that attracted Zhang Yang, but the vague sense of crisis coming from the other party. This petite-looking beauty was at least a rank 10 martial sect. "Hawk! Sis, I was joking with him." The youth with a name tag revealed an awkward smile. Yeah, just kidding. I just kindly reminded him that this is an elite class. Who knew that this guy is so incapable of taking a joke that he would directly make a move against me? Everyone's here to watch. Don't you think so? He said, surprisingly scanning left and right for approval. Zhang Yang clearly saw that this guy even threatened the others with his gaze, and that look was a look of "you will wait and see if you don't help me." Most of the people were unwilling to cause trouble and didn't say anything, but there were some who were timid and scared, and really went along with him opening their mouths when they were threatened like that. Zhang Yang stood here in person still seeing the upside down, and immediately felt a big head. Just as he was about to say something, or even considered directly preparing to make a move, that beautiful senior sister was the first to speak. "What does it have to do with you if someone is an elite class or not? Don't think I don't know what you said. I've been staring at you here for half a day. You can watch out for me, my eyes are the ruler." The youth did not expect this beautiful schoolmate to give him so little face, and for a while his face was hard to see. However, due to the fact that he was a freshman, he didn't dare to talk back, so he just ate it up. "Well, that's more like it." "Okay. That schoolmate, come with me, I'll handle the enrollment formalities for you." The beautiful schoolmate nodded her head in satisfaction, then signaled Zhang Yang to follow her. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. After all, he didn't want to get too entangled with these rich dudes, so he followed his schoolmate with his ass. "Thanks for your help, schoolteacher." "No need to be polite, my name is Qin Dingdang, just call me Sister Dingdang." Qin Dingdang hemmed and hawed with a very bright personality. "By the way, school brother, you may not know that this enrollment class is divided into elite and ordinary classes. You are an elite class?" I don't know, I just know that I'm bonded, but I'm trying to get into an elite class." Yes, he came to get into the elite class. When Qin Dingdang heard that he was bailing out, he immediately grew his little mouth in dismay, looking surprised. "It really didn't occur to me that schoolmates can't be recognized by their appearance. You have to know that the guaranteed places are limited. Not everyone can have a guaranteed place. So do I get any special treatment for this guaranteed spot? No. That? It's just that it sounds impressive. In fact, there isn't much difference from the people who took the test directly in. Qin Dingdang waved his hand. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Intuition told him that the schoolmate in front of him was definitely not human. Here, tell us your message. I ask and you answer. Qin Dingdang sat on the table set up in front of the school, then copied the computer aside and opened his mouth to ask. Name? Zhang Yang. Age? 18. Well, how long has it been since you became a martial artist? 3 months. Well, what realm? 7th level clan master. Well. How much? Qin Dingdang, who had been preparing to enter the information, stood up violently and looked at Zhang Yang with a stunned expression. Chapter 92 Freshman Being Bullied. Chapter 92. The sound drew the people beside him and not far away to him with a look of eating. Zhang Yang hurriedly lowered his voice. Sis, lower your voice. He didn't like the feeling of being watched by so many people, and he didn't want to just expose his level. But perhaps it was because this schoolmate was really too excited and her voice was getting louder and louder. My God! Schoolmate actually has the strength of a rank 7 martial artist? The most important thing is still that you've only been a martial artist for 3 months. How the hell did you do it? Her voice was getting louder and louder. Zhang Yang estimated that he was able to hear it from more than 10 meters away, and at this moment he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Senior sister, you really keep your voice down. I'm socially terrified. Zhang Yang's scalp was numbed by Qin Dingdang. Sorry about that, huh? It's just that I saw you as a mediocre student, brother, but I didn't expect you to be so talented. At your age and realm, you're not bad in the elite class. She said with a lull in her voice. How about it, want to come to the Elite 3 class I've been to? Class 3? Isn't it random which class this enters? Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. Qin Dingdong immediately shook his head. It can be randomized or not, it mostly depends on which class you want to get into. What's the difference? I've had a beautiful woman stay in the 3rd class. And? There's this beautiful woman I stayed with. Huh? That's right, there's this beauty of mine. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched and he felt his head grow bigger. Okay, then I'll join senior sister's class. Hee, school brother has vision. In the future if anything goes wrong you just report my name, school sister will take care of you. Qin Dingdang patted his shoulder and smiled heatedly. Looks like sister is famous in school? No. That's a realm number 1? Not really, I'm just a half-wit. So will people. Report your name? I don't know if it works, you can try, I'm beautiful anyway. Zhang Yang sweated. Although he felt that there was no problem with entering into any of the elite classes, he somewhat regretted agreeing to this. Beauty. But he wasn't an indecisive person, and since things were already like this, he'd just go with the flow. Sister Tinkerbell, I have some questions I want to ask you. Universities can create clubs, right? Sure. You want to start a club? I am trying to create a club and I don't know what I need to do to get it going. This is easy to say and hard to say. I'll add a contact with you and I'll talk to you when enrollment is over. No problem, then I'll go ahead and check out the assigned dorms. Zhang Yang briefly communicated with Qin Dingdang and then entered the campus on foot. It was just that he didn't realize that the youth he had an argument with just now was staring at him with gloomy eyes not far away. Zhang Yang searched for a long time before he found the boys' dormitory building and finally found his dormitory room 304. The school dormitory was a 4-person dormitory, and the other 3 hadn't arrived yet, so he chose a bunk for himself. He had only just laid out the covers when he heard a voice from the doorway, a boy with a slim build and glasses. He was originally wearing a smile on his face, but the moment he saw Zhang Yang, his smile froze, and even his face paled for a few moments. Zhang Yang had wanted to greet him, but seeing the other party like this, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange. He was sure he was seeing this boy for the first time. How come the other guy saw him like he was seeing a ghost? Hello, my name is Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hesitated for a while, but still took the initiative to speak. My name is Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenxin pushed up his glasses, his eyes a little averted. He also had no intention of continuing the conversation with Zhang Yang, and then hurriedly found a bed that was farthest away from him and started to take care of his business. When Zhang Yang saw that he was avoiding him like the plague, he was a bit confused for a while. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, he hadn't encountered this kind of situation too often in high school. Things like campus ostracism are child's play for him. Soon, he waited for his roommate from the other dorm. This roommate gives off a gym student vibe, has wheat-colored skin, and seems to have an outgoing personality. Whoa! Zhang Yang. Aren't you the Zhang Yang that was tested just now? The moment the boy came in, he set his eyes on him, looking a little excited. He threw the luggage in his hand directly on the ground and ran to Zhang Yang's side. Brother Zhang, for I could have heard it all just now, your realm is a level 7 martial master. I'm only at level 4, you're a full 3 levels ahead of me. How do you usually cultivate? What kind of medicine do you take, can you reveal it? Zhang Yang looked at the man with glowing eyes with a somewhat ugly expression. What is this school all about? How come there is no normal one? What's your name? Oh. I forgot to introduce myself. Call me Hu Gang, my dad is in the drug business, if there's anything you need just look for me directly, Buddy will definitely give you the biggest resource discount. Hu Gang swore and patted his chest. Hu Gang said and then looked over to Zhao Wenwen, who was not far away, and greeted the other party with the same tone and routine again. It was just that Zhao Wenwen did not seem to eat this, and in the end, he might have gotten a bit impatient and simply stopped answering. Disliking that Hu Gang was a bit noisy, Zhang Yang was ready to get up and go out to get some fresh air, and in the meantime, go and familiarize himself with the campus environment. But just as he was about to leave, a few people suddenly walked in outside the room. These guys looked like seniors, they had a fierce look on their faces, all of them were fierce, they looked like people who had come over to look for trouble. The first one, a man with dyed silver hair, came in and yelled. Who is called Zhang Yang? With these words, the gazes of the 2 remaining people inside the room looked at Zhang Yang in unison. Zhang Yang frowned. These guys don't look like they're any good, they're definitely looking for trouble. Sure enough, the silver-haired man in the lead grabbed him directly by the collar. So it's you kid named Zhang Yang? You're the one talking and laughing with Sister Tinkerbell? Do you know whose woman she is? Zhang Yang frowned and felt more than a little helpless in his heart. This Tinkerbell schoolmate is not a reliable schoolmate, it's simply a red-faced scourge. But what does it matter to you who I talk to? The other party obviously did not expect Zhang Yang to reply in this manner, and was first stunned, then his expression instantly became hideous. Very good. Kids pretty wild, huh? Chapter 93 Founding of the Society. His expression instantly grimaced, his other fist already raised. Only the next second the cold dagger was already on his neck. It's a scalpel. Zhang Yang's gaze was icy cold as he pressed the dissecting knife against the other party's neck, killing intent permeating his body. That thick and true killing intent caused everyone present to shiver coldly. These people were practically pampered in their daily lives, where had they seen such a murderous aura? The only killing aura he had ever seen was the one he had seen when he went to hunt and kill foreign beasts with safety measures, and Zhang Yang's killing aura could not be compared at all. The silver-haired man froze for a moment and immediately gave a hideous smile. Who the are you scaring? Do you think I'm scared? Pust. The cold knife cut through his skin and blood spurted from his neck. Blood instantly sprayed out on the few followers who were chasing after him, directly scaring them silly. The silver-haired man covered his neck in shock and horror. Zhang Yang flung the dissecting knife in his hand without changing his color and said coldly, I'm a person who has a sense of proportion in my hand. You can't die if you go to the infirmary in time now. Of course, it's not my fault if you insist on standing here and bleeding yourself to death. His entire face remained cold as he said this, and those present only felt that Zhang Yang was alive with a murderous devil. With a terrified scream, the silver-haired man and a group of followers ran out of the room and disappeared. They left and a brief silence fell over the room. Only to see Zhang Yang changing his clothes and organizing his instruments in front of his 2 roommates without changing his face. Brother Yang. Yang, he won't die, right? Hu Gang's voice trembled with a few moments of fear. This fear came from the fear of death on one hand, and from Zhang Yang on the other. Who's a good guy who just wipes his neck in the face of provocation? No. After wiping his neck he's still here with his face unchanged, changing his clothes slowly. The man is more or less tainted with perversion. Oh, don't worry about that, he won't die. I didn't stab him in the vitals with that knife, he can't die. I'm familiar with where all those organs are, unless, like I said, the guy got himself killed and stood to bleed himself out. Zhang Yang spoke lightly, but it made Hu Gang feel even more cold in his hands and feet. He felt that Zhang Yang was not a bit of a pervert, it was that this person was definitely a pervert. Zhang Yang had already rearranged his meter by now. Did you recognize that man just now? I don't know, I've only just arrived, but I can ask around for you, Brother Yang. Hu Gang shook his head. Zhang Yang did not say anything, but instead, he looked his gaze towards Zhao Wenwen, who was not far away. Zhao Wenwen felt Zhang Yang's gaze and winced. I don't know why, but he always felt that the way Zhang Yang looked at him didn't look like he was looking at a person, it was more like, look at the body. I don't know him, but I know he must know Chu Chou. That guy is the top rich son of the elite class, and seems to be in the midst of an ongoing mad pursuit of senior sister Qin Dingdang. That person should be Chu Chou's little brother. Hearing him say that, Zhang Yang suddenly realized. So you knew all along that you wouldn't bother with me because you were afraid of getting into trouble? Being poked and prodded in the heart, Zhao Wenwen nodded hesitantly. That guy we can't afford to mess with. I advise you to think of a way to solve it quickly, otherwise all of us in the dormitory will suffer. That guy is vindictive, and he has connections here, we can't fight him. Zhang Yang did not say anything, but moved his muscles. That's right, you guys really can't fight. Then when you see them from now on you'll take a detour and see if they'll leave you alone. Anyway, I'm not quite the same, if he has crooked thoughts, I won't let them go. Zhang Yang walked out of the dormitory, leaving Zhao Wenwen and the two of them wide-eyed. Zhao Wenwen was smarter, he could hear something in Zhang Yang's words. Looking at the direction Zhang Yang disappeared, his face was ugly. Crazy. What a lunatic. This is Kyoto, there's no telling who's behind the hornet's nest. I just want to graduate honestly, so don't drag me down. He muttered to himself, then refocused on himself and began to organize his belongings. After leaving the dormitory, Zhang Yang began to look for the location of the club. He wasn't too keen on having to contact Qin Dingdong. It wasn't for fear of getting into trouble, it just felt completely unnecessary. Qin Tingtang was like a hornet's nest, even if you got close you would get stung. It's not like he's sick and enjoys looking for abuse, so it's natural to avoid it. In fact, the most crucial point was that Qin Dingdong's confused nature really made people feel less reliable. It was a good thing that although this campus was large, the buildings weren't very winding, and he found the place where the clubs were being recruited just by asking around to a few random people. It really was just like he had imagined college to be, with no math deans there to shout at. Come to us, schoolboy, we're the Potions Club here. Handsome, here, we are here as the Human Body Research Society, specializing in the study of all kinds of human. Hey you don't go Fey Culinary Society. The Fey Anatomy Club is recruiting. The Martial Arts Club is recruiting. The atmosphere could be said to be baked to the core as one club after another sold out and yelled. The atmosphere was hot and steamy on the long street with people coming and going. Zhang Yang looked for a kind-faced schoolmate, due to which he took out a transparent stone from within his space watch. Senior sister, although this is only made from the beast core of a martial artist level foreign beast, but the mold is special, nestled in the hand, winter warm and summer cool, hope you can like it. That schoolmate was an introverted character, and when she heard Zhang Yang's words, her cheeks turned red all of a sudden. Hawk, I have a boyfriend. Sister, don't misunderstand, I'm here for the first time. There are a lot of questions I want to find someone to ask, but I'm too embarrassed to trouble the elder sister, you see. No problem. That senior sister immediately held the stone in her hands and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Sister, I want to create a club of my own, how can I do that? Hearing him ask this, that schoolmate first revealed a look of curiosity, and then said, for this you need at least 3 clubs to recommend you before you can set up a club. And your club has to contribute to the school within a week so that it can continue to be set up and supported by the school. Zhang Yang immediately came to a realization. So, how do I get the club to get a lift? Is this thing easy? The schoolteacher immediately said seriously, it's easy to say it's easy, and it's hard to say it's hard. The general rule here is that you have to do one thing for someone's club before you can do it. I'll be able to make a referral slot for you right here, do you want to find out more? Chapter 94, Anatomical Societies. That's really great, I wonder what conditions senior sister has. That schoolmate simply thought for a moment before saying, I'll see to it that you don't give you a hard time for the sake of the things you sent me. My club is a planting club, specializing in developing flowers and herbs that are helpful for cultivation, and recently we've been looking at the medicinal herbs in the mountains behind the school, so you can just help us get them back tomorrow. Don't worry, these are the more common herbs in the back of the mountain, it's just that our club has so many things to do with so few people that we're too lazy to make the trip ourselves. No problem. Zhang Yang agreed without even thinking. For no other reason than he has money. Yes, he's rich. The money his mother left him was a thought, and he would never spend it. And after that, he had close to $500,000 in savings. That's right, it's $500,000. He hadn't been able to get anything of value when he upgraded in the area of U-City's alien beast activity. This is still what's left over after he left $500,000 to his father, which shows how wealthy he is. With that kind of money, the big deal is that he just goes and buys them back, at no time cost to him. Great. Then please, let's add a contact and I'll send you everything you need later. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and continued to ask, does senior sister know which clubs are better to talk to, and also let me save some time? It's really hard to say, because every club's recommendation is in the hands of the president and vice president, and it's entirely up to them to see if their personalities are good or not. If people really want to figure you out a little bit or something, then who's to say? But I would suggest that you look for clubs that you're good at, that way you have a common language, and there's a chance that you could actually help people out and be able to smooth things out a little bit. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, already having an idea in his heart. What's he good at? Naturally, it's dissecting and killing alien beasts. Anatomy-type clubs he actually saw, that's a good one. As for killing the Fae, he did see the Combat Society. It's just that those guys look menacing and not very talkative, so they'll just have to try. With that in mind, he headed straight for the Anatomy Club. The Anatomy Club was responsible for recruiting 2 girls who were not exactly beautiful, but they were of the pretty-faced variety. Especially one of the schoolmates wearing glasses, the whole person exudes a feeling of pure desire sister, very capable of arousing the male in Herman. Zhang Yang thinks that this is definitely a means of recruiting people for this society, after all. Anatomically dissecting and breaking down the alien beasts is something that most martial artists do, and it's impossible to deliberately learn to understand and learn unless it's someone with special needs like him. This schoolmate, are you interested in our club? That schoolmate immediately pushed up her glasses and revealed a smile when she saw Zhang Yang approaching. Of course, it's okay if you're interested in schoolteacher me. As long as you can come to our club, my sister can teach you to dissect corpses by hand. Zhang Yang smiled dryly. How this sounded was how awkward. He didn't bull and just said what he was thinking. Not joining a club? Not joining a club and still wanting to ask for recommendations, you're a greedy brother. It's not impossible though, but you should know that club recommendations can only be used once per semester, and that's expensive yo. Zhang Yang's smile was a little stiff. He did not think that there was such a thing. After deeply knowing the possibility that he was going to be ruthlessly slaughtered, he prepared himself mentally. Just tell me the conditions, schoolteacher. Who knew that this schoolmate revealed a somewhat perverted smile and slowly said, I, for one, have little interest in anything other than for dissecting corpses. So whether I help you or not is all up to you and sister me. Her voice lurched as she spoke. Let's put it this way. I've got 2 hard to dissect corpses here that have been bothering me. How about you give it a try, and if it works I'll give you a free recommendation. Oh? There's something like that, then I'm really kind of interested. I'm not going to hide it from you, senior sister, but I'm a person who usually likes to fight with foreign beasts, so I'm still really interested in this matter of dissection. If I didn't have a reason for having to create my own club, maybe I would have joined our anatomy club. That schoolmate, on the other hand, lost her smile. Don't talk big, schoolmate, don't talk big, let's talk about it later when it really succeeds. She told the girl on the side to continue recruiting here, and then led Zhang Yan all the way to a first-floor laboratory. This teaching building seems to be specially used for students to create clubs. On the way here Zhang Yang saw that every room has been carefully decorated and remodeled by students, which can be said to be very pleasing to the eyes. Is this the Dragon Capital Martial Artist University? Sure enough, it's different from other schools. Zhang Yang was quite excited to walk into the anatomy club's lab with his senior sister, and as soon as he entered the room, there was the familiar smell of blood. The smell and stench of blood that hit his face gave him a few moments to return to the area where the Fae were operating, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Oh? You really are a connoisseur. You should know that people who don't like dissections won't be dealing with corpses for a long time, and 80% of them can't stand it when they smell this odor. This schoolmate's eyes revealed a few moments of appreciation and longing within them. That's right, it's a craving. Zhang Yang now felt that the whole school was perverted. This was only the first day he came to see so many abnormal sisters and seniors. It seemed that he must adjust his mindset and not let himself become as crazy. Soon, he saw a senior in a white lab coat dissecting a corpse there not far away. There were 5 or 6 men and women standing on either side of the perimeter, and they watched the senior carefully as he dissected and seemed to be learning. This senior was operating while slowly explaining to the few people present. This Crossbones Python body skeletal framework is marvelous. It has thousands of tiny bones on its body, and it is almost impossible for these bones to completely decompose while retaining their flesh and blood. But with all the research we've done over the years, the current method of utilizing fine decomposition retains the maximum. Everyone pay attention and watch as I utilize this blade to split a little bit. He said, the dissecting knife in his hand flew to decompose, even if those who did not know how to see the speed of that flying can see the line of eye pleasing. Those bones were quickly separated, with very little of the flesh and blood stained on them, only a thin layer. Senior Gao is too godly. This is out of this world dissection. It's perfect. Everyone had a frenzied look on their faces, and only Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, that's a shame. In a flash, the room was dead silent. Chapter 95, Big Brother Take My Knees. Zhang Yang swore that he really sighed subconsciously. It was just that his sigh was a little loud, and the moment he said it again he regretted it. It hadn't occurred to him that such a little noise had been detected by these people. The most embarrassing part is that now everyone is staring at him with that look. Hostility? Questioning? Or viewing idiots? All in all, there's no such thing as a good eye. Oh? This student is new here, right? I wonder what you call a pity. The man in the white lab coat slowly walked over, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was irritation within the man's eyes, and a maniacal obsession with dissecting corpses. Sure enough, isn't there a single normal student in this school? Zhang Yang was very sweaty, then calmly said, unfortunately then you are afraid of hurting the bones every time you click the knife, so the knife has to rebound a little bit when it is closest to the bones, and that's what leads to a thin layer of meat being left at the end. Otherwise, might be able to weed it out perfectly. Humph, that's easy for you to say. The most taboo thing about the technique of dissection is paperwork. The man's face had gone cold, obviously a little hungover. Because only he knew that Zhang Yang had hit the nail on the head. It is true that he was afraid of hurting the bones every time, so he didn't go down to the end of the knife, but who wouldn't be afraid in his place? Wherever one of those bones shattered, the entire skeleton would fall apart, and then the bones of that corpse would be considered directly scrapped. He turned his head to look at his schoolmate who had been watching from the sidelines, his voice very displeased. I say, Lu Xiaofei, where did you find a newcomer? How can you pursue academics when you don't know the sky so well? You are also a fan of anatomy. You should know very well that the technique of anatomical decomposition, the most taboo, is the impetuous character. This person is really disappointing to me. Let him join another club. He waved his hand with a really disappointed face, then twisted around and prepared to go back. Lu Xiaofei smiled somewhat awkwardly and looked at Zhang Yang, spreading her hands helplessly. As you can see, it's not that my sister won't help you, it's that you've buried the opportunity yourself. Never mind, as compensation sister will send you back to your dormitory. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly and really couldn't help but say, what paperwork is involved in such a simple maneuver? Isn't this something that can be done with just a few slashes? The man who had been about to turn his head and continue stopped at his words. He twisted his head and looked at Zhang Yang. The annoyance on his face was already obvious. A few random cuts? How dare you say the word casual to me when it comes to a technique as delicate as anatomical decomposition? Kid, if you can really dissect out bones better than me, then I, Yang Ming, won't be the president of this anatomy club. Can I let you have the club? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and his entire cheeks had turned red. As expected, it was more or less the same as what Zhang Yang had guessed. This person was really serious and fanatical about anatomy, or else he would not have lost his temper because of such a little thing. But is right up his alley. Yeah. President Yang, this is something you said yourself, I didn't force you to say it. Except I don't need your presidency either, I just need a recommendation for me to start my own club. Zhang Yang finished with a flourish, leaping with excitement. He had finished speaking with barely a pause and without giving Yang Ming a chance to think. Yang Ming froze, a little confused. He watched a look of triumph as the corners of his mouth twitched. Smashers? Yang Ming pondered like this for a split second, then immediately shook his head. No, it didn't matter even if it was, because he was absolutely confident in his anatomy skills. Only those specialized teachers in the school could have surpassed him in these subtle operations, and not by 100%. So, Zhang Yang is a complete, overconfident rash. Yes, definitely a rash. He gave a gloating smile at the thought. Yes. Since you've said that, I'll promise you. But if you can't do that, you'll have to apologize and admit your mistake in front of everyone. Not only that, but you'll have to cover the cost of all our experiments today. Just so you know, we charge $10,000 a day for an autopsy. Well, dare you bet? Zhang Yang nodded without any hesitation. Of course, what's there to be afraid of? Good, very good. Yang Ming revealed a smile and made a pleased gesture. He looked at Lu Xiaofei and his smile became even more intense as he said, Lu Xiaofei, I was wrong about you. It's not easy for you to go through all this trouble to find a counterpoint for everyone, so let's give you credit. Lu Xiaofei couldn't help but roll her eyes and didn't say anything even as she glared at him viciously. It just said to Zhang Yang, I was going to find 2 corpses for you to try, but since you said so, then this one will do. Anyway, he's our president and he speaks with much more authority than I do. Zhang Yang did not talk any more nonsense, but signaled that he could start. Yang Ming called for someone to carry up another body for Zhang Yang to the cold storage, and the crowd began to wait. By this time a few people in the room were already talking. Isn't this man sick in the head? Yes. Anatomy still dares to call the shots with President Yang Ming, how will he die? It looks like we've got our funding for the day. Ha ha. It's beautiful. The crowd was talking and looking at Zhang Yang as if they were looking at a clown. They all had absolute confidence, after all, there was only one anatomy club in the entire school, and only one president. So it was impossible for anyone among the students to be stronger than Yang Ming, the president of the anatomy club. It's something you can figure out with your toes, and this stupid rookie is delusional enough to think that a miracle will happen? It wasn't until the body was carried up that Lu Xiaofei walked up again. You can actually admit defeat now, and I'll say something for you, apologize and forget about it. Zhang Yang bared his teeth and smiled, if you didn't have these 2 heartfelt words, I would have thought that school sister was the same as all of them. Don't worry, I'm sure. Lu Xiaofei did not say much, after all, she did not have any friendship with Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang really lost, it would also be her association that would benefit, and she was already being benevolent by being able to open her mouth and take a step back. Yang Ming briefly checked the construction of the corpse and confirmed that there were no problems before giving Zhang Yang a pleased gesture. You start. Let's see what level and weight this master really has. Zhang Yang did not talk nonsense, the dissecting knife in his hand instantly tossed and jumped inside his hand as if it was alive. Only to see him take a violent step forward, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It's time to start filling the cups. Chapter 96, Tackling the Thief. Yes, he's going to start filling the cups. Zhang Yang was not trying to pretend on his own, but he was too skillful in the technique of anatomical decomposition. Only to see the scalpel in his hand instantly affixed to the skin of that corpse, and then instantly maneuvered over the corpse. It was like a trick with that spine, 1 second it was in the body, the next it had gotten out flawlessly. That's right, it's flawless. The bones on it were perfectly preserved and there was hardly any adhering broken flesh. If Yang Ming's retained 5% of his meat, then Zhang Yang's was definitely less than 0.1%. The most important point is that he does it in one go, and it's downright scary how fast he is. The whole process took less than a minute, and it had gotten the bones out perfectly. There were even some people who didn't have the attention span to just see a flash in front of their eyes, and Zhang Yang had already ended his dissection. Yang Ming stared wide-eyed and kept rubbing his eyes, then shocked, he ran to the corpse. It wasn't just him, the students around him who were supposed to be watching him also rushed up. Everyone's eyes rested on the bones that had no remnants of flesh and blood, staring in disbelief. My God! He was actually able to do it. How in the world did this happen? A miracle. Dig the groove. Biggie, take my knee. Who says it's not good? It's fantastic. Everyone exclaimed here in shock, and Yang Ming stared with wide eyes. It was a while before he came back to his senses and picked up the perfect skeleton. Convinced. This technique really convinces. What's your name? He didn't have the same attitude he had before this time, replacing it with recognition and respect. Zhang Yang. I just happen to have a lot of experience in anatomy. If you have a lot of experience, you will definitely do better than me. Zhang Yang spoke seriously. These were words from his heart, not words of flattery. He could see that this person called Yang Ming had solid basic skills. Each step is a more advanced maneuver, presumably learned systematically. The only pity was that those were the so-called theoretical foundations, and to truly be able to send and receive, one could only keep dissecting foreign beasts like he did. Indeed, instructed. As per our agreement, I will help recommend you to create a club. But have you reached 3 recommended societies now? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. You guys are the second one, so I'm going to make a trip to the Hunting and Killing Society. They seem to be hunting foreign beasts, right? Hearing this name, Yang Ming was obviously stunned. Which club are you going to? I'd suggest you change clubs. Why? Is it hard to communicate with the president there? Yang Ming shook his head. It's not that it's hard to communicate, on the contrary, he's quite talkative. Only he's a mixed bag there, so don't think it's a small chance that you'll get into trouble if you go. Let's put it to you this way. Because of their club's bad morale, it's caused almost everyone in the school to walk around them when they see them now. Hearing him say that, Zhang Yang probably already had a speculation in his heart. It was thought that there was a large number of people like the silver hair that we saw today in that club, and that was indeed a bit of a problem. But when he thought of how nice the other club president was, he felt he couldn't pass up the opportunity. I still need to go over there, so I'll leave you guys alone today. No problem, but... You really won't consider joining us? I can sense that you are highly skilled. If you join forces with me, you will definitely carry this anatomy club forward, and you may not even be able to incorporate it into the subject matter. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his face even carried an extreme fervor. Zhang Yang. Amount. Zhang Yang felt that he was not normal and escaped. Out the door, the first thing he wanted to do was go to the hunting club. But it was stopped by Hu Gang. Just seeing Hu Gang's hurried appearance, it looked just like he was looking for him. Brother Yang, I've finally found you. It's not good, that silver hair guy is leading a group of people to besiege you inside the campus, and this time they're holding weapons in their hands. I asked you about this guy, and he's just a human being. This kid is a famous dog's leg in the school, specializing in giving help to those powerful dudes. It can be said that most of the dudes inside the school are related to him. So this guy does things without even thinking about the consequences because someone else wipes his ass. If I do catch you, I'll be sure to do something deadly to you. Zhang Yang's brows slightly furrowed. It's a real pain in the ass if you put it that way. How many of them are there and what is their realm strength? When Hu Gang heard him say that, his face looked a little ugly and said, at least 10 people, I've asked around, there are also 2 level 10 Zongshi. Both of them are ruthless people inside the school. One of them is also the president of the Hunt Club, and I hear the fighting hits hard. He said with a worried look on his face as he pulled a bottle of potion only the size of his thumb out of his pocket. Yang, even though you're your roommate on our first day today, I adore you as a person. This is one of the life-preserving potions my father gave me. Take it and your fitness will double in half an hour. Let's try to avoid them as much as possible. If we really can't avoid them, this is even the last card. Zhang Yang did not expect Hu Gang to be so righteous, and for a while his heart was a little warm. Although this potion is dispensable for Hu Gang, but at this time to be able to help himself, but also really enough meaning. Then I won't be polite to you. You go back first. This matter originally has nothing to do with you, don't drag you down. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and smiled faintly. Hu Gang saw him like this and showed a few moments of hesitation. He was indeed a bit scared. It's just not righteous enough for me to leave you behind like this. Do you have any good ideas, Brother Yang? If we can't, why don't we go to the counselor? I have the counselor's number, I'll call him now. He was about to pull out his cell phone as he spoke, but Zhang Yang suddenly interrupted him. It should be too late. Ha! They're coming. Only then did Hu Gang see that Zhang Yang's gaze had been looking behind him with an extremely grave expression. Hu Gang subconsciously turned back to look, almost scared out of his wits. A dozen or so people were dressed like men, they didn't look like serious students, and the scariest part was that they had a few with long hair and ran with knives. Silver Hair stood amongst these people, his eyes staring viciously at Zhang Yang, pointing at him. That's him. Cut him for me. As long as you can't hack it, you're fine. Along with his yell, the men swarmed over him, scaring the surrounding passing students out of the way. As these people realized that the Silver Hair was targeting Zhang Yang, they cast pitying looks. As for helping to report on schools? No one would do such a stupid thing or mind their own business. College is what it is, and it's not even close to the outside world, it's very realistic. Yang. What to do? What now? Hu Gang was trembling with fear. Zhang Yang visually measured that the other party was still a few dozen meters away and said in a calm voice, which 2 are martial artist level 10? Point them out to me. Ha! Hu Gang froze. Cut the crap. Hurry up and tell me. That bearded guy, and that one with long hair. Hu Gang pointed out two people at the first opportunity. Before his words fell, Zhang Yang had already flown out. No, more accurately, it slipped out. Zhang Yang was like a loach, sliding out on the ice at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was blindsided by his charge. This was because no one would have thought that Zhang Yang would take the initiative to rush out, and still rush into the crowd to seek death. But the fact that it was right in front of their eyes, for a while, made those who were ready to chase Zhang Yang a little confused. It was by taking this opportunity that Zhang Yang slipped past several people in a row and appeared in front of a long-haired one. The man had long hair, tied it up like a woman would, and the whole thing was dressed in that hip-hop style. He only had a not-so-long iron rod in his hand, and when he saw Zhang Yang rushing up he instantly swung it. Seek death. The iron rod in his hand swung, and his aura soared. That was the aura of a 10th level sect master. Feeling his own strong aura, the long-haired man's face revealed a few confident smiles. He already knew Zhang Yang's level before he came. A 7th level grandmaster was indeed powerful, but he was still too young in front of him. With the leap of 3 levels coupled with his confident combat experience, he thought that he was definitely able to crush Zhang Yang. However, when he saw Zhang Yang again, his entire body froze in place. Zhang Yang's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, like a maniacal beast, and the dense murderous aura emanating from his body made him feel like he couldn't breathe at this instant. The movements of his hands unconsciously stopped. Staggeringly looking at the attack that had already swung his fists and smashed them, he could only stiffly use the iron rod in his hands to parry it. Snap! Zhang Yang crushed the bottle of potion given by Hu Gang, and then slammed his fist hard. A few seconds later, a figure flew out. Chapter 97. You must apologize to me. A sound like a wild beast erupted from inside Zhang Yang's throat. There was air compression and a sonic boom with this punch. Tarzan fist. Not just Tarzan punches, but 50 times the muscle power of the same realm added. And a potion from Hugan. This punch could be said to be Zhang Yang's most terrifying punch so far, and it was also capable of causing the most damage. He wants one thing. That's deterrence. The low sonic boom sounded in everyone's ears, and for a moment it was as if the world had been hit hard after the mute. The loud chirp that came after the brief silence reappeared like a nuclear bomb. Boom! With a loud sonic boom, a silhouette flew out. Yes. The man with the long hair. He kept flying backwards under the shocked gazes of the crowd, like a cannonball flying close to 20 meters away rushing towards the silver-haired man. It all happened so fast. No. Not only does it happen fast, but every second is unexpected. So when they reacted, the silhouette that flew out had already smashed Silver-Hair over. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion came out and everyone winced. They stood still for a moment, looking at Zhang Yang's standing figure as a layer of cold sweat surfaced on their foreheads. Dead silence. What did they see? That long hair that flew out was a 10th level clan master. 10th grade. That's a real level 10. It's already considered the best of the best. Surprisingly, he was punched out by this newly enrolled guy. The long-haired man had completely fainted. Everyone didn't dare to move around easily, fearing that crazy man Zhang Yang would chase after them in the next second. Zhang Yang slowly straightened up and turned his gaze towards the bearded man. A layer of cold sweat instantly surfaced on the bearded man's forehead, and his body trembled for a moment. Emma, little brother is a mistake. What a misunderstanding. It's all stepping on that silver hair. If you're not relieved, I'll help you clean him up right now. The bearded man pointed his finger at the silver hair in the distance with a look of indignation. He was genuinely scared. Didn't he say he was a level 7 grandmaster when he arrived? Is this ING level 7? Who's a level 7 that can knock a level 10 out with one punch? He is not a little cutie. Knowing that he was definitely not an opponent, might as well hurry up and give in at this time. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, just staring at him with those reddened eyes, not saying a word. The atmosphere is extraordinarily weird. Then I do it? The bearded man felt his gaze and seemed to understand something, revealing a smile worse than tears. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, he just slowly raised his fist. Seeing him in this stance, the bearded man instantly sweated. Just as he was considering whether or not to run, a crazy voice suddenly came out. Let's see what's going on. What's all the fuss about today? Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look and saw Yang Ming leading people out from inside the building. Yang Ming was wearing a white lab coat, his hair was messy, and his whole body was a bit fluttery when he spoke, making people feel mentally challenged at a glance. His laughter wasn't normal either, nor were a couple of the guys behind him. All in all, instead of being afraid, they were excited to see such a scene. Especially the eyes of these people. That one of them looked like the kind that would rush into the venue at any time to stab people to death and then dissect and split their bodies. If these people plus the crazy Zhang Yang just now made the surrounding bystanders scorn and back off, then the presence of these people now completely runs out of bystanders. Who dares to approach this crazy bunch? Ha ha ha. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the president of the hunting and killing club, Beard. I say, bearded man, are you bringing me a corpse today? Yang Ming laughed in a half-crazy manner and kept stroking his chin, his eyes glancing from side to side. Finally, he placed his gaze on Zhang Yang, revealing a few moments of surprise. Ugh. Zhang Yang, did you make a deal with the bearded man here? Ha, I told you that the bearded man is a good talker. As long as you say so, he'll definitely be willing to help you recommend the creation of the society. How about that, am I right? He laughed as happily as he did when he dissected the corpse. Hearing his words, Zhang Yang looked up at the somewhat bewildered bearded man. The bearded man was slow to react, but not stupid, and immediately heard the problem inside. Without any hint of hesitation, he hastened to show a warm smile. Zhang Yang, little brother. Crazy man is right, you don't even need to tell me personally about such a small thing, just have someone notify me. Crazy people know my contact info too, what do you think you had to tell me in person? Isn't it just a recommendation to create a club? It's nothing. He patted his chest frantically, looking very righteous. Zhang Yang's gaze also finally moved away from his body and slowly placed on the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's face changed drastically when he felt Zhang Yang's gaze. The kind of horror that couldn't be concealed spread across his face. Although he had only come into contact with Zhang Yang twice, he had already thoroughly felt Zhang Yang's insanity. This man is not to be messed with. He is really bold when it comes to things. Run. Must run. If he didn't run, he would probably die here. That's right. He didn't know why, but even at school he had this horrible feeling. Zhang Yang was definitely not a normal person, and when it came to things he was the type that really dared to kill people. Help! Murder! He also ignored the wound on his neck and began to yell and scream like crazy. The gauze on his neck instantly stained red, and a sharp pain came from the tugging. But he had forgotten all about that and now just wanted to run away. Zhang Yang did not chase after the other party, but anyone who was discerning could already see that this guy had been completely scared out of his wits. Even if Zhang Yang didn't look for him in the future, he wouldn't dare to come back to Zhang Yang. It was just that Zhang Yang looked at the direction he fled and suddenly frowned. There seems to be one. Yes, there is indeed one. Not only did he see it, but everyone present saw such a person. It was a man about their age, dressed in a simple, upscale designer label, walking slowly towards them. The silver-haired man saw the man as if he had grabbed some kind of life preserver and ran to his side. Brother! Rio! He's going to kill me. Those people from Tama Beard are on the verge of backsliding, we can't let them off lightly. The man did not speak and once again walked towards Zhang Yang and the others. Zhang Yang on his body. Surprisingly, he felt a terrifying sense of oppression. This guy. Beyond the clan? The moment this thought rose, Zhang Yang's face turned a little ugly. He had thought that what he had offended was just a mere dandy, but now it seemed that the other party was not a dude, but the kind of guy whose strength and resources existed side by side. Zhang Yang, you're very good. I, Shu Chou, appreciate you, you are one of the few more interesting people I have seen. The man slowly opened his mouth, and although he didn't say anything, he gave off a great sense of oppression. Zhang Yang did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he felt a few points of pressure. Of all the people he had encountered, only Chu Chiu gave him the most pressure, and even Yin Man, the director of the Martial Artist Bureau, couldn't do it. Sure enough, that's the charm of the Dragon Capital. I'm sorry, I'm a person who doesn't really like to make friends, so I don't intend to make contact with you either. Zhang Yang slowly spoke, his voice cold. What he didn't know was that when he said these words, both the bearded man and Yang Ming's faces were a bit ugly. Awe was clearly showing on their faces, and it could be seen that they were all terrified of facing this person called Chu Chiu. He was afraid that he wouldn't talk to Chu Qiu like that if he were in their shoes. Instead of getting angry when he heard his words, Chu Qiu laughed out loud. Interesting, really interesting. Zhang Yang, you're the most chi-blooded freshman I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, I'm this year's student body president. I had a hand in this military training, so I hope you'll be this active during it. I'll watch you. He said and didn't continue to say much more, but twisted around and prepared to leave. Silverhair followed him with an ugly face, his eyes looking at Zhang Yang in the distance with scorn. Wait. Did I let you go? Just when everyone thought that this matter was going to end, Zhang Yang suddenly opened his mouth. This sentence could be like a bomb that exploded directly inside everyone's head. They looked at Zhang Yang in shock, and there was only one thought inside their heads. This guy is absolutely crazy. Isn't this a death wish? Oh? Are you talking about me? Chu Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous light. Zhang Yang extended his finger and pointed at the silver-haired man. Apologize. If you don't apologize today, I'll cut you every time I see you until you do. Hiss. Tough. It's too hard. Everyone moved. They only reacted at this time. Chu Qiu is indeed not to be messed with, but this person in front of them. It doesn't seem to be easy to mess with either. Knocking out a 10th level clan master with one punch. One person shocks a dozen people. Chu Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, his face clearly a bit hungover. This. Wasn't it a provocation to him? Silverhair looked at him, and his face was extremely ugly. Because. He dared not fail to apologize. He knew that Zhang Yang could do what he said. Chapter 98, Where is Zhang Yang? I'm sorry for being the one who shouldn't have messed with you. Silverhair eventually hesitated to speak. He knew very well that even though Chu Qiu was rich and powerful, he couldn't protect him. The guy named Zhang Yang in front of him was a crazy person, and crazy people don't think too much. He's really afraid of dying. Chu Qiu's face was already ugly, and when he heard this silver-haired apology, his face became even uglier. Isn't this a public slap in his face? Zhang Yang, I'll remember you. I hope you'll still be able to be so tough in a few days. He grunted coldly and left with an iron face. Seeing the troublesome guy leave, Yang Ming walked to his side. Schoolboy, you're not going to have a good time with this military training. This guy is vindictive, you've completely offended this rich male today. He's just the same, he should worrying about whether he'll have a good life next if he offends someone like me. Zhang Yang did not flinch, but instead let out a light laugh. Yang Ming froze and revealed his characteristic maniacal smile. Yes, and you really aren't to be messed with either. Ha ha. The bearded man was sweating, so to speak, as he listened to the two men chat. In his heart, he had already equated Zhang Yang's mental state with Yang Ming. Both of these guys are crazy. That. Zhang Yang's schoolmate, don't worry about what you said about the club, I'll definitely help you deal with it. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to take care of the club. He spoke with an awkward smile, itching to slip away immediately. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Thanks for your help, senior. If you need help with anything in the future, just come to class 3 and look for me. The bearded man nodded joyfully on the surface, but inside he was spitting mad. Still looking for you? If I really look for you, I'm in over my head. The bearded man left in a hurry, and the others didn't dare to stay. They would definitely go back today and frantically spread the legend of today's incident, and I'm afraid that it would only take one night's time for Zhang Yang's name to spread throughout the entire school. Zhang Yang didn't stay too long, he just chatted briefly with Yang Ming, and then took Hu Gang back to the dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, Hu Gang looked unusually excited. Brother Yang, you're so handsome. Do you realize that just the moment you flew out, my mind went blank? I didn't realize how much of a blowout you had until I watched you tackle. You're my idol. In the future, if you need any herbs, just tell me, I'll definitely take care of it for you. The more he talked, the more excited he became, following Zhang Yang like a little fanboy. Cough cough cough. Does this medicine of yours really have no side effects? Zhang Yang had wanted to speak, but he felt a sharp pain all over his body. Air. But there are a billion points. After all, is a life preservation potion, more or less a little side effects well. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at the embarrassed Hu Gang and said, I do have some medicinal herbs to buy, but I don't know if they are medicinal herbs or not, so see if you can get them for me today. He handed Hu Gang the list that the first schoolmate had sent him, and Hu Gang scanned it for a few moments before laughing. None of these things are worth much, let alone buying them, I'm able to give them to you right now. He said and flashed his wrist, accompanied by a flash of light, and took these things out from his space watch. But all of these things have low medicinal value, why are you interested in them, Brother Yang? You really need me to find you good ones. Zhang Yang took those things and casually said, I want to create a club, so I want to. His voice lurched as he said this, and he looked at Hu Gang with glowing eyes. Isn't this his first member? Hu Kong, do you want to become like me? You mean as strong as you? Of course I want to. It's just that my talent level is limited, and I definitely can't reach your level, Brother Yang, and even though it's said that the elite class's guidance is very powerful, and basically enables people to make breakthroughs by leaps and bounds, I still don't have much confidence. Zhang Yang suddenly patted his shoulder and said with confidence, don't be presumptuous, your heart should be higher than the sky and your ambition should be farther than the road. Join my club and I'll take you to become as strong as I am. Look at me, I was just a little trash who just broke through to martial artist a few months ago, and now I'm so powerful. Hu Gang skimmed his lips when he heard his words, you're really joking, Brother Yang, you only became a martial artist a few months ago. You must have been smart and talented since you were a kid. Zhang Yang said helplessly, that's not really true, in short, how about you join my club and follow me to become stronger? Hu Gang nodded his head in agreement with little thought, I believe you, I'm willing to follow you no matter what your society does. But I have to be vice president. Zhang Yang did not even think about it and agreed, Hu Gang, this person listened to persuasion and also enough righteousness, if he is not the vice president who will be? So, what's next? Let's go back to the dormitory first. Wait until after military training tomorrow, just follow me. Okay. When they returned to the dormitory, Zhao Wenwen was sitting at her desk, fuming. Seeing Zhang Yang return unharmed, he acted surprised. You guys didn't run into the silver-haired guys? Zhang Yang didn't bother with him, Zhao Wenwen's character was something he disliked, not as righteous as Hu Gang, nor was he approachable. Of course I ran into it, old Zhao, it's a shame you didn't see it with your own eyes. You don't know, our brother Yang alone shocks a group. Hu Gang was so excited that he was dancing around, reacting completely differently from Zhang Yang. He added more fuel to the fire and told what happened today, and Zhao Wenwen was shocked after hearing it. He looked at Zhang Yang from time to time, and his eyes had already gained a few more points of admiration. Zhang Yang ignored the two men as he began to think about creating a society. As soon as military training was over tomorrow, he could immediately find 3 clubs to recommend to himself, and then he would be able to start them. Then the second thing would need to reflect the benefits created for the school within a week. This place wasn't very clear to him yet, and it was obvious that he needed to ask Yang Ming and the others carefully. Now he just had to think about how he could pull people together and grow the club. After all, it was only with the help of the club ability that he was able to complete the LV5 ability, and only by utilizing the LV5 ability could he become stronger and thus emerge closer to that professor at the school. Hoa Gang is just the beginning, let's take him to reach my lead ability first. Tomorrow, we also need to use the opportunity of military training to find out about that professor's acceptance of apprentices. All in all, there's a lot more to do tomorrow. Zhang Yang mumbled and pondered until the night before slowly falling asleep. Something worth mentioning is that he didn't see his 4th roommate until the next day when the organized military training started. Neither of the remaining 2 were sure why there wasn't a 4th roommate, and were prepared to ask around during the day. After confirming the location of the class military training gathering in the group, the 3 of them headed to the playground together. As Zhang Yang found his place in the class, he sensed a lot of chattering voices coming from around him and vaguely heard his name several times. He stood honestly at the end of the line, waiting for the counselor to appear. Have you heard? Holy, I heard about it, we had a big brother famous in our class on the first day yesterday. Yes, it's called Zhang Yang. I heard my sister say that she saw it, that Zhang Yang is not only very powerful, he seems to be very handsome as well. Dorking and tough. Real doo-doo or fake doo-doo? Which one is it? The voices of discussion continued, and Zhang Yang felt his head getting big. He seems to be famous. The thought that his future days at school would most likely be in existence where his every move would be watched was a bit distressing. The original him was a stinky fish and shrimp that no one paid attention to, and if he was really being watched by so many people, it was unnatural to think about it. Just as he was thinking that no one should ever recognize him as himself, a woman appeared in the distance. The woman looked valiant and had an extremely perfect figure, holding a book, and the first sentence she opened her mouth gave Zhang Yang a bad premonition. Hello everyone, I'm your counselor, Chen Xian. Next I'll count the list, and those I call on will answer," she said with a lull in her voice, clearing her throat under Zhang Yang's somewhat frightened gaze. "Aha! Zhang Yang. Where is Zhang Yang?" Chapter 99. Zhang Yang became a celebrity. Zhang Yang felt like the world had gone quiet. Everyone quieted down as Chun Xian called out his name. These students, who had never met each other, were surprisingly unanimously quiet at this moment. Everyone scanned left and right, seemingly looking for him with curiosity all within their eyes. "Zhang Yang? Is Zhang Yang not here?" The counselor, Chen Xian, called out again, frowning slightly. "Here." Zhang Yang spoke stiffly, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. How? These people were looking at him like he was some new continent. Feeling their gazes, Zhang Yang could only keep himself cold. He could clearly sense that the students closer to him they were somewhat unnatural. "Oh, so you are Zhang Yang." The counselor Chen Xian looked him up and down, revealing an intriguing smile. For some reason, Zhang Yang could sense that this counselor did not mean any harm, but this smile made him feel a little frightened. She started naming the others and in about a few minutes was completely done. "Guys, I'm going to be spending the next 4 years with you all from now on. Just to be clear, my bonus is directly tied to your promotions. That's why during the school year, if any of the pricks disobey the discipline and cause me a whole lot of trouble, I will definitely not be merciful." She glanced at Zhang Yang once again as she said this time her eyes took on a few hints of warning. Zhang Yang also finally understood why he had a bad feeling at this time. This woman is on to herself. The most important thing is that she is the king of Wu. That's right. Although Chun Xian had only glanced at him, the physiological oppression brought about by that transcendent realm, he dared to confirm 100% that the other party was a martial king. In fact, there were obvious means of distinguishing how to tell if someone was a martial king or not. Arriving at a zongshi from a martial artist was a breakthrough in the scope of cognition, and zongshis were no more powerful than humans practicing qi in blood. A leap of more than 10 meters and a punch that weighed several tons was terrifying, but it was still at least a realm where people could understand and barely accept the existence of it. But starting from the martial king, the power of those in this realm will go beyond what is reasonable. For example, a punch blows the armored car out of the water. That's right, a punch in the physical sense of the word pop. The body could harden against a high-speed vehicle unharmed, and bullets couldn't injure a life. These were all things that a martial king could do. So as a martial king realm, Xin Xian just standing there gave off a very strong sense of dissonance. Feeling her gaze, Zhang Yang could not control the corners of his mouth to squeeze out an ugly smile. Sure enough. This school is full of perverts. This military training is divided into 2 weeks and 3 programs. Each program has a counselor plus the student council to come along and assist in the process, so cooperation is expected. It's definitely different from what you might expect from military training, so I hope you're all prepared. Zhang Yang's face became even more ugly. Because he remembered Chu Qiu's words, he didn't think that military training really allowed students to participate in conducting it. Very well, the first event is running. Everyone will strap on a ton of weights for me in a moment and then give me laps around the school for me. How many? Hu Gang instantly broke his voice. 1 ton. Chen Xian's faint voice made everyone shiver. You are the students of the elite class, and you are all at the lowest zongshi level. The clan level can carry up to 5 tons of weight for movement. 1 ton is still child's play to you guys? Only when he said that did the faces of those present look a little better, but of course there were some attentive people who noticed the end, and their faces were still ugly. Although the sovereign is able to carry 1 ton of weight, he can only barely carry out normal activities after carrying the weight, and the physical strength consumed if he runs is also great. This is definitely not as easy as imagined, and most people's weekday cultivation is to exercise qi and blood and kill foreign beasts, which perhaps a challenge. Counselor, how many laps are we running? Clerk Xiao suddenly grasped the point and looked up to inquire. The corner of Chen Xian's mouth hooked up into a smile as she stretched out a finger. 1 round? Clerk Zhou pushed up her glasses and sighed in relief. Although the Kyoto Martial Artist University was a large area, with a full circle estimated at 20 to 30 miles, it was still possible for them, the patriarchs, to accomplish. This military training is sick, but it's a little friendlier than expected. Who knew that at this time? Chen Xian shook her head. 10 laps? Zhao Wenwen's smile faltered. The other students also looked at Chen Xian in dismay, and already some of them were starting to turn white. As for Zhang Yang, He didn't feel quite right, and with his perverted knowledge of this school, it definitely wasn't as simple as 10 laps. However, Chen Xian's next words still made the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitch, and he couldn't help but let 10,000 wild horses gallop past in his heart. No, it's running all the time. Running down to the last 3 in the final class. Everyone but these 3 has half the first semester resource supply less. Oh, a reminder, everyone has a precious potion that can directly raise a level within their resources. If the resources are halved, this potion will also disappear into thin air, and the resources you cut in half will be divided evenly among the top 3. Chen Xian's words were like a nuclear bomb that was thrown into the crowd in a huge explosion of capacity. Those present stood frozen in place, their lips constantly quirking. On what grounds? Yeah. On what grounds? Shouldn't the resources supplied by the school be sent out normally? There is no such thing as withholding basic resources. One by one, the students protested. Chen Xian slowly raised her long legs under everyone's gaze, then stomped on the ground fiercely. Boom! Along with the terrifying vibrations, huge cracks appeared on the ground, directly covering the feet of the crowd. Chen Xian looked at the students present in triumph and uttered a sentence that made everyone spit blood. Who's not convinced? No to single combat. Hu Gang let out an unpleasant laugh. Brothers, listen to this. Is this speaking human language? The others, like Hu Gang, were forced by Chen Xian's lewdness and didn't dare to say much. Humph. A bunch of trash, hanging their heads in shame at just this little difficulty. Just at this time, a familiar voice came from behind a few people. Zhang Yang felt some familiarity and turned his head to look but was stunned. This turned out to be the youth who had a conflict with him yesterday when he reported outside the school gates. I didn't expect him to be in the same class as himself, and I didn't even notice it just now. Only to see his eyes looking provocatively at Zhang Yang, he said smugly, Zhang Yang, I admit that I was a bit blind before. But in class 3 there is only me, Wu Feiyue, who is a true genius, and that will be enough to see in a little while during military training. Country bumpkin, you'll see the difference between me and you in a minute. A murmur accompanied his voice from around the room. Holy, he's Wu Feiyue, huh? This guy is a famous mongrel. Zhang Yang and him are both in our class. This is a big headache. Zhang Yang frowned as he heard the whispers around him. It seemed that this guy was not a guy to be messed with either. Hu Gang squeezed his eyes at him this time. Brother Yang, our class doesn't seem to be idle. I also just saw several famous geniuses from Kyoto who are just one step away from breaking through to Martial King. It seems like our resources are going to be cut in half this time, he said with a bitter look on his face. Zhang Yang was shocked in his heart, which led him to take a look around at his prompting. It was also true that he saw many guys with amazing auras, and these family members stood in silence, their eyes glittering with light. It seems like it's a little difficult to protect your potion for a level up in this class. There were too many geniuses, all of them were secretly competing against each other, and it was going to be an extremely grueling defense. But the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile, and he laughed inwardly. More than a physique. He seems to be stronger than anyone else in the room. Chapter 100, how many percent should I use? He touched his nose and gave an extremely confident smile. Is it a cluster? Oh. It looks like you're very confident. Wu Feiyue's voice came out once again, carrying a few points of even stronger provocation. Zhang Yang frowned. Do you like looking for trouble that much? Wu Feiyue laughed, some contemptuous said, this person least like to find trouble, just simply look at you from the countryside down the bumpkin unpleasant, obviously is nothing to see the bumpkin, have to make so many foreign appearance. I must make you realize the difference between you and the true geniuses of Kyoto. He said with a lurch in his voice and an expression of self-righteous contemplation. Let me guess how many laps you can run? 2 laps at the most. Someone like you definitely doesn't have enough willpower. And I, Wu Feiyue, the true genius of class 3, can run 5 laps. His smug confidence attracted quite a bit of attention, and it was worth noting that others surprisingly didn't think he was bragging. It was evident that this Wu Feiyue did have some fame and strength in Kyoto circles. Zhang Yang originally didn't like to get involved with such people in general, but the other party had attacked him verbally 3 times, so even a clayman had 3 points of fire. He laughed coldly. Is 5 laps a big deal? It's not too late to talk big when you actually get the resources I've distributed. I'm afraid that there are some self-righteous people who talk a big game, but in reality they are nothing. Since you like to compare so much, let's do it, but if you're eliminated before me, don't mess with me again, and you're going to give me all the resources you have left. Yes. It's a deal. Wu Feiyue immediately opened his mouth, fearing that he would look like he was backing out. Then let's have a match, and if you're eliminated before me, you'll yell 3 times that I'm a pussy dirtbag in front of everyone in the class. I'm the unseen Yakuza. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Hu Gang, who was even more nervous than him, whispered, "Why did you agree to him, Brother Yang? How disgraceful this would be to lose. Don't forget you're the president of our club." "It's okay, I'm sure." Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and smiled faintly. Although he said that, it was obvious that Hu Gang was a little worried. "Brother, tell me honestly, how sure are you? Although I don't recognize this kid, I've heard of his name, Mixed Demon King Wu Feiyue. He's different from the other geniuses. He's a practical fighter, with what is a solid realm of strength. This person is perhaps even more powerful than many people who are in a higher realm than him, definitely not ordinary." Once Zhang Yang heard that the other party was a real combatant, he became even more interested. He took a moment to think for a few seconds, then smiled more confidently. "Well, 90% sure. After all, there are a lot of surprises in the world, and I wouldn't dare say I'm 100% sure." Wu Feiyue had been listening to them and instantly let out a laugh when he heard Zhang Yang say that he was 90% sure. "But it's funny, 90% sure? Bragging without a draft. In a moment I'll see how much real skill you can have." There was a lot of noise, and Chen Qian didn't stop it in the first place. She waited until everyone had pretty much said their piece before she slowly opened her mouth to signal the crowd to be quiet. "That's enough for everyone, free discussion time. If you still have the stamina and energy next, just use it on the test," she said without further ado and led the crowd directly to the playground. "Here there are iron leads ready for weights, the kind that can be strapped to your legs." Zhang Yang carefully observed that this was something specially made. Each piece was small but heavy. For a 1-ton load, you only need to strap one to each of your left and right legs. Heavy as it is small and more convenient. Wu Feiyue intentionally finished tying around him and then jumped a few times in front of everyone. He looked relaxed, very relaxed. It wasn't a feigned ease, and it could be confirmed that his own physical fitness was indeed good, as it was among the legends. He looked at Zhang Yang smugly with a provocative gaze, as if to say that you should try it too. Just as Zhang Yang was preparing to carry weights as well, a voice of alarm came from not far away. Just see an old-faced male student surrounded by everyone and weighing himself 2 tons under everyone's shocked gaze. That's right, 2 tons. Holy, should we be so loaded? This is a battle about resources. How could this guy be so sick as to torture himself? Hu Gang looked at the other party with idiotic eyes. Zhao Wenwen snorted coldly from the side at this time. What the hell do you know? He was a famous genius student of Kyoto Second High School before. He broke countless records in high school and was known as the most talented cadet in the second high school in 10 years. Maybe this is simply child's play for him. There's no way to compare the gap between us and him. As he spoke, that talented cadet kept moving his muscles and bones, crackling sounds coming from his body, and he indeed seemed to be unaffected. Meanwhile, there were several other talented trainees who had already tied the iron lead to their legs, and they all seemed to be relaxed. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, casually picking up the 1-ton weight and pondering over it. Light. It's too light. It was a complete no-brainer for him, as easy as drinking water. His overall muscular strength was 50 times that of an unusual sovereign realm, and his physical strength was 100 times more. Such physical fitness makes him almost unaffected by such things as weight-bearing. Casually placing the weights on his body, he bent down slightly, and the muscle power of his legs instantly exploded. Click! A slight ringing sound appeared on the ground, and a crack as if it had been slashed by lightning instantly spread 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Yang hurriedly put away his power, but it was too late. The crack that suddenly appeared attracted the attention of quite a few people, and when they saw that it was triggered by Zhang Yang, they all wore an expression that it was really so. Worthy of being Brother Yang, to be able to make such a big crack in the ground. Hu Gang gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration. It was just that the others didn't care much about it. After all, compared to the few geniuses just now, Zhang Yang's performance was colorful, but it still wasn't stunning enough. However, they did not realize that this was just Zhang Yang exerting his force randomly. If he really used all his strength, I'm afraid that the entire ground would collapse. Brother Yang, you don't have to take it to heart, you're already very strong. As I see it, there's a high chance that you'll be able to reach the top 3, don't forget to share a bit of my resources at that time. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth curled into a smile as he nodded slightly. Don't worry, be a brother, in your heart. Not far away, Zhao Wenwen had hesitation written all over his face, as if he wanted to say something but in the end didn't. In the time it took for a few people to talk, everyone had finished carrying their weights. Seeing that everyone had finished carrying their weights, Chen Xian also began to organize everyone to prepare for military training. Everyone is almost ready, so let's get ready to start. Everyone jumped at this statement. The first day of college military training has officially begun. Compared to the others who were jumping up and ready to make a big show, Zhang Yang was quite a bit calmer. He subconsciously touched his nose, pondering a very serious question. With how much force? 5 points? Or 3? Chapter 101 Military Training begins. Getting the top 3 to gain resources was something Zhang Yang definitely wanted. But he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself just yet, in which case he'd be in a lot of trouble later on. But he glanced at Wu Feiyue, who was still whistling provocatively at him not far away, and thought about Chu Qiu from before. It's like even if he doesn't draw attention to himself, he's still going to get in trouble. Would he have been in less trouble if he had actually shown his strength? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang's eyes revealed a few points of determination, and he already had an idea in his heart. Just after he had done his mental construction, Chen Xian had already announced the official start. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang rushed out and followed closely behind the group. Because this was an endurance-testing military training program, no one was in a hurry. They have to think about things like how to boil the other students down, not fighting for first place, and most of them are running slow. Hu Gang and Zhao Wenwen followed him, the two of them not saying a word. It's an endurance-testing military drill, and we can interrupt the others' running rhythms so they suffer from wearing out more of their stamina. And we have to be careful of the others coming down on us so that we can hold out until the end. Clerical Zhao suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at him with some surprise. There's no need to look at me so surprised, at the end of the day we're roommates and we're going to be together under one roof for 4 years. I know you don't like me, but I'm not your enemy either, and I'll share any intel I have with you and Hu Gang. Clerical Zhao pushed up his glasses and his voice lurched. This military training is much harder than the rules we've heard, and the counselors didn't say they couldn't influence other people, much less restrict potions and all the other requirements. She said the only purpose was that the 3 who lasted to the end would get the resources and would have to keep running, so a stopping to rest wasn't allowed. So we have to watch out for the others and then make a concerted effort to think of more ways to eliminate the others. Hu Gang listened with a shocked face on the side, and then anxiously said, "What the hell is your kid talking about? Can we still take the initiative to harm people? What if we are directly eliminated that way?" Zhao Wenwen ignored him and instead gazed at the brigade in the distance and said, "Wait and see, soon perhaps you'll be able to see the results. Someone will definitely make the first move, and at that point you won't feel the same way, because if you don't deal with someone else will definitely deal with you." Almost as soon as his words fell, an angry yell came from inside the large group in the distance. A student was then seen to be thrown into mid-air and then landed heavily on the ground. This classmate was lying on the ground ouching and screaming. It seems that the fall was not bad. It would seem that this injured man would never be able to hold on to the first 3 with his injuries even if he continued to get up and run. His military training, this time, was a complete failure. However, just when a few people thought that there was a possibility that he would just quit, Chen Xian suddenly appeared at his side and directly pulled him up. Afterward, Chen Xian took out a huge horn from somewhere. "Attention all! For any reason, you must move me. Even if it's a crawl, it has to last until the final screening of the remaining 3 is over. If you swing for the fences midway through the season and just give up on the run, that will eliminate all resources for the year." Her words echoed in everyone's ears through the loudspeaker, and some of the trainees who were originally relaxed instantly changed their faces when they heard these words. Yes, there are a lot of people who think the same thing, and if they can't do it, they can just lay down on the floor and forget about it. Losing half of their resources hurts, but they are also literally incapable of getting a top 3 finish. Why labor desperately when you can't get the top 3 and lose resources anyhow? Unfortunately, Chen Xian's words directly blocked them from this naive thought. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized how different and perverse this military training was. "Old Zhao, you're so smart. I told you that you're not a good person with your eyes dribbling all day, a belly full of heart." Clerk Zhou pushed up her glasses. "You don't talk too good either. I think we should find a way to eliminate you first." "Don't! Brother Yang, you control him." Zhang Yang ran slowly with the 2 men, pondering over Zhao Wenwen's words. Zhao Wenwen was indeed smart and dared to think, surprisingly able to see the problems of this military training in advance. But after all, he was only smart in the head and had seen too little. In his eyes, although what Zhao Wenwen had speculated was true, the reality of the situation must be pandemonium. Trying to come to the top 3 through any so-called strategy was something that was absolutely impossible no matter how you calculated it. The top 3 were still the 3 strongest people in absolute power. And it's going to get messy. If what you say, Clerk Zhao, is right, then simply this military training won't last long, and these people will immediately show their abilities. Almost as soon as Zhang Yang's words were sung, 4 or 5 people in the group instantly broke away from the group and ran to the forefront position, and gradually left their large group behind. These 4 or 5 people included Wu Feiyue, with whom he had a bet. As these men walked away, the large group in the front class began to gradually let out angry yells and curses. These people had begun to completely mess up after they realized they could attack other people. Everyone is on guard against those around them, and everyone is thinking about eliminating everyone else. In a situation like this, it's quite possible that a single look could be the trigger for a fight. And in the midst of this large force, there were countless fuses and bombs, and once a group of bombs exploded, it would provoke a series of chain reaction explosions. In a matter of minutes, they had seen many people thrown out by the team, some injured, some simply knocked out outright. Of course, there were others who had broken away from the group and were ready to catch up with the 4 or 5 who had disappeared in front of them. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and it was suddenly like there was an extra layer of ice under his feet. While frantically boosting his speed, he was also constantly dodging these students who were blocking the road, and chasing after a few people in the distance. It was too chaotic here, and if he kept dwelling here any longer, he would surely be pulled into the middle of the battlefield where this group of people were going crazy as well. Brother Yang! Wait for me! Seeing Zhang Yang getting farther and farther away from them, Hu Gang was a bit anxious. On the side, Zhao Wenwen but sneered, "Wait your ass, if I were, I wouldn't care about our 2 dragons. This is military training that relies on our own abilities, he can't help us. Hu Gang, if you're really capable, you'll last until the end unharmed. I'm going to break away from the group and run in the other direction now, so think about what you're going to do." He spoke about the tricky direction while looking at the location where Zhang Yang disappeared in the distance and muttered, "Realm is definitely not the only measure for becoming strong. I want to prove myself." Chapter 102, Do you want to get rid of me? Zhang Yang surpassed the large troop with a somewhat gloomy expression. Messy, too messy. This military training is so messed up. Zhang Yang took one last look at the students who were each showing their skills inside that large troop and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Director Man didn't hold much hope for him in the first place. Among these geniuses of the elite class, it was really a bit difficult to stand out from the rest. "Ego, are you Zhang Yan?" Just as he was fuming, he suddenly heard a droning voice. He looked up to find several men and women appearing at his side. It's a new face. Not the 3rd class. This was Zhang Yang's first reaction, and his second reaction was why the other party was so close to him to strike up a conversation with him. "I'm Zhang Yang, and you are?" "I'm from the 2nd class. I didn't expect your class to come over for military training at this time as well. It's really interesting to see all 3 classes together this time." The other party's words made Zhang Yang's brain buzz. 3 classes marching together? Lean. Where is this mess? It's too messy. 3 classes of pandemonium, as expected of Kyoto Martial Arts University, it's just perverted. Zhang Yang muttered, then placed his gaze on the few people in front of him. There were 6 people in total, and all 6 of them had a good aura, so I'm afraid that there was no one lower than his realm. These were supposed to be some of the top guys in the 2nd class, and these guys were eyeing him intently. That's right, a tiger's eye. Zhang Yang felt their gazes and suddenly realized something. According to Zhao Wenwen, this is the school deliberately arranges military training with hidden rules. If so, it wasn't even the last 3 left in the class that were able to get the rewards, it was the fact that there were only 3 people left within the 3 elite classes. That is, the resources paid by the 3 classes of people to create the 3 strongest 3 geniuses. Perverted, just perverted. Although Zhang Yang had already seen the perversity of the school, he still felt that what he thought of himself was not perverted enough. "Zhang Yang, what are you muttering there? The brothers are discussing a piece of business with you, I wonder if you can say yes." The man on the side had been waiting impatiently for a long time and gave him a warm smile. "Make me eliminated, is that it?" He looked at the other man with a smirk. While the 2 of them were talking, these 6 people had already surrounded him from different directions. If at this time, these people struck out at the same time, Zhang Yang would definitely be knocked to the ground and completely lose the qualification to hold on until the end. "Egu, it seems that brother Zhang Yang is as extraordinary as among the legends. So soon on the road. How about this? The brothers won't make things difficult for you. As long as you don't resist, we definitely won't let you suffer any serious injuries. Zhang Yang was still staring at him with a smile on his face, but after a few seconds it instantly iced down, and there were a few more moments of coldness in his eyes. Who do you think you're talking to? In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Yang's body. This aura carried wind pressure that made the 6 people present feel like they were starting to have trouble breathing, and the worst one was sweating. This aura was like an invisible steel knife on their necks, constantly making them feel the fear of death. There was no way to concentrate their mental energy, not to mention that it made them constantly lose their desire to fight. The leading man's face changed drastically, and at the first moment, he was ready to make a move to attack Zhang Yang, however. Boom! Zhang Yang bent down violently, and the ground instantly collapsed. The 6 people present felt their feet sink, and their bodies began to be unable to maintain balance. They looked at the collapsed ground in shock, their minds going blank. How strong does it take to do this? Even a beast of the same realm couldn't do it, right? He's a fae? The man couldn't help but exclaim, his heart already overwhelmed with remorse. They had long heard that Zhang Yang was a trouble, so they ran over to solve it in the first place, but now they seem to have botched it. This guy is a monster. Boom! A huge muffled sound exploded among several people, and Zhang Yang left a Spider King ground crack extending more than 10 meters on the ground, as well as a huge cloud of dust. While landing steadily on the ground, he caught up towards the disappearing Class 3 elites, leaving behind the 6 people who were filled with stupefaction. The 6 people had been completely shocked, and all of them stared blankly at the crack in the ground. I don't know how long it took, but one of the girls trembled. He's not a martial king, is he? The martial king leapt dozens of meters. The ground exploded with his feet. The man at the head's face was a bit pale and shook his head. It should still be a lot worse, but it's also scary enough. From now on, no one should mess with this guy, he's not on the same level as us. The top 3, there will definitely be one of him. Go get the others. Yes. All of them agreed, but their minds were still filled with the figure of Zhang Yang jumping just now. It was just too shocking. Zhang Yang got rid of them and gradually slowed down his pace. Well, 30 to 40% of your strength will be able to get rid of these people, and if you really use the full strength of this physical body, the odds are that you will be able to get first place. Zhang Yang curiously looked up at the 5 figures that had gradually appeared in the distance, converging his gaze on one of his classmates at the very front. This was the genius that Zhao Wenwen had spoken of, and to this day, he himself didn't even know what his name was. I don't know if this kid can be ranked in the top 3 in the 3 classes. I'm afraid things will be troublesome if there's someone even more powerful than him. Just follow for a while, sooner or later we'll get a chance to see his level, and since the second class has moved on, the first class will come to the door as well. Zhang Yang had a decision to make and followed the crowd unhurriedly, looking like he was one of the third class to fall behind. With someone following behind them, the 5 geniuses of the elite class quickly realized Zhang Yang. Humph. This kid is really a waste. I guess the things that were rumored to be boiling before were 80% water. Wu Feiyue opened his mouth, revealing a few points of contempt. At such a level, you also presume to compare yourself to me, you simply don't know the heights of heaven. The other 4 people all frowned slightly when they heard him. They looked back at Zhang Yang and realized that Zhang Yang was indeed struggling to follow them. Several people shook their heads, revealing a few disappointments. After all, Zhang Yang was rumored to be so popular that he didn't think that in the end, he would only have such a small level. Only the genius male student who was carrying 2 tons of weight on his body frowned slightly and said with a cold voice, "Stronger people will only challenge higher mountains. Your goal shouldn't be to compare yourselves with Zhang Yang, but with me." The muscles on his body suddenly blazed as he spoke, his speed skyrocketing by a knot. The remaining few people saw that he had actually pulled away from himself, and their faces turned a little ugly. They gritted their teeth and accelerated, also increasing their speed by a knot. Oh? And accelerate? Zhang Yang looked at the several people accelerating in the distance with some surprise, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Or is trying to get rid of me? Chapter 103 It's impossible. Zhang Yang's first reaction was that the few people in front of him wanted to get rid of themselves. After all, we are all young people, or geniuses, and trying to get rid of the man whose reputation is on the rise is perfectly capable of fulfilling his own satisfaction. He hesitated, and increased the speed of his feet by a few moments. He didn't want to fall back and run into another class of geniuses and then be surrounded by others once more. So it's important to keep a distance from these people in front of you. If he did encounter the usual geniuses looking for something, he could use these people as a shield. The most important point is that he has to make sure that the average elite doesn't threaten him to take the top 3. He followed closely behind the crowd, keeping his distance at a not too distant, not too safe position. At this moment, the 5 elites of the 3rd class were running frantically. And it was getting faster and faster with the first genius leading the way. How can this kid still accelerate? He's not pretending to carry weight, is he? A few of the men yelled with ugly faces, obviously having some trouble keeping up. Although they were all top geniuses, they were panting at this moment. Originally, carrying a ton of weight was nothing for them, but as they continued to accelerate, it was clear that they were beginning to struggle a bit. The scariest thing was the guy at the front, who was even accelerating. Wu Feiyue had begun to strain, and he cursed under his breath, his face extremely ugly. He thought he was invincible, but he didn't realize that it hadn't been long since this had started, and he was a bit overwhelmed. He must have no chance of fighting for the top 3 if he continues to run along now. Damn it, can only slow down? He sighed, his face full of resignation. It was obvious that when comparing himself to the top geniuses, he still fell behind and came up short. The others saw him slow down and followed suit. They knew very well that they were not the opponent's opponents, and there was no benefit in continuing to follow them any further. Just then, one of the girls among the remaining 4 let out a gasp. Why is Zhang Yang still following? Her words woke up the crowd, subconsciously looking back. Only to see that Zhang Yang was still following not far behind them, looking at the distance. Although it was said that they had not drawn closer, they had not been left behind by a long way either. No, I should say the distance between them never seemed to change. Why does it look like that? Didn't we all accelerate several times? Shouldn't he have been left far behind? Wu Feiyue's face was a bit ugly. He felt something in his heart being touched, and it was goodwill. If he couldn't catch up with the guy at the front, couldn't he shake off the guy at the end? It was a game of endurance, but all of them wanted to prove that they were better than the other in terms of speed. He thought so too, and if he wanted to prove stronger than anyone the most, he wanted to prove that he was stronger than Zhang Yang. We have indeed been accelerating all along, and if this guy is still behind us now, there is only one kind of possibility that his speed is increasing as well. Hearing their discussion, Wu Feiyue's ugly face gradually returned to normal. Not only did his face return to normal, the corners of his mouth even picked up a touch of teasing. Ha! Joker! It's already a bit of a strain for us to accelerate to here, and he still dares to follow desperately, so I'm afraid he's already exhausted at this point. Pity, it's a pity that he can't catch up with us even after trying so hard, so I guess he'll be very frustrated, right? Wu Feiyue spoke confidently, as if he had seen through everything. A few other people came to a realization upon hearing his words and showed their approval. In the game of chase just now, they had already categorized the potential and strength of their classmates into 3, 6, 9 grades. The first person who threw them off was 1, they were 3, and Zhang Yang could only be 6. There's too much difference. Suddenly, they realized that Zhang Yang's speed had slowed down and was getting farther and farther away from them. This made them even more certain of their suspicions, and they all smiled with satisfaction. The most satisfied person is naturally Wu Feiyue. He looked at Zhang Yang, who gradually disappeared from sight, his face revealing a few moments of provocation and contempt. Of course, Zhang Yang would not necessarily be able to see his face from this position, but he would have to do so. He wanted to tell the world that Zhang Yang did not even deserve to see his face on this military training. However, what a few people did not realize was that the reason Zhang Yang stopped was because he could not see the genius at the front anymore. Where did the people go? How did it suddenly disappear? Running to the front of the line? Zhang Yang frowned with some dissatisfaction. His main purpose of following these people was to observe the strongest, and if he couldn't observe them now, then everything would be meaningless. He had to clearly judge when he would be able to advance, and how much he would have to play. So after his brief hesitation, he decided to overtake the 4 men who were about to disappear not far away. This time, just use 6 points of power. Zhang Yang muttered, then his body slowly lowered. This time, the muscles on his body bulged high, all of them exerting themselves. Hands on the ground, ready to spring into action, and after a brief buildup of power for a few seconds, instantly catapulting off. The 4 people watched Zhang Yang about to disappear into thin air when they suddenly heard a loud muffled sound. It was the sound of the ground bursting, and everyone present was very familiar with it. Just this sound. From what? Their brains, after a brief moment of discrimination, craned their heads in unison toward their backs. Wu Feiyue also looked behind him, but he thoroughly saw the situation behind him, and his pupils contracted violently. It's Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang ran with a calm expression, and every time he stepped on the ground the person would advance like a rocket. They were roughly 30 to 40 meters away, and in those few seconds of brief lull, Su Tian had already caught up with them. Less than 5 meters to go. They were able to clearly see Zhang Yang accelerating, and even more so, they were able to see his expression. Calm, relaxed, not half as tired or strained. The most terrifying thing was that Zhang Yang was still accelerating. Everyone had frozen expressions and blank brains. How is that possible? Wu Feiyue's face was even more pale and ironic, with an unbelievable face. Boom! Zhang Yang jumped up high on the ground with one foot and passed directly over his head. In mid-air, the moment the two looked at each other, Zhang Yang's expression as he looked at him revealed a few moments of disdain. The curve of that mouth is more of a direct murderer and killer. Boo! After briefly landing on the ground, Zhang Yang did not care about the shocked gazes of a few people and boosted his speed to gradually throw them off. Wu Feiyue's expression was hideous as he suddenly exploded, madly accelerating to catch up. But he was shocked to realize that no matter how much he accelerated, he could not catch up with Zhang Yang. He could only watch Zhang Yang get farther and farther away from his position. He stared at Zhang Yang's back with a deadly stare, his face ranging from unwillingness to anger, and finally incomparably hideous. Until Zhang Yang's figure completely disappeared. No! This can't be right. Absolutely not. The sound of fear echoed through the school for a long time. Chapter 104 Genius Changyan. Wu Feiyue did not catch up with Zhang Yang after all. He was destined to not be able to catch up with Zhang Yang. But he also finally realized something. Fool me. Fool me. He had a grim expression on his face as he stood in place gasping for air. It was only then that he realized he was in bad shape, and this time anger and irrationality had cost him a lot of stamina. Looking at it this way, he's pretty much lost his chance to compete for the top 3 as well. Such a discovery would be murderous for him. With just one move, Zhang Yang had made him completely lose the possibility of competing for the top 3. A few others followed at this time, looking at the location where Zhang Yang had disappeared with extraordinarily ugly faces. They all realized that they were not as good as Zhang Yang, and when they thought of following Wu Feiyue to taunt Zhang Yang in the beginning, they felt their faces burning with pain. At the same time, they also realized that it was not them who treated Zhang Yang as a clown, but Zhang Yang who looked at them again as if they were clowns. Each of their faces was grim, and a sense of frustration filled almost all of them. And at this moment, Zhang Yang did not realize that this one move of his had caused them so much harm. All his attention was on the genius not far away. Yes, he finally saw that genius. Chang Yan is the genius of the second middle school in Kyoto, the kind that is hard to come across once in 10 years. He reached the peak of Zhongshu at nearly 19 years old and had the chance to become a martial king at another 20. This kind of honor was placed in the entire Kyoto, all belonging to the top 100 existences. He had thought that he should belong to Elite Class 1, the class where the strongest gifted trainees gathered, but he didn't know why he was assigned to Class 3 by mistake. That didn't sit well with him, so he was going to make sure everyone understood as soon as military training started. No, I should say as soon as school started. He was different from the others in Class 3, he was a genius, he was the top genius, the genius among geniuses. He was lost in his own world and decided that he must show the entire school's leadership that they were looking the other way with this military training. His eyes flamed and he clenched his fists. I mean, why did you have to run so fast? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, frightening him so much that his body trembled and he snapped his head around and saw Zhang Yan? He couldn't believe his eyes and his voice changed color a little. Aha! Why do you feel like you don't recognize me? Zhang Yang followed 10 meters behind him with a warm smile. He didn't want to see one offend the other, so he wanted to take the initiative a second time. Chang Yan didn't answer because his mind went blank. There was only one question in his head, and that was why Zhang Yang had appeared behind him? Shouldn't he have those 4 people behind him? Shouldn't Zhang Yang be left far away from him? Where are those 4? He subconsciously looked back and realized that there was no shadow of those people, which made him even more confused. Soon, though, he realized a problem. The corner of Chang Yan's mouth picked up a smile, and that expression was as if he had seen through everything. I knew it. How can someone who makes such a big commotion be an idle person? Zhang Yang, you are very good, I appreciate you for hiding so many levels. Zhang Yang felt excited to see that Cheng Yan was not as hard to reach as he had imagined. You're also pretty good at keeping up this fast and... Zhang Yang looked at his weight-bearing part and slowly said, if I'm not wrong, you should be able to weight-bear another 1 ton, right? That's right. Zhang Yang was sure that the other party was still able to carry weight. This is a good point to determine, because at this time the weight of 2 tons, Cheng Yan is not even half tired, obviously not his full strength. Hearing his words, Cheng Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He did not expect Zhang Yang to be able to see through his realm cultivation as well as his concealment. However, he immediately returned to normal and laughed confidently, you really are a bit of a surprise to me, but you're also underestimating me too much. Even if I do carry 5 tons of weight, I'm confident I can get a top 3 finish. You're not bad, but it's a shame to try to get the top 3 places. Maybe you could have gotten 3rd if you didn't have the first 2 classes. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a few moments of curiosity. Cheng Yan's words are interesting. What came out of his mouth was that even without the first 2 elite classes, he could only get the top 3, which proved that there was at least one other person in the elite 3 class that he thought could be even more terrifying than the power that he had shown himself right now. Who's that guy? Definitely not the 4 behind them. It seems there are still tall people. The only explanation Zhang Yang could think of was that that person had not followed them or the large group to begin with. Interesting, really interesting. It seems my choice to follow you was a most wise one. That's right, if he hadn't intended to inquire about the information, I'm afraid that in the end, he wouldn't have known that there was another person hidden inside the class. That person's strength level was estimated to be similar to the Cheng Yan in front of him, and he was probably on the verge of breaking through the Martial King's level. Zhang Yang, I don't belong to Elite Class 3, I'm the top genius. The fact that you were able to catch up with me proves that we are destined for each other, so I'll give you a word of advice. What? Zhang Yang revealed a few shades of curiosity, he really wanted to see what this genius wanted to say. Never presume to surpass me. The other party opened his mouth with incomparable confidence, and the words he spoke were extremely domineering. Zhang Yang really couldn't hold back his laughter. It was like hearing some funny joke and laughing. This aroused the other's strong displeasure, and with a frown of displeasure he said, "What, you can't hear me?" Zhang Yang shook his head, "That's not true, I just think there's a bit of a problem with what you're saying." "What's the problem?" Zhang Yang pondered for a few seconds, and then his expression gradually became serious and earnest. "If it were me, I'd say this." His voice lurched as he spoke, and his entire body was filled with a surge of confidence. "Try it if you dare, try to outdo me." Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, and this moment caused Cheng Yan to have an illusion. Between the two, Zhang Yang was truly the top powerhouse. And he? Just a challenger. This thought came and disappeared quickly, as Zhang Yang's aura quickly disappeared. Zhang Yang had already recovered and looked at him with a smile. "Cheng Yan, I know you're strong, but there are quite a few geniuses in the other 2 classes. I wonder if you're confident you can handle them? I've seen the 2nd class before, and I think the 1st class will only scare me more." Cheng Yan didn't speak, but had an extraordinarily confident expression. He said mysteriously, "Zhang Yang, the military training didn't assign us a route that we have to run, so guess what position we are running in now?" Almost as soon as his words fell, Zhang Yang saw a few more figures not far away. In groups, it looked like which class it was. Perhaps. It's Elite Class 1. Sure enough, this school is full of perverts. Chapter 105, Demon. Inside an office somewhere in the school. A group of people gathered in front of a huge screen. In front of this screen are various images of the school. Within these individual frames, they were able to clearly see every student who was in military training. Sitting in the middle of the office was a middle-aged man with a bloated physique. He looked at the picture inside the screen with a smile on his face and spoke slowly, "Guys, which 3 people do you think got the top 3 this year?" The people present were all the senior leaders of the school, and when they heard the middle-aged man's words, they smiled slightly. "Principal, that's a redundant question. Without a doubt, the top 3 in the elite class every time. Although Elite Class 2 and Elite Class 3 also have many geniuses, it's a pity that they are all stepping stones for Class 1. Everyone else nodded in agreement. There was a lot of footage on the big screen, but these people were basically glued to the first shift of footage and could hardly take their eyes off of it. The principal smiled slightly when he heard them. "It's a different year, the freshmen are very active. Class 3 in particular has several interesting children. His words had barely dropped when a screen suddenly popped up on the big screen. It's a class. No. It's one class back. Cheng Yen appeared in class 1? Looks like the principal wasn't wrong, this Cheng Yen does have some meaning. If it weren't for those 3 people in class 1 being too demonic, this guy would definitely be in class 1 as well. It's not easy to say, is it? After all, there are 2 perverts in class 2 as well, or else why would he be assigned to class 3? The crowd was talking about Cheng Yen. Just then, the principal suddenly laughed. Didn't you guys realize that there's someone else following behind Cheng Yen? Hearing the principal's words, all of them revealed curious gazes. They looked up at the screen and realized that Cheng Yen was indeed followed by another person. This man. Who is this man? Is there anyone else in class 3 who can keep up with Cheng Yen? Just at this time, the principal suddenly laughed. This kid is interesting, his name is Zhang Yang and he's from U City. The crowd had been quite interested, but when they heard the principal say that he was from Yuqing, they looked as if they had lost interest. I said principal, I thought it was some kind of program, but it turned out to be Zhang Yang. I heard about that kid, being able to be in a place like Yuqing is really worth being surprised, but how can he possibly compare to those demons? He can't even compare to Cheng Yen. Everyone else nodded their heads, looking as if they couldn't look at Zhang Yang. The principal, however, didn't say anything, just looked at the screen and laughed. What if I tell you that this kid hasn't even been a martial artist for half a year? The principal's words silenced everyone in the room. There was a short silence, a giggle. Headmaster, you can really joke, if he can reach such a level in less than half a year, none of those demons can compare to him. Yeah. The principal can joke too. The crowd spoke up, but soon realized that the principal had a serious expression on his face and definitely didn't look like he was joking. That's when they finally realized the gravity of the situation. Principal, are you not kidding? Do I look like someone who jokes about such things? The principal had an extra copy of the information in his hand, which he then tossed to those present to take turns viewing. These people's expressions were still shocked at first, but after reading Zhang Yang's file, each of them fell silent. I don't know how long it took before someone slowly spoke. Zhang Yang's situation is a bit special. Indeed, this kid was actually able to become so powerful within half a year. If I hadn't seen the information with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have been able to believe it. The principal nodded slightly, so that means I want to change things up. There are 2 extra special spots in this year's military training in addition to the 3 with the best grades. These 2 special spots are for Cheng Yen and Zhang Yang. The words were met with silence in the office. Everyone's faces looked bad, as if they were upset about the whole thing. Principal, our military training hasn't been altered in years. The class is full of talented people, everyone needs this opportunity, it can't be changed because of 2 people. Yes. Not to mention that Cheng Yen might have some qualifications, Zhang Yang's situation is far worse. We're only looking at the results. The principal frowned slightly at their words and said nothing. This way. I don't decide. You guys see what these 2 do and make a final decision. Okay. But principal, we can make a deal, both of these guys have to be in the top 5 or they'll never pass. Hearing their words, the principal's face revealed a few moments of helplessness. Okay. This brat Zhang Yang is also unlucky, the resources I couldn't acquire even after helping him so much. It seems that he, the gold, is not dazzling enough to be the last 5 to fall, which is impossible. Yeah. No way. So many perverts in class 1, and demons in class 2. Not to mention Zhang Yang's top 5, even Cheng Yan's chances of being in the top 5 were not high. So with that offer, you're basically giving up on those 2. The crowd stopped talking and instead returned their eyes to the surveillance. At this moment, the 2 had entered the middle of the first class. The bulk of the first class was clearly at a higher level than the third class, and they weren't very disorganized, but were running themselves. Each of their eyes were extraordinarily determined, with a defiant aura. Zhang Yang's eyes revealed a few moments of seriousness when he saw these people. He had never thought that there was such a big difference between class 1 and class 3. If that seemed to be the case, perhaps there would be someone even more powerful than Cheng Yen in the first class. Is it the king of Wushu? Zhang Yang almost thought so, and he felt a strong sense of dissonance. He looked up following the location of that feeling and clearly saw 3 men leading the way in the distance. 2 men, 1 woman. The 3 men were side by side at the front of the pack, not much faster, but not slower either. Although their backs were turned to Zhang Yang was able to feel a strong sense of dissonance. The three people's auras converged together like a terrifying beast, solidifying him. Even Zhang Yang was vaguely able to see vague visions from their bodies. One by one, like heavenly gods, they gazed at the chase behind them, full of indifference and unremittingness. This is genius of the first class? Sweat appeared on Zhang Yang's forehead. He was now able to be 100% sure that these three people were all martial king powerhouses. That's right, they're all martial kings, and there's nothing wrong with any of them. They ran slowly, not too fast, but giving the impression that they could never catch up. No. It's not that you can never catch up, it's that no one dares to go beyond. With three martial kings running in unison, those who weren't martial kings would have a harder time even getting close. Much less think of surpassing it. None dare think of surpassing it. Are these the three demons? Chen Yan looked at the three people in the distance, the corner of his mouth revealing a bitter smile. He had always been unconvinced, but admitted to being a little intimidated after seeing the three mountains in this moment. That was a mountain he could never cross at his current level. Just as he hesitated for a moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from his side. His pupils contracted and his head snapped up. Zhang Yang. Beyond him. Chapter 106, You Are the Stepping Stones. That's right. Zhang Yang, who had always been behind him, surpassed him. It all happened in a flash, and even he was a little disoriented for a split second because it happened so fast. Zhang Yang surpassed him. That is to say, it wasn't that Zhang Yang couldn't catch up with him, but he had never wanted to. In an instant, the same frustration as Wu Feiyue's rose in his heart. This is not the most important thing is that he is in Zhang Yang's eyes among. See the excitement. That's right, it's exciting. Zhang Yang surprisingly did not have any despair when facing these three demons. The opponent is a martial arts king. Just. What about the martial king? The thought in Zhang Yang's mind at this moment was, so what if he was a martial king? It was only that he had entered this realm some time before himself. Sooner or later he would reach it and would surpass them at the end. He never looked at Cheng Yan the same again from the beginning to the end. The reason was also very simple, and that was because the moment he saw these three people, he knew that there would be no place for Cheng Yan in the top three. His goal changed from observing Cheng Yan to challenging the three demons. That's right. The opponent was in the martial king realm and had absolutely overwhelming power, but he would challenge to try it out. As he continued to get closer, he felt a strong pressure. It was as if countless gusts of wind would gush out of these three men, constantly blowing backward, so that those chasing behind would never be able to get close. But boom! Zhang Yang's feet stomped on the ground, his eyes appeared bloodshot, and his expression was maniacal. All of the attribute bonuses brought by the bloodline were directly unleashed at 100%. In the midst of the gale, it seemed that an ancient ferocious beast was slowly awakening. It roared angrily, the sound echoing continuously throughout the middle of the dragon scroll. Almost immediately, the three men at the front turned back. Their looks can be described in one word: handsome. They frowned slightly, looking at Zhang Yang with eyes full of surprise. They saw a beast in the midst of the gale that was roaring angrily toward them, a roar that was full of provocation. A bit interesting. Who is that person? The corner of the man in the very center's mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly spoke. Not recognizable. Never seen it. Could it be a nobody? The other two had one sentence each, and their faces were full of curiosity. They knew very well that it was not a nobody who could do this, but they really did not recognize Zhang Yang. It was an absolutely raw face, a character they had never heard of before. Nice aura, too bad it can't break through the pressure given by the three of us. Let's just say, it's a bit of a leveler. His voice ended abruptly before he could finish his words. This was because an even more terrifying smell of blood emanated from the ferocious beast in the midst of that gale. Field of slaughter, open. Zhang Yang's forehead veins rippled, his expression was even more hideous due to his excessive force, and his eyes were bloodshot like a crazy maniac. The next second, he moved. Leaping and running with full exertion allowed him to pull in four people at a moment's notice, ending up staying 10 paces away from the trio. The moment the four of them looked at each other, Zhang Yang's voice made the three of them tremble in their hearts. Sorry, just wanted to come over and talk to you guys, no comments. All three men didn't look too good in cloudy. Boo! Inside the office, many people tapped their tables and rose up with shocked expressions. Him. He's close to three demons. Someone's voice trembled with shock. The principal stood up as well, full of shock. How is this possible? Yes, how is that possible? Although he was very optimistic about Zhang Yang and Chang Yan, he had never thought that this would happen. Who would have thought that Zhang Yang, a 7th level sect master, would be able to break through the pressure that even Chang Yan couldn't break through? His physical strength is terrifying, it should surpass that of a Zhongsher. Those present were all experts, and some could see Zhang Yang's flesh at a glance. How is he doing it? Could it be the reincarnation of a foreign beast? It was important to know that the most difficult thing for humans to improve was their physical body, which was why they desperately tried to improve their realm in order to be able to fight against the fey beasts of the same realm. Zhang Yang had broken their perceptions for so many years, that he could give them this big surprise with the power of his flesh. Alas, it's a shame. It's a pity that even though this kid is very powerful, he still can't get the top 3. There are not 1,000 but 300 geniuses like him in the school, and in front of the strongest 3, he will always be just a supporting role. Hearing the words of this senior, everyone fell silent. The principal sighed and shook his head as well. Everyone knew that he was right, and that the only way to mold geniuses who could change everything was to desperately squeeze resources and conditions. Only the last 3 standing there, with one elimination after another, are the ones who are truly worthy of being entrusted with the talent. Zhang Yang didn't know that he was already famous in the eyes of the top management at this moment, and all his attention was on the 3 people in front of him. He frowned slightly as he felt the physical exertion on his body. Now his could no longer advance because of his realm. Keeping it like that, though, would also use up to a lot of stamina. These 3 are so good that it would be a physical challenge to compete for a spot under all 3 of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang began to slowly back up and return to Chang Yan's back. At this moment, Chang Yan's eyes had completely changed flavor when he looked at him. All of them had complex colors and an indescribable emotion. I didn't expect you to have this strong power, and the one that erupted just now is at the level above a Zhongsher. I was the one who underestimated you. Zhang Yang did not say anything, but stared dead at the 3 people in the distance. Chang Yan frowned slightly when he saw him like this. Sighing, he said, I know you're also very unconvinced, but there really is a huge difference between us. Don't get carried away, these people are all demons, it's impossible for us to win. Although I can't compete for the top 3 this time, I'm happy to be able to know a genius like you. He spoke to himself, but realized that Zhang Yang was not listening at all. Zhang Yang's gaze was dead set on the few people in the distance, as if he was looking at something. Are you okay? Zhang Yang nodded slightly. It's okay, and it's too good to be true. It may hurt me to say this, but I'm going to be serious, I'm going to take the top 3. Chang Yan was slightly stunned. What? Did I hear you right? You're taking the top 3? He was dismayed beyond measure. Zhang Yang had clearly seen the gap between the 2 sides, so why did he still dare to say such big words? He didn't know if Zhang Yang was a bit arrogant, but he was even more afraid that Zhang Yang was serious in what he said. He is afraid that Zhang Yang really has a bottom card, and he is afraid that Zhang Yang really has this kind of ability? I'll take the top 3 when I'm human, and don't forget it's not like the purpose of this military training is to compete in speed and overwhelming strength. What we need to do is have the patience to be a challenger who never knows when he's tired and keep challenging these 3. If I'm not mistaken, the real point of this military training isn't to compete for the top 3 at all. The answer is already obvious, and that is how to break through and become truly strong in the face of these 3 guys who are as demonic as mountains. I'm going to succeed, I'm going to trample these 3 self-righteous guys under my feet and make them my stepping stones. Chapter 107, The Good Show is On. Chang Yan thought Zhang Yang must be crazy. You should know that this is just a competition for speed to fight for breath, the real competition is who can hold out to the end. Not to mention the 3 martial kings, even Zhang Yang himself couldn't match them. Zhang Yang, you have not thought things through too simply. I'll admit you have a few levels in potential, but you don't have it, at least not yet. What you really need to do is win Wu Fei Yue over, you can't put off the most important thing because of a moment of anger. Chang Yan was bitter. He now had a good impression of Zhang Yang and did not want him to let his emotions affect his play. Even he had already treated Zhang Yang as the best on the same level as himself, with a feeling of sympathy. Zhang Yang did not answer his question immediately, but gazed at the 3 people in the distance, revealing a few confident smiles. You should know very well that this competition isn't a speed competition, so even if I can't match their speed, it doesn't mean I can't win. Chang Yan was a bit helpless when he saw that Zhang Yang did not listen to his words at all. So what you're saying is that you're not physically stronger than a martial king right now? You have to be clear whether it's in the hands of resources, or what other external means they have. Listen to me, don't do anything stupid. I can't say that my physique is still really stronger than theirs. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked into a smile, not caring about his words at all. Zhang Yang knew very well that Cheng Yan did not have any malicious intentions, only that he had also underestimated himself a little too much. Competing for endurance. These people really don't have to be able to compare to him. Seeing how stubborn he was, Cheng Yan didn't say anything more and just sighed as he followed closely behind the three men. In his eyes, the only ones who really needed to be surpassed were these three. Just like Zhang Yang said, no matter what, we have to give it a try. He was different from Zhang Yang, he had no choice but to prove himself by this path. Zhang Yang also followed him without saying a word. The two of them just followed behind the three demons. Although they were unable to get close, they wouldn't be thrown off by the three of them either. All eyes were now on the five of them, and any student passing by would have a curious look on their face. They looked at the five men with different expressions. But most of the people saw the two in the back with a look of regret. Of course, there are some other views. Like running into their elite third class on the second lap. When Wu Feiyue saw Zhang Yang following the three demons, he was first slightly stunned, his face clouded. Obviously, with such a comparison, the gap between him and Zhang Yang no longer needed to be said. He couldn't even follow Cheng Yan's rhythm, let alone follow the three demons. Obviously, this meant that Zhang Yang was too much better than him in terms of speed and strength. But, brainless thing, those three people are all martial kings. Do you still want to compete with a martial king? Unsuspecting thing, best just to keep following until you're exhausted. He sneered with contempt. Zhang Yang ran after him in silence, while realizing that a large number of trainees had been eliminated after one lap. Most of them lay on the ground gasping for air, while others began to crawl on the ground. For those students in the worst group, they are now extremely distressed. After being remembered by the counselor's name, it was no longer possible for them to get the top 3 rewards and have to pay for half of their resources. But even then they couldn't stop, because if they did, their resources for the semester would be completely deducted. Inside the office, the principal and all the leaders were also excited at this time. Second lap. Now the ordinary elite class participants have basically lost their qualifications to compete for the top 3. It's starting now, that's the main event. The top 3 spots are basically set, so let's guess how many people from each class will make the top 10, shall we? If someone is up in arms, naturally someone will participate. It was no other than the principal who first opened his mouth. The principal smiled and said, well, 5 in class 1, 3 in class 2, and as for class 3. Looking up at Chen Yan and Zhang Yang, who were closely followed by the 3 perverted demons in the picture, he said seriously, it's possible that it's the 2 of them, right? That can't be said. I remember there's another nice kid in the 3rd class. That kid hasn't shown his face since the beginning, honestly following the big group and hiding himself. Against these show-offs with all their tricks, that kid might be more likely to get the top 10. In the end, Zhang Yang's own realm is not enough, and following 3 people like this all the time consumes too much physical strength. The words of this high-ranking officer caused everyone in the room to nod silently. All of you are at the top of your school and experienced in teaching for many years. They knew very well that this senior was right. In a way, Zhang Yang did have a lot of potential. However, potential was potential, and in the midst of this extreme endurance competition, Zhang Yang was clearly disqualified. During the time that several people were talking, the crowd could already be seen entering the 3rd lap from the security camera feed. This time the people who had been running from the beginning until now are once again being screened. The ones left in each class were all elite personnel. They were all top trainees within each class, as well as trainees who were little known like Zhang Yang. 10 men left in a class. There are 9 left in the 2nd class. Class 3. There are 7 left. These 26 people were the top 26 people in this year's elite class. During the next run, they will be eliminated in order, and the last 3 left get their rewards. Whether it was the students present who had already lost the qualification to compete, or the counselors who had been supervising, all of them had a few more moments of anticipation in their hearts. Just who is likely to make it to the end? And so, with much anticipation, another lap was conducted. Most of those present were already showing fatigue, and their speed was beginning to slip. Another lap and 11 remain on the field. These 11 people were each the 3 perverted demons of the 1st class. 2 girls within the class who haven't been doing much to shine. 5 in the second class. As well as Chang Yan, Zhang Yang, and a third-class boy wearing a duck-tongued cap. 11 men, they had heckled together. The line was drawn out so long that each of the 11 men discovered the presence of the other. All of them were sizing each other up, observing each other's movements and the amount of stamina they were expending. Everyone understands one thing: the next thing they are fighting alone is the most grueling battle. Directly competing for physical strength to escape the end of this kind of thing will never exist. The way they divide the winners and losers is to use all the means that can be permitted to interfere with the 10 people other than themselves. Good show. It's finally about to open. Chapter 108, then try it. Everyone who saw this scene tensed up. Those watching were well aware that every second that followed had the potential for something extremely exciting to happen that could never be missed. The campus has already gathered a lot of people who are sophomores and juniors. They know this part of the year so well that they all run out to watch military training at this time of year. Everyone was murmuring that there wouldn't be any terrifying demons appearing in this session, and then they saw the leading 3 people at the front. Holy, are there 3 martial kings in this session? I remember there was only 1 every year, or 2 at the most, and none of them seemed as strong as these 3. These 3 guys passed me by and I just felt stressed out. It looks like the strongest in this session are the 3 of them. Have you seen the 2 men following behind? Isn't that Chang Yan? Which Chang Yan? It's just a one in a decade Chang Yan. The other one is unrecognizable. Does anyone recognize it? In the midst of the discussion, many people converged their gazes on Zhang Yang's body. The reason why the attention was placed on him was also very simple, that is, compared to those 4 people, Zhang Yang was mediocre and seemed to be unknown. Until... I know that one. Isn't that Zhang Yan? It's the freshman who fought with someone at the club building yesterday. Oh? The sound of voices rising and falling made some of the passers-by stop in their tracks. In the crowd, several of Zhang Yang's familiar faces also stopped and looked over with curious eyes. Yang Ming looked at the few people running in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. You mustn't take it too seriously, schoolmate. The last thing that's lacking here is genius. Just play your light and heat well. Or else you'll get caught up in your emotions and get completely lost in the world of comparison. Lu Xiaofei rolled her eyes at him from the sidelines and said without a trace of humor, "How are you saying this disgustingly like a wise man? You're just a year older than them, like you're so experienced." Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. "I did experience those, or else I might not throw myself in the pile of corpses every day now." Lu Xiaofei didn't say anything this time, but instead looked at him this time with more than a hint of heartache. "You'd better worry about yourself. I don't think there's anything wrong with this kid. He's mentally stronger than you are, and I don't think he's going to be as mentally challenged as the rest of the freshmen." Yang Ming didn't say anything. He looked toward the freshman running in the distance with extremely complicated eyes. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. "They all think that Kyoto Martial Artist University is a training base where geniuses gather, but who knows that this is the true Shura hell?" Accompanying Yang Ming's muttering, that was a change in state that had slowly begun to occur in 11 people. Disturbances began to occur in what had been a well-organized line. Only to see a man and a woman from Class 2 suddenly start speeding up inside the group. As they accelerated, there was a surprisingly great sense of oppression and dissonance in their bodies. The change in the 2 people attracted the attention of the rest, and everyone's heart thumped with one more unanimous thought. They're martial kings. There are still martial kings? Chang Yan's face was as ugly as it could be when he felt the immense pressure coming from behind. He had thought that he should be the 4th strongest person in the room besides the 3 perverts at the front. He had never thought that there was even a martial king among the second class. No. They are not yet. Zhang Yang interrupted his exclamation with a serious expression. That's right, he fought so many alien beasts that he became sensitive to realm auras. These 2 people shouldn't be true martial kings yet, but they were indeed similar to martial kings. If there was no mistake, this man and woman from Class 2 would break through to martial king within a month, and their realm had now reached a critical point. The speed of the 2 people was constantly on the rise, and soon they were on par with the 2 Zhang Yangs, eventually overtaking them slowly. The breath of the 2 men and the breath of the 3 perverts at the front of the room were intermingled together, and an even more terrifying pressure appeared. Chang Yan and Zhang Yang took a few steps back uncontrollably. They were crushed. If this is a race for speed, it's clear that speed has been thoroughly differentiated. But this was a contest of endurance, and more than that, a contest of brawling without any rules. The powerful pressure of 5 people was like so many knives or two in the middle of the invisible, frantically attacking the 2 people. Trying to keep up with it would obviously take more stamina. What's scary is that it's now 4 laps later, and the physical exertion is already scary enough to continue. I'm afraid that the 2 of them, not to mention trying to break free from the top 3, will most likely be the first 2 eliminated out of the 11. Young people have the determination to compete and win, especially in a situation like the one in front of them. Hershey had already reached the final round, and no one would want to be the first one to be eliminated. So, Chang Yen gave up. He began to slow down gradually, ready to proceed slowly. He thought that Zhang Yang would think like him, but Zhang Yang did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, he also increased his speed by a few points, and was actually only less than 3 steps away from that man and woman. This Zhang Yang kid is in a hurry. He wanted to put pressure on these 2 boys, but forgot his own weight. At his current level, trying to eliminate these 2 by himself is simply out of his depth. The principal and the others shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. They were all able to see that Zhang Yang was trying to disrupt the rhythm of the man and woman in Class 2 by virtue of his level. With the current Zhang Yang, could he do it? He might have been able to really make an impact on those 2 by putting forth the same energy he used to chase those 3 in the beginning, but then he would have been the first to be eliminated as well. The principal hit the nail on the head when he pointed out the problem. Yes, if Zhang Yang once again transformed into that epileptic ferocious beast, he would definitely disrupt the rhythm of these 2 people. But then, Zhang Yang would obviously have problems as well. So Zhang Yang's move was a relatively stupid move any way you look at it. In the time it takes for 1 lap at most, Zhang Yang will definitely be completely thrown off by the remaining 10 people. That's right. The principal thought so, everyone in the room thought so, and so did a man and a woman in the second class. One of the men glanced back at Zhang Yang, disdain revealed within his eyes. I say, brother, why are you doing this? This lapdown might affect our rhythm quite a bit and give us a little more stamina. But if you do that, won't you also lose your chance to compete for the top 3? He tried to dissuade Zhang Yang, but found that Zhang Yang did not pay any attention to himself, and his face gradually became gloomy. Kid, you seek death. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see how many laps you can last. Zhang Yang also finally opened his mouth at this time, revealing his white teeth. Then try it. Chapter 109, Am I Blind? Humph. Insouciant. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and had started to send out his power. From the moment these 2 appeared, Zhang Yang understood one thing. That is, these 5 people are the 5 strongest people within the 11 people on the scene. Zhang Yan could be said to be the top existence among the remaining people, and with him there could be elimination of those people. But this 5 people in front of us. You can only let yourself work it out. Among these 5 people, 3 martial kings and 2 quasi-martial kings. Aside from Zhang Yang himself, there was no one who could influence the 5 of them to take the top 5. He's not here to get 6th, he's here to try and get the top 3. So he was no longer holding back and was ready to strike. The man and woman from the second class obviously did not put him in their eyes. In the eyes of these 2 people, Zhang Yang was more like a clown who even tried to influence himself. In order to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, the 2 surprisingly also started to change their tempo as well. They became faster and slower at times, constantly affecting Zhang Yang's rhythm. Both sides were affecting each other, both were using up excess energy, but a man and a woman were emboldened. I'd like to see how long this brat can hold out, daring to find trouble with me. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. The boy among the 2 had obviously become irritated, and being provoked by Zhang Yang made him a little angry, frantically changing his rhythm while increasing his speed. He wanted to use his fastest speed to throw Zhang Yang away and make Zhang Yang understand the gap between him and himself. However, after a period of frantic shifting, his face began to look ugly. Because it had been a full lap faster since his change of pace accelerated. He was starting to pant a bit after such a long distance, but Zhang Yang was as good as nothing and was still able to follow closely behind him. Does this kid still have strength? He looked at Zhang Yang behind him in shock, whose face did not change, and his face was ugly. He had thought that he would be able to get rid of Zhang Yang easily, but he had not thought that this kid would be able to hold on so well. Now instead of shaking the kid off, he was a little out of breath. The girl on the side was similarly gasping for air, her voice a little strained. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why is he still following? Now that she's also suffering from shifting speeds, her face naturally won't look good. Hang on, 1 more lap at most and this kid will be eliminated outright. He must pay for provoking us like this. The girl's eyes were a little more determined when she heard him say that. They weren't ordinary people, they were the representatives of the elite of the second class, so in the face of such provocation, they absolutely couldn't tolerate it. But soon they realized something wasn't quite right. Both of them, the two quasi-martial kings, were starting to struggle, but Zhang Yang behind them was still acting as if nothing had happened, without changing his face or his heart. Why is he still okay? The boys were already going crazy. The 2 laps of lead shifting had taken far more out of him than expected. He's pretty much out of contention for the top 3 now. But even after paying such a huge price, it was surprising that they hadn't taken down a single Zhang Yang. Slow down, there's something odd about this kid, he seems to be in good physical condition. It won't do the 2 of us any good at all if we fight against him for physical strength. The girl finally realized the problem and spoke with a somewhat ugly face. That's right now the only ones on the entire field who are constantly changing and consuming stamina are the 3 of them. The top 3 were in the best shape and held their own from start to finish. Those behind the 3 of them weren't engaged in a desperate chase either, so their stamina was well preserved. Only the 2 of them plus Zhang Yang were truly affected. No. It's just the 2 of them. Zhang Yang's current condition looked good, and he didn't seem to have consumed too much of his condition at all because of these 2 laps. No. Things have come to this point, I have to make him pay. The boy's expression was hideous. Obviously, he was made red hot by Zhang Yang. After all, so many people were now watching them, and it would be too embarrassing for him to let Zhang Yang overtake them after Ping Ming had flung Zhang Yang around twice. Instead of getting rid of him, he took the initiative to slow down and back up. So he crossed his heart and stamped his paws on the ground. Accompanied by a dull ringing sound from the ground collapsed slightly after each of his feet landed. The collapse that appeared would undoubtedly affect the impact of running behind him, along with this would also consume a lot of his own physical strength, but as long as he was able to get rid of Zhang Yang, he felt that it was all worth it. He could even already think of the image of Zhang Yang's figure gradually disappearing inside his sight. But slide. Zhang Yang man was as if he was on the ice surface, surprisingly cutting through a deep pit. He was performing martial arts. The boy's face was instantly ironic and ugly, all his irritation exploding at this moment. Stop it. He stopped violently and twisted around to slam his fist towards Zhang Yang. This punch, surprisingly, vaguely carried a few low roars of foreign beasts. That's martial arts. This guy has been completely enraged by Zhang Yang. The principal sighed at the sight, his eyes showing regret. Zhang Yang had already done a good job, there was no doubt about that. Everyone present was able to see this. After all, to be able to force the 2 quasi-martial kings of the second class to this extent, perhaps even Chang Yan couldn't do it. However, the fact that Zhang Yang, who was only a 7th level sect master, was able to do this was already impressive enough. It was just a pity that Zhang Yang's hard power was not enough. His realm was here, and after completely enraging the other party, this was the result that awaited Zhang Yang. It's all over. Everyone shook their heads, but one man exclaimed. Is this guy crazy? Going up against a quasi-martial king? The sound caused everyone present to subconsciously look up, approaching to see that instead of dodging the opponent's martial arts attack, Zhang Yang had actually raised his fist and smashed it up as well. A 7th level sect master fighting hard against a quasi-martial king, this kid was simply looking for death. Hurry! Quickly notify a few of the guides so they can go to the healer first. The principal's face was ugly. The caliber of talent that Zhang Yang, a trainee, had shown had already caused him to become intensely interested. He was already prepared for special training. If he suffered a serious injury here that affected his roots, then Zhangyang University would be completely wasted for the next few years. He really couldn't bear to see such a promising young man wasted just like that, so naturally his heart was burning with anxiety. The 2 school leaders on the side, seeing the principal so serious, were also anxious and hurriedly took out their cell phones, ready to dial the counselor's number. Just before their calls could be dialed out, they saw a scene on that big screen that stunned everyone. After Zhang Yang's fist briefly collided with the Class 2 boy, he unexpectedly retracted it unharmed. He didn't slow down or get knocked off his feet, but rather, he took a solid punch from his opponent. The leader with the cell phone rubbed his eyes and muttered. Is it a blurry eye? Chapter 110. He's a 7th level sect master, why would he dare? The moment Zhang Yang and the genius of the second class clashed on the screen, the 2 of them returned to their original positions. They continued to run, and Zhang Yang seemed to be completely unaffected by the blow. They were able to clearly see, on the screen, the ugly faces of the talented boys of the second class. Why is that? Isn't that kid Zhang Yang a 7th level zone master? The principal's eyes revealed a hint of doubt as he frantically rummaged through Zhang Yang's information. All students who entered the elite class, their files and past cultivation experiences would be sent to him. Zhang Yang's was of course naturally no exception. But he rummaged around a lot and didn't find anything. Headmaster, is this kid really from U City? As I recall, that place is a small, remote urban area, and no cadet has ever even come from there to the elite class before. Does he hide his strength? The people present talked and discussed about Zhang Yang, and finally they confirmed one thing. That was Zhang Yang's amazing fighting strength. Growing from a place like Yuqing to the level of a zongsher requires not only talent, but also excessive battle experience, and this matter is no exception at all. It seems that this kid has given us a lot of surprises. It's really a bit unexpected. A man slowly opened his mouth, then raised his palm and said, I think the principal's previous proposal is very good. This Zhang Yang has the qualifications to be groomed. We do have such special talents every year, so this time, regardless of whether Zhang Yang makes it to the top 5 or not, I'm in favor of giving him a special training opportunity. I also propose that since this particular slot has been added, that discretionary consideration be given to making it available to all who have worthy training. There's no limit to the number of spots, it's all up to us, the school leaders, to vote on it. What do you all think? The principal gave a satisfied smile. I don't think there's a problem. I brought this up, so naturally I'm the first vote. I agree. Then it's decided. Zhang Yang was not aware at this moment that his expression had been recognized by the school leaders, and all his attention was focused on the man and woman in front of him. He shook his tingling arm and narrowed his eyes slightly. With 50 times the physical strength combined with martial arts, he managed to receive the opponent's strike just now. He estimated that he still had at least 40% of his strength left. On the contrary, the opponent's stamina should not have as much as his left after this attack. This could be seen from the other party's ugly face, clearly in some hurry. Zhang Yang knew that he had managed to consume an opponent, and as long as he played steadily next, he would be able to get the boy eliminated. With that thought in mind, he turned his attention to the other person girl in the second class. The girl looked at him with an ugly face, obviously having felt the threat from him. However, this girl had never made a move, and she should have been on guard during one of the earlier encounters. Who the hell are you, kid? Why have I never heard of you before? The boy stared at him dead in the face, his voice tinged with a bit of resignation. His resentment stems from knowing he can't possibly fight for the top 3. It was even more derived from the frustration of not being able to eliminate Zhang Yang even though he tried his best. Freshman Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. You're such a pain in the ass. Today's military training content isn't my strong suit, and you'd better pray that I don't run into you on any other occasions from today on. Otherwise I will definitely get back this debt from today. He said with a lull in his voice, his expression more than a few points of calm, only that underneath this calmness, there were some dangerous flavors. Of course, I'm going to collect a little interest first today. When he finished his sentence, a bad feeling rose in the bottom of Zhang Yang's heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed correctly, the boy suddenly began to slow down. It says it's slowing down, but only slightly. This caused him to quickly get alongside Zhang Yang, and the oppressive aura coming from his body was extremely obvious as it surged towards Zhang Yang. Lulong, what are you doing? The girl who hadn't made a move suddenly blushed in general. Willow Leaf, I don't have enough stamina left to challenge the top 3 with me. This kid is a pain in the ass. I'll help you with him and the people behind you. It's up to you if you can fight for the top 3 places. Lulong's words made Zhang Yang's heart sink to fixed. This guy is going for broke. This guy is going to fight himself. It was hard for him to imagine that a talented person who expected to be in the top 3 would give up everything in an instant because of someone like him. But the truth was happening, and he now had to do what he could to fix it. Lulong could see that his face was ugly, and a smug smile finally appeared on his face. Boy. Aren't you hard to hit? But hard hitting is bull, coming out is about power. The two of us will be able to pull out any random person, and we'll be able to consume and eliminate you and all the people behind you. You couldn't make it to the top 3 yourself and you want to stir us up, don't you? I'm sorry, but your math is wrong. Now I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Looking at Zhang Yang's increasingly ugly face, Lulong's smile grew happier and happier. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now you have another option, and that's to run to the back and eliminate the rest of them. In that case, I'll still give you a chance and won't immediately eliminate you. A hint of smugness was revealed in the depths of his eyes. He's too smart. While choosing to fight for his life, this kettle of fish was thought of. The level that Zhang Yang had shown was fully qualified to be able to eliminate the people behind him. If he used Zhang Yang as a gun now, he might still be able to maintain a certain amount of stamina in the meantime. In that case, he still had a chance to hit the top 3, but Zhang Yang would definitely be eliminated. Zhang Yang wasn't a cutie either. Naturally understanding what was going on in his mind, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the smug-looking Lu Long, and then at Lu Yi, who had stabilized, revealing his white teeth. Why don't you give it a try? But I can tell you in advance that as soon as you do, I'll be sure to drag her into this fight as well. Trust me, I'll be able to do it. Hearing that he was going to drag Lu Yi into this fight as well, Lu Long's face turned ugly. The one thing he finally realized was that the guy in front of him hadn't even thought about living peacefully with them in any way. In this kid's eyes, maybe only the top 3. Did he start out trying to eliminate everyone and get to the top 3? Lu Long felt very ridiculous. Incredibly ridiculous. He, a weakling who was only a 7th level clan master. What makes you think I'm brave enough to do that? Chapter 111, Only 4 remain. Crazy, you're a crazy person. Do you really think I can't see through your crappy little mind? Trying to bluff me? Not even a door. You can try. Zhang Yang didn't say much and just responded coldly. However, it was this indifferent attitude that really bluffed Lu Long. His face shifted and he didn't make a move for a while. Just as he was considering whether to put up a fight or not, Zhang Yang's words caused his face to change drastically. Since you won't do it, I will. As Zhang Yang spoke, he had already performed a power buildup, and this time, it was exactly the same as the first time he chased after those 3 demons. It was vaguely as if a raging ferocious beast had been born, startling both him and Willow Leaf at the same time. The 2 people did not expect Zhang Yang to have such tactics and changed their colors. What are you doing? Do you really want everyone eliminated? Lu Long yelled. It just seemed like Zhang Yang didn't care about his reminder, and after another sprint, he came to Lu Yi's side, raised his fist and smashed it. Because of the suddenness of what happened, Lu Long was simply too late to rescue him and could only watch. Lu Yi also did not expect Zhang Yang to suddenly strike and went to fend off at the first opportunity. Don't take it hard. Lu Long's face changed drastically and he hastily reminded. Just that he was ultimately a little slow, and by this time, Lu Yi had already gone to block Zhang Yang's attack. It was accompanied by a terrifying distance that made her face change. The immense force withdrew her several meters and slowed her down. Obviously, she was ill-prepared for this defensive strike and was taken quite a bit of advantage by Zhang Yang's punch. Originally, her breath was disorganized from running many laps, and now that she could barely follow this attack, it was like a taut thread snapped open, and she felt like she had a lot less stamina all of a sudden. Now she was in about the same shape as Lu Long, and I'm afraid there was no way she could fight her way to the top 3. With this punch, Zhang Yang could be said to have directly helped the top 3 demons clear all obstacles. After all, facing those 3 demons, even at full strength everyone was unsure, let alone engaging in such a consuming confrontation. Are you crazy? What good will this do you? Lu Long exclaimed with a hideous expression. Zhang Yang didn't say anything and just silently led the way in front of the 2. He wanted to say of course there was an advantage to it, as it appeared on the surface to be him using his stamina to drain a lot of stamina out of 2 people to come to the same end. But in the world, he still had a lot of stamina available to him, and he was a 20-fold recovery. He consumed at a much slower rate compared to others. So on the surface it was like none of them had much stamina left, but in reality he could still hold on until the end. Lu Long, don't be so familiar with him. This kid's stamina is more than what we've expended, there's no need for us to tangle with him like this anymore, he really is just a madman, instead of expending with him we should find a way to regain some of our stamina. Lu Yi pulled Lu Long back in time and recustomized the tactics with him. After all, both of them were the top elites of Class 2, and they were also quasi-martial kings, they couldn't afford to let their intentions affect their grades because of a Zhang Yang. They chose to briefly distance themselves from Zhang Yang, who logically became the only person behind those 3 demons. At this moment, they have come to the 6th lap. Once again entering the crowded area of the school, everyone saw the 3 people running in the lead, and the only one behind them, Zhang Yang. They looked at Zhang Yang with shocked faces, their eyes filled with curiosity. They didn't find it strange for a martial king to lead the race, when Zhang Yang was actually able to suppress a quasi-martial king to come to the second echelon and lead the race. It could be said that it shocked everyone. Those who saw this scene started gossiping and started contacting their schoolmates to share this incredible scene with them. Word of the sensation spread. The bearded man of the hunting club was sitting in the club, fuming, with yesterday's events inside his head. Shame on you. It's so humiliating. He was the president of the hunt club, but yesterday, among so many people's face, he was scared by Zhang Yang's hand, didn't dare to return it. It was really a shame. No. The next time I find that kid, I'm going to get a few points of face back no matter what I say, otherwise how am I going to mix in the future? He said as he noticed a text message coming from his phone that was a video share. He subconsciously opened it and immediately knew what the video was. Ego? There are actually 3 martial kings this year, what a pervert. You know that old me hasn't even broken through to martial king yet. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. He said, taking his eyes off the 3 at the top and looking at the second tier, the guys running after the 3. But when he saw the familiar face, he showed an expression like he had seen a ghost. Why is he so fierce? Seeing that it was Zhang Yang, the bearded man unconsciously scratched his head in a hurry. No way. This kid is just too perverted. No, I definitely can't mess with him next time we meet. A guy like that is a bomb that could explode at any time. I'd better honestly recommend the club to him and have less contact in the future. He said, scratching his head again and subconsciously glancing out the window. At this time he could hear a lot of cheering and chatter, and he was well aware that it was those people outside watching the military training. After a slight hesitation, he also got up and pushed open the door to his room and walked out. By this time the first day of military training had reached a white heat. After Zhang Yang became the second echelon, the total number of laps for all of them kept increasing. 7th lap. 8th lap. 10th lap. By the 10th lap, everyone was starting to get exhausted. In the entire school, only 6 people were still running. The first echelon was still those 3 demons. Only at this moment, these 3 people were no longer as relaxed as they were at the very beginning, and there was more or less a sense of fatigue on their faces. Then there was the second echelon. Zhang Yang was the only one by himself. The distance between him and the 3 demons was roughly 20 to 30 paces, although he couldn't get close, he wouldn't be thrown off either. Surprisingly, the tiredness on his face was similar to those 3 demons. The last echelon, or third echelon. The latter is interesting, there are 3 of them. 2 elites from the second class, and 1 is Changyan. The 3 men were full of fatigue and none of them looked to be in great shape. The 3 were barely able to see Zhang Yang's back, but they did not have the strength and stamina to chase after him. Those who were paying attention to this place were talking when they saw the 3 echelons. The most surprising of them was naturally Zhang Yang, who had never expected him to be able to stay second. Boo! A muffled sound attracted everyone's attention, and they realized it was Changyan throwing a 1-ton load. This instant allowed him to surpass those 2 geniuses from class 2 and gradually approach Zhang Yang. The faces of the 2 people in the second class were unsightly, but they could only watch helplessly as the distance continued to be drawn away. Changyan caught up with Zhang Yang and the 2 were side by side. He looked at Zhang Yang, who was obviously in better shape than him, with complicated eyes and smiled bitterly. I can't believe you're hiding so deeply, I'm really curious as to how exactly you practice this physique. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, just stifled his head and continued to run. Even the strength to say a word now could make him a top 3 hopeful. At some point, the 2 people behind him had completely disappeared. After another half circle, Changyan also gradually disappeared. The whole field is down to just 4 guys in a real tussle. It's finally coming. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashed with a touch of determination and madness. Chapter 112 End of Military Training. Inside the office. The principal stood up, including everyone else. They looked at the 4 people on the screen somewhat nervously, feeling their breath become short. At this moment, although there were 3 demonic geniuses on the screen who had maintained absolute superiority, their gazes and attention were on Zhang Yang. From the beginning, when everyone didn't think much of him, to the people here recognizing him and deciding to change the rules of the military training, to what has happened now can be called a miracle. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, anyone else who heard about it wouldn't have believed it. A 7th level Zhongshu kid, or a country boy from a resource-poor fringe city, surprisingly defeated almost 90% of the geniuses from all over the country, including within Kyoto. Only a slightly darker test color when facing the best of the best in Kyoto. What do you guys say? Is it possible for him to enter the top 3? A female teacher slowly spoke at this time, staring tightly at the screen as she spoke, her eyes filled with a sense of anticipation within them. The story of the supreme genius and the dark horse against all odds is indistinguishable wherever it goes, and even the latter is more enjoyable. Now, those 3 demons leading the way are the story of the ultimate genius. Zhang Yang was the dark horse that suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the schoolteacher's inquiry, those present fell silent, and several tried to say something, but in the end, they were unable to do so. There was no doubt that Zhang Yang's performance had conquered everyone. From a rational standpoint, they wanted to say that Zhang Yang couldn't possibly succeed, but the first 2 times they said it, they had already been slapped in the face. Why don't we guess something else for a change? Guess if he'll agree to be my personal student. The principal suddenly spoke. The others stared slightly before the woman teacher who had started it all spoke up. I don't think he'd like little old men, he'd like discussing academics with a gorgeous female teacher like me. A tall man off to the side slammed the table. You fart. People are students who come here to learn, so naturally they would choose a man of exceptional ability like me as a personal tutor. You're vain. One by one, the voices began to clamor, and if the 3 demons in the lead heard such a quarrel, they would definitely be so angry that they would spit out blood. Obviously, the 3 of them were the geniuses who had made it big among the army seekers by crushing them, so how did they end up fighting over Zhang Yang? Although they did not know about this matter at this time, they also coincidentally focused on Zhang Yang's body. This kid is a bit interesting, it's just that his realm is too poor. Otherwise, it's really possible to run neck and neck with the 3 of us. The boy who was in the lead slowly spoke. He's almost at the limit of his stamina as well, only a little bit worse than us. The girl on her right nodded and spoke, her eyes revealing a few moments of praise. That's when the boy on the far left, the one who hadn't opened his mouth from the beginning, spoke up. You 2 can really pretend, he is now at the level of a 7th level grandmaster, really if the martial king is in the same realm, you 2 don't even deserve to mention your shoes to him. When the 2 men heard him speak, their faces darkened and they rolled their eyes at the same time. Come on, don't even ink here. Surprisingly, there are only 4 of us left, so let's split the difference. Such a boring military training, you guys don't think it's a waste of time? I think it's a waste of time. The boy snorted, and his eyes suddenly became unmistakable. In the next second, his aura climbed to the top. What was that feeling? It was like the ferocity of a life and death struggle to strike immediately. That was the aura of battle, that was the aura of a real battlefield. The remaining 2 felt this aura and also joined him in raising the aura on their bodies to the peak. The 3 streams of chi intertwined together, like 3 terrifying giants blasting against each other in the middle of the invisible, causing those students watching from afar to turn pale and have difficulty breathing. They, the observers, were like this, not to mention Zhang Yang who was not far behind them. The aura pressed down on him and he could barely breathe, making his face a little hard to see as he turned white. The aura that existed as much as the field of carnage was an aura that only came about after 1,000 years of refinement through life and death battles. When Zhang Yang figured out that these people were of his kind, the excitement of expectation surged in his eyes, and he similarly exerted the slaughter domain before ruthlessly crashing into them. The 4 terrifying auras clashed together, and wherever they passed, all the students sniffed. Who could imagine that a freshman military training could make such a godly fight? However, such a godly fight did not last long, and after a small half-circle, Zhang Yang slowly retreated. He stood in place with a pale face and complicated eyes. There was a hint of resignation, a hint of excitement, and a hint of anticipation. He knew very well that today's failure was because his realm was not enough. If he was able to reach the martial king realm as well, these 3 people would definitely be no match for him. So he looked forward to it, to the day when he would become a martial king. The only shame is that this time it was only 4th place, obviously just 1 place away from the top 3, but it was close and far away. All students gather back to where they started. This concludes today's military training. Waiting for the results of military training and the distribution of resources. The sound of the school's announcement was heard in the distance, and everyone dragged their tired bodies towards the location where they had gathered at the beginning. By the time Zhang Yang dragged his tired body back to the meeting point of the 3rd class, everyone stood in awe. The eyes they looked at Zhang Yang were already filled with admiration and pride. We are all from the 3rd class. To give the 3rd class a face is to give them a face. Chen Shen was standing at the front of the group at this time, and she also revealed a smile when she saw him return. Great job, even though today's military training wasn't a real fight, you did perform perfectly. I hope you'll continue to work hard in the midst of the rest of your military training and classes. You go back to the team first, and someone from the student council will be here next to distribute the resource rewards. Zhang Yang nodded somewhat helplessly when he heard the reward. This military training is still rather pitiful in some senses. After all, even if he was fourth, he still got the same reward as the person behind him for his rank. No, I should say it's the same as loss, they all get cut in half. Just when he was a bit disappointed, Qin Xian's words cheered him up. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that after the school's unified deliberation among the military training this time, there will be a few more outstanding people who can retain the resources. With your performance today, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Zhang Yang did not expect such a surprise, and for a while, he was in a happy mood. Of course, there are far more pleasurable things. Because he saw the team's eyes looking at him dodging Wu Feiyue. The bet between the two was clearly lost by the other party, but wanting to just shut up about it was absolutely impossible. Zhang Yang's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he slowly walked up. Chapter 113 Access to Resources. Wu Feiyue had been desperately trying to hide back since Zhang Yang came back. Now he could not wait to find a crack in the ground, when he and Zhang Yang put so many harsh words, only to realize in the end that he was the clown. Thinking about what he said at the beginning of military training, I feel my cheeks burning now. It's so humiliating. It's so in your face. He failed when he was over 20. Zhang Yang, however, held on to the last 4. The gap between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at Zhang Yang, who was gradually walking over, he really wanted to escape, but he really couldn't escape either. Finally, Zhang Yang stood by his side. All eyes converged on them and began to whisper. This kid was so capable of pretending in the beginning, I thought he was on the same level as Zhang Yang? And the results? The results are a dozen places apart. Aya, you can't say that, you can't say he's too weak, you can only say that Zhang Yang is too strong. If you want to blame him for having eyes. The surrounding murmurs made the good-faced Wu Feiyue's face increasingly ugly. Zhang Yang, I lost this time. But don't get cocky, it's just your luck that you happen to come across the strengths of your abilities. When it really comes down to the middle of a life and death battle, and in the other programs, you won't be able to beat me. He suddenly opened his mouth with a defiant face. Zhang Yang lost his smile helplessly when he saw how confident he looked. Wu Feiyue does have some level, but with a character like that he definitely won't get very far. Then I'll wait and see what you can prove to yourself later, but for now, today, it is indeed you who have lost. You're not going to cheat, are you? Wu Feiyue's face changed slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Yang, I swear that I will definitely not mess with you in the future. From now on, you don't even have to worry about this matter. I'm as good as my word. And? What? Wu Feiyue suddenly started to get confused, pretending to be confused. Zhang Yang sneered, but you said that if you couldn't beat me, the resources you got would be given to me, and everyone present was listening. You're a hallowed mixed demon king, you wouldn't even be able to spare half of the remaining resources, would you? Of course I gave, I just forgot for a moment. Wu Feiyue spoke in a hurry. That was said, but it was clear he was fleshed out. It wasn't his fault, after all, this was Kyoto Martial Arts University. The resources here were not a luxury that could be compared to other martial arts and organizations, even if it was only half of it, it was still a precious resource with a high price tag. Hearing him finally agree, Zhang Yang also revealed a satisfied smile. Everyone returned to their original positions and waited, and he also saw the panting Hu Gang and Zhao Wenwen. Both of them were pale and dark at this time. Obviously feeling frustrated in the middle of this military training. It's no wonder that this is only the first day of military training, knowing that it's a full 2 weeks. The first day of military training was like this, let alone thinking about how much frustrating military training one would have to undergo for the rest of the day, and it was normal for some of one's moral heart to be broken. A closer look reveals that they are not the only students in the entire venue who are like this, most of them have a sense of frustration. They were all hanging their heads and didn't look like they were in a good mood. Such a mood lasted until Qin Xian told everyone to prepare to receive the resources, and only then did it ease a bit. Zhang Yang was also in a good mood, but when he saw the person who brought the resources not far away, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It's Chu Chiu. With some student council cadres in tow, he stood at the front of the line, the unreadable smile still on his face. When he saw the other man saw him. The way Autumn looked at him held a few intriguing flavors, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was even more uncomfortable. Everyone, all of you go up to the thousands to take turns receiving resources. Zhang Yang, Zhang Yan, you two performers are special. According to the school, in order to give rewards to the students behind you, your rewards will not be halved. When these words came out, many people revealed envious looks. However, they were also all very clear that the reason why the two Zhang Yangs were able to receive this treatment was entirely because they had earned it. So there was only envy in the eyes of the others, not jealousy or resentment. The crowd went up and started to collect their resources, and since most of them were from rich families, they basically had their own space watches and collected them relatively quickly. Basically, the space watch flashed once, and all the acquired resources had been taken away, and the whole process took no more than 5 seconds. Soon, it was Zhang Yang's turn. Zhang Yang was about to dock with his own space watch when Chu Qiu suddenly extended his palm. This is Senior Zhang Yang, right? I saw all the heroic moves during the military training just now. It's really genius. It's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the future. Chu Qiu stretched out his palm and did not mean to take out his resources, looking at him with a few intriguing smiles on his face. Zhang Yang saw a few hints of a sneer in his eyes, so the corners of his mouth similarly revealed a few sneers as he extended his palm. Snap! The moment the two men's palms touched, they gripped hard at the same time. Zhang Yang was able to feel the tremendous power coming from the top of Chu Qiu's palm and knew that the other party was trying to give himself a hard time. But it would be a big mistake to think that he was able to take advantage of the situation now that he was exhausted. He had no problem using all of his strength, and the palms of the two men's clasped hands began to tremble. After roughly a few seconds, Chu Qiu slightly narrowed his eyes, and a flash of shock flashed inside his eyes. Zhang Yang was clearly just a 7th level Zhongshi. Surprisingly, he lost to him in power in the slightest. After continuing for a few seconds, Chu Qiu retracted his palm when he sensed that his power wasn't able to take advantage of it. Senior Zhang Yang is really enthusiastic. If there's any trouble in the future, you can absolutely come to the student union to find me. Chu Qiu's face still had a smile on it, looking as if he was in the spring breeze, and if the spectators who didn't know about the relationship between the two, they would really think that the two were on good terms at first sight. Thank you, Senior Chu. If I have the chance, I will go find trouble for you. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, only that the word trouble was aggravated with ulterior motives. Chu Qiu's smile weakened a few points, and he did not talk much more, but gave the resources to Zhang Yang. Getting the resources, Zhang Yang did not bother to talk nonsense and returned directly to the team. For the rest of the time, he didn't even look at Chu Qiu. Until everyone's resources were distributed, Chu Qiu led the student council to leave as well. As he was leaving, Zhang Yang clearly felt the other party's gaze like a viper. It's true, people who are in your face are great villains. Chen Xian clapped her hands at this time, attracting the attention of everyone present. That's all for today. Everyone go back and get some rest, and continue to meet here first thing in the morning. We've all been given resources today as well, so we can go back and enjoy them. That's it, dismissed. Chapter 114 Above Martial Saint. Military training is dismissed. It's just about noon. Next they get a half-day break. Everyone went back to their dormitories at the first opportunity to rest. The resources given this time were not much, but they were all precious resources. One of them has a kind of potion called Refreshing Liquid. It's a potion that focuses on restoring the body's condition, and I've heard that the market price is $20,000 to $30,000. There are 2 bottles of the seed potion. In addition to this, of course, there are 2 vials of Dragon's Blood Potion. However, seeing as the quality wasn't as good as the reward he was given when he first gained the ability, it wasn't expected to be too far off. Then there was a set of special satin pajamas, which was created from special exotic animal leather. Wearing it would immediately feel refreshed, relaxing one's spirit and making it easier to get into a state of concentration. Wearing it, not only can you relax your spirit, but learning some martial arts knowledge is also twice as effective. Finally, there is the main event, which is the Zoner Potion. This potion could allow one to ascend a realm at the sovereign level without any burden. Alas! Really neat pain, busy day to obtain so little things. Potion is still only half, the clan potion is not. Yet Hu Gang has changed into pajamas, lying on the bed sighing. Clerical Zhao was still as unsmiling as usual, and his brow furrowed when he heard his complaint. What's there to complain about? Don't you know what level you have? Besides, your family is already in the potions business. What do you care about that little potion? Sighing and sighing here, don't you think about other people's feelings? So I can't complain about complaining? Hu Gang had a mournful look on his face. Zhang Yang did not pay any attention to the two people's conversation. Instead, he grasped the sovereign potion in his hand, his eyes flickering. Today's military training had made him realize one thing, and that was that he was still a long way off. Such a realm is not to say outstanding, it's not even in the top tier. Today's military training was just luck. If it was really a combat competition, or a realm test, his level would only be considered middle of the road. 3 martial kings and 2 quasi-martial kings, he couldn't even compare. Even Xiang Yan, he was not able to defeat Putney. Still, the realm is low, one must raise their strength as much as possible. Take a bottle of the potion first, and then we'll start taking Hoagang to dissect the corpse to gain the ability at night. Zhang Yang took the potion without hesitation, then sat cross-legged on the bed. At the moment he was wearing special pajamas, and was in extremely good spirits and strong-willed enough. Soon, he felt a surge of energy from traveling through all parts of his body. The muscles were also writhing slightly and the blood was hot. The two people who were still chatting immediately lowered their voices quite a bit when they saw Zhang Yang enter into a state of cultivation. When Zhao Wenwen saw Zhang Yang's appearance, a hint of envy was revealed in the depths of his eyes. He looked toward Hu Gang on the lower bunk and whispered, "Hu Gang, have you taken all of this potion?" "Of course, I took it the first day I became a sovereign. After all, everyone wants to raise their realm faster, don't you?" Clerical Zhao didn't say anything, only his face was a bit unsightly. "That? Your family. Is this also capable of making this potion?" "Of course I can." "You haven't taken one? I can give you one for free." No need, I've taken it." Clerical Zhao shook his head slightly, then collapsed onto the bed. Zhang Yang frowned slightly at this moment, and his ears twitched. He was now entering a very marvelous state. Although he was feeling the power inside his body and digesting and upgrading, he had a clear perception of the outside world. All in all, it was a wonderful and comforting feeling. After about 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. The previous fatigue was swept away and the whole person felt much more relaxed. 8th grade martial artist. This realm is still unlikely to deal with Chu Qiu, but at least it's another step further. He clenched his fist slightly, then slowly moved his muscles. Just then, his cell phone rang. "It's Chan Xin." "Zhang Yang, you come to the principal's office now. The principal and the leaders want to see you, and this is a great opportunity for you." Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, and after a slight hesitation, he directly got out of bed and pushed open the dormitory door. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Hu Gang looked at him curiously. "I'm going out, I have some things to take care of, so get ready and come with me to found the club tonight." "Oh." Zhang Yang finished hesitating for a moment and looked up at Zhao Wenwen. At this time, Zhao Wenwen didn't look up at all, as if she hadn't heard the two of them. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not open his mouth. It was a little strange to see Zhao Wenwen. He didn't want to pull him into his club just yet. It is important to realize that you started your club to reach your competency goals and to become stronger. Those who entered the club would be his partners from now on. Although Zhao Wenwen didn't have any bad intentions, this person liked to keep to himself, not to mention that his personality was also a bit eccentric. It was expected that if he really got into the club, it would be very, very bad with him, and very troublesome in turn. With that, he left the dormitory room and went to the principal's office. When he pushed open the principal's office, the scene inside made him freeze. There are a lot of them. Visually, there were a total of 8 people in the room, and each of these 8 people made Zhang Yang feel an incomparably huge pressure. These people. Is it the king of Wushu? No. This horrible oppression. It's the martial saint. Feeling that terrifying power, Zhang Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. If nothing else, everyone present was a martial saint. Of course, it's not just that. His eyes looked to the man in the very center, who by the looks of things was the principal. His aura was clearly more terrifying than the others, like an abyss of endless darkness. Martial sage. On top of that? Zhang Yang's brain went blank. Although he had known for a long time that there were realms above the martial saints, that was too far for him to ever hope for, much less understand. Today, it was considered his first time to come into contact with such a terrifying realm. "Zhang Yang, you're here." The middle-aged man who was the most terrifying spoke. He had a few friendly smiles on his face and looked very joyful. He first straightened his attire, then slowly spoke. "First, I'll introduce myself. I'm the principal of this school. My surname is Guan, you can just call me Principal Guan. The rest of them are some of the top teachers, professors, etc. at our school. They are all at the level of martial saints, and the worst of them are at the peak of martial kings, while I and beyond them above. Although Zhang Yang was prepared, he still thumped inwardly. He had only one question inside his head now, and that was that these horrible guys. Why did you call him? Chapter 115, Refusing to Take on an Apprentice. Above the martial saint. Zhang Yang's nervous face revealed a few moments of confusion. That's right, it's the apprentice realm. Principal Guan slowly spoke. Apprentice? Zhang Yang was a bit stunned. He had thought that the name of this realm would be very high-end and atmospheric, but he did not expect it to be so trashy. That's right, this realm is not yet accessible to you, it's better not to pry too much. We've asked you to come here this time because we have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Yang was a little wary. These people were all veritable bigwigs, what could they possibly have to discuss with him? The plot of the novels he had read inside his mind kept coming up, what with the plot of the scapegoat flashing by one, his face was a bit ugly. You use nervousness, it's good for you. Principal Guan immediately laughed when he saw that his face didn't look right. But Zhang Yang felt too terrible. If you were in your place, one day you were suddenly surrounded by a group of bigwigs who could crush you at any time, and then staged such a hilarious scene, would you be scared? Anyway, Zhang Yang was scared. He can't afford to have anything happen to him. After all, he has a sick old mother waiting for him at home. Kyoto still has his childhood friend who would give anything for him waiting for him. With an ugly smile, he said slowly, that. Can I not listen? Principal, you don't know, I was born with deafness. The principal laughed at his amusement. We called you here because we wanted to ask you if you would like to be my personal student. Private student? The principal nodded. We've all seen how well you've done today, and everyone appreciates you. I admire you too, so how about wanting to make you a student? Zhang Yang pondered for a few seconds and slowly said, Principal, what do I have to do to become your personal student? The principal revealed a satisfied smile when he saw that Zhang Yang had not lost his rationality by the situation in front of him. Any other student would probably agree to come down without asking anything. After all, he's the principal of this school, so it's always okay to follow him. Well, you don't have to do anything, I'll train you, but you'll have to follow in my footsteps later on, which means you'll have to inherit the principal's position. Of course, that's if you're qualified. I won't pass everything on to you if you can't learn the art and don't reach my desired level. Also, if you do anything that undermines my moral turpitude, I'll break off the relationship as well. Zhang Yang heard and understood. He knew the principal genuinely appreciated him, but that seemed unlikely for him. Because his goal is not here, he just wants to heal his mother and live together as a family. This was the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, and being the principal here was sure to be a constant source of trouble. So he didn't say yes right away, but fell to thinking. The principal smiled a more pleased smile when he saw that he didn't answer right away. Don't be in a hurry, take your time to think. Of course, if you have any questions, you can ask them. All of the people in the room have studied in various fields, and if you don't become my student, it would be just as well to become their personal student. If you choose them, just end up staying in their position without all the hassle. Zhang Yang pondered for a while before he slowly raised his head and said, Headmaster, can I make any request? Whatever is within our power and feels reasonable. Zhang Yang hesitated. I need Professor Jean to help me create a cure for my family members who are sick. The principal, who was still confident, froze in his smile when he heard this. Not to mention him, but everyone else as well, smiles stiffening on their faces. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yang's questioning gaze, the principal coughed awkwardly. Ahem, this matter is not good well. He let out a long sigh and said slowly, if it was anything else, everything would be fine, but Professor Kim. Professor Kim is a man with an odd temper, not to mention me, even if someone puts a knife to his neck, he can't do anything he doesn't want to. So this is something you need to think long and hard about, he's usually only open to his students. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was a bit disappointed. Really? Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Team Leader Song had inquired about. This Professor Kim is a weirdo who will only help if he sees fit. But if you think about it, people with powers have odd tempers, or this guy wouldn't be the only one able to make the medicine that cured his mother. A female teacher said, if you want to find Professor Jean, then you don't ask to become our student, that guy has a weird temper and will never allow his students to worship others. But you should think about it, after all, choosing us as your teachers will give you great benefits here. The others nodded at her words. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Yang, waiting for his answer. Zhang Yang. He sighed, I do need Professor Kim's help, and I thank the headmaster and the leaders for their love. If there is anything I need Zhang Yang to do, I will definitely be obliged. The principal sighed even more and looked helpless. He couldn't force Zhang Yang, after all, just now Zhang Yang had also said that he was doing this to save his family. If that's the case and he's still pestering, that's just a bit much. In that case, go back. Professor Kim never recruits only depending on his mood, but he also only recruits from the first class, and every semester the school adjusts classes according to grades, so work hard this semester. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and after another brief chat with the leaders present, he left the principal's office. After going out, Zhang Yang's mood was a little heavy. He did not expect this Professor Jean to be so difficult to deal with. Even the principal had no way to convince this freak, so it seemed like it could only be a matter of playing it safe and getting into the elite first class. It was imminent for him to raise his realm now. After all, if he wanted to become an elite first class, he had to be at least tougher than Chang Yan. That was why he had to break through to Martial King quickly, and he couldn't afford to delay a bit. He didn't waste any time and called Hu Gang at the first opportunity. Hu Gang was still dozing off. When he heard Zhang Yang calling him, he didn't talk nonsense and found Zhang Yang at the first opportunity. Zhang Yang made another call to Yang Ming, and at the first opportunity, he brought Hu Gang into the anatomy classroom. Today he had only one purpose, and that was to teach Hu Gang to dissect 10 complete corpses no matter what. It is important to accomplish the goal of leading the show ability. Zhang Yang stood behind Hu Gang, slightly squinting his eyes with determination. Elite Class 1? Wait for me. I, Zhang Yang, will be here soon. Chapter 116. If you don't make progress, you're going backwards. Anatomy room. Brother Yang, is this enough? Is it really okay? Sure this is the place? Hu Gang followed Zhang Yang's request and carefully dissected the corpse. He didn't know why Zhang Yang had asked him to do such a thing, but he was sure there must be a reason for it. It was just that the more he followed Zhang Yang's request, the more ugly his face became. Yang, what did you do before? Of course it's a student, aren't you full of crap? Are you sure you're not a perverted murderer? This fine technique of dissecting a corpse makes me sick just hearing you say it. Zhang Yang. Do what you're told, don't talk so much. Don't you want to fight for a top 3 in military training as well? Hu Gang sighed when he heard him say that. I'm very clear about how many pounds I am at my own level. I don't even have the same obsession as old Zhao. I just want to be able to become stronger within the limits of what I can do. When Zhao wants to become stronger very much? Zhang Yang was a bit curious. He and Zhao Wenwen didn't get along too well from the beginning. On the contrary, this guy Hu Gang was very close to Zhao Wenwen. Maybe it was also because of his character. If someone couldn't be friends with Hu Gang, it was more or less some problems with his character and personality. Him? He wants to get stronger so badly. I even feel like he wants to surpass all of you, Brother Yang. It's just that with that talent level out there, I don't think it's likely. Zhang Yang thought of Zhao Wenwen's solitary appearance and thought then perhaps this guy also had a reason why he had to become stronger. His thoughts quickly returned and he continued to supervise Hu Gang's dissection of the body. However, he soon realized the problem, and that was that the skill of dissecting really did require a certain amount of talent, as Yang Ming had said. Hu Gang was a slow learner and didn't dissect the 2 corpses until dark. He wasn't about to switch to someone else to reach the leader ability though. After all, talent was one thing, and the person who was chosen was also important. Hu just trusted him unconditionally, and this was the partner he chose, so in the long run, Hu just was the right person for the job. Zhang Yang put his mind at ease and returned to the dormitory with Hu Gang early to rest. Wearing his school-issued pajamas, Zhang Yang was refreshed after a night's rest. Because of taking the dragon blood potion given by the school, the scars left on his body from some time ago had basically recovered almost as well. The resources left behind by the school were basically going to be used that day. After all, just by looking at the content of the first day of military training alone you can see how intense it was. Only the little darlings. It's only after learning what military training is all about that you're heartbroken that resources aren't being used, resulting in not being able to meet the next day in the best shape possible. And moreover, Zhang Yang did not feel any pain at all because not only did he keep his complete resources, but he also got Wu Feiyue's resources, so now he had a complete set of resources in addition to the Patriarch potion. Standing on the 3rd class assembly ground again, Zhang Yang was in a very good mood. Especially when he saw Wu Feiyue's ugly face, it was obviously because of yesterday's matter that was nagging at him. Other than him, most of the others were refreshed and looked even more combative. Zhang Yang did not feel surprised at all about such a situation. Even if the resources are cut in half, the remaining resources are all fine resources. After experiencing the boutique resources, the frustration of the first day is dramatically transformed from frustration to desire. At the start of the second day, everyone will want to get back in the game and want more resources. This makes everyone combative. I'm going to perform well today no matter what. Hu Gang leapt to his side. Zhao Wenwen was not as middle-aged as him, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was obvious, and Zhang Yang even felt that there were flames dancing inside his eyes. Just then, he suddenly felt a commotion. Looking along the source of the commotion, his gaze locked onto Chang Yan, who had just arrived. Chang Yan looked refreshed, but there was always a feeling that something was different. The surrounding students all subconsciously backed up when they saw Chang Yan, making a path for him. When Chang Yan returned to his position, Zhang Yang also finally knew what was not quite the same about Chang Yan compared to yesterday. There was a vague sense of defiance coming from his body, a sense of defiance that was unique to martial kings. This guy has entered the realm of the quasi-martial king. By the end of the military training at the latest, Chang Yan would have become a true martial king. Zhang Yang rubbed his temples and felt a few moments of pressure. Is this Kyoto Martial Arts University? With all the perverts around you, you can never let up or you're going to get a crazy and roll off. That's right. This is Kyoto Martial Arts University. You're a genius, and so is everyone else. You are 1 in a million, others are 1 in 100,000. You practice hard, others play hard. As long as you have a heart for the summit, you can never let your guard down here. Even if you just stand still and breathe a sigh of relief, there are 10,000s and 10,000s of people around you overtaking you and stepping on your head. He broke through yesterday, and so did Chang Yan. It wasn't just the two of them, he realized that there were some others who had broken through as well. They didn't get the so-called sovereign potion, and surprisingly, they broke through even after yesterday's resistance. What kind of school is this, all perverts? Zhang Yang smiled helplessly and bitterly, but the same fighting spirit rose within him to greet today's military training. Under the crowd's anticipation, Chen Xian appeared again. Guys, as I said, there are 3 programs in military training, so yesterday's program will continue for 3 more days. The difference is that from today onwards the reward system for military training has changed. Every day the top 3 people in our class will retain the resources for that day while gaining an extra share of them, while everyone else will not only be able to retain the resources, but will also be able to get back half of what they lost yesterday as long as their rankings have risen. If you fall back in ranking, then you lose all the resources for the day, but you will get them back the next day when you raise your ranking. Do you all understand? The students, who were already full of fighting spirit, instantly had glowing eyes when they heard Chen Xian's words. They were already holding their breath, and once they heard that they would be able to wipe the slate clean if they were elevated today, how could they not be excited? Everyone jumped on board at once. I have a question. What if we say we keep our original ranking? Clerical Zhao suddenly spoke up at this time. Chen Xian laughed. This is a good question. Under the premise of excluding the top 3, if the original ranking is maintained, it is considered to be a ranking regression. In Kyoto Martial Arts University, if you don't progress, you're going backwards. Chen Xian's words can be said to instantly ignite the whole scene. That's right, this is Kyoto Martial Arts University, and if you can't progress, you're going backwards. Chen Xian felt that the atmosphere was almost baked, and the corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Since everyone is ready, today's military training begins. Everyone, get ready to go. Chapter 117. You and I fulfill each other. He had to admit that Zhang Yang admitted that he had still underestimated the military training of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. For a total of 4 days, even though they were all doing the same military training content and had the resources to restore their physical state, able to keep them in peak condition every day, they were still extremely tired after 4 days. At the end of the 4th day's competition, Zhang Yang found his hands trembling after the dismissal. This first item of military training was completely beyond his imagination, and compared to the perfect end of the first day, he now realized that the last 3 days were the main event. From the second day onwards, everyone was like a gambler who was about to lose all his chips, desperately draining themselves of their potential, displaying an incomparably horrifying willpower while boosting themselves up to implode others. For days down the road, the aura and spirit of all the people in the class had changed drastically. Everyone's eyes were extraordinarily determined, and the aura emanating from that body was like a challenger who was fearless of death. In 3 days, he only got first place once. Yes, you heard right. Chang Yan, who had become a quasi-martial king, got it twice, and his physique had also been horribly improved. Other than that, he felt the pressure of the second person other than Chang Yan. The man's name was Sun Zhao. This person's realm was at the 10th level of the sovereign, and was the same person who had been hiding himself during the first military training. He's a stuffy, non-verbal kind of guy, and these 3 days have put a lot of pressure on him. Of course, it was also very rewarding for them within those 3 days. Zhang Yang felt that his willpower was no longer comparable to what he had before at all. He was even able to exert more physical strength beyond his body itself, and his concentration when performing martial arts and fighting was much more focused. Suffice it to say, although he didn't get a substantial realm boost, he was certain that he would be able to boost his combat power by 1 to 2% when fighting. There's also the good news that Hoagang has finally completed 10 dissections. Dusk was approaching at this point. Hu Gang disintegrated the last cut perfectly, and he also perfectly reached the condition of 10 times the anatomist's ability. You have fulfilled the conditions for unlocking Ability Leader LV5. Unlock Ability Leader LV5. Current shareable ability, Anatomist LV1. Current shareable target, Hu Gang. Is it shared? Zhang Yang nodded without hesitation. Share. With a flash of light in front of him, he had an additional panel as follows. Capacity Sharer, Hu Gang. Age, 19. Realm, Grandmaster 3. Shared ability, Anatomist LV1. Proficiency, 0%. Success. He saw Hoagang's panel. Now he and Hu Gang were sharing the anatomist's ability. That is to say that if Hu Gang's anatomy proficiency increased to 100%, then the anatomy ability would be upgraded to LV2. Now it's just a matter of completing the coronation to reach the goal, so I'll be able to lay down and earn chakra. Coronation's ability is shareable in all abilities, but the sharer gains a portion of the ability and can give back a portion of the benefit to the host in the midst of use. This would mean that as long as Hu Gang dissected the corpse of a foreign beast, he would be able to gain profit, and the number of people sharing this ability was unlimited, as long as they were able to complete the conditions for reaching it. But this is a really difficult condition to reach. The sharer must join forces with the host to slay at least one alien beast that surpasses the host by 1 rank. Having such a strict requirement meant that he could only kill a Martial King level foreign beast when he hadn't broken through to Martial King. Otherwise, by the time he broke through to Martial King, he would need to kill Martial Saint level foreign beasts, and that would not be a 1-star increase in difficulty. There won't be anyone who can easily travel with me at such a crazy time, and most importantly I'm going to find some people with higher potential to join me, so that I can benefit from them using their ability to improve. If I find someone with limited talent and no interest in advancement, there's a good chance that my ability to benefit will turn out to be extremely low at some point. Zhang Yang had an idea in his mind and was ready to start creating clubs to find suitable candidates. After such a long time of thinking, he had figured out the society he wanted to create. The name of the club is called the Survival Practice Club. The name didn't sound good, but the content was something he thought about. It's about experiencing and training for all the scenarios and skills that are required to go out and fight the beasts. This includes confronting the Fae, dissecting them, and studying their habits and the value of their bloodlines. As soon as he briefly mentioned these things to Hu Gang, the other party showed extreme interest. The two of them finalized it in a single shot, and then sought the help of Yang Ming and the others to start the club. It's worth mentioning that the bearded man was very enthusiastic about coming over this time, and looked like he wanted to get on good terms with him. It was also said that the two clubs were in some sense doing the same thing and that they hoped to have more activities to and from each other. More than that, he helped him with an opinion about enabling the society to stabilize its founding. According to the bearded man, all the clubs are to be created within a week's time of their creation, so that the school can see the benefits. Then the best way to realize the value of the club is to work for the school and work for the leaders. Go and see if there are any recent activities at the school that students need to be involved in, clubs to be involved in, and see if there are any similar needs for help from the leaders. Zhang Yang sighed that the university was really a small society. If not for the bearded man reminding him, he really did not know this to start. It was only when he practiced it that he found the problem difficult. He was confused. It wasn't like this was some mercenary guild? There would be quests posted on the walls from the school, and on top of that it was just the beginning of the school year, so there weren't any quests from schools or clubs at all. Zhang Yang was lying in the dormitory and felt that his head was bigger. Just at this time the door to the room was pulled open and Zhao Wenwen walked in holding a large pile of books. Seeing Zhao Wenwen's little white face, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. This kid's got a belly full of bad stuff. He's got to have an idea. This guy has been in a bad mood lately, really bad. In 4 days of military training, he'd only gotten half the resources once. Hu Gang was right. Zhao Wenwen's talent was not good or even as good as Hu Gang's. He'd been grim these days, and was clearly not happy about it. Thinking of this, he slowly got up and directly took out a bottle of the one day's resources he had obtained, including the sovereign potion, and placed it directly on the table in front of Zhao Wenwen. Clerical Zhao was organizing his bookshelf and saw the resources in front of him in a slight blink of an eye. What do you mean by that? Looking for your help, these things are the payment. Zhang Yang didn't even think about opening his mouth. I know you don't like to owe favors, and neither do I, so? He didn't continue because he knew Zhao Wenwen's nature. Clerical Zhao didn't speak immediately, his gaze locked onto that patriarch potion, revealing a hint of longing. He did not immediately agree, but looked up at Zhang Yang and slowly said, "You speak first, I have limited abilities and need to listen first." Zhang Yang revealed a smile and immediately spoke out his predicament. Zhao Wenwen's expression suddenly became ugly. "Are you playing me, Zhang Yang? Can you exchange so many resources for such a simple thing? What the hell is your agenda? Just say it. I don't think we're on such good terms with each other that this is the equivalent of you letting me pick up the slack." Zhang Yang spread out helplessly. He knew that this kid was such a character, but he didn't think there was any problem. He said seriously, "Zhao Wenwen, I know that you want to become stronger very much, although I don't know why, but I can understand that kind of obsession of yours. We are probably all the same. I need your help and would like you to join my club. I'll make you strong, let me be your leader. You and I fulfill each other." Chapter 118, The Bad-Minded Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenwen is a strange person. Oddly enough, one doesn't want to touch, get close. But as time passed, Zhang Yang realized that this person had his own principles. He was full of heart and bad intentions, but never used them on anyone else, as if it was all more of a tactic used for self-preservation. He wanted to be strong, but never lost his heart because he wanted to be strong. Last time, although Zhang Yang was in a breakthrough, he could hear that Zhao Wenwen really wanted to buy a discounted sovereign potion from Hu Gang, but in the end, he didn't ask for it. In these few days of the military training program, he could have completely improved his ranking with his intelligence, but he used his real skills and didn't use small-mindedness. Until the very end, he didn't get the desired sovereign potion and didn't utilize Hu Gang as a connection anymore. Although he was not gifted and his realm cultivation was slow, this kind of person was definitely a genius who had achieved greatness late. Again, he couldn't have been as adoring of him as Hu Kong was. If you want to pull in Zhao Wenwen, you can only seek a partnership. As expected, Zhao Wenwen's pupils contracted when she heard him say the term mutual fulfillment. This time, he didn't speak, but was silent for a long time before saying, "I have a feeling that you didn't start the club for fun, are you up to something?" There's no particular purpose. If I had to say there is one, it's that I want to be the strongest person here. I want Kyoto Martial Arts University to remember my name forever, so that everyone will think that it wasn't Kyoto Martial Arts University that accomplished me, but that I accomplished it. Yes, if that's the case. So you can pick up Paimon in name only, right? Out of nowhere, he remembered what Paimon had whispered to him before she left. Bai Meng's tone was firm, so that no one could raise any questions. "Yang, if you can't take me from this house in name only, then I'll walk out of this house in name only and go to you. I mean, we have to come together no matter what, you know?" In a trance, he returned to reality, his eyes firm. He didn't have any big goals. Being with his beloved and having his parents safe and healthy was his goal. It's just that in this day and age society, such a simple goal to achieve comes with a hard price. To do so, he needed to realize the overcoming, and he needed the help of Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenxin sensed sincerity in Zhang Yang's body, and after a little hesitation, he put away all the resources on the table. "I know. I'm joining your club. But you're the president, the leader of Hoa Gang and I. It's a bit surprising to me that such a simple question would stump you." The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched, but he knew that Zhao Wenwen was such a character. "You'd better hurry up and pour out that bad taste of yours." Clerical Zhao immediately said, "That's not a simple question, didn't you say it yourself? It's fastest to get things done for the school and the leaders, so it's good to work for them." "Zhang Yang, do you want to hear what you have to say for yourself? I thought I couldn't find it. Don't they have no business needing our society? Then let them have things, and if they don't have things we'll find things for them, so that they're not forced to come to us." Zhang Yang froze. "Wait. Ha?" He looked at Zhao Wenwen in dismay, understanding what he meant. He pointed his finger at Zhao Wenwen and cracked up with joy. "If I didn't say you boys had a belly full of bad stuff." Clerical Zhao rolled her eyes. It's time for military training. This time of the year all school leaders focus on military training. Tomorrow is the second program of military training. Let's see if there is anything the school is guilty of, then I'll go to the counselor and school leaders to communicate. Zhang Yang was even more satisfied. He now felt that pulling in Zhao Wenwen was too worthwhile. Who says this man is full of bad intentions? He can be too kind. Now it was already vaguely regretting that he hadn't dragged Zhao Wenwen to the club earlier. Perhaps the thing about the alien beasts that crossed the level of the challenge, this guy was also able to help. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment. About the matter of the Fey beasts he didn't rush to say anything after all, but prepared for the matter at hand. Now that the society's matters had Zhao Wenwen to help resolve them, he didn't have to think about it as much, but then he thought of another matter that gave him an incomparable headache. That's the man Xu Qiu. According to Chen Xian, tomorrow's military training was arranged by the student council. That meant Xu Qiu would strike at him tomorrow. The other party had been holding back big moves since their last meeting, and tomorrow was expected to be a problem. But he looked at Zhao Wenwen, who was frowning down in thought in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a bad smile. He has two great generals, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy. What's there to fear? Clerk Zhou saw his bad smile and looked at him a little warily. What do you think? It's okay, just thinking about who has more bad intentions between you and Xu Qiu. Early the next morning. Class 3 assembly. As the crowd waited for Chen Xian and the student council to arrive, Hu Gang and Zhao Wenwen were excited. Brother Yang, why do I feel as if my qi and blood have elevated a bit faster during the time I've been dissecting corpses? Hu Gang was agitated. I don't know why, but it feels like this event is kinda up there, kinda like it. I'm not as much of a pervert as you are, am I? The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. You pervert, your whole family is a pervert. Clerical Zhao pushed his glasses aside. The student council was late, on purpose if I'm not mistaken. On purpose? Hu Gang froze. What are they doing being late on purpose? Are they fed up? Although Hu Gang didn't have a brain, he thought that Zhao Wenwen had a brain, so generally he never questioned what Zhao Wen said. Zhao Wenxin said, creating psychological pressure, they came late and we were thinking about them over and over again inside our heads. If I'm not mistaken, today's military training will no longer consist of a confrontation between us students, but between us and the student council. Lao Zhao, you are so god, this person has not even arrived, you are able to think of so much? Zhang Yang listened to the two men from the sidelines and felt that this possibility was very high. Zhao Wenxin had a lot of heart and was hardly good at figuring out his peers, and it was basically about right for him to say that. Sure enough, the student council arrived a full half-hour late. The most surprising thing was that Chen Xian, who was a counselor, didn't have any reaction, as if she knew from the beginning that they would be late. The leader was, unsurprisingly, Xu Qiu, who was the president of the student council. It was only when the students of the third class got a good look at these student councils that they changed color. Zhang Yang's face also grew somber, his eyes somewhat serious. The student council in front of them was about 30 people, and every single one of them was heavily armed. The uniform soft armor gauntlets on his body were fine products at first glance, and I'm afraid that they would be able to defend themselves well against Zongshire level foreign beasts. The most terrifying thing was that they also had uniform knives and iron spears in their hands, each of which was chilled to the bone. That's fine steel that can easily penetrate a sect level foreign beast. Someone recognized the material of the weapon and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Everyone at this moment at the same time rose a thought, that is, these people in the end to do what? Without waiting for them to return to their senses, Xu Qiu led the crowd of student councils to line up. Their aura instantly climbed, and they even had feigned killing intent. Xu Qiu stood at the very front, her gaze sweeping over each and every one of them before finally landing on Zhang Yang. His eyes were full of sarcasm and the corners of his mouth a little more teasing. An extremely strong and bad sense of crisis began to spread in Zhang Yang's heart. This is trouble. Chapter 119, Military Training That Kills. The student body is full of sophomores and juniors. The worst among them were at the 9th or even 10th level of the sovereign. These people, they were not only in a high realm, but each one of them also carried a faint hostile aura, a hostile aura left behind after fighting desperately with the foreign beasts. Together with the well-equipped, they stood there putting invisible pressure on the freshmen. Things were pretty much the same as what Zhao Wenwen had speculated, and coupled with the psychological pressure from being late just now, this instant caused many of the freshmen to change their faces drastically. Most people's eyes revealed a few moments of fear, clearly intimidated. The most frightening thing was that Chu Cho just stood in front of them with her people without saying a word. They're like street punks ready to mow down people, and it's scary. What in the world are these guys going to do? Hu Gang's forehead has surfaced a layer of sweat, and his voice is a little trembling. At this moment, many people, including him, were as pale as paper. No one could answer Hu Gang's question, not even Zhao Wenwen. The sight in front of him was so frightening that no one dared to do anything rash. Chen Xian stood on the side, seeing the scene in front of her. She slightly narrowed her eyes and couldn't help but remember the events of last night. Late night. She sat in the conference hall with 2 other counselors. Headmaster, this matter doesn't make sense to me. Chen Xian's face turned blue. The principal was squinting in thought at that moment, seemingly considering something. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Xian became even more anxious. Headmaster, this proposal from Chu Cho is simply ridiculous. We're in military training, doing what he wants is going to kill us. At the end of the day, Chu Cho is just a student, and the student council is nothing more than students who are a little older than the freshmen. Once that's done, the consequences are simply too severe if someone does die. I feel so bad too. Another male guide with glasses spoke up. My students are geniuses who have come here to cultivate and raise their level, and while I as a guide can't give them ideal help, I must at least keep them safe. I think Chu Cho's idea is too risky and the student has no sense of proportion, so I'm firmly against it. Humph. The last female guide snorted coldly, her face revealing a bit of disdain. You two are just cowards, no wonder you're only in classes 2 and 3. She said and slowly got up, her expression extremely serious. Headmaster, this is something I think is fine, I agree with it. What do those students come here for? And what is our Kyoto Martial Arts University cultivating talents for? That's to ascend, that's for the school to show up with geniuses who can ascend above all the geniuses. Only in this way will we be able to cultivate the most top-notch geniuses and make a difference in our Dragon Kingdom. That's how talent is developed for the future of our country. Anyway, our Elite 1 students have the strength and backbone to be brave. Chen Xian's expression twisted in anger as she slapped the table. You can ing act. Principal, can I rip her mouth off? The principal coughed awkwardly, then gestured for a few people to calm down. Don't get so worked up, all of you, didn't I call you here to discuss this matter? I'm the principal, so all listen to me. I think the quality of this year's students is high, so I can give it a try, and anyway, you're all on the sidelines watching, so what's there to worry about? Chen Xian wanted to say something else, but her face was ugly when she saw the principal's resolute expression. Chen Xian, I know you're worried that something will go wrong in this matter, but they're all geniuses, and with you guarding from the side nothing will happen. Also, it's not like you don't know how special Chu Cho's identity is. A large portion of the school's site exists because of the Chu family. I can't exactly make the call on this matter. Hearing him say that, Chen Xian's face became more and more ugly, and in the end, she could only sigh helplessly. In that case, what can I say? Very well, then it is so happily decided. Thoughts flying about, Chen Xian's thinking had been interrupted by Chu Cho's voice. Only to see that at this moment, Chu Cho had changed his smiling expression from the past, and at this moment, his expression was extremely serious and earnest, giving people psychological inexplicable pressure. Fellow students, I guess you geniuses who came from all over the place must have combat experience in the real world as well. All of you have probably fought vicious fey beasts and know that that kind of battle between life and death is different from training and cultivation. But have you ever fought humans to the death? His suddenness silenced the already quiet third class. No one spoke up, but the answer was already apparent from most of the faces. It's true that they're all geniuses, but it's also true that because of that genius, most of them are very well protected. Not to mention fighting humans to the death, even when dealing with Fey most of them were guarded and only dealt with those they were sure of dealing with. Good, I think I have an idea of what you guys are going through. In that case, I'll take you through the experience today. The next few days of military training will be for real. Everyone gets serious or will really die. His words made everyone feel suffocated and the air seemed to freeze. However, Chu Cho simply ignored them and said to himself, the content of the military training is simple. According to your level realm, I will assign your seniors to attack you. The seniors will kill you with absolute mindfulness, and you will not be able to kill them, and can use any means to defend yourselves under this premise. Each of the seniors will do a 3-minute hit on you, and you may request to increase the difficulty of the number on your own. The greater the number, the greater the reward. The rewards for the military training are still the top 3 rewards are going to be a book of advanced martial arts and an extreme recovery injury type of potion. The rest of the people who succeed in the challenge will be able to obtain a middle stage martial arts and a normal dragon blood potion, and those who fail. Nothing, the injury recovered on its own. No sooner had he finished his sentence than someone opened it. Wait. They will really kill us? The one who opened his mouth was a student in the middle of the realm. Yes, but you don't have to worry, everyone has the option to admit defeat midway. However, choosing not to participate will eliminate resources for an entire semester. After his words, the entire third class fell into silence once again. Terrible. It's horrible. Compared to the first military training, which only had resources as a cost, the crowd felt that it was already brutal. But this second military training is also so terrible that it bets on your life. Is this really a school military training? Where's the military training like this? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that something was not quite right. This kind of military training. Will the school allow it? However, if it is said that Chu Qiu is cheating, Shen Shen on the side will definitely be the first to disagree, so it seems that the school is still acquiescing to this matter. This school is really sick. Zhang Yang felt his head spin. This is only the second military training, so won't the last one be even more terrifying? He didn't continue to think about it as he felt an extremely unfriendly look watching him. He looked up and it was none other than Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu looked at him with an impish face at this moment, revealing a few smiles. Students, I know you're all worried, so in that case I'll help you all pick someone to demonstrate, so that you'll be able to gain a little more confidence, right? He slowly pointed his finger toward Zhang Yang and smiled. How about schoolmate Zhang Yang, as the representative with the best performance, come up and act out the body? You're not scared, are you? Zhang Yang sneered, he knew that Chu Qiu was waiting for him here. But when it comes to real-world experience, these sophomores and juniors really don't have enough. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile as he stared at Chu Qiu without fear. Yeah. Just try it. Chapter 120. Zhang Yang came first. Everyone's gazes converged on Zhang Yang's body in an instant. They looked at Zhang Yang with different extremely complicated eyes. Some people's is admiration. Someone is nervous. Others are fearful. Others are worried. All in all their moods moved with Zhang Yang. It takes a great deal of courage to come forward in a situation like this. Brother Yang. Yang, do you really want to go on Awe? Hu Gang had a worried look on his face. Better not, this guy's obviously headed for you. With such a dangerous military training program, if he really cut you down, there's not much he can do by just saying it was an accident. Clerical Zhao slowly spoke. Furthermore, Chu Qiu's family background is not ordinary. If he is really pursued, it really may not be able to affect him. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly and said seriously, everyone is looking at me now, it's not good for me to quit. Besides, I really need to try these seniors out and see if they can teach me a lesson or not. Zhang Yang said and stopped listening to the two people, getting up and walking out of the group. Careful. Chang Yan, who was in the front row, slowly opened his mouth, his expression extraordinarily worried. You know, even he hesitated when he heard about such a military training program. He had not come forward even though he had summoned up his courage for half a day, but he did not expect Zhang Yang to take a step ahead of him. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at him, then walked over to Chu Qiu. The two were now less than 3 steps away, and could be considered extremely close. At this distance, Chu Qiu's eyes changed for a split second. That momentary icy coldness was accurately captured by Zhang Yang, and the corner of his mouth picked up a smile. Are you going to do it yourself? Senior Zhang Yang's realm is still too low, it's not enough to want to fight me, I will find you a suitable opponent. Chu Qiu laughed coldly with a faint disdain in his voice. That's right, in his eyes, Zhang Yang's was not yet at a level worthy of him personally. Almost as soon as his words fell, a well-built boy stepped out amongst the student body. Senior Zhang Yang, my realm is at the 9th level of martial artist, let me be your opponent. Zhang Yang did not turn around, still staring at Chu Qiu in front of him. The two people's eyes met in mid-air, causing the air to carry a bit of gunpowder flavor among them. He responded to the boy without turning his head back and slowly said, if that's the case, then schoolboy will respectfully comply. It's just that senior should be careful, after all, I just defeated a martial artist level 10 a few days ago. That boy countered with a few smiles when he heard his words, school brother is joking, the combat power boosted by taking the potion is only short-lived. Besides, I've got this outfit, you need to think about not actually dying here. Zhang Yang silently turned his head and stared at him for a while, then slowly walked to his side. Since the senior has said so, then I will definitely not be careless. Begin. Whoosh. Almost before Zhang Yang's words had even fallen, the other party had already brandished the steel blade in his hand. Not only was this blade sudden, it was also extremely fast, and by the time the crowd reacted, the blade was already very close to Zhang Yang. I'm afraid it's only 30 to 40 centimeters, and it's still in the middle of swinging, so it's estimated that it will reach Zhang Yang's face in the next second. But just at the moment when that blade immediately touched Zhang Yang's body retreated a few centimeters towards the back. More accurately, it slipped a few centimeters. Slide. This electrifying attack came and ended quickly. Although those present only saw it for a moment, they clearly felt the killing intent of the other party. Just now, this knife was definitely not a joke, nor was it a test, it was a real attempt to hack Zhang Yang to death. This caused everyone to stifle a shiver, their eyes revealing a few moments of fear. This military training was set ahead of time, but the crowd still had a glimmer of hope. After all, the whole killing thing didn't sound real in any way, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they realized how horrible it was. If the attack just now had been done by someone else, it was likely that the blade would have already cut on the head. It definitely wasn't a test, it was a real swing that was only barely dodged. Just the crowd hadn't regained their senses from this blow, the man's second blade had already swung out. The cut was still vital, only it had turned into a neck. The most terrifying thing was that the speed of this blade was obviously even faster than the previous one, as fast as lightning, swinging like a dragon. Only this time Zhang Yang still dodged it easily, but before he could come to his senses, the student council boy had already thrown out 2 daggers with his other hand. These 2 daggers went straight to Zhang Yang's eyes, fast and accurate, and it looked like they had not practiced much during the day, and they were taken out as killing moves at this time. Counting the time from the time of the strike to the time of this move less than 3 seconds, every move that this boy made was extremely tricky and vicious. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that this boy must have usually experienced life and death, and did not even stay his hand because of any military training, just running to kill Zhang Yang. In just a few seconds, it had made the rest feel the fear of death. Some were even beginning to prepare to give up on this military training. Everyone was all tense and staring at Zhang Yang, unable to utter a single word. They had completely brought themselves to Zhang Yang, fearing that he would be killed by a knife. However, Zhang Yang once again performed a sliding step and just dodged this attack with ease. He spent the next few seconds dodging his opponent's attacks. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yang danced amongst the cold light of that swimming dragon. Every strike he dodged was a close call, and it looked like he would be slashed to death at any moment. However, the other party's attacks would be so close every time that they just couldn't touch Zhang Yang. Is this kid's fighting quality also this good? Chang Yan, who was standing in the first row, was dumbfounded. These days of contact, he had always thought that Zhang Yang was just a being with a rather special physique. He didn't care about Zhang Yang's fighting ability at all. After all, the realm was placed there, it was a 7th level sect master. Even if they took the sovereign potion later and reached the 8th level sovereign, what could they do? A realm difference is a realm difference. But the scene in front of him had completely overturned his perception of Zhang Yang. With this level of martial arts execution, and that amazing reaction ability, it was only stronger than together with the existence of a Zhongshu 10th level. He was just watching from the sidelines, while the boy who was chasing Zhang Yang at that moment felt it more truly. Zhang Yang had completely crushed him in terms of both his reaction speed and the execution of that martial art. Why does it look like that? His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. That and the intel he got. It's not the same at all. Chapter 121. The fighting qualities are also strong. Yes, it's nothing like the intel he got. In the information he had gotten, Zhang Yang was nothing more than a sect master from Yuqing City. The reason why he was able to kill a 10th level martial artist in seconds last time was entirely because of the potion he had taken. But why is it still at this level now? Is it possible that you've taken another potion? No, it can't be. They were just randomly chosen people. Besides, Zhang Yang did not know before that they would choose this kind of military training. This sudden turn of events caused this person to hesitate a bit. It was such a moment of hesitation that he heard whistling. It was the sound of a fist speeding through the air, compressing it. He subconsciously looked up and saw Zhang Yang's sandbag-sized fist flying over. He subconsciously crossed his arms to block his face, but the attack landed on his chest. Boo! With a muffled sound, he flew directly backwards for more than 10 meters before landing heavily. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yang twisted his neck and moved his muscles. "I'm sorry, but I'm a person who doesn't like to wait until 3 minutes, so I'll just have to commit to the seniors." Madness. It's crazy. Taking the initiative to beat your opponent because you don't like waiting until 3 minutes? There was arrogance in every word of that statement, and it was the kind of arrogance that makes no friends. Zhang Yang looked somewhat provocatively at Chu Qiu, whose face was a bit ugly, and slowly said, "Senior, am I now considered to have passed today's military training? Is it possible to get 2 resources?" Chu Qiu obviously did not expect Zhang Yang to be able to win and paused for several seconds before taking a deep breath to calm down. "Of course you can. But schoolboy is so powerful, aren't you going to challenge 2 people? The reward can be doubled if you challenge 2 people." His business was full of great temptation. Although this sentence was a hint on the surface mountain, as long as people who knew Chu Qiu were able to hear it, this guy was obviously setting Zhang Yang up. Just that he didn't know that this behavior was a joke in Zhang Yang's eyes. Good, since senior sent me resources like this, I'll naturally agree to it. 2 is 2. Zhang Yang's words shocked the crowd once again. At the level of these student council members, they were all clear to see. One person Zhang Yang might be able to cope with by virtue of his flexible and natural stance, but if he faced 2 people at the same time, the odds were that he would be injured. When Chu Qiu heard him agree, he immediately clapped his hands. Look at him like he's going to be worried at any moment that Chang is going to backtrack. The ones who came out this time were a man and a woman, both of whom were at the peak Zhongshe realm. They seemed to be a couple, even walking towards Zhang Yang to force their way. They could clearly feel the tacit understanding of these 2 people. Seeing the 2 people, Chu Qiu's smile thickened considerably. The fact that Zhang Yang was able to easily defeat a person did surprise him a little. After all, the people he had found could all be students who had experienced life and death rooted in battle, and were still heavily armed, possessing software that was sufficient to withstand a sovereign-level Fey beast. Such a person would lose to Zhang Yang. Could he be otherwise surprised? But the good thing was that the presence of these 2 people changed his mood for the better for less. These 2 were siblings, and their tacit understanding when fighting was almost as if they were one and the same. Most importantly, both of their realm strength could be at the peak of Zhongshe, one step short of entering the realm of quasi-martial king, and that difficult person who had been sent flying by Zhang Yang's hands. The difference in realm was not just a fraction of a star. Looking at the 2 people who were already ready to fight, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even thicker. "I'd like to see if you're able to gain the upper hand even against this pair of twins." Others were not sure about the couple, but he knew them very well. These 2 were also considered to be a hermit's genius. They had once struck together as 2 people and managed to kill a strong quasi-martial king under extreme coordination. Zhang Yang. Is he comparable to a quasi-martial king? Obviously, he's definitely outmatched. In the end, Zhang Yang is just a person from the countryside. If he doesn't rely on drugs, just rely on his own strength and level of words, he feels that in the 3rd class are going to be at the bottom of the list. He clasped his shoulders and grinned at the 3 men who would soon be fighting, victorious. As for Zhang Yang, at this moment in his world, the 2 people rushing over in front of him had completely changed. Within his line of sight, these 2 people had become terrifying beasts. That wild killing aura he felt clearly. 2 people is not too few. That's right, too little. He had encountered multiple beasts attacking him too many times when he was inside the dense forest of foreign beasts in order to prepare to come to the capital. He had even experienced being at the very center of a beast tide, a scene that was 10,000 times more terrifying than here. This kind of momentum and movement was not up to par in his eyes. His gaze chilled slightly as he took the initiative to take a step towards the front. In the next second, his field of carnage unfolded. The terrifying killing aura made him turn into a foreign beast inside the other's eyes as well. The difference was that in the eyes of both people Zhang Yang was an ancient ferocious beast. The rich murderous aura of the huge body made the 2 men's movements stiffen. It was such a momentary break that Zhang Yang had already made his move. His movements were very swift and extremely toned as well. He was attacking the woman in the middle of it with all his might, not giving him any time to breathe. Even if these 2 people were more capable, they were only martial artists level 10 when they were separated. Such a level was almost indistinguishable from the previous one in Zhang Yang's eyes, so he knew exactly how to gain victory. By the time the boys among the couple returned to their senses to make a move, they suddenly realized that they could no longer insert themselves into the fight. Zhang Yang was really too close to the other party. If he made a move now, then there would definitely be some unharmed. So he could only watch as his girlfriend was defeated by Zhang Yang, followed by his own defeat by Su Tian. After cleaning up both of them, Zhang Yang found that Chu Chou's expression was sufficiently cloudy. He looked at Chu Chou with a smile on his face. "Thanks for the reminder, senior. If it wasn't for your reminder, I'm afraid that this battle would have been really vicious for me." That statement, when uttered now, basically has the effect of killing people. Chu Chou's already unattractive face almost didn't hold back and turned into a twisted face after hearing his words. He didn't say much as silently looked up and stared at Zhang Yang, flames jetting inside his eyes. Since Senior Zhang Yang is so powerful and so confident in his own strength, then he must also deal with the three seniors? He didn't believe that Zhang Yang would still be able to deal with three? He thought, well, Zhang Yang really didn't have the confidence to deal with three people, so after hearing his words, he smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, senior, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll just let this military training program end here." The smile on Chu Chou's face froze, and flames shot out of his eyes. Chapter 122. There's a problem with rewards. He had never dreamed that Zhang Yang, who had been so forward at the beginning, had suddenly become such a wimp. No. This kid is playing him. Realizing the problem, Chu Chou's face changed. Obviously, his plan failed. Zhang Yang managed to dodge a bullet. But schoolboy did well today. I hope you can work hard in the next few days and be able to maintain this level all the time. This was an interesting thing to say, and Zhang Yang knew very well that he meant for him to be careful in the next military training. After all, this military training had only just begun, and after that, as long as Chu Chou was still around, he would still have to face such dangers. But Zhang Yang really wasn't worried. The rules of this military training are here, to pick people at about the same level. So no matter what, as long as he didn't run into a martial king, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to win this competition. He went back to his group without a care in the world and waited until the day's military training was over. It was worth noting that he found that the only time Chu Chou's people treated him was with true killing intent. Against everyone else, it was obvious that the force was being held back. Sure enough, this guy was targeting him, and it looked like the next few days of military training weren't going to be too good. What's about to happen isn't entirely bad though. For example, he managed to challenge 2 people today, which means that his rewards will be doubled very high. The thought of being able to get his hands on a high-level martial art made him incomparably excited. The military training soon came to an end. Chu Chou stood in front of everyone with an icy face and took a deep breath and said, "Below I will lead the schoolmates to fetch martial arts, everyone follow me." He said as his eyes glanced at Zhang Yang, not knowing what he was thinking, but the look was definitely not a good one. Why does he know, you ask? Because at this moment, the Zhao Wenwen beside him also had this look in his eyes. "Zhang Yang, that guy is targeting you. I'm afraid he'll deal with you when he gets his reward later." "How can I be dealt with rewards? My reward should be high, and with the school leaders around, he shouldn't dare to mess around." Clerk Xiao shook his head. "No, it's true that he won't do it while he's taking the reward, but he can do it after he's taken the reward, when you're most relaxed. All in all, I'll go with you in a little while, and if he really dares to do some little maneuvering, then we're not polite." Zhang Yang was a bit excited. "Oh? What's your plan?" "There's no scheme, you're the one who's on if something really happens, I'm just helping out from the sidelines." Zhang Yang. "Then why do you need to see it? It's okay if you don't have to." Zhang Yang was speechless, very speechless. This guy, Zhao Wenwen, is really reliable at one time and unreliable at another. However, he still had great faith in Zhao Wenwen's words. He put up a 12-minute preparation and watched out for Chu Chou at all times. Soon, they reached a place that resembled a library. Only the door sign here says Martial Arts Museum instead of library. The place covered an area of more than 100,000 square meters, with 4 floors above and below. Every had an endless supply of martial arts to look at, which had to make you realize that the school's resources were really good. It was important to know that at the beginning of Zhang Yang's knowledge about martial arts was the most precious thing for martial artists. It is immeasurably valuable and the premium ones are priceless. But here at the Dragon Capital University of Martial Arts, you only need to participate in the training of the military training, you have the opportunity to get martial arts. Everyone can now go in and read as much as they want, but please remember that each person can only choose one martial art. Because the martial arts are classified documents, all of them are just samples, with only a brief introduction and initial starting moves. When you find the right martial arts, you can go to the staff at the entrance and ask for an electronic version. Now everyone can enter it to choose their martial arts. The students of the 3rd class were the first to enter the martial arts hall. Zhang Yang and Zhao Wenwen walked side by side towards the inside, and when they passed by Chu Qiu, they realized that this fellow did not stop them, much less perform any small tricks, and just let them in. Zhang Yang slightly frowned as he looked at Zhao Wenwen, but found him looking down and thought, "Let's find the martial arts first. After all, it's all been walked in, so he's not here even if he wants to do it." Zhang Yang directly walked to the most front desk position and consulted the staff. There were so many martial arts here that it would be too slow for him to search for them one by one. Instead of that, he should just state his needs and let the staff make a recommendation. The staff here was a junior sister, and when she saw Zhang Yang, she hurriedly put down the work in her hands. "Hello senior sister, I'm looking for a martial art, I hope you can give me a recommendation." "No problem, you're here to collect your freshman reward, right? State your name and class and I'll register you first." Zhang Yang, Elite Class 3. The girl visibly froze at the name, her expression more than a little odd. "What's wrong?" "Nothing much, tell me what you want, what kind of martial arts do you want?" "Your reward is double, so you can choose 2 advanced martial arts, remember to choose carefully." Zhang Yang had already thought about it and said without the slightest hesitation, "I need a martial art that can utilize my body's strengths, and I also need a short martial art." That's right, although his Tarzan fist was not bad in terms of power, the attack pattern was too one-dimensional and clumsy. So he wanted a more flexible and versatile martial art to perfectly utilize his physical strengths. As for the other short martial art, it was naturally meant to be used in conjunction with the dissecting knife when fighting against foreign beasts. These were his 2 best martial arts so far, and if he could really make up for it, his combat power would be raised to another level. When that schoolmate heard Zhang Yang's words, she did not hesitate to keep tapping on the computer in front of her. She then signaled Zhang Yang to look at the screen, on which the names of a dozen or so martial arts had already appeared. At the first glance, Zhang Yang saw 2 specially marked martial arts. Fist fight, 7-star fist fight. Short pawns, swimming dragons playing. Why do these 2 books seem to be not quite the same as the other martial arts? It's true that they're different, they're both top-of-the-line punches, maybe even more than advanced. The only drawback is that it's hard to learn, but these 2 martial arts kind of fit you perfectly. Hearing this schoolmate's words, Zhang Yang's eyes revealed delight. "Can I choose these 2 books?" The schoolteacher nodded slightly. "Yes you can, but you should think carefully about it. Don't say I didn't remind you, these 2 martial arts are very difficult to learn, if you can't learn them you can't change them, and I've already told you the problem, you can't look for me if something really goes wrong." Zhang Yang had been quite excited, but for some reason he suddenly remembered what Zhao Wenwen had reminded him when he came in. "There's a good chance that Chu Qiu will choose to set you up when you're at your most relaxed." Did. What's wrong with these 2 martial arts books? Chapter 123. Zhang Yang's first reaction was that there was something wrong with these 2 martial arts. Is that possible? He remembered Chu Qiu's reaction before he came in and frowned slightly. Without Zhao Wenwen's reminder, he would not have realized this problem at all. But now that Zhao Wenwen had reminded him, he had to think more. He decided to read the synopsis of the 2 martial arts first. But it was just one glance that had him captivated. The first is the 7-star fist technique. This martial art was a martial art created by combining the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. This martial art was divided into a combination of foot stances and 7 different attacks with unpredictable attacks. One of the most powerful punches could transcend one's own realm, and if a martial king realm powerhouse learned it, it would even shatter mountains. With such a powerful martial art, he couldn't put it down at a glance already. This is even more true of another martial art. The so-called traveling dragon refers to a flexibility. If one cultivated to the realm of perfection, they could even remove hairs with precision, and could cut the organs of foreign beasts in a split second. These 2 martial arts could not be said to be suitable for you, but only tailor-made. He couldn't wait to take it away now and go back to his dormitory to study. But he stood still and hesitated for a moment, then his expression grew firm. Riches and riches. If he didn't even dare to take this little risk, then he would never be able to enter the elite first class. Please pass me the electronic file, I'll take these 2 martial arts. That schoolteacher, hearing that he had chosen these 2 books, did not hesitate at all and quickly finished processing them for him. Looking at her movements, it seemed as if she was afraid that Zhang Yang would return at a second in the evening. When Zhang Yang saw this look on her face, he felt a few alarms. It's just that it's already happened, and it's too late for him to return now. He took a deep breath and couldn't wait to open the electronic version of the literature. As he examined it carefully, his face grew ugly and his smile faltered. Why is the back of this martial art misplaced? There are still missing That's right. The front of this martial arts was a very normal situation, but at the back all of them were misplaced and disorganized. It seemed that the original cultivation method inside had been modified in order, and some of the statements had been disrupted, so there was no way to look at it at all. What's even more infuriating is that even the placement of the demo image above is messed up, making it completely unreadable. At this time, the schoolmate who had been very enthusiastic just a moment ago became a bit cold. She glanced faintly at Zhang Yang and slowly said, "I'm not sure, this thingy just looks like this, it used to look like this when others looked at it." Zhang Yang was once again stunned. "You're saying that this martial art was misplaced to begin with, and you still know about it? Why didn't you tell me?" He now had some remorse for not listening to Zhao Wenwen. This martial art could not be practiced fully when he got it in his hands. If that was the case, he might as well have asked for a relatively weaker martial art, but at least he would be able to learn it fully. "And you didn't ask. I also said that this martial art is difficult to learn, so you should choose carefully." Then the schoolgirl typically just looks like I don't want to be responsible and schemes herself off the top. Zhang Yang didn't know what to say for a while, and was also finally sure that this person was the one who was in league with Chu Qiu. Just now, this woman had definitely placed these two special martial arts out on purpose to attract his attention. He had thought that Chu Qiu would make a move, but he hadn't thought that Chu Qiu would do so. Now he had a belly full of bitterness and nowhere to say it. After all, he had chosen. When he thought of the two martial arts opportunities he had wasted for nothing, he felt remorseful. And so on. Zhang Yang suddenly realized something as he took a fresh look at the martial arts. This martial art is a mixed bag, but it is truly a good martial art in name only. If he utilized his hunting ability and used his epiphany while dealing with the foreign beasts, he might not be able to penetrate the latter part. If one can really penetrate. The dissatisfaction in Zhang Yang's heart was swept away and replaced with excitement and joy. This Chu Qiu thought that he had counted on him, but he had given him a big gift by mistake. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The displeasure he felt in his heart just now had completely disappeared. "You don't go crazy here. This is the school's most important martial arts hall. If you want to mess around here, the school will definitely expel you." The girl's expression cringed a little unnaturally when she saw him laughing inexplicably. After all, those were two high-level martial arts, both of which had problems. Any other person would go crazy. Zhang Yang slowly looked up at him and seemed to be in a good mood. "Messing around? Why would I mess around? I couldn't be happier that senior sister helped me find such a good martial art. Thanks to you, you've helped me a lot this time." The other party was a bit dazed and confused, looking blankly at Zhang Yang's expression, obviously already at a bit of a loss. But in the end, Zhang Yang didn't go crazy at her place, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Then you should hurry up and leave without delaying others from registering with me." "No problem." She watched Zhang Yang really leave, then she sighed in relief, then took out her cell phone and sent a short message to whoever she didn't know. Outside the door, Chu Qiu, who had his eyes closed, felt the vibration of his cell phone and hurriedly took it out. Seeing the content on top of his cell phone, the corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Zhang Yang, so what if you have a few skills? If you really go against me, I can play you to death. I really want to see what kind of face you make when you come out." He murmured in a low voice, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those student council members following behind him showed curiosity when they saw him like this. Chen Shen, who was standing at the farthest distance, frowned slightly when she heard his laughter, her eyes revealing a few points of disgust. But as a guide, she couldn't say anything but wait quietly for her student. Zhang Yang did not leave the martial arts hall immediately, but went to look for Hu Gang and Zhao Wenwen in the first place. Since the student council's main target was him, both of them got their rewards without any problems as well. The two people looked extraordinarily excited even though the ones they got were both intermediate martial arts. Hu Gang, look for a martial art that can utilize greater power at higher realms. Zhang Yang, who had found Hu Gang, spoke at the first opportunity. The originally happy Hu Gang was slightly stunned when he heard his words. "Why? My realm isn't high, and it's definitely getting slower in the future. Isn't it a bit silly for me to choose a martial art that has harsh conditions and can only be used at a high realm?" Zhao Wenwen, who was on the side, also showed the same expression, feeling that there was something wrong with Zhang Yang's choice. Zhang Yang sighed, "I can't explain it clearly to you in a sentence or two. In short, just listen to me, I won't harm you." That's right. Hu Gang had now mastered his anatomist ability, and ascending the realm must be getting faster and faster as time went on. So there was no doubt that this type of martial arts was more suitable for this guy, and was more capable of boosting his combat power in a short period of time. Only when his and Zhao Wenwen's combat power increased would they be able to deal with Martial King Realm Fey beasts. Hu Gang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding heavily. "Brother Yang, I trust you." He continued to twist his head around to look for it, while Zhao Wenwen walked up to him. "In what way? Have you found when your martial arts are your own? Is there any problem in the middle that Chu Chou shouldn't be able to keep his hands off?" Zhang Yang sighed and told him what had just happened. Hearing Zhang Yang finish speaking, Zhao Wenwen's face was a bit ugly, and he even had a headache on his face. "So, you lost the opportunity to learn 2 advanced martial arts?" Zhang Yang touched his nose. "You can't exactly say that. After all, that martial art is still able to learn the front part. And I may have a way to be able to smooth out the missteps behind me." Zhao Wenwen frowned and said worriedly, "You can't gamble on things like Zhang Yang. Martial arts can kill you once you practice it haphazardly if anything goes wrong. This damned Xu Qiu didn't think of playing dirty tricks here, really full of bad intentions." Hearing Zhao Wenwen call someone else a bad heart, the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. He knew very well that the Zhao Wenwen in front of him definitely had more bad intentions than Xu Qiu if he wanted to harm people. Just as the two were chatting, Hu Gang had re-entered. "I found a martial art that only a 7-star sect master can barely use. It's definitely powerful." Zhao Wenwen's face darkened at his words. "Letting you find a high one didn't let you find such a high one. What's the difference between you and not finding a martial art?" He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Zhang Yang. "No, just this martial art. It's good, it's good." Zhao Wenwen looked at Zhang Yang in dismay. He was now completely unable to see through Zhang Yang's thoughts. "This man. It's weird. It's just too weird." He hesitated and didn't say much. "Zhang Yang, I still think that your martial arts can't be wasted just like that. Why don't we go back and look for a guide to inquire about it and see if we can salvage it?" Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. "If you want him to become stronger, you have to choose this dangerous martial art. That's it, trust me. What we need to do now is to get out of here. If we're not wrong, I'm afraid that Chu Qiu outside has been impatient for a long time." The moment Zhang Yang thought that Chu Qiu really thought that he had missed out on martial arts without any knowledge, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that was hard to hide. Let's see how that guy actually performs this play. Chapter 124 Sunrise Hope Grass. The entrance to the martial arts school. Chu Qiu was late in seeing Zhang Yang and looked a bit annoyed. However, soon, this touch of annoyance disappeared as he finally saw Zhang Yang. Only that Zhang Yang did not have the ugly face that he had imagined. Instead, he was talking and laughing with Hu Gang beside him, which made him a bit puzzled. "What's the situation? Would you be so happy to lose 2 martial arts rewards for nothing?" He was guilty of muttering in his heart and directly stopped Zhang Yang. "Senior Zhang Yang, it seems that you have found the right martial art for you, right? You seem to be in a good mood." He revealed a look of concern as his eyes surveyed Zhang Yang's face. In the face of this deliberate provocation, Zhang Yang laughed coldly in his heart, but the smile on his face was exaggerated, looking as happy as if he had married 2-star wives. "Thanks to the seniors, finding the right fit suits me well, and I'm in a good mood." Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu was confused. Because of the information he already had now, he was 100% sure that the martial arts Zhang Yang had gotten were just messy and ruined martial arts, which he was able to know from the information he had gotten. But he was also able to see that Zhang Yang's current happiness was not feigned, it was genuine. Available at. Why? Why were you able to be so happy when you wasted the rewards of 2 martial arts for nothing? He was cluttered in place, not knowing how to respond to Zhang Yang for a while. For several seconds, he showed a dazed look. He understands. In the end, Zhang Yang was nothing more than a martial artist from a small city and had never seen an advanced martial art at all. Although most of the martial arts he got this time were messy, they were still advanced in the end, and they were already treasures rewarded by the heavens for him. "Oomph, a frog at the bottom of a well," he thought to himself, and a few more smiles appeared on his face. "Since it's good that your schoolmate has found martial arts, I look forward to your military training performance tomorrow. Of course, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's performance as well." The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked into a smile as he locked eyes with him. Although the two people were talking and laughing, the people around them were able to sense that these two people were smiling and laughing, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Even the few students who came out behind Zhang Yang subconsciously circled around when they sensed the atmosphere. Now, as long as it's not a cutie. Everyone knows these two are feuding. One was the president of the student council, and the other was the top talent of the 3rd class, and getting involved in a fight between one of them wouldn't be easy. Zhang Yang did not dwell too much with Chu Qiu, but quickly brought Zhao Wenwen to find counselor Chen Xian. Chen Xian might have heard something just now, and the first thing she did was to open her mouth to ask Zhang Yang about martial arts. When he heard about the 2 martial arts that Zhang Yang had gotten, his face was unsightly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You absolutely cannot delay your chance to learn martial arts because of your intentions. I'll communicate with the school leaders about this matter now, so that you can choose 2 martial arts again. However, Zhang Yang stopped her and said with a smile, "There's no need for the guide to bother. I quite like these 2 martial arts, and I'm confident that I can smooth out the misplaced words at the back." Chen Xian froze and said with some hatred, "Zhang Yang, do you know what you are saying? What's the difference between this matter of straightening out the misplaced place at the back and creating a martial art of your own? No, you're not as good as creating your own haphazard martial arts. If this is a high-grade or even extremely high-grade martial art, every word and step on it is extremely subtle. If you use it in a haphazard transformation, you can't be sure that you will also suffer from chi and blood backlash, which may seriously jeopardize your life. I can try. Even if I'm allowed to choose again, I'll still choose these 2 doors," Zhang Yang said seriously. Chen Xian still wanted to say something, but seeing Zhang Yang's persistent and serious expression, she was unable to speak for a while. "Zhang Yang, I know that you are a rare genius. But everyone here is a genius, and you can't think you can be capricious just because you're young. This is Kyoto Martial Arts University, a place where one mistake is absolutely not allowed. You shouldn't take a wrong step, make one mistake and there will be another chance. There will be many chances for people, but it's like climbing to the top here. You only get one chance in life for a lot of things. You must be careful." Zhang Yang looked at Chen Xian gratefully. He could feel the purity and sincerity of his expectations as a guide. "Seriously, but guide, opportunity is never something you can grasp to choose, but have to choose. I have reasons to choose this path, please believe me." This time, Chen Xian really passes unharmed. "Well then, if you need anything in martial arts cultivation, feel free to contact me. You are one of the top students in our class, and I as a guide will pave the way for you." Zhang Yang didn't continue this topic, but scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, "Actually, I really have something that needs your help." Chen Xian froze. She did not expect her words to materialize just after she had said them. "It's okay, just say what you need help with." Zhang Yang did not know how to speak for a while, and looked his gaze to the side of Zhao Wenwen. Clerical Zhao immediately understood what he meant and took a step forward. "Instructor, this is how it is. These days of military training are full of challenges, but Zhang Yang feels that this is not his limit." Hoping to further enhance his abilities in the aspect of the all suits, he dragged Hu Gang and I to create a society for the practice of Fei, wanting to further enhance his strength. It's just that the club has a condition to account to the school, which you are well aware of, and this time I thought I'd ask you if there's anything you need help with in your military training these days. Zhang Yang secretly nodded in praise as he listened to Zhao Wenwen's dripping words. If it were possible to give this speech a rating, he would have given it an 8.4, why not a 10? Because there was a 0.6. Chen Xian frowned slightly after hearing Zhao Wenwen's words. This military training, it was the principal who personally allowed Chu Qiu to lead the student council. It's impossible for you guys to find some performance from them to be seen by the school. But what? Zhang Yang's heart had fallen to the bottom when he heard the first words, but he rekindled his hope when he heard the second words. Chen Xian took a deep breath and revealed a few smiles and said, "But I do have some things I need to help. Speaking of which, this matter has some relations with you guys. It's just a bit difficult. I don't know if you guys are willing to help." Zhang Yang seriously said, "You are joking. This is you helping us. There is no such thing as willing or unwilling." Chen Xian sighed. "That couldn't be better. This matter is that we need you to go to the back of our school to look for a precious medicinal herb. This kind of medicinal herb is not as precious as it should be, but it is extremely fragile, causing it to not be available on the market at all, so it can only be searched for artificially. The name is Sunrise. Chayang?" Zhang Yang muttered. It was the first time he had heard such an odd name. He hadn't heard much about it, and his reaction wasn't great, but it was Zhao Wenwen, whose voice was a bit shocked at hearing the name. "Sunrise? Are you talking about Sunrise Hope Grass?" Chapter 125, Fourth Roommate. "Isn't that a medicine for terminal illnesses?" "You?" Zhao Wenxing didn't continue to say down. His face was a little worried. "Terminal illness?" Perhaps because of the cause of his own mother's illness, Zhang Yang was more sensitive to this term. Chen Xian sighed. "That's right, this is a terminal disease. I heard it's a treatment for a terminal disease called anorexia. We become martial artists in order to exercise chi and blood. Chi and blood not only exist in the human body, but also with the air. They are the word vitality, this thing, and some people are born allergic to this vitality. And there's this weed in the world, they can only survive for 24 hours, and the only thing they do is desensitize an anorexic for 24 hours, and it seems to be born only for such patients, so it's seen as a sunrise, hope, hence the name. With a lull in her voice, she continued, but you are mistaken, it is not I who have this disease. Rather, it's one of your roommates. Haven't you noticed that you've been missing someone from your dorm? The two Zhang Yangs were stunned at the same time. Yes, they were a dormitory of 4, but so far it was just 3. Several people hadn't deliberately inquired about it, subconsciously assuming that there were only 3 people in the dormitory. Now that Chen Xian said this, they realized that there really was another roommate. Zhang Yang instantly understood her meaning, his expression serious. You mean that our last roommate suffers from anorexia? Chen Xian nodded. Indeed, it is for that very reason that he cannot attend military training every day. During the time of your daily military training, he needs to enter the area of foreign beast activity in the back of the mountain to look for enough sunrise grass. So after the application, he's been in the backcountry area of the operation this whole time. That kid is special, and as his mentor I don't want him to work that hard. You're all roommates, so if you have the energy I hope you'll go into the back of the mountains after military training and help Sumi look for some sunrise grass so he doesn't have to run all over the mountains alone facing danger. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to speak. Clerk Zhao looked at him with a strange look and nodded along. In that case, the matter is in your hands. For the clubs, I'll check in with the school directly when it's time for the review. Zhang Yang led Zhao Wenwen and Hu Gang towards the back of the mountain in the first place. On the way, Zhao Wenwen didn't say a word, but Zhang Yang could tell that he wasn't quite right. From the time he finished talking to Chen Xian about the consequences, he had been wanting to say something, but for some reason he didn't open his mouth every time. Clerk Zhou, what do you have in mind? Zhao Wenwen stopped inside. Zhang Yang, you're too nice, you're a person who doesn't know how to negotiate. As long as it's something you can do, you're willing to carry on with whatever you feel is right, but do you really think it's the right thing to do? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, can't understand, speak human language. With a speechless look on his face, Zhao Wenwen rejoined, then I'll get straight to the point. When Chen Xian told you about helping you replace your martial arts, why didn't you agree? And why did you agree straight away when Chen Xian talked to you about Chaoyang Chao? I don't know exactly what you had in mind with those 2 martial arts, but standing up for sanity, that wouldn't have been the best choice. And about the sunrise grass, do you understand how hard that is to find? Do you know what kind of person, what kind of character, the person we're helping is? What if he's another Chuchio? You don't even know, you don't know well, and then you sacrificed the time of the 3 of us to take a risk. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his cheeks turning red from overexcitement. I don't mean anything by that, it's just that everyone knows now that we both run beside you and you're still the president, so frankly you're our boss, the leader. We're willing to do that, but shouldn't you be thinking about us? At least appear to be a leader? When Zhao Wenwen finished speaking, silence fell over this clearing. Finished? Zhang Yang was surprisingly calm. Clerk Zhou seemed even less understanding when she saw him so calm. Aren't you going to explain to us what you're going to do? No explanation. Zhang Yang suddenly interrupted him, an unprecedented aura startled him. Like you said, I'm the president of you two, the leader. That's why I'll only take the knives out of your way and help you achieve your ultimate goal. I can't possibly explain it to you unless I want to. Considering something dangerous halfway through is your business, Joe Clerical. Also, just so you're clear, whatever character or person that person is, I'm going to save them, let alone our roommate. If that person was you, wouldn't you want me to show up with someone to help you at this time? Zhao Wenwen was dumbfounded. His face kept changing as if he was thinking about something. It took about a few minutes for him to let out a breath, his expression relaxing. You're right, it's my emotions that are impulsive. Let's go. Zhang Yang did not continue to dwell on this issue, but continued to set off. An hour later. The university's backcountry alien animal activity area. It wasn't quite the same as the area of alien beast activity in U City, where most of it was the ruins of what had once been a city, the wreckage of a steel city, where the line of sight was a bit clearer and gave a higher sense of security. There were some wooded green areas there, but they were only the result of decades of being left untended, but this place was completely different. Into the eyes of the skyscraping trees, is the gully constantly undulating mountains, is a vast expanse of primitive forest. Even standing at the very edge and looking out, it gave a sense of infinite crisis. Brother Yang, I'm scared. Hu Gang stood behind his still, a little nervous. This place was different from the activity zones that Zhang Yang had seen before, as the environment was more suitable for the survival of the Fey Beasts. The worst Fey Beasts here were at the Martial Master level, and those at the Zone Master level were even easier to see. Both his and Zhao Wenwen's realms were now at the 4th level of Sovereign, and their levels when facing a Sovereign of the same realm were definitely quite a bit worse. Perhaps if they really encountered a ferocious Sovereign alien beast, only 2 people would be able to deal with one. I'll be the main one charging the beasts when they appear in a moment, and I'll leave the simple corpses to you. Trust me, this time out your realm will improve. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth revealed a flash of anticipation. He hadn't killed a foreign beast to boost his chi and blood for many days. This time, when he came to the active area, he was not only able to raise his own chi and blood, but also Hu Gang's chi and ability level. The most important point was that he had to learn the 2 newly acquired martial arts. It's good to be able to perform at least one trick. He clenched his fists with a leap of faith. Gangzi, Lao Zhao, let's charge. Be sure to help our roommate find some more sunrise grass. Charge. Brother Yang, Mr. Chen Xian said that the area where he is active is this side, not that side. Oh. Chapter 126, Emperor Zhang Zi. Inside the Virgin Forest. The dissecting knife in Zhang Yang's hand flashed continuously, and the plum deer in front of him was instantly split into 5 pieces. Along with the ticking blood flow, a familiar panel appeared in front of him. You have successfully decomposed the antlers of the exotic beast plum rock deer, and your chi and blood are plus 300 points 300. You have successfully decomposed the buckskin of the exotic beast plum rock deer, and your chi and blood are plus 340 points 340 points. You have successfully decomposed the antlers of the exotic beast plum rock deer, and your chi and blood are plus 320 points 320 points. A clan-level Fey Beast could gain between 5,000 and 15,000 points of Chi blood. He was now at the Sovereign realm, and it took 40,000 points per level up, which meant that he had to kill 3 to 5 Sovereign-level alien beasts. Perhaps with the help of this blade, it's possible to reach the Sovereign 10th level here today. The scalpel he was currently using was temporarily lent to him by Hu Gang. It was a scalpel that could fully cope with the Zongshi level. Although it was not as smooth as the last one he used, it was at least a fine product. But not taking advantage of it did make him hinder in his cultivation. Until now, he hadn't performed the swimming dragon game even once. Swimming dragon play is divided into 3 levels. The first is called swimming dragon out, is to strike as fast as lightning, and in the moment of striking in can see the opponent more than a break situation favorite, simultaneously attack 3 vitals. Due to the special way of generating power, the attacks that Yulong came out with were able to have an extremely strong piercing ability, and as long as the weapon was hard enough, he was able to penetrate from one side to the other of an armored vehicle that was 3 or 4 meters long. He didn't have long to sigh and lament before he sorted himself out. This neighborhood is the area where Emperor Zhang Zi is located, right? He looked up at Zhao Wenwen, who was looking at the map on the side. Clerk Zhou zoomed in on the document on her cell phone screen, then nodded in confirmation. That's right, according to Chen Xian, this is the area where Zhang Zi Huang is located. This area is more heavily vegetated, so he's operating here. All we need to do next is search forward along here, and I expect we'll see him soon. Zhang Zi Huang was the name of their 4th roommate. Let me take the lead. Hu Gang got up from the far body and ran over excitedly. Brother Yang, why do I feel as if my body's chi and blood have grown especially fast since I've been studying anatomy? I feel like I'm even about to move up a level. I'm about to reach the 5-star sec master. You just farted here, dissecting corpses to be able to raise your realm. You think you have a golden finger? Zhao Wenwen scolded him without a good mood. Hu Gang wasn't angry either, and smiled heatedly. Old Zhao, you really don't envy me. I still really feel this way. He might be telling the truth. Zhang Yang interrupted the conversation between the two. After dissecting a foreign beast, many people would subconsciously gain a new knowledge and understanding of chi and blood in body structure, thus causing the realm to begin to soar. Zhang Yang casually made up a more reliable reason and was full of nonsense. See, I told you I'm a genius, and it's true that only Brother Yang understands me best. The corners of Zhao Wenwen's mouth twitched as he looked at Hu Gang like an idiot, his lips quirking. Zhang Yang could see that the words were big. He shook his head helplessly and lost his smile, signaling that Hu Gang could take the lead. The kid, Zhao Wenwen, still had some respect for him, but for Hu Gang, a heartless guy, was spitting on him without any mercy. It's because Hu Gang has a good personality and doesn't get angry that the two have a good relationship. Hu Gang was in the front to open up the road, while Zhang Yang was right behind him, ready to support at any time. His own proficiency in dissecting foreign beasts was definitely higher than Hu Gang's, so he was the one dissecting most of them. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level of Sovereign. Not only that, but a new prompt appeared in front of him. Sharer's anatomist ability proficiency reaches 100%. Sharer and host anatomist abilities upgraded. A new direction of upgrading has been opened. Anatomist LV2. Anatomist, when dissecting, you can gain a certain amount of chi and blood back, and there is a certain chance of an anatomical blitz, and you gain a large amount of chi and blood when dissecting. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. I don't know how much this bludgeon can return, but at least it's stronger than a one-hit one, which means he'll be able to get more chakra benefit. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang waved his dissecting knife at the alien beast that had fallen down in front of him. You have successfully disassembled the head of the alien beast Kangwolf beast, and your chi and blood are plus 320 points 320 points. Successfully triggered an anatomical blitz, plus 3,200 points of chi and blood. 10 times the storm? Zhang Yang was shocked beyond measure as he looked at the panel in front of him, feeling the extra chi and blood in an instant was as shocking as it could be. If this was lucky, he'd be able to race to Sovereign level 10 if he killed one more Fey beast. He excitedly moved his muscles and bones, the tingling sensation of his muscles brought about by the elevation of his chi and blood spread throughout his body, while crackling sounds continued. On the side, Zhao Wenwen looked at him in dismay, his eyes more than a few points of uncertainty. Did you break through? Clerical Zhao felt like he must have gone crazy when he uttered those words. That's right, it's crazy. This was because just a few days ago, he had seen Zhang Yang break through to an 8th level Zone Master with his own eyes. It's only been a few days? How could it be possible to break through to the 9th level of Zongshi? If that was really the case, then Zhang Yang was too terrifying. But the feeling that Zhang Yang gave him now was that he was stronger than before, and not by a star, so he judged that he was not mistaken, but Zhang Yang had really broken through. This all caught up with you? Not bad for you. I did accidentally break through just now, and I'm now at the 9th level of Sovereign. Both Hu Gang and Zhao Wenwen were frozen in place, and the former even pulled out his ears. What do you mean by accident? So careless, why can't you be more careful? Hu Gang wailed. Zhao Wenxin gradually came back from his shock, his heart incomparably shaken. He had initially thought that Zhang Yang was just a genius who was stronger than him, and did not actually think that Zhang Yang was much of a pervert. However, with the longer time he had contacted Zhang Yang, the more he was able to realize that this person had an unlimited future. 2 levels in a few days, that's just scary enough. Knowing that his breakthrough might have dealt a blow to the two men, Zhang Yang patted his shoulder to comfort them, signaling them not to care. But just as he was about to say something warm and comforting, suddenly a human growl and the hissing of a foreign beast came from not far away. That's right. Definitely a human growl, with a few hints of anger and tension. Several people subconsciously glanced at each other and their faces changed drastically. Almost in unison, they subconsciously blurted out. It's Emperor Zhang Zi.